While delivering food, I met an auntie. During the day, she was poised and elegant, but at night, she would wear nurse uniforms, police uniforms, school uniforms, and flight attendant outfits, truly a variety of styles. A few days ago, while delivering food, I encountered this stunning auntie. Upholding the professionalism of a delivery person, I didn't make any inappropriate expressions and simply handed over the food. "Hello, here's your order." Shinruyan stood at the door, sizing me up without reaching for the food. After much hesitation and internal struggle, she finally spoke the words she had rehearsed many times. "Young man, would you like to change jobs?" I asked gently, "What kind of job?" "I'll hire you to take care of me, with a daily salary of 10,000, paid daily. How about it?" Shinruyan pretended to be calm, though she felt somewhat ashamed inside for saying such words. Hearing this, I was utterly surprised. Shinruyan, who appeared so quiet and dignified, was actually this bold. Seeing my hesitation, she added, "I'll give you 3 minutes to think it over." To be honest, I was tempted. Working myself to the bone, I only earned 300 or 400 a day, and Shinruyan was very beautiful. No matter what, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Thinking this, I immediately agreed. "All right, sis. From now on, I'm yours. Whatever comes next is up to you." "Good." Shinruyan smiled in satisfaction. She took the takeout, added me on WeChat, and transferred 30,000 yuan to me on the spot. "Quit your current job, buy some suitable clothes. This money isn't part of your salary, then come find me. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? If you run, I'll just consider it food for the dogs. Wait for me." With that, I turned and left without another word. 2 hours later, I quit my current job, changed into my newly bought clothes, and knocked on Shinruyan's door again. She opened it, wearing the smile of a victor. "Come in, my boy." As I brushed past Shinruyan, a faint feminine fragrance drifted into my nostrils. Shinruyan sat on the sofa and transferred 10,000 yuan to me. "This is your pay for today. No matter what happens between us, only the two of us can know about it. If anyone dares to gossip, they'll spend the rest of their life forgetting to bring toilet paper when they shit. Of course. If I blabber, may I die childless and meet a bad end." To ease Shinruyan's concerns, I had no choice but to swear such an oath. "Good." Shinruyan nodded in satisfaction, then introduced herself proactively. "I'm Shinruyan. You know how to address me, right?" "I know, Sister Ruyan." Shinruyan's lips curled slightly upon hearing this, then she asked with an amused smile, "Do you know how old I am? Calling me Sister Ruyan, doesn't that feel awkward to you?" I replied earnestly, "From what I see, Sister Ruyan looks to be in your 20s, not much older than me. Calling you Sister Ruyan feels just right." "Is that so?" Shinruyan's eyes flickered. She could naturally tell these were flattering words, but she didn't mind. In fact, she rather enjoyed such treatment. "Actually, I'm already 38. You could call me Auntie without any problem." "Sister Ruyan, you're not lying to me, are you? I really couldn't tell you're that old." I initially thought Shinruyan was at most in her early 30s, but she's actually pushing 40, the age when women are said to be at their most passionate. Wealthy people know how to take care of themselves, so it's easy to misjudge. "My boy, you're so sweet. Your words really please me. From now on, just call me Sister Ruyan." Shinruyan dismissed the idea of me calling her aunt. "Sister Ruyan, is there anything I can do for you now?" I had already made up my mind to thoroughly explore this career path, proactively solving problems for my employer, a mark of professionalism. I aim to keep improving through learning and reflection. Shinruyan smiled faintly and commanded, "Go take a shower." "Okay." I obediently turned and walked toward the bathroom. After finishing my shower and changing into the new clothes, I stood before Shinruyan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "Not bad, my boy is quite handsome." "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Ruyan. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. It's the new clothes you bought me that make me look even better." Shinruyan didn't respond but continued to scrutinize me. The reason she took a liking to me was precisely because of my handsome appearance in her eyes. I was like a figure of beauty. After a moment, she patted the spot beside her and said, "Come sit here." I sat down next to Shinruyan. She looked relaxed, having just noticed the unpleasant smell of sweat on me earlier, which was why she had asked me to take a shower first. She chuckled softly and said, "Now let's discuss the details of our collaboration. I believe my boy is also very interested in this matter, right? Sister Ruyan, go ahead, I'm all ears. I'll hire you for a month first. If my goal isn't achieved by then, I'll continue to employ you. During this time, you can only live in my house and must not step outside the door even once. The daily wage is 10,000, and I'll pay on time. How does that sound?" Without any hesitation, I immediately agreed. "Thank you, Sister Ruyan, for your trust. Just tell me what you need me to do." Shinruyan emphasized meaningfully, "Our employment relationship has been established. These are all verbal agreements. Shady dealings don't leave paper trails. We must each fulfill our duties. Naturally, I will provide attentive service and strive to satisfy Sister Ruyan. My boy, I want to see real action. I don't believe in sweet words. Now, there are a few rules I need to lay out for you. Sister Son, you say? Zhang Hao was very honest, and didn't say the words of faith again, just let the future action serve Song Qingju on the line, it's useless to say more. Song Qingju will think of good words, said in one breath. First of all, what I let you do, you have to do, no bargaining, of course, will not let you do murder and arson. In addition, my bedroom and study, without my permission, you cannot step into a step, moreover, you cannot peep. Got it. Zhang Hao kept it in mind, and honestly, these were minor requirements, he didn't feel anything. The employment relationship is over, we are strangers, and we will not disturb each other in the future. Song Qingju's gaze was full of warning. Okay, I'll remember. Zhang Hao nodded his head, this was how it was supposed to be, their deal was over and they should go their separate ways, cutie. Only then would they take it seriously, everyone was just passing through each other. I fancy you because you're good looking, and now it seems that you know your way around, that's what's reassuring. Song Qingju was afraid that afterward, Zhang Hao would haunt her and ruin her life, but now that she saw that Zhang Hao was so sensible, she was much more at ease. Thank you for your compliments. Zhang Hao smiled. Now, introduce me to your origins, the more detailed the better. Song Qingju commanded. Zhang Hao said truthfully, I'm Zhang Hao, I grew up as an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, I don't know who my parents are, I dropped out of school at the age of 15 when I graduated from my third year of junior high school, and then I fought my way through society, during which time I drove a cab, worked as a chaperone, and served as an apprentice in a back kitchen, and I'm now a takeaway clerk, and now I'm 20 years old. Song Qingju listened attentively, and finally sighed, my boy, it turns out that you are an orphan, it's really pathetic, and also worked as an escort, must have taken a lot of beatings. When she was once in the limelight, she hadn't let her chaperone suffer a lot. The simpler Zhang Hao's identity was, the more at ease she was. To put it bluntly, Zhang Hao's life was pitiful, and she didn't have the effort to be pitiful. The jobs that Zhang Hao was engaged in were all physical labor at the bottom of the hierarchy, which sounded full of bitterness, and she didn't have the heart to pity them. The role of a chaperone is to take a beating. Zhang Hao was also unclear, he had so many bitter and tiring work experiences, why Song Qingju specifically singled out the matter of having been a chaperone, to lament like this. My boy, your life is too bitter, come here, let's sister hug. Song Qingju's motherly love, slightly overflowing. Zhang Hao got up, then carefully threw himself into Song Qingju's embrace. He was like a docile kitten, and Song Qingju beckoned him into Song Qingju's arms. Song Qingju patted Zhang Hao's back and murmured, my boy, don't feel bad about your misfortune, your good days are ahead. Aha! Zhang Hao honestly agreed, not daring to nod his head for fear of touching Song Qingju's sensitive parts. He couldn't do it without his employer making a request, something that overstepped the rules. After a long time, Song Qingju said, you've given me your own situation, I should also introduce myself. If Sister Song doesn't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Although Zhang Hao wanted to know that there was more news about Song Qingju, he can only show respect if Song Qingju did not say anything. Song Qingju said to herself, 3 years ago, I got divorced, since then, I've been living here, basically I haven't gone out, I'm sick, the psychiatrist said that I've got depression, I've had suicidal thoughts countless times, but I haven't done any suicidal actions, so in the future, if I do something dangerous, and you're around, you'll be able to stop me in time. In fact, before she met Zhang Hao, she felt that her depression had already gotten better. Good. Zhang Hao nodded heavily, and was also determined to perform well in the future, but he must not let anything happen to Song Qingju. In case something really happened, he was at Song Qingju's side, he couldn't say anything even if he was covered in mouths. It seems that this job requires him to take certain risks. The good news was that Song Qingju was divorced, this was a sick single woman, and the deal between them, whatever happened, was out of the hands of other men. My boy, you have to keep an eye on me, if I jump off a building and commit suicide, or slit my wrists, you're afraid you'll be in trouble. Song Qingju admonished with a strange smile, also to scare Zhang Hao. Sister Song, you're so dignified, like a big shot, you must have experienced a lot of big storms, a small depression can't help you. Zhang Hao had his own guess that this Song Qingju's identity was definitely not simple. Hee, what a sweet little mouth, worthy of being the boy I have my eye on. Song Qingju smiled dementedly, appearing to have a great deal of flavor. Chapter 3 Song Qingju's order, don't have pity on the girl. Song Qingju continued to introduce herself, suddenly becoming very sad. If my son was still alive, he would have just turned 18 this year, but unfortunately, he's gone. Her son was the same age as Zhang Hao. After all, she was 18 years older than Zhang Hao. In her eyes, Zhang Hao was a child. Hearing Zhang Hao address her as Sister Song, still so intimate, a dark feeling came to her heart. When she looked at Zhang Hao again, he looked a bit like her son between his eyebrows, and a different emotion grew in her heart. Sister Song, if you're willing, give me the grievances in your heart, it's much better to say them out. Zhang Hao's idea was to get Song Qingju to talk out her sadness, which would be good for her body, and proper complaining was also a way of venting. It would be good for Song Qingju's condition. He didn't have the heart to pry into Song Qingju's condition. My son's name is Liu Yanjie, he's very clean-looking and filial, he's been a good boy who understands things since he was a child, and my greatest happiness is that I gave birth to such a son. After graduating from junior high school, my son was sent by his father to study abroad, but he had an accident. My precious son was at his residence, encountered a home invasion, was shot twice by robbers, and died just like that. My poor son shouldn't have had such a fate. If my son hadn't gone to study abroad, how good it would have been. It's all his father's fault. He insisted on sending his son to study abroad despite my objections, which led to such a tragedy. I hate him. Song Qingju spilled her heart out, treating Zhang Hao as a trash can. The words that she pressed in her heart, she didn't say to anyone else, only to this hired stranger. To be honest, it was much more comfortable to say it with someone listening in. She was clear that she needed this kind of venting for her psychological problems. However, she had only told Zhang Hao part of the situation, and more of the truth she did not say. In fact, her son did not die in an accident. This was also news that she, too, had just learned not long ago. Thinking about what had happened to her son, her heart was filled with murderous intent. She also knew that she should go find someone to take revenge. For now, let's wait for the opportunity first. However, that opportunity would come soon. Zhang Hao listened quietly. He was just a listener. Regarding Song Qingju's son, he didn't dare to freely express his opinion for fear of saying the wrong thing. Sister Song, you've been wronged. After thinking about it for a while, he could only comfort Song Qingju in this way. My boy, you're very understanding. You didn't talk too much less talk nonsense. Song Qingju's eyes were full of admiration. It was Zhang Hao's understanding of propriety that she valued more than a handsome skin. No matter what she said, Zhang Hao would just listen. If he talked nonsense, she would be unhappy. What happened to her son was not something to be sympathized with or pitied by others. It's a blessing for me that Sister Song thinks highly of me. Zhang Hao was very disciplined. Song Qingju nodded in relief, then took her hand and pointed. That's your guest room, go clean it up, and without my orders, you cannot step out of the guest room. Good. Zhang Hao left from Song Qingju's side and locked himself into the guest room. Long live the employer. If the employer's request, it had to be carried out unconditionally. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner, and outside the door, Song Qingju shouted, My boy, it's time to eat. Good. Zhang Hao agreed. Lying on the bed and swiping his cell phone, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. Looking at his cell phone, it was actually dinner time, and he was still able to eat the meal made by his employer, which he had never expected. He sat up from the bed, walked out quickly, looked at Song Qingju and said, Sister Song, my cooking is very good. If you don't mind, from now on, I will be the one to cook for you. His thoughts were simple. It was his duty to cook more for his employer. Good, my boy just understands things. Song Qingju smiled lightly. Cooking for someone else can also be a change of flavor. I've long since gotten tired of my own cooking. In the future, I will cook on time at mealtimes. Is that okay? Zhang Hao's every move was subject to Song Qingju's consent. Okay, let's eat. Song Qingju ate. Zhang Hao also ate, then praised, Sister Song, your cooking is really delicious. It was also his responsibility to genuinely praise his employer as long as he found the right opportunity to do so. If it's delicious, you can eat more. The corners of Song Qingju's mouth rose slightly. Zhang Hao's mouth was sweet, and she was in a good mood. Looking at Zhang Hao, eating his meal with relish, her appetite also improved. Having an extra man by her side, chatting and eating with her, was indeed much more interesting than when she was alone. After dinner, Zhang Hao took the initiative to clean the dishes. With a generous salary, he had to do more. As the sky darkened, Song Qingju let Zhang Hao, still sitting by her side. Song Qingju laid down in Zhang Hao's arms, and the action was so natural that there was no embarrassment at all. Zhang Hao was a little nervous, but also showed an expression of enjoyment. Did this job, no matter what have to pay, including youth and body, as long as the employer has the demand. Being and standing again could not be done. My boy, do you have a girlfriend? Song Qingju had a smile in her eyes, just staring at Zhang Hao's face. No. Zhang Hao shook his head. A poor man like him was not qualified to talk about girlfriends. He hadn't saved any money after a few years of socializing. The one-day salary given by Song Qingju was more than his savings. Sister be your girlfriend, okay? Song Qingju asked out. Sister Song, it's my honor. Zhang Hao greeted him with a smile. Sister is older, will you dislike me? Song Qingju's gaze was sharp, just observing Zhang Hao's reaction. If Zhang Hao made an expression that displeased her, she wouldn't mind rewarding her with 2 ear scrapes. Sister Song, you're joking, I like it too much, how could I dislike it? Zhang Hao made a statement from the bottom of his heart. Song Qingju nodded with satisfaction and sat up from Zhang Hao's arms, then said as she walked, I'm going to take a shower first, then I'll wait for you on the bed. Once you're done with the shower, come and serve well, don't make me wait too long. Yes, Sister Song. Zhang Hao hurriedly agreed. His mouth was already dry at this moment. The charming Song Qingju was too lethal to him. Song Qingju took a good shower and went into the bedroom. Zhang Hao took a shower right afterward, then walked to the hidden door. Sister Song, I'm coming. Come in. At this time, Song Qingju, wearing black pajamas, was just lying on the bed. Zhang Hao pushed the door and walked in, then closed the door behind him, lying beside Song Qingju, and politely asked, Sister Song, can we start? Quickly, serve me well, don't pity me. Song Qingju's tone was urgent as she issued such an order. Sure. Zhang Hao acted. Zhang Hao had seen it before, other people's cheap love. A meal, a drink, or a few words of accosting, many people around him could have loved. His love with Song Qingju began in this way. But he felt that his love of $10,000 a day was much more expensive than many others. Chapter 4, Song Qingju eavesdropping, Zhang Hao's crisis. An hour later, the room was quiet. I want to have a cigarette, is that okay? Zhang Hao made his request. He felt that it was nothing, just a small request. He didn't have a smoking addiction, he only smoked one occasionally. Right now, at this time, he wanted to light one to soothe himself. By the way, he recalled the taste of what he had just had. Smoking afterward, what's wrong with it? Hold it for me. Song Qingju's attitude was harsh, she just wanted to hold the toy in her arms in peace, not wanting to be disturbed by anything else. She was a traditional woman, in this life, her ex-husband was her first man. The current Zhang Hao was her second man. After doing something out of the ordinary like this, there was some pressure in her heart. Okay. Zhang Hao was aggrieved that everything was the decision of the proprietor who scattered his wealth, and what he complained in his heart was that this woman was very excessive, not even fulfilling such a request from him. I don't like the smell of smoke, bear with it. Song Qingju stroked Zhang Hao's head, her tone somewhat gentle. Good. The emotions in Zhang Hao's heart were gone, and he smiled. Sister Song, this is actually my first time. He honestly said that counting from an hour ago, he had changed from a boy to a real man. If you didn't lie to me, then old lady has earned it. 10,000 a day is not a loss, at least not today. Sun Tingting said to herself, if you want to take the first time to say something, and intentionally let me shell out an extra sum of money, then that won't do, the promised price can't be changed, people should be honest. I didn't think so. Zhang Hao cried and laughed, in fact, this is quite good, the first time I met such a racy woman, there is also money to be made, it's simply a double gain of wealth and color. My boy, you are a good man. Song Qingju believed Zhang Hao's words and gave this comment. Sister Song. Zhang Hao was having a hard time, it was better not to have such a good guy card. He said that the first time was to gain Song Qingju's affection, but he didn't want to possess such a good guy card. Actually, it's sister's first time as well, so if you're sad, send me a good guy card as well. Song Qingju said such words without blushing. Sister Song, you are indeed a good person. Zhang Hao was able to sense that Song Qingju was not the type of casual woman. Good people are easily bullied, and when I hired you, I didn't intend to be a good person. Song Qingju smiled, the expression on her face inscrutable. Sleeping with Zhang Hao, she had only done a small bad thing. She had more bad things to do. Including killing people, it was all to avenge her son's death. These thoughts, she would not tell Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao knew Song Qingju's thoughts, I'm afraid that he would have already gone weak in the knees from fear. Sister Song, you are a good person, don't talk about yourself like that. Zhang Hao was not clear about Song Qingju's thoughts. In his opinion, after they had such a relationship, Song Qingju felt that she had done something bad, which was why she was not a good person anymore. Song Qingju glanced at Zhang Hao and asked with interest, what do you think, what is our relationship? With a complicated look, she thought of the ancient women of the green houses, who treated the talented men they looked at, not only sweeping their collapses to welcome them, but also pouring money into them, and she felt that this was the case with herself now. Don't think so much, why upset yourself? Zhang Hao consoled, it was better not to mention such an employment relationship. I'm being mediocre, just be comfortable, what do I care about so much? Song Qingju didn't want to, the corner of her mouth was a bit playful, in fact, from the bottom of her heart, she quite liked this kind of excitement. Sister Song, you're my girlfriend, I'm your boyfriend, that's how we are. What Zhang Hao said was quite a crowning glory, the bad-sounding employment relationship could only be ignored at this time. Right, we are a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Song Qingju smiled. This definition, she was very satisfied with. In her heart, there was no need to blame herself. Sister Song, do you still want it? Zhang Hao sent out such a signal. He could not patronize his own feelings. His employer's feelings were the most important. Enough. Song Qingju refused. Zhang Hao was bloodthirsty, she could understand. She was very restrained and could only show some weakness. Sister Song said so I don't want to. Zhang Hao regulated his emotions and calmed himself down. Continue tomorrow night, every night you're with me, I need your service, so you need to nurture yourself and not be so indulgent. Song Qingju made a request. Don't worry, Sister Song, I will try my best to perform and won't let you down. Zhang Hao secretly thought to himself that he could definitely persevere. That 1 hour was just 2 times. He believed in himself that he would perform better down the road. My boy is great. Song Qingju gave an objective evaluation after experiencing it. Thanks. Zhang Hao cracked up with joy. Song Qingju yawned, waved her hand and said, I'm going to sleep, you go sleep in the guest room. After experiencing pleasurable things tonight, she was in a very good mood. But she was used to sleeping alone, so she had no intention to let Zhang Hao sleep on her pillow. Sister Song, I'm leaving. Zhang Hao got up, then slowly stepped out of bed. Good night, my boy. Song Qingju's gaze was so locked on Zhang Hao's body. Good night, Sister Song. Zhang Hao walked out of the bedroom and gently closed the door, meeting the gaze cast by Song Qingju, and he responded with a smile. There was no trace of displeasure. His employer's words were orders, and they should be carried out strictly and without fail. Although Song Qingju's behavior was a bit of a pants on the table denial. But he could just think about it, he couldn't say it on his mouth, and even less could he show it on his face. Very well, I'm very satisfied with the performance so far. Song Qingju murmured softly, her voice echoing within the room. A few moments later, she slowly got up, and from a box, she took out the listening device and put on headphones for herself. I did such a ridiculous thing, if he makes fun of me, or dislikes my age, I'll have someone kill him. Song Qingju's gaze became a bit fierce. By secretly listening in on Zhang Hao, she felt that she would be able to discover the real Zhang Hao, as well as Zhang Hao's true attitude towards her. If Zhang Hao said something that made her angry, she would send someone to kill anyone who dared to defame and ridicule her. Zhang Hao walked into the guest room. If he had known that Song Qingju dared to kill at every turn, he would have been scared out of his wits. He collapsed into sleep. Song Qingju's deliciousness brought back memories, and with that in mind, he quickly entered dreamland. Song Qingju listened to Zhang Hao fall asleep and stopped listening in. After Zhang Hao returned to the guest room, he didn't say a single word, which made her a bit surprised. My boy has a tight mouth, good. Song Qingju muttered in a low voice before entering a wonderful dreamland as well. Chapter 5 My boy, want some? The next day, along with the alarm clock ringing, Zhang Hao woke up on time. 8 o'clock in the morning was the waking up time set by Song Qingju. Zhang Hao didn't dare to be lazy in bed, so he could only get up on time. Walking out of the room, he saw Song Qingju walking out of the bathroom. It seemed that Song Qingju had gotten up even earlier than him. Sister Song, good morning. Zhang Hao greeted him with a smile. Good morning, my boy, quickly go wash up, I prepared a full set of toiletries for you, I hope you like it. Song Qingju's face was filled with a charming smile, looking in a good mood. Good, Sister Song has taken the trouble. Zhang Hao was very touched. Song Qingju was very considerate and also took great care of him. After you wash up, go make breakfast. Song Qingju exhorted. Okay, Sister Song. Zhang Hao nodded his head. In fact, even if Song Qingju didn't say so, he would still do so. After Zhang Hao finished washing up, he met Song Qingju's gaze, and she asked with a smile, my boy, do you find me different from yesterday, in any way? Zhang Hao's heart was wary. When a woman usually asked this, things were definitely not simple. He glanced at Song Qingju and answered cautiously, Sister Song has changed into a new outfit. Sister Song's appearance today is just as beautiful as it was yesterday. You are beautiful no matter what you wear. Also, Sister Song's face is rosy. Her complexion is very charming. What a sweet mouth. Song Qingju smiled smugly. Zhang Hao's memory was good and his observations were meticulous, but this was not her purpose. She asked with interest, what if I don't wear clothes? Zhang Hao froze for a moment and looked at Song Qingju with a pure gaze. Sister Song is beautiful anyway. He didn't think that Song Qingju would tease him early in the morning. He was afraid that there was another reason. It's useless to talk nice. I bought you a lot of clothes, one set to change every day, got it? Song Qingju glared, obviously a little displeased. Sister Song, I'm sorry, I'll go change immediately. Zhang Hao was a bit ashamed. The clothes he was wearing was still the same set from yesterday. No wonder Song Qingju had something in her words. In the past, being poor and accustomed to it, it was normal to wear a piece of clothing on one's body and not change it for 10 days and half a month. From now on, it was time to start changing. After all, his job had changed. Changing a set of different colored clothes every day was not to please himself, but to please his employer. This should be his professionalism. He would have to remember that. He felt that his business level had improved a little more. It was all because Song Qingju had coached him well. After Zhang Hao changed his clothes, Song Qingju's complexion looked much better. My boy, this is much more eye-pleasing and fresh, go and cook. Good. Zhang Hao nodded. In his heart, he was a little tired. It turned out that he became less eye-catching and fresher by repeating yesterday's clothes, and he didn't know what Song Qingju's logic was. After making breakfast and the two of them ate together, Zhang Hao was responsible for cleaning the dishes. Song Qingju rested for a while, and when she came out of the bedroom again, she changed into sexy yoga clothes. Then, it was time to start practicing yoga. Zhang Hao had nothing else to do, so he couldn't stare at Song Qingju practicing yoga, that would be too rude, so he requested, Sister Song, can I practice yoga with you? Okay, sister is welcome. Song Qingju smiled fondly, do you want to wear my yoga clothes? No need to wear it, I'll just follow you like this and practice after you. Zhang Hao wouldn't dare to wear so tight yoga clothes, besides it was Song Qingju's yoga clothes again. Zhang Hao's purpose was simple, learning one more craft would help him in his work. In case he met an employer who liked practicing yoga in the future, he could also accompany them. In addition, practicing yoga was ultimately a kind of exercise, and practicing a good figure was also for better service. Put. Song Qingju watched Zhang Hao practicing yoga, and the clumsy movements amused her with cheerful laughter. Sister Song, actually I don't know how to do it, I just want to accompany you to practice. Zhang Hao didn't feel anything when he was laughed at. It was his honor to be able to make Song Qingju laugh. As the saying goes, a smile is 10 years less. Looking at Song Qingju's coquettish smile, it was truly tantalizing. Giggled, sister can see, my boy is more than just not knowing, he simply doesn't know anything. Song Qingju was in a good mood. She said greatly, "My boy, I'll teach you." "Many thanks, Sister Song." Zhang Hao was very grateful. Just like this, under Song Qingju's fiddling, as well as hand-holding, Zhang Hao's movements slowly standardized. "My boy, your perception is so good, you've practiced in a decent manner so quickly." Song Qingju praised from the bottom of her heart, but she also spoke the truth. Being somewhat intimate with Zhang Hao's physical contact, she did not mind at all. On the contrary, Zhang Hao, lest she minded, seemed so careful. She was rather happy about it. "It's all because Sister Song taught me well." Zhang Hao smiled faintly. "This mouth of yours, it's just sweet, sister likes it too much." Song Qingju stretched out her scallion white finger and gave a nod to Zhang Hao's lips. Zhang Hao's figure was unsteady, and he could no longer keep up the strange movements of practicing yoga, and his entire body slumped to the ground. Looking at Zhang Hao's embarrassed appearance, Song Qingju laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up anymore and directly knelt on the yoga mat. "My little boy, you are too cute." Song Qingju covered her stomach, which hurt from laughing. "Sister Song, you look so pretty when you smile." Zhang Hao genuinely complimented. This was supposed to be his job duty, and now that the timing was perfect, he said what was in his heart. "Giggle, is that so?" Song Qingju smiled charmingly. "Then what were you hiding just now?" Zhang Hao was very clear that when Song Qingju used her finger to point his lips, he did hide for a bit, and was embarrassed at this time. "Sister Song treated me like that, I didn't hold back, and I'm too untalented." "Sister is a big old woman, does she still have charms for you?" Song Qingju's gaze was scrutinizing, very skeptical of Zhang Hao's words. "Sister Song, don't make fun of me, you also saw my predicament just now. If you release a little bit of charm, my younger brother won't be able to hold it." Zhang Hao didn't make anything up and went along with the words, so he said what was really in his heart. He. Song Qingju laughed. Zhang Hao's heart and mind swayed. This laughter of Song Qingju, as well as this flavorful look, was the soul-seducing vixen to him. "My boy, want to eat, sister?" Song Qingju's charming eyes asked just like that. Zhang Hao's self-possession at this time, along with the ambiguity of the atmosphere, was greatly reduced, all in order to cooperate with Song Qingju, adjusting to a state of excitement. Pretty rich women, didn't they like handsome young men? As it happened, he was Song Qingju's dish. Perhaps, Song Qingju was very restrained last night and still needed his services now. Song Qingju had put words to this extent. He urgently nodded his head. Naturally want, of course, the premise is that Sister Song wants me to eat you, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 6 Song Qingju's fancy, impure purpose. Wanting to eat me in broad daylight, no way. Song Qingju's lips hooked up and a smug look surfaced on her face. She was very proud that she had made Zhang Hao unable to hold on to her hand with her slight tricks. She felt smug that she could have such charisma. "Sister Song, it was me who was delusional." Zhang Hao was very understanding and collected his foolish thoughts at this time. His level of excitement was directly related to his employer's wishes. Since Song Qingju, at this time, had already made her stance clear, he had to react appropriately. With a daily wage of $10,000, he should think about his employer, and his employer's thoughts were his guide to action. "Little handsome like you, sister, is very rare. Wait until the night, I will continue to eat you. Remember, it's me who will eat you. Now get your strength, don't fall off the chain when the time comes." Song Qingju had her own insistence and was very restrained during the day. Zhang Hao smiled and responded, "Sister Song, everything is at your command. You've learned my capital. I guarantee I won't let you down. I believe in my boy." Song Qingju's eyes showed anticipation, and her heart was cleansed with a different kind of ripple. Her face was filled with a flirtatious smile, and she was naturally clear about how powerful Zhang Hao was. "I'll take it as a compliment when Sister Song says so." Zhang Hao smiled, his face filled with innocence. Song Qingju spread a smile. "My boy, did you sleep comfortably last night?" Zhang Hao laughed. "It was very comfortable when I was with Sister Song, and when I returned to the guest room, it was equally comfortable because I dreamt of Sister Song." "Dreamed of what?" Song Qingju's eyes narrowed. She didn't believe such nonsense. "I dreamt that I cozied up with Sister Song for a long time." Zhang Hao's face was full of sincerity. Saying such nonsense, he first had to successfully fool himself to give people the impression that it wasn't false. "Alright, not to be poor with you." Song Qingju giggled happily, then changed the topic. "I want to drink coffee. Can you make coffee?" "No." Zhang Hao shook his head. "Sister Song, can you teach me how to make coffee?" "I can take care of you if you teach me." "Good, my boy is diligent and studious, sister is very happy." Song Qingju was very generous, and then taught by hand how to make a good cup of coffee. Zhang Hao had, before, never even drank more expensive coffee, but now he had the chance to do so. Song Qingju knew a lot, and Zhang Hao had a lot to learn. Zhang Hao felt that it would be good for him to learn one more craft. When they went to bed that night, Song Qingju wore a maid outfit. Zhang Hao gulped straight. That feeling, that wonderfulness, could not be described in words. Afterward, Zhang Hao was still driven away and returned to his bed in the guest room. Song Qingju's eavesdropping was still going on. Time passed quickly, and the next few days were peaceful. At night, the two kept sleeping together. However, Song Qingju was dressed differently each time. Nurse uniforms, police uniforms, school uniforms and flight attendant uniforms were all worn by Song Qingju. Zhang Hao enjoyed it and gradually familiarized himself with this. He had never imagined that Song Qingju, who was so dignified during the day, would become very different at night and could be described as being very fancy. Zhang Hao accompanied Song Qingju and lived a flavorful life. In addition, Zhang Hao learned to practice yoga and also learned to make coffee. He also changed his ways and coaxed Song Qingju to be happy. Song Qingju was often made to laugh and the smile on her face was much thicker. Turning to the 20th day. My boy, after being with you, sister is having a very happy time. Song Qingju's face was filled with a happy smile. At the same time, the face was filled with thoughts and planning. 3 years ago, after experiencing the pain of losing her son, as well as the hurt of divorce, she became demoralized and depressed. She felt that life had no hope. She stayed cooped up in this house, hardly going out or meeting people. Until some time ago, she learned the truth that her son's death was not an accident, but man-made, then she rekindled her hope for life. She wants to avenge her son's death. And she was going to have another son. And then raise her son well. At that time, Zhang Hao happened to be chosen by her, and it was decided that Zhang Hao would be utilized for the purpose of getting pregnant. This was also the real reason why Zhang Hao was hired. Zhang Hao was not clear about Song Qingju's calculations and conspiracies. If he was, he would have been shocked into a cold sweat. Sister Song's happiness is my greatest happiness. Zhang Hao's mind was set on thinking of his employer, and he was naturally happy himself. Eating, drinking, and sleeping were all taken care of in Song Qingju's house. Moreover, there was also a generous income of 10,000 per day, and his mood was simply overjoyed. Although not being able to go out and staying in the house all day, sometimes one would feel bored. But with Song Qingju accompanying him, it wasn't lonely. My boy, hearing you say that, sister is very relieved. Song Qingju's current thought was to wait for Zhang Hao's seed to take root. If she couldn't conceive this month, she would continue to employ Zhang Hao. Next month, just keep pestering again. Her purpose was simple and pure. She wanted to get pregnant. She wanted to have a child, her own child. This matter couldn't be known to Zhang Hao. It was her biggest secret. My boy, sister is not a bad woman, we can be like that, sister is too content. Song Qingju was restrained and sensible, not wanting to sink into hedonism except for purposeful indulgence. This was also why, after lingering every night, she had to let Zhang Hao return to the guest room. Sister Song, you are the best woman in the world. Zhang Hao said seriously. This was also from his heart, as Song Qingju gave him warmth and care. In his heart, Song Qingju was a swan-like existence, and he was a toad, being able to eat the swan's meat, and taking the swan's generous payment, as well as very attentive care, he felt that he was lucky enough. Things that made Song Qingju feel unpleasant, or unhappy, he would not mention, much less say a word more. He had learned a lot from Song Qingju. It was no exaggeration to say that Song Qingju was his nobleman. Bah, oily mouth. Song Qingju spat, a bit petulantly. With skin to skin, she got along with Zhang Hao in a more intimate and natural way. This was all a good phenomenon. As long as she was in a good mood, she was happy to indulge in such an atmosphere. She also felt comfortable when she had a little temper and played a little game. Sister Song, I'm speaking from the heart. Zhang Hao wasn't faking his current stance. Anyway, so far, he just felt that Song Qingju was the best woman in the world. Sister knows that my boy is infatuated with me, and also truly likes me. Song Qingju smiled seductively, then organized herself. Alright, not messing with you, I have an appointment with a guest, she's almost here. Chapter 7, Damn, Zhang Hao is being molested. Sister Song, should I hide? Zhang Hao blurted out. After all, Song Qingju had an appointment with a guest. Hide? Why should I hide? Song Qingju smiled adorably. We're together, if outsiders see us, I'm afraid it'll have a bad effect on you. Zhang Hao was very considerate, although it was a bit humiliating to hide, it was better to be smart. In addition, he didn't want outsiders to know that he was in a relationship with Song Qingju. Anyway, as long as he hid, it would be beneficial to both parties. After all, they were only seeing each other as boyfriend and girlfriend, not really boyfriend and girlfriend. If you're worried, hide yourself, don't worry for me, I'm not afraid anyway. Song Qingju opened her mouth with interest. In fact, in her opinion, her guest was not an outsider, Zhang Hao was considered the real outsider. However, she did not say anything to hurt Zhang Hao. For Zhang Hao, there had been no excessive treatment either. Instead, everywhere, she took better care of Zhang Hao, because she was old enough to be Zhang Hao's mom, so there was still some motherly love factor in it. If Sister Song isn't afraid, I'm not afraid anymore. Zhang Hao dismissed the idea of hiding. My boy, so brave. Song Qingju smiled meaningfully. Alright, no more jokes with you, there's no need for you to hide from my guest, however, it's still important to cover up your face, don't let anyone recognize you, it's good for both of us. I'll do whatever Sister Song says. Zhang Hao was relieved, this was much more proper. On the nightstand in my bedroom, there is a mask, go get it. Song Qingju spoke up. Good. A few moments later, Zhang Hao took the mask and walked over to Song Qingzhu. It was a lady's feather mask that could only cover off half of her face. It seemed that Song Qingzhu had planned this long ago, and this feather mask was prepared for him. His relationship with Song Qingzhu wasn't afraid of outsiders knowing, but his identity, Song Qingzhu didn't want outsiders to know. This was quite good, and Zhang Hao expressed that there was no pressure. When the knock on the door sounded, Song Qingzhu instructed, "Go open the door." Good. Zhang Hao put on his mask and walked forward to open the door. Outside the door, there stood a beautiful woman in a black suit. She was Gao Yanxi, Song Qingzhu's psychiatrist. Yeah. Gao Yanxi was greatly surprised after seeing that it was a man opening the door for her. Her face was filled with dismay. Her body couldn't help but take half a step back. After looking at the door number, she was sure that she hadn't knocked on the wrong door. She was clear, Song Qingzhu's person. Since she got sick, she kept herself alone in the house, not to mention contact with men, even outside activities, basically did not participate. This kind of bitter days, Song Qingzhu had lived for 3 whole years. This change now made her secretly happy. It seemed that Song Qingzhu had figured it out. No longer sinking into the pain of the past. It was possible that this man was, in fact, Song Qingzhu's concubine. Hello. Zhang Hao greeted him with a smile. Hello, I made sure that I didn't go to the wrong place. Gao Yanxi lightly patted her magnificent breasts. Please come in. Zhang Hao was polite. Thanks. Gao Yanxi walked in and saw Song Qingzhu lying on the sofa. Her face was flushed and her expression was cozy. It seemed that Song Qingzhu's condition was much lighter. Why are you looking at me like that? Song Qingzhu inquired smilingly. Mr. Song, the way you look now, you have a few moments of your old self, as your psychiatrist, as well as a friend plus a bosom friend. I am very happy to see this change in you. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are considered to be alive. Gao Yanxi was vocal and looked very excited. Alright, don't say such meaty words, lighten up a bit. Song Qingzhu had a breezy look. Mr. Song? Zhang Hao muttered in his heart. Just 2 words could tell that Song Qingzhu's status was extraordinary. Good, very good, continue to maintain your current state of mind. I do hope that I, a psychiatrist, won't have to worry about you. Gao Yanxi's expression moved, genuinely happy for Song Qingzhu. Sit down. Song Qingzhu's eyes showed gratitude. These 3 years, it's been hard on you. Not hard at all, as long as it helps you, it's not hard to give even more. Gao Yanxi sat next to Song Qingzhu, blinked her eyes, and couldn't wait to ask what was on her mind. This little handsome guy, who is he? My boyfriend. Song Qingzhu explained greatly, not a single awkward move. I really guessed correctly. Gao Yanxi said with a big grin, I told you a long time ago that a young and handsome man is your medicine, so that you can savor it, no matter if it's accompanying you or living with you, it's all helpful to your condition, and now it's okay, you kind of listened to my words. Right, it's all because of you. Song Qingzhu was clear in her heart that her condition had only weakened after she thought about it and then had Zhang Hao's company, and it had little to do with Gao Yanxi. Gao Yanxi stood up, walked to Zhang Hao and extended her hand. Hello, I am Gao Yanxi. I just said a lot of words. I believe you understand my relationship with Mr. Song. What is the name of the handsome man? Zhang Hao glanced at Song Qingzhu and realized that Song Qingzhu had no intention of stopping him from introducing his identity, so he said with a big smile, I'm Zhang Hao, nice to meet you. With that, he politely shook hands with Gao Yanxi. As a result, the hand was held by Gao Yanxi and wouldn't let go. He had said his name, but he had leaked his identity information to Gao Yanxi. It seemed that Song Qingzhu really didn't mind that Gao Yanxi knew about their relationship. Then, what was the purpose of wearing this feather mask by himself? How happy is it? Gao Yanxi didn't let go of Zhang Hao's hand. Instead, she grasped it tightly, her gaze full of curiosity, just sizing up Zhang Hao. Anyway, it's just very happy, as high as a 3-story building. Zhang Hao casually opened his mouth. This Gao Yanxi seemed a bit abnormal. That's an interesting answer. Gao Yanxi puffed and laughed, then pulled Zhang Hao a little bit towards her arms. After the distance was close enough, she could only look up at Zhang Hao's face, and said with great seriousness, being able to let General Manager Song favor you, this is your good fortune. Yes, it's my 3rd life's fortune that Sister Song has taken a liking to me. Zhang Hao could feel the hot air blowing out from Gao Yanxi's mouth and nose, rippling across his face. He couldn't lower his head, he could only remain motionless. If he lowered his head a little, he would be in contact with Gao Yanxi's face. If it was any other situation, Gao Yanxi flirting like this, he didn't feel anything. But in front of Song Qingzhu, he was a bit sorry for his employer. Alright, don't scare my boyfriend. Song Qingzhu said. When Zhang Hao heard this, he was much more relaxed. It was still his sister Song who knew to defend him. Alright. Gao Yanxi took 2 steps back and then released Zhang Hao's hand before re-sitting beside Song Qingzhu. Chapter 8 Gao Yanxi is a demonic spirit. Gao Yanxi said with interest, your boyfriend, he is very handsome, his body is very stylish, looking at a rough estimate, his capital is also very solid. Song Qingzhu smiled, she had experienced Zhang Hao's flavor. What Gao Yanxi said was indeed good, even at her wolf-like age, in the hands of the youthful Zhang Hao, she was still screaming. It had to be said that Zhang Hao was indeed a treasure boy. She had picked up a treasure when she met it by chance. Song Qingju laughed. He's wearing a mask. Where do you see that he's handsome? I saw it with my eyes. He looked handsome at first glance. My eyes can't be wrong. Gao Yanqi placed her gaze on Zhang Hao's body. Throw the mask away. I know all about you. It's not necessary at all to cover up like that anymore. Zhang Hao looked toward Song Qingju. After getting a look from Song Qingju, Zhang Hao took off the feather mask. These two women, discussing about his situation, he was unconcerned, but instead, he was secretly pleased. Indeed, he was just very capitalized. If he was ugly, Song Qingju would not have picked him, much less thrown herself at him. It does look much more eye-pleasing this way. Gao Yanqi couldn't help but sigh, her eyes flickering with a longing color. What, are you interested? Song Qingju looked odd. Nonsense, rich men like young beautiful girls, rich women like handsome young men, this is the natural reason, I naturally like it. Gao Yanqi didn't hide her mind, more importantly, she liked whatever Song Qingju favored. She hadn't said anything to anyone about this idea of hers. It was also a bad hobby, right? If you like it, take it. Song Qingju didn't care. Take it? Mr. Song, you're harming me, and no one has stipulated that if you like it, you have to take it, right? I'm a woman with a family, I'm not a random woman, don't encourage me to make a mistake. Gao Yanqi held back her stupid thoughts and made a serious statement. Fine, pretend I didn't say that. Song Qingju didn't care. Zhang Hao was a bit overwhelmed and couldn't interject, so he could only freeze on the side and listen. Song Qingju's attitude was so dismissive that he was a little sad. But he quickly adjusted his state, he shouldn't have such a mindset. Song Qingju was very good to him, but in the end, he was not in the same world as Song Qingju. To put it bluntly, he was just Song Qingju's plaything. Playthings that were bought with money would naturally not be cherished. Zhang Hao was well aware of his status and would not harbor thoughts that he could not have. Of course, he was also very much in the spirit of AQ, soothing himself through self-congratulation. Song Qingju was a big shot, indeed a special thing, and for him to be able to have it in his mouth was a heavenly creation. And to be paid for it was heavenly goodness. As a toad, eating swan meat, no matter what the swan thought, anyway, the toad was very accomplished. Thinking of the swan's demeanor of politely accepting pleasure, he was very pleased. The satisfaction in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Let Song Qingju make fun of him. People should think of the good. Maybe Song Qingju said this to introduce this business of Gao Yanqi to him. Gao Yanqi was very flavorful and charming. If she could become his employer, even if she was a bit older, he wouldn't mind at all. Gao Yanqi said in a positive voice, Zhang Hao, add my WeChat. Good. Zhang Hao could only do as he was told. Song Qingju watched with relish, but there was no intention of stopping him, laughing and teasing. Gao Yanqi, you're still saying that you aren't interested in him? Don't joke, I'm very optimistic about him. Maybe in the future, it will help me in my work. Gao Yanqi was clear about how picky and difficult to serve Song Qingju was as her patient. For Zhang Hao to be able to make Song Qingju look up to him, Zhang Hao naturally had something special about him, and with all of her eccentric patience, she believed that Zhang Hao would be able to cope with them as well. What you said makes sense. Song Qingju said seriously, he's very patient, digests his own temper when he has one, never has a smiling face, doesn't bring his bad mood to others, and also puts himself in others' shoes. Hearing you say that, I value him even more. Gao Yanqi made up her mind. Zhang Hao, how about coming to work beside me in the future? Let's talk about it later. Zhang Hao had a job now and couldn't give a precise answer, so he didn't give a clear yes. My boy, go make a cup of coffee for the guests. Song Qingju ordered. Okay, Sister Song. Zhang Hao's voice was gentle. Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao who was leaving and asked in a lowered voice, this boyfriend of yours, from which clubhouse did you find him? Picked it up outside the door. Song Qingju answered truthfully. Forget it if you don't want to answer, I won't ask, okay? Gao Yanqi subconsciously felt that Song Qingju was lying to her, and she didn't pursue the question, softly saying, how long do you plan to let this boyfriend accompany you? 1 month, or 2 months, 3 months at most. Song Qingju couldn't be sure, the key would depend on how Zhang Hao's seed germinated within her. I thought, you're going to raise him for 7 or 8 years. Gao Yanqi laughed and teased. He's the same age as my son, that's not good, besides, I still have my own affairs, it's impossible to spend my mind on a man. Song Qingju's voice was soft and her attitude was resolute. You just realized now, he's the same age as your son, but it's exciting, isn't it? Do you feel you're 20 years younger all of a sudden? Gao Yanqi was not wistful. Me and him, we've only been living as a couple for 20 days, I believe we'll separate soon, there won't be too many ties. Song Qingju boarded up her face, the joke is here, excessive words, don't say it again. Hey, okay. Gao Yanqi nodded her head, then said with a reluctant heart, you just don't intend to let yourself go, you insist on making yourself live such a tiring life, if Zhang Hao was my boyfriend, I'd be with him every day. I can't live only for myself. Song Qingju looked bleak. Hey, let it be, I won't advise. Gao Yanqi remembered Song Qingju's family situation, so she didn't say anything more. Zhang Hao placed the brewed coffee in front of Gao Yanqi. Not bad. Gao Yanqi took a sip and praised. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Hao was happy. After Song Qingju's tutelage, his level of coffee making was getting higher and higher. Song Qingju is your sister Song, I'm your sister Gao. In the future, when we meet in private, just call me Sister Gao. Gao Yanqi's eyes lit up a bit. Okay, Sister Gao. Zhang Hao's mouth was always sweet. Call out one more time. Gao Yanqi's lips curled up. Sister Gao. Zhang Hao's smiling face remained unchanged. Hey. Gao Yanqi was in a good mood, and being called so by Zhang Hao made her feel like she was several years younger. Chapter 9, Song Qingju's Miserable Past. Your elder sister Gao is now going to discuss something about the condition with your elder sister Song. Do you want to recuse yourself? Gao Yanqi was very good at taking advantage of the situation, always referring to herself as Zhang Hao's Gao's sister, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Sister Song, Sister Gao, you guys chat then. Zhang Hao turned around and was about to leave. At this time, one had to be a sensible person. Song Qingju directly said, don't hide, you listen too. Okay, Sister Song. Zhang Hao sat down. Song Qingju's attitude made him a bit surprised. Miss Song, it seems that this boyfriend really pleases you. Gao Yanqi was surprised. Song Qingju's attitude towards Zhang Hao was indeed not quite the same. Stop snickering and get down to business. Song Qingju glared. Gao Yanqi said in a positive voice, in fact, the divorce was not a big blow to you. After that, your son had an accident, which caused you to give up on yourself, which led to depression. It's been 3 years now, you've been sinking into self-blame, and now that you've come out of it, the effect of depression on you is dispensable. As long as you keep the optimistic mood you have now and stay happy, there will be no problem. Gao Yanqi's eyes showed her admiration. You are psychologically strong, able to control the ups and downs of your emotions and even your desires. It's worthy of being Mr. Song. You've just seen big storms. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to cross over as easily as you did. Song Qingju quietly listened. The so-called depression, she herself felt basically better. Having a strong heart, as long as you don't take the bull by the horns, the problems above the psychological level, none of them will be a problem. Gao Yanqi's expression was relaxed. Song Qingju happened to be such a person, so she was quite relieved. You're lifting me up too high. Song Qingju laughed a little. That would have been the truth. Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao. Your elder sister Gao, does what she said make sense? Yes, it makes sense. Zhang Hao concurred. Song Qingju was a very self-disciplined person, and after he was with Song Qingju, he did not realize that Song Qingju, because of depression, had done anything out of the ordinary. In his opinion, even if Song Qingju was depressed, I'm afraid that she was almost well before she met him. His thoughts were exactly Song Qingju's true state. When Song Qingju decided to look for him, he had already come out from the middle of his predicament and had also planned his life. Two of the most crucial things were to avenge his son's death and to conceive another son. Both of these things, Song Qingju was doing in secret. I'm happy that my boy said so. Song Qingju's expression was wonderful. Lu Dongxing is a scum, no responsibility at all. After you found out that he cheated on you and had an illegitimate child, you decisively divorced him. It was a wise choice. I believe that you won't feel sorry for such a man. Gao Yanqi's face was full of anger when she talked about Song Qingju's ex-husband. She hadn't thought that that elegant and disciplined man was as bad as that. It was me who was blind in the beginning and ignored my family's opposition before marrying him. Song Qingju looked depressed. After living together for so many years, even if there is no more affection, there is still affection. My marriage is in shambles, which is not sad. The tone of voice continued. However, these 3 years I thought a lot, also understand a lot. For Lu Dongxing, this man no longer have any affection. The key to her being able to come to her senses was finding the real culprit who had assassinated her son, and her ex-husband was also indirectly responsible. She wanted to avenge her son's death. She used to feel guilty. She felt that it was because she didn't take good care of her son that he died. Now that she looked away, she didn't feel so guilty. These truths, she would not tell anyone. Gao Yanqi was full of joy. Mr. Song, it is really great that you can think like this. Lu Dongxing became a stranger. It will not be able to cause any harm to you. The knot in your heart is gone. The heart disease is gone. Then look depressed. Just the death of the son. This piece of heart disease, I'm afraid, cannot be dissolved. Leave it to time. Reasoning anyone understands. Only when things happen to you will you understand that heartbreaking grief, and you will be able to truly empathize. Song Qingju guffawed, her smile a little weird. Good thing, I see through it all now. Congratulations, you've truly come alive. Gao Yanqi nodded her head, heartily aching for Song Qingju's experience. Song Qingju looked towards Zhang Hao and asked meaningfully, my boy, after understanding my past, don't you have a single word of comfort? I'm heartbroken by what happened to Sister Song. I don't know how to comfort. I'm afraid that I'll say the wrong thing and upset Sister Song. After all, I don't have the stance or qualifications to say such a thing. Zhang Hao was cautious in his attitude, and when it came to Song Qingju's family, he had to be doubly careful in his words. Song Qingju was such a powerful character. As Gao Yanqi said, Song Qingju's psychological quality was very strong. Even so, Song Qingju had sunk for 3 years. So to say any comforting words, that wouldn't help. My boy is very understanding and doesn't talk nonsense. Song Qingju nodded in relief. It's enough that your heart aches for me. Words of comfort seem fake. Don't say anything. You really know how to spoil your boy, be careful of spoiling him. Gao Yanqi blanked out, crying and laughing a little. My boy is good to me, I naturally have to be good to him as well. Song Qingzhu said in a provocative manner. What, you have an opinion? I don't have an opinion, whatever you say makes sense, you're my patient, I have to give in to you. Gao Yanqi was quite helpless. Cut. Song Qingzhu despised. Alright, can't say no to you alright. Gao Yanqi was defeated. It seemed that this Zhang Hao was deeply liked by Song Qingzhu. Song Qingzhu to find a temporary boyfriend are so good. In addition to Zhang Hao charisma, she thinks Song Qingzhu put Zhang Hao as a son to spoil. Just also do that kind of thing, let her some imagination. It seems that Song Qingzhu is very enjoyable, with Zhang Hao in the day, which belongs to the stimulation, but also good at playing the role of a mother, gave Zhang Hao special warmth. I believe that Song Qingzhu's psychology is also very complicated. It was even a bit deformed. But she didn't care that much, as long as Song Qingzhu was happy, she felt that Zhang Hao embodied enough value. I'm leaving, I'll see you next time. Gao Yanqi stood up, seeing Song Qingzhu getting up to see her off, she hurriedly said, Mr. Song, you sit down and rest, just let Zhang Hao see me off, I'll discuss something with Zhang Hao by the way. Good, you guys go and chat. Song Qingzhu didn't think much of it. Zhang Hao, come with me. Gao Yanqi scowled at Zhang Hao. Good. Zhang Hao nodded his head. Song Qingzhu had said so, he could only obediently listen. He couldn't understand Gao Yanqi's mind, and he felt that there was nothing to talk about between them. Gao Yanqi walked in front, Zhang Hao followed behind, looking at the writhing body, he was a bit skeptical. Gao Yanqi was afraid that she was deliberately showing off. Zhang Hao did not think too much and followed Gao Yanqi to the door. Chapter 10, Song Qingzhu under surveillance. Sister Gao, what is your business? Zhang Hao inquired in a low voice. Gao Yanqi said with a slight hesitation, Mr. Song found you to be his boyfriend, he spent money, right, and how much did he spend? What was the exact process like? Zhang Hao directly said, Sister Gao, don't gossip. Sister will give you a red packet, so you can secretly tell me. Gao Yanqi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhang Hao shook his head with an unmoved look. You don't even want a red packet of $30,000, you're stupid. Gao Yanqi was a bit angry and her voice was raised. Sister Gao, don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Hao had his own principles, keeping secrets for his employer was a professional code. Count on your kid's good sense and not talking nonsense, otherwise, there is no fruit for you to eat. Gao Yanqi changed her face very quickly, and Zhang Hao's performance made her greatly appreciated. Sister Gao, you're too bad. Zhang Hao realized afterward that it turned out to be Gao Yanqi's test. Fortunately, he had his own principle of doing things and was not compelled by the 30,000 red packets, otherwise he would be in trouble. Women aren't bad, men don't love them, what do you say, little handsome? Gao Yanqi's gaze became aggressive. Sister Gao, what you said is all right. Zhang Hao didn't bother to retort, and his attitude wasn't very enthusiastic. Alright, no more nonsense with you, I'm looking for you to ask something. Gao Yanqi looked serious. Sister Gao, you ask. Zhang Hao was very disciplined. The time you spent with Mr. Song, as well as the number of times, please do tell me. Gao Yanqi had her own purpose. Mr. Song's condition is almost healed, I'm afraid that it'll come and go. Knowing this, I'll have a clear picture in my heart. She wasn't interested in gossiping, purely for Song Qingzhu's sake. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment and explained, we are together, it's only 20 days, after lingering once at night, I went back to the guest room to sleep, the rest of the time, we just chat, and a lot of the time, it's me who accompanies her and coaxes her. Song Qingzhu, this person, too rigid and traditional, just don't know how to enjoy life, you take the initiative, serve her well, and sleep with her at night as well, is that okay? Gao Yanqi felt that Zhang Hao played a big role in Song Qingzhu's improvement. So having Zhang Hao accompany Song Qingzhu to sleep with her in the same bed would be very beneficial to Song Qingzhu. No. Zhang Hao decisively refused. He understood Gao Yanqi's implication, but he would not do anything against his employer's wishes. Song Qingzhu is thin-skinned, some of her thoughts don't dare to speak out, you just need to be positive, she won't reject you, I can kind of see that she dotes on you. Gao Yanqi said with good intentions, this is considered my request, please be sure to agree, of course, it won't make you work hard for nothing. After saying that, she transferred $30,000 of hard work to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt that the money was a bit hot, he wanted to accept it but didn't dare to, and asked weakly, Sister Gao, what should I do exactly? In case Sister Song gets angry, I'll be out of luck. You say that you can't let her go, so you want to sleep with her every night. Gao Yanqi was confident, don't worry, she won't reject your good intentions, much less make things difficult for you. Okay. Zhang Hao would be convinced, and under the supervision of Gao Yanqi, he accepted the 30,000 red packets. Remember, this is a secret between the two of us, don't tell anyone, happy cooperation. Gao Yanqi instructed meaningfully. Okay, happy cooperation. Zhang Hao nodded his head. After seeing Gao Yanqi off, Zhang Hao turned around and returned to the house. Song Qingzhu had no interest in knowing what Gao Yanqi had called Zhang Hao out to say, so she did not inquire. This made Zhang Hao breathe a sigh of relief. That night, after lingering. It's time for you to leave, my boy, go to bed. Song Qingju didn't even open her eyes and said this as usual. Sister Song, I want to stay and accompany you, is that okay? Zhang Hao's voice was gentle, and his gaze was filled with longing. This was the first time he had gone against his employer's wishes since he had known Song Qingju. Song Qingju opened her eyes, and a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed past. This Zhang Hao, he really didn't set himself right. Without her permission, he still dared to make such a request. It really was excessive. Meeting Zhang Hao's eyes, she did not have a single word of blame left. After all, he was her boy, she could not afford to spit on him. She could understand that Zhang Hao was bloodthirsty and was attracted by her charms, which was only human. Hey, you bad guy, causing people to shed their refusal, okay? Song Qingju went through a good deal of struggle, and in the end, her foolish desire prevailed over her reason. After her words fell, her entire body became much more relaxed. Sister Song, I knew you felt sorry for me. Zhang Hao slept beside Song Qingju and whispered, Sister Song, every night with you in the future, I want to accompany you. Good. Song Qingju had no choice but to agree repeatedly. Once the cooperation with Zhang Hao was over, it was time to put away thoughts that she shouldn't have. She was just a little worried, just afraid that Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to leave her by then. It would be a bit troublesome if he were to pester her. Hey, I don't want to think about it. We'll talk about the future later. Then, the sound of jingoistic fighting resounded in the room. Song Qingju was not aware that her room was already being watched by the police. The police had found a good room in another building in the neighborhood, set up surveillance instruments, and observed Song Qingju's every move. According to the information gathered, it can be seen that Song Qingju is sick and has been locking herself up in her house to recuperate. This is afraid that she is pretending to be sick, but in fact, she has raised a little white boy by her side. The private life of a rich man, which one is not chaotic. This Song Qingju used to have a good reputation, but that's all surface work. Who knows how dirty it is in private? The two policemen were discussing like this, and right at this time, Qin Shishir and Zhou Haiyang came up behind them. This surveillance point, which had also just been set up, was for the purpose of arresting the wanted criminal Dong Xiang. This Dong Xiang used to be Song Qingju's subordinate. And Dong Xiang, recently, happened to have appeared a few times in the neighborhood where Song Qingju lived. So Qin Shishir suspected that maybe Dong Xiang's appearance had something to do with Song Qingju. So she put a little means on Song Qingju. Team Qin. Those two police officers who spoke, at the moment, their faces were a little unsightly, just afraid that Qin Shishir would reprimand them, because Qin Shishir was most averse to the people around her chewing the cud. You guys are not gossip reporters, do your own job, don't talk nonsense about other people's rights and wrongs. Qin Shishir was not polite at all. Yes, Team Qin. These two policemen drooped their faces, not the least bit unconvinced, with a look of shame. Zhou Ocean looked disgruntled and glared at his two companions before he passed through the surveillance instrument and observed the room where Song Qingju was. Then suddenly his eyes widened, because Song Qingju was with a man, doing that kind of shy thing. Chapter 11 Qin Shishir's Mind. Qin Shishir was beside her. Zhou Haiyang was too embarrassed to look more, and immediately said, Team Qin, you go rest, I'll monitor tonight. No need. As Qin Shishir spoke, she pushed Zhou Ocean away, and with the help of the surveillance instrument, she saw the images of what had happened. I didn't think that Aunt Song had such a side. In Qin Shishir's mind, such thoughts surfaced. She knew Song Qingju. She was Song Qingju's junior. The two families were also considered family friends. At the moment, Qin Shishir's heart was a bit messy. She could never have imagined that Song Qingju would be such a person. Qin Shishir was very patient and just watched the live broadcast for a bit too long. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. Cough cough. Zhou Ocean coughed and reminded, Team Qin, it's better not to watch something like that, be careful of growing pinholes. Qin Shishir was unmoved. This? Zhou Ocean was a bit rushed, and the other two policemen, too, were a bit at a loss. They didn't dare to think that Qin Shishir had any special hobbies. After a long time, Qin Shishir stopped looking and inquired without changing her face, can you find anything? Dong Xiang was in the neighborhood and never appeared again, and we didn't find that Dong Xiang had contact with Song Qingju. A police officer said, the man beside Song Qingju, what is his identity is not known for the time being. I have already arranged for my colleagues to investigate. Figure out, as soon as possible, the identity of that man. Qin Shishir's expression was calm, with waves undulating in her heart. If Song Qingju really did something illegal, she would never show mercy to this Aunt Song. When Zhang Hao's information was placed in front of her, Qin Shishir looked at it carefully. Zhang Hao doesn't have any relationship with the wanted criminal we're trying to arrest, but now that he's crossed paths with Song Qingju, we should also pay attention to him and be careful of him being used by Song Qingju. Qin Shishir understood Zhang Hao's past and had a preliminary judgment in her mind. What Team Qin said. Zhou Ocean looked odd. It's just that this Zhang Hao, his body is also fantastic. What does Team Qin think? Old Zhou, you have a point. Qin Shishir said nonchalantly, he has a face value and a body, 10 of you can't compare. Team Qin, you're making fun of me again. Zhou Ocean patted his big belly, really a little hurt. With Zhang Hao's lustful fortune like that, he could only be envious. Afterward, Joe Ocean said worriedly, Team Chin, Dong Xiang's whereabouts are unknown, he has lost track of him, and we can't find his whereabouts for the time being. Is it useful for us to keep an eye on Song Qingju? Useful. Qin Shishir was very confident, a wanted criminal in hiding, showing up at this time, something must be going on. I'm worried that Song Qingju will do something drastic. What kind of things can Song Qingju do? It seems like Team Chin knows quite a bit about the situation. Joe Ocean was puzzled. It's all my guess, let's hope nothing will happen. Qin Shishir understood Song Qingju's past, so she had her own worries, and these things, she did not say for the time being. After all, nothing was happening right now. At this moment, she was looking forward to being at Song Qingju's side, to be able to get more information about Dong Xiang's situation. Perhaps, Song Qingju and Dong Xiang have met a long time ago, we found out late, and spying on Song Qingju at this time may not yield any gains. Joe Ocean had his own considerations. Tomorrow, I'll pay a visit to Song Qingju and test the waters. Qin Shishir made a decision after a little thought. Team Chin, why don't I accompany you? Joe Ocean requested. No need. Qin Shishir gently shook her head. Turning to the next day, Zhang Hao and Song Qingju were drinking coffee and chatting when a knock sounded on the door. Zhang Hao looked toward Song Qingju, waiting for instructions on whether or not to open the door. Don't worry about it, I didn't ask anyone out, and when I see that no one opens the door, I will leave on my own. Song Qingju was very calm, this was how she had handled occasional situations like this in the past. Good. Zhang Hao nodded. Nay, this knocking on the door would continue to ring after a pause of a few moments. Song Qingju was a bit distracted. Go take a look, don't open the door yet. Aha! Zhang Hao walked up and saw the situation outside through the cat's eye, then returned to Song Qingju's side. Sister Song, it's a woman, carrying a gift in her hand, she should be visiting you. That's interesting, there are still people visiting me. Song Qingju's expression was somewhat wonderful. Aunt Song, I'm Qin Shishir. Qin Shishir's voice was a bit loud, so she shouted twice. Go open the door. Song Qingju learned of the other party's identity, and had this command. Sister Song, don't I have to hide? Zhang Hao had his own concerns. There's no need. Song Qingju looked full of concern. Zhang Hao went forward and opened the door. Please come in. Hello, I'm Qin Shishir, the captain of the city's criminal police team. Qin Shishir extended a hand to initiate the greeting. He had gotten hold of Zhang Hao's phone number, so he was afraid of arousing Song Qingju's alarm, so he hadn't contacted him privately. Now that he had taken the initiative to get acquainted with Zhang Hao, it was also so that he could establish contact in the future. If she could achieve the purpose of spying on Song Qingju through Zhang Hao, she felt very good about it. Hello, I'm Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked apprehensive and politely shook hands with Qin Shishir. He wasn't sure the purpose of Qin Shishir's visit to his door. But the other party was a criminal police officer and a captain, so I'm afraid that things weren't simple. Qin Shishir walked into the living room, saw Song Qingju sitting on the sofa, drinking coffee, and lightly smiled. Aunt Song, I came to see you, and by the way, I brought you some gifts. Zhang Hao, take the gift and go make a cup of coffee for the guest. Song Qingju commanded. In front of Qin Shishir, she no longer addressed Zhang Hao in such an intimate manner. After all, her family and Qin Shishir's family, that was a family relationship. She was also Qin Shishir's elder. Still, she had to pay a little attention to her manners, and was not so casual. After learning that it was Qin Shishir outside the door, she also thought that if she let Zhang Hao hide, it might reduce a lot of trouble. However, she was clear that Qin Shishir was definitely coming from a bad place, so she didn't hide it, or else it would look like she had a weak heart. Good. Zhang Hao agreed, and to his surprise, Song Qingju and Qin Shishir were on good terms. Hopefully, his worries were redundant. Come over and sit down, treat this place as your own home when you get here. Song Qingju was very polite. Good. Qin Shishir sat next to Song Qingju. It's been 3 years, we haven't met, you're now the captain of the city's criminal police force, you must not have a good thing in mind when you come to find me. Song Qingju opened the door and asked about the doubts in his heart. There's a small matter, I want to ask Aunt Song for help. Qin Shishir had a sincere attitude and a cautious look. Say, I'll definitely help if I can. Song Qingju was very generous and did not have the slightest intention of excusing herself. Chapter 12, Qin Shishir's test, Song Qingju's water splash. Qin Shishir directly asked, Aunt Song, have you seen Dong Xiang? Do you know Dong Xiang, where he is now? Who? Song Qingju's eyes were innocent. Say that again, I didn't hear you clearly. Dong of Dongjua, Xiang of Flying, Dong Xiang. Qin Shishir was patient, she knew clearly that this was Song Qingju deliberately playing dumb. Oh, so it's him, remember. Song Qingju looked serious. In the past, killed someone when he was working for me as a driver, and then ran away. Now he is a wanted man. Such a person is very dangerous. I am a decent person, I don't dare to get in touch with him, much less know where he is. Aunt Song, when Dong Xiang killed someone, he was your bodyguard. Qin Shishir reminded. In addition, the man that Dong Xiang killed was a thug and tried to make a move on you. You see, you remember it better than I do. My mind was a bit messed up and I forgot that he had been my bodyguard. I thought it was a driver. Song Qingju was a bit helpless. The person that Dong Xiang killed was the one who had been rude to me. That's not the reason why Dong Xiang killed him, right? As for why Dong Xiang killed him, I'm not sure. Is Aunt Song really not clear? Qin Shishir expressed her skepticism. Since Dong Xiang had never been caught, the reason why Dong Xiang killed him was still unclear. But according to her guess, that person tried to molest Song Qingju, and Song Qingju sent Dong Xiang to kill that person. This was a case from 10 years ago, and it was certain that the murderer was Dong Xiang. There is no evidence that points to Song Qingju. After Dong Xiang killed the man, he fled, which made him a wanted man. It's not clear. Song Qingju shook his head. This is your duty as a police officer, and I also want to know the truth. Qin Shishir's eyes showed a strange color, but Aunt Song, Dong Xiang's family was well taken care of by you. Shishira, you know me, and you know the Song family even better. Those who work for the Song family, no matter if they are drivers or bodyguards, as long as something happens, my Song family will take care of it to the end. Song Qingju shook her head and laughed bitterly. So don't take things like this in doubt. If I was really that bad and dared to do all the murderous things, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Aunt Song has indeed suffered these 3 years. Qin Shishir's expression darkened. I heard that Aunt Song got depressed. Is she better now? Much better, basically cured. Thank you Shishir for caring. Song Qingju was very polite. When Lu Yanjie was a child, he also used to play with my ass. He had an accident. No one wanted to see it. It wasn't Auntie Song's fault. Auntie Song blamed herself and felt guilty for 3 years, and drove herself into a disease, and now that things are better, I'm really happy for Auntie Song. Qin Shishir remembered Song Qingju's son and was also saddened. Let's not mention the past. Song Qingju was slightly lost in thought. Her son's death was her biggest heartache. Dong Xiang has appeared in the neighborhood a few times. I hope that Aunt Song doesn't have any relationship with him. I don't want to see Aunt Song do anything wrong. Qin Shishir's eyes were full of sincerity. Shishir, don't worry, Aunt Song isn't confused and won't give you a chance to catch me. Song Qingju was quite frank. That's good, I trust Aunt Song. Qin Shishir nodded her head. Just at this time, Zhang Hao placed the brewed coffee in front of Qin Shishir. Captain Qin, your coffee. Thanks. Qin Shishir glanced at Zhang Hao before asking, Aunt Song, what is your relationship with him? She was pretending to be confused, as well as to probe Song Qingju's attitude towards Zhang Hao. My boyfriend. Song Qingju said greatly, Shishir, you don't have any opinions, do you? No, Auntie Song is overthinking it. Auntie Song has been divorced for 3 years and is just living on her own, so she really should find a boyfriend. Qin Shishir did not show any undeserved emotions. Song Qingju laughed, the current Zhang Hao is just my boyfriend. After a while, he won't be my boyfriend. She didn't want to make her relationship with Zhang Hao so unclean. She understood Qin Shishir's words. It also implied to Qin Shishir that Zhang Hao was only a temporary boyfriend. That's good. I thought that Aunt Song was fooled by this man's flowery words, but it turns out that I was overthinking it. A person like Aunt Song would not fall for a man's tricks even if she was depressed. Qin Shishir expressed her understanding. She couldn't say anything if Song Qingju had the pleasure of taking Zhang Hao for fun. It was just that she felt that Song Qingju shouldn't be such a person. In her mind, Song Qingju was so dignified and virtuous, and she never dreamed that Song Qingju would have moments of indulgence. My boyfriend is very gentle and didn't lie to me just because I'm a patient. Instead, he took good care of me. The way Song Qingju looked at Zhang Hao seemed to have some affection in her eyes. It's good that Aunt Song is happy. I won't say anything about what's going on between you two. Qin Shishir's gaze flowed, and so far, she hadn't found anything out of the ordinary. In her thoughts, it wasn't impossible that Song Qingju was acting with her. But acting so naturally made her wonder, again, if she was overthinking it. Shishir, what's going on between us? Please also keep it a secret from anyone. Song Qingju seemed to be instructing. Aunt Song, don't worry, I'm not someone who chews the cud. Qin Shishir promised seriously. After leaving this door, she would forget about Song Qingju and Zhang Hao. The current Song Qingju was just a lonely and isolated woman with Zhang Hao, and she expressed her understanding. Thanks. Song Qingju was grateful. Aunt Song, don't be so outgoing. Qin Shishir's expression was a bit odd. Zhang Hao, you're my Aunt Song's boyfriend now. Should I call you Uncle Zhang or Aunt Zhang? Captain Qin, you're making fun of me. Zhang Hao's face drooped. This Qin Shishir seems to be sick. How could he be cross with him? It was all known that he was in a relationship with Song Qingju. To still say something like this, it was definitely intentional. Why don't you just call him Dad? Zhang Hao, I'm serious. Qin Shishir revealed a wry smile. If you're my Aunt Song's boyfriend for 1 day, you have to be my elder for 1 day. Isn't that how it works? Call me Uncle Zhang, don't call me Aunt. I'm worried that you have full-fledged aunts. If I take advantage of them, I'm afraid you'll find me in trouble. Zhang Hao put himself in Qin Shishir's shoes. Qin Shishir froze for a moment, not expecting Zhang Hao to dare to say this. This was taking advantage of her mother's sisters. It really was giving face. Looking at Qin Shishir frowning, which was clearly upset, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, Captain Qin, don't be catty. I'm open-minded, I'm not that kind of person. The dissatisfaction on Qin Shishir's face dispersed. With that, she added Zhang Hao's WeChat rather forcefully. Zhang Hao could only agree, not objecting at all. Chapter 13, Song Qingzhu's tactics, so powerful. Qin Shishir sent a photo message of Dong Xiang to Zhang Hao. This is the wanted criminal Dong Xiang, remember to contact me when you see him. Captain Qin, you think too highly of me. It's impossible for me to meet such a dangerous person. I'm just a small person, and I don't have the chance to bump into such a person. Zhang Hao had no intention to help Qin Shishir keep an eye out for Dong Xiang. The farther away from such a character, the better. He had heard the conversation between Song Qingzhu and Qin Shishir just now. Song Qingzhu did have a reason to send Dong Xiang to kill someone. The police had no evidence and could do nothing about it. There was a lot of right and wrong and grudges around the big shots. He was careless and had to be careful when he broke into Song Qingzhu's life. In his eyes, Song Qingzhu was his employer who was tolerant and took care of him and favored him. It was enough for him to know Song Qingzhu's goodness. He didn't have the slightest intention of meddling in things he shouldn't. He wholeheartedly, single-mindedly served Song Qingzhu, is the biggest responsibility. He didn't dare to think of Song Qingzhu in a bad light. After all, in the future, they would have to live together for a while. He believed that Song Qingzhu would not harm a small person like him. His role and value, that was to be used for pleasure, and there was no motive or reason to disadvantage him. Zhang Hao, are you not going to help me? Qin Shishir said meaningfully, you have to think about it. Dong Xiang is very dangerous and might hurt Auntie Song. Helping me is helping Auntie Song. Zhang Hao pressed the issue. Captain Qin, stop it. If someone harms Auntie Song, I will stand in front of Auntie Song, but I can't do anything else. All right. Qin Shishir did not force herself. It was reasonable that Zhang Hao did not have the guts to participate in something that dangerous. She was still thinking of having Zhang Hao keep an eye on Song Qingzhu, but now she could only dispel that idea. This was because she understood that it was impossible for Zhang Hao to do something that would harm Song Qingzhu just to help her. Song Qingzhu thought in her heart, it's so nice that my boy is still willing to protect me. She didn't know that Zhang Hao was trying to sell himself, which was why he deliberately acted this way. In fact, she didn't believe Zhang Hao's words. However, Zhang Hao's statement made her very flattered. Aunt Song, I should take my leave after disturbing you for so long. Qin Shishir stood up. She was a bit unwilling to come here to try and test the waters without any gains. Take your time and don't see me off. When you are free in the future, come and sit down more often. Song Qingzhu was very polite. Good. Qin Shishir left. After the door was closed by Qin Shishir, Song Qingzhu slowly asked, Qin Shishir's suspicion is very reasonable, my boy, what do you think? Zhang Hao didn't realize that the gentle-voiced Song Qingzhu was in any danger, but at the bottom of his heart, a wave of uneasiness was born. Sister Song, that man was disrespectful to you, being killed by Dong Xiang that was also deserved. All of Zhang Hao's thoughts were on Song Qingzhu's side. Hey, let's not talk about unpleasant things, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Song Qingzhu's mouth lifted slightly. That Qin Shishir, after all, was too tender. Zhang Hao was happy that Song Qingzhu didn't bring up this matter again, or else he really wouldn't know how to reply. That night, Zhang Hao and Song Qingzhu did not linger. Song Qingzhu lay in Zhang Hao's arms, her eyes staring out the window. She was waiting for the fireworks to light up in the air. At that time, what she had planned was done. She had only met with Dong Xiang once, and had already planned what she was going to do. Song Qingzhu inquired in a low voice, my boy, do you know what my son's name is? Lu Yanjie, Sister Song said it, I remembered it. Zhang Hao replied. Remembering important news about his employer and being able to answer when his employer asked was a proper professional habit. My boy has a good memory, my son's name, you can actually remember it. Song Qingzhu was very happy. Zhang Hao's performance made her very satisfied. Her son's name was a thing of the past for many of her relatives, as well as friends. It was as if it had never been here, and many people had forgotten about it. No matter what Zhang Hao's status was, she was very pleased to have this heart. Sister Song, do you miss your son? Zhang Hao's voice was soft. Want, very much. Song Qingzhu's bite was heavy. Do you know what day is today? No. Zhang Hao could sense that Song Qingzhu wanted to chat, so he went along with it. Sister Song, what day is today? The anniversary of my son's 3rd anniversary. Song Qingzhu's tone was despondent. Zhang Hao said in a positive voice, Sister Song, if I were your son and was missed by you so much, even if I went to another world, I would still live a good life because I don't want to see you sad. Aha! Song Qingzhu's voice was very soft, and the tears didn't hold back as they flowed down. Sister Song, cry if you want to, it's much more comfortable when you cry it out. Zhang Hao stroked Song Qingzhu's shoulder. No crying. Song Qingzhu shed 2 lines of tears, and then the tears were controlled by her. She was going to let those who had hurt her shed tears. Her tears were not that cheap. Her son, Lu Yanjie, died in an accident in the eyes of others. It took 3 years of investigation before she had a clear answer. It turned out to be manhwa, who bribed 2 vagabonds, so that the vagabonds disguised as home invaders, and killed his son with 2 shots. This manhwa is Mangyun's brother. Mang Yun is her ex-husband, now wife. The reason she divorced her ex-husband was that she found out that her ex-husband, surprisingly, had gotten together with Mang Yun a long time ago. And at that time, the illegitimate child was 12 years old. The illegitimate child that was once there is now 15 years old. That Mang Weizhong was already dead. His death abroad was 100 times more tragic than her son's, but she still hadn't gotten over it. No one knew that Mang Weizhong had been divided into many pieces, and all the organs that could be sold were sold. It can be described as a corpse with no bones left to die. This was all Dong Xiang's doing. Of course, she was secretly behind it. After Dong Xiang became a wanted man, he hid abroad. After Dong Xiang caught Mang Weizhong, he forced the truth about his son's death. Knowing the truth, Song Qingju slowly comes to life. Revenge, too, unfolded. Mang Weizhong has been dead for almost half a month, and I'm afraid Meng Yan still doesn't know the situation. Tonight, Lu Zhanping will be kidnapped and killed, and the body will be buried. Lu Zhanping is the sacrifice she will make to honor her son. This Lu Zhanping is the son of her ex-husband and Meng Yun. The pain she went through, she wants Meng Yun to slowly go through it as well. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the fireworks lit up in the sky, very dazzling. Song Qingju's face was filled with hearty joy. What beautiful fireworks, what a beautiful night. Yes, so beautiful. Zhang Hao didn't know what kind of thoughts Song Qingju, who was in his arms, was harboring. Watching the fireworks light up in the air, he followed Song Qingju's words to make a statement. My boy, pamper me, be ruthless, don't feel sorry for me. Song Qingju gave the order. With her enemy's son dead, she was happy now. But she needed greater pleasure. Okay, Sister Song. Zhang Hao immediately threw himself into the fray. Staying up in the middle of the night, crazy. Many of the residents in the neighborhood, unable to endure the noise of the fireworks, had already cursed. Where did the fireworks come from? The young couple is making a demon, right? Inside the surveillance point, the drowsy Zhou Ocean, as well as a colleague, were attracted past the fireworks. Chapter 14, Xin Shishir alert, Song Qingju exhausted. The next day, Xin Shishir carried her breakfast to the surveillance point. Zhou Ocean and a police officer who were responsible for squatting, all had dark circles under their eyes and a very sleepy look. I asked you guys to switch your stakeouts, are you all not resting? Xin Shishir asked. Zhou Ocean and this policeman looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. They also wanted to rest, but it was because Zhang Hao and Song Qingju, in the latter half of the night, were too crazy, and it was only at 5 o'clock that the two of them honestly went to sleep. They were just so itching to watch, how could they have the mind to rest? Last night, did anything unusual happen? Xin Shishir inquired. In the wee hours of the morning, there were people setting off fireworks in the small area. It was a bit abnormal compared to usual. Zhou Ocean didn't feel that there was anything wrong either. Xin Shishir didn't think much about it. Although fireworks are strictly prohibited, it can't be helped that some people are messing around, and asked Song Qingju and Zhang Hao's side, can there be any abnormal reactions? After the fireworks, the two of them were very excited and then lingered until 5 o'clock. Zhou Ocean barred his mouth. I don't know if they're tired or not, but anyway, I'm too tired from the surveillance. The two of them, they are also too capable of tossing and turning, how come they don't have enough? The policeman's face was depressed. I almost thought, they don't sleep, they are going to be ridiculous until dawn. Xin Shishir listened to the complaints of her two colleagues and didn't feel anything. Suddenly, she realized something unusual. Something's not right. In the past, when Zhang Hao and Song Qingju were together, after lingering, they would go to bed after chatting. It wouldn't be this late. In the first half of the night, they didn't do anything. It was only after the fireworks finished that the lingering started. Still so crazy, I'm afraid things aren't simple. Xin Shishir's sharp nerves found something odd. The policeman played poorly and said, Team Qin, do you mean that the fireworks that lit up in the middle of the night gave them a boost? You shut up. Zhou Ocean had just eaten a bun and instantly understood what Xin Shishir meant. Team Qin, I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate who the person who set off the fireworks was. Hurry up. Xin Shishir urged. Her complexion was somewhat dissatisfied. If she had been monitoring last night, she would have discovered the abnormality earlier. In less than half an hour, the person who set off the fireworks was found. He was the security guard of the neighborhood. The security guard received money, and he set off that prepared fireworks at a fixed time. As for who the person who gave him the money was, that person wore a black hood and didn't show his face, he only saw a pair of eyes. The police took out a photo of Dong Xiang for him to identify. He couldn't provide any useful information. Zhou Ocean reported the situation back to Xin Shishir and guessed, the person who paid off the security guards to set off the fireworks is most likely Dong Xiang. I've already arranged for a colleague to check the CCTV, so let's hope we can find useful clues. Even if it's Dong Xiang, it's impossible for him to let people set off fireworks for no reason. Maybe he's delivering some kind of message. Xin Shishir got worried. I'm just afraid, something terrible has happened. Zhou Ocean was blaming himself. Team Qin, my alertness was too poor. If I had noticed the abnormality earlier, our reaction wouldn't have been so slow. There is no hurry, take your time, as long as he is Dong Xiang, the more he does, the more clues he leaves behind, we will catch him sooner or later. Qin Shishir didn't have the heart to blame, she was quite confident that she would be able to arrest Dong Xiang. It was almost noon when Song Qingju woke up in Zhang Hao's arms. Sister Song, you're awake. Zhang Hao's arm, still pressed by Song Qingju, was honestly really a bit sore. What time is it? Song Qingju was sleepy, her body soft and weak. 11:45. Zhang Hao hadn't woken up for long, and didn't have the heart to disturb the sleeping Song Qingju, so he hadn't moved, only his eyes admiring Song Qingju's beauty. This night had already been engraved in his soul. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to forget it even in this lifetime. Yeah? It's already this hour. Song Qingju was very surprised, she was accustomed to self-discipline, she didn't realize that she was so tired last night that she truly overslept, and the biological clock she had cultivated didn't even work. She tried hard to get up but found that she couldn't make it. My boy, you're too strong. Song Qingju blushed and ranted. It was really deep in the bones and refreshing. Now that I think about it, my bones are tingling. Sister Song, you insisted on that, I can only listen to you, and I'm exhausted too. Zhang Hao could feel that there was a slight emptiness in his body. Pfft, I can feel it, you still want it now, be honest with me. Song Qingju warned, that look was too cute. I'm young, my fire is strong, this is a normal reaction. Zhang Hao was very disciplined, and he didn't want to make Song Qingju suffer anymore. After all, the current Song Qingju needed a good rest. Sleep for a little while longer, then we'll get up and I'll make you something delicious to make up for it. Song Qingju was very considerate and pulled Zhang Hao into her arms. Sister Song, I'll go cook, so you rest first. Zhang Hao spoke softly. No, let's rest together, this meal today, I must be the one to cook it for you, as a reward for you. Song Qingju was a bit pampered. Good. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. After 2 minutes, Song Qingju breathed evenly and fell asleep again. This sleep was an hour. Song Qingju was really too tired. Zhang Hao just watched, admiring, and reminiscing. Such a beautiful person, such a great person, became like this in his hands, and he was quite accomplished. It was already 1 o'clock when the two of them got up. After eating, it was nearly around 3 o'clock. Song Qingju regained her senses, and became that Mr. Song again, except for her name, she was more intimate with Zhang Hao, and the matter above the bed, she never mentioned a word again. Seems to get out of bed, a bit of pants on the meaning of denial. But the hidden gaze, from time to time to look at Zhang Hao's body parts, eyes flashed imperceptible fascination. My boy, follow me to the study. Song Qingju greeted, then she walked in front, while Zhang Hao followed right behind. Inside the study, there were no secrets. Only a posthumous photo was more conspicuous. That was the posthumous photo of Song Qingju's son. Previously, Zhang Hao was not allowed to step into Song Qingju's bedroom and study casually. Now, Zhang Hao was Song Qingju's bedmate, and this study, which he hadn't entered, now walked in. Everything was showing that Song Qingju was doting on him. Son, you can rest in peace, the enemies who harmed you, Mom won't spare any of them. In Song Qingju's mind, such thoughts flashed through. Looking at her son's voice and smile, her expression was despondent, not at all, the joy of a great revenge about to be avenged. She rather wished that her son would live forever. She knew that it was unrealistic. But the son forever lives in her heart. Chapter 15, The Dead Are the Sacrifices. Son, Mom is here to see you. Song Qingju lit 3 joss sticks, looked at her son's last photo, and inserted the joss sticks into the incense burner on the offering table. Then introduced, this is Zhang Hao, my boyfriend, I brought him to see you, son won't blame me, right? Thinking of the little moments with her son, her face was filled with happiness. Her son was so good, yet he was murdered. At the thought, her heart was cold. Meng Weizhong and Lu Zhanpen are the sacrifices I prepared for you, son, did you receive them? In Song Qingju's mind, such thoughts flashed through. Zhang Hao spoke carefully, Sister Song, don't be sad, your son doesn't want to see you like this either. Song Qingju gently nodded, son, I've decided to put you down, you'll live in my heart, I've been blaming myself all day long for your death, it's been 3 years now, I haven't let myself go, I want to express my guilt towards you by torturing myself, you're very filial, and you surely don't want to see Mom continue to sink down, right? Zhang Hao interjected, Sister Song, if you are doing well, your son will definitely be at ease. To put it bluntly, Song Qingju was somewhat abnormal, like a sick person. That was why he was hired, I guess. If Song Qingju wasn't like this, it would be impossible for him to have an experience like this with Song Qingju. After all, they were people of 2 worlds. My boy, burn incense for my son, after all, you are my man, I want my son to know that. Apart from her ex-husband, Song Qingju's Zhang Hao was her second man, and she had decided that she wouldn't look for another man in the future. So deep in her heart, Zhang Hao occupied a certain position. Good. Zhang Hao lit 3 joss sticks and inserted them inside the incense burner, looking at Lu Yanjie's voice and smile, his heart was filled with regret. Son, do you see? Actually, my boyfriend, between his eyebrows and eyes, looks a bit like you, do you think it's a coincidence? Song Qingju stared at her son's last photo with a complicated expression on her face. Zhang Hao was speechless. He seriously looked at Lu Yenjia's posthumous photo and muttered in his heart, which resemblance? It doesn't look like it at all right. Of course, such words didn't dare to be said. He was afraid of disturbing Song Qingju's pleasure in paying tribute to his son. Song Qingju said it was like, then it was. After careful consideration, it seemed like there really was a bit of resemblance. Son, rest in peace, my boyfriend took good care of me, you don't have to worry about me. In Song Qingju's eyes, a look of relief emerged. If her son was still alive, her man would be her son's stepfather. Unfortunately, her son was dead. Inside the surveillance point, Qin Shishir was persistent and kept observing Song Qingju's every move. At this time, Zhou Ocean hurriedly came and said with an ugly face, Team Qin, someone is dead. Who died? Qin Shishir looked uneasy. Zhou Ocean explained, Lu Zhanping died, the body was buried in the park, and the stray dogs plowed out the body. What I was worried about, still happened, Aunt Song, is it really related to you? Qin Shishir's face sank as she pondered this in her mind. She arranged her work, then brought Zhou Haiyang, and came to Lu Zhanping's home. LV Dongsheng and Mang Yun, when they saw the police officers who came, they were confused. Officers, how are you? But my son, what has he gotten himself into? Mang Yun said with embarrassment, sorry bother you again, my son is still young and unintelligent, give you trouble. Her son, Lu Zhanping, used to get into trouble a lot, but it was all small things, even if he was arrested by the police, she was able to fish him out very quickly. Look at the son you educated, not letting people worry at all, how many times have you troubled the police? Lu Dongsheng looked at his wife and chopped his head off. Husband, it's all my fault. Mang Yun apologized vigorously, then asked, Officer, this time, my son, what has he gotten into? Lu Zhanping didn't come home last night, as parents, aren't you worried? Qin Shishir asked. She knew some of Lu Zhanping's various misdeeds, bullying some young girls of his age, bullying other classmates at school, and often getting into fights. When such a person died, on a moral level, there would definitely be people clapping their hands. But she is a police officer, so she can't have such an attitude. Look at this couple, their son is dead. They still don't know anything about it. As far as they're concerned, their son is just as guilty as ever of something they can fix. My son is 15, he's an adult, he often doesn't come home for 3 to 5 days, I'm used to it. Lu Dongsheng didn't think there was anything out of the ordinary. His son was in his 3rd year of junior high school, he had his own personal space, he didn't have time to manage his son, and gave the right to educate his son, all to his wife. Mang Yun said in a positive voice, my son didn't come home, he must be at his classmate's house to tutor his homework. Alright, you guys chat, if my son gets into trouble, you guys tell his mom, I still have a reception to attend, so I won't accompany you. Lu Dongsheng was about to leave as he spoke. Qin Shishir said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, this reception, I'm afraid you won't be able to attend. Why? LV Dongsheng felt a bit ridiculous. He and Qin Shishir used to know each other because of Song Qingju's relationship. Afterward, after divorcing Song Qingju, he also did not have any interactions with Qin Shishir. Qin Shishir secretly shook her head, this LV Dongsheng, in the past to see her called an aunt, now for this man, no longer have any good feelings, only strong disgust. Lu Zhanping died. Qin Shishir spoke this out. What? Lu Dongsheng was shocked, Qin Shishir, you're not lying to me, right? Impossible, my son is so well behaved, how could he die? What kind of person is heartless enough to harm my son? Mang Yun grabbed Qin Shishir's hand, looking furious. Zhou Ocean said, who killed Lu Zhanping? We also want to know, we came just to ask and see what people Lu Zhanping has offended. This? Lu Dongsheng couldn't answer, anyway, his son had offended a lot of people, exactly how many, he wasn't sure. Ms. Meng, please calm down, cooperate with us in investigating the case in order to help your son. Qin Shishir consoled, looking at Mang Yun's angry appearance, she wanted to sympathize, but she couldn't. Those people my son has offended are all small people, they don't have the guts to do something like this. Mang Yun looked frantic, very sure in general, having her suspicions, it's Song Qingju, it must be Song Qingju who harmed my son. You crazy person, you're still climbing over others at this time. LV Dongsheng slapped at Mang Yun. Lu Dongsheng, you hit me, how dare you hit me? Mang Yun covered her face and looked at her husband incredulously. Chapter 16 Song Qingju's Crisis. You crazy person, you know how to falsely accuse Song Qingju, and I don't know who gave you the backbone to suspect Song Qingju. Lu Dongsheng was convinced that Song Qingju would never do such evil deeds. In his eyes, Song Qingju was the lady of the house. Their son was so obedient and understanding, and the person was very progressive. Unfortunately, he died in an accident. He also blamed himself, if he didn't send his son to study abroad, that accident wouldn't have happened. His divorce from Song Qingju was entirely his responsibility. But he still will miss Song Qingju's good. Because he was the one who did the wrong thing to Song Qingju. Look at his son with Mang Yun, he is so incompetent. When comparing the two, Mang Yun was not qualified to compare with Song Qingju. Two officers, you shouldn't believe my wife's nonsense, I think she's just crazy. Lu Dongxing said, Song Qingju is sick because of her son's death. She hasn't come out of it for 3 years. She wouldn't do such a thing at all. I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. Meng Yun yelled. Meng Weizhong was her brother. Finding homeless people to burglarize Lu Yanjie's house and then gunning Lu Yanjie to death were all her brother's tactics. The person behind the scenes was her. Song Qingju died her son, and under her guidance, she learned about her husband's cheating, and then she divorced Lu Dongsheng. After that, she married Lu Dongsheng. Her son went from being an illegitimate child to being Lu Dongsheng's full son all of a sudden. All of this was developing according to her plans. She never thought that her son would end up like this, should have inherited the rich family fortune, should not be killed off. All of this, Lu Dongsheng did not know. In her eyes, Lu Dongsheng is a little cute. Besides being a flirtatious man, very good at cheating. Regarding her brother Meng Weizhong, she has been out of contact for a long time and has sent people to look for him. She didn't know that Meng Weizhong had died tragically a long time ago. Xin Shishir gave a wink to Zhou Ocean. Mr. Lu, I have a few questions I want to ask you, let's go over there and talk. Zhou Ocean called LV Dongsheng aside. Xin Shishir asked, Ms. Meng, how are you so sure that it was Song Qingju who did such a thing? It's her, it must be her. Meng Yun sounded certain. The truth of Lu Yanjie's death was known only to her and her brother, and the 2 vagabonds who had struck out were long dead. After doing something like that, she had been trembling in fear of Song Qingju's retaliation. It wasn't until her brother lost contact that she got scared. As it happened, when her son was killed, it was the 3rd anniversary of Lu Yanjie's death. She instantly realized that it should be Song Qingju's retaliation that had come, and she was afraid that her brother's loss of contact was also Song Qingju's tactic. Xin Shishir was patient. Ms. Meng, Song Qingju has to have a motive for doing this, right? Meng Yan didn't dare to say what was in her heart. She accused, Song Qingju hates me because I stole her husband. As far as I know, it was Song Qingju who took the initiative to dissolve her marriage with Lu Dongsheng, and it had nothing to do with you. Xin Shishir's eyes burned. Besides, Song Qingju wouldn't hate you just because of something like this, much less murder your son just to get back at you. You're so sure, there must be another reason, right? I'm just skeptical. Meng Yun was a little short of words. Looking at Meng Yun's evasive gaze, Xin Shishir knew that Meng Yun still had a lot of things she hadn't said. Since the other party didn't want to say anything, there wasn't anything she could do. Meng Yun begged, please, you must catch the murderer who harmed my son and make her receive the punishment she deserves. Definitely. Xin Shishir nodded her head. After Xin Shishir and Zhou Ocean left, Lu Dongxing turned to Meng Yun and was punching and kicking her. It's all your fault for spoiling your son, and that's how you created such bitter consequences. Husband, don't fight, it's too late to say anything, wait until you've avenged your son's death, then you can blame me. Meng Yun's nose was bruised and swollen, her appearance was so miserable. She admitted that her own spoiling had spoiled her son. Lu Dongxing lost his mind and sighed long, nearly 3 years, 2 sons died, his heart was so tired. Hubby, let's go see Song Qingju. Meng Yun decided that she would take the recording device and record all the words that Song Qingju said, and then hand it over to the police. You have this kind heart? Lu Dongxing was surprised. I'm also doing this for the sake of my son. Song Qingju's family is very powerful. If she helps us, it will allow us, as soon as possible, to find the real culprit for our son. Meng Yun made an excuse. Good. Lu Dongxing agreed. In fact, he also wanted to go see Song Qingju. When the couple arrived outside Song Qingju's door, Zhang Hao put on a feather mask and then opened the door. This was all arranged by Song Qingju. Zhang Hao said that this was good. His own identity, without being exposed, he would not have any worries. You are? Lu Dongxing looked at Zhang Hao, and a strong look of shock surfaced on his face. He never dreamed that he would meet a young man in Song Qingju's house. Song Qingju was really a fake noble and so proud before, but now she is still raising a concubine. How underhanded. Meng Yun's heart flooded with mutterings after seeing Zhang Hao. Lu Dongxing didn't think so. He felt that a great lady like Song Qingju wouldn't do something out of the ordinary like this. Zhang Hao didn't explain his identity and smiled. Please come in. Thanks. Lu Dongxing was very polite. No matter what Zhang Hao was, since he was at Song Qingju's side, he didn't dare to slack off. Dog, boy and girl. Meng Yun's mind defined Zhang Hao's relationship with Song Qingju in this way. Why are you guys here? Song Qingju looked at the 2 of them, impatience surfacing on her face. We came to see you. Lu Dongxing looked at Song Qingju, his heart filled with shame. Qingju, I'm so happy to see you looking rosy and looking so good. It's great that you finally come out from the pain of losing your son. Song Qingju frowned. Qingju is also something you can call? Sorry. Lu Dongxing looked embarrassed. He was used to calling it before, so he could only change his tone. Ms. Song, I should call Ms. Song. Once upon a time, they had a sweet marriage. Due to his lustful nature, he destroyed this beautiful marriage. He had also failed Song Qingju, who was in love with him. Everything was his fault. He now didn't even have the position to care about Song Qingju. That's more like it. Song Qingju's face looked much better. This once husband was now a stranger to her. With 3 years of sinking, she had long since looked away from a lot of things. For Lu Dongsheng, there was still some relocation of anger. She naturally would not give any good looks. Zhang Hao quietly watched. At this moment, Song Qingju was so imposing, and Lu Dongsheng and Meng Yun were on the side, looking so careful. Chapter 17. Song Qingju was very domineering. Ms. Song, hello, we meet again. Meng Yun walked up to Song Qingju and greeted her with a forced smile. Song Qingju squinted. Your face doesn't look too good, you have a blue nose and swollen eyes, this is a beating, did he beat you? She didn't look at Meng Yun with a straight face. At first, Lu Dongsheng had already had an affair with Meng Yun, she just found out late. Meng Yun intervened in her marriage, she did not resent. She only hated herself for looking at the wrong man. When she learned that her son's death was the result of Meng Yun's poisoning, she hated the woman. She wanted to make this woman lose everything, and also live as if she was worse than dead. I just fell, my husband didn't hit me. Meng Yun's face squeezed out a miserable smile. She showed her wretched side to Song Qingju on purpose. It was because she wanted to take advantage of Song Qingju's complacent energy to record words that were unfavorable to Song Qingju. The recording pen on her body was her backbone. Lu Dongsheng looked calm. Meng Yun was still helping him at this time, she was still considered a smart woman. There's no need to explain to me, I'm not interested in knowing how you got your injuries. Song Qingju didn't care. Looking at Meng Yun's miserable appearance, she was secretly pleased in her heart. But she didn't show it, any abnormal emotions. Ms. Song, you look really good, it looks like you've recovered from your illness, it's really something to be congratulated. In Meng Yun's mind, there was another thought, and she had reason to suspect that Song Qingju's rosy complexion was all the effect of Zhang Hao's man's nourishment. If Song Qingju had still looked dead, she would have been very happy. Looking at her current situation, and then looking at Song Qingju's refreshed appearance, she was very sad in her heart. Against your will, don't say anything, my good or bad chi has nothing to do with you, and I don't need, even more so, such cheap greetings. Song Qingju's face was filled with a mocking look. Ms. Song, looking at you getting better, we are truly happy for you. Lu Dongsheng was very serious, and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. That's right, I think the same as my husband. Meng Yun chimed in. Don't say such nonsense. Song Qingju was impassive and didn't look good at all. Lu Dongsheng went silent. It seemed that Song Qingju hated him very much, and that was why her attitude was so bad. Meng Yun glanced at Zhang Hao and smoothly changed the topic. Ms. Song, who is that man? Can you introduce him to us? A relative of mine, responsible for taking care of me during this time. Song Qingju said in a serious manner. I don't want him to get involved in any right and wrong, so I didn't intend to let him see you guys in his true colors, so you guys shouldn't be curious about his identity. Oh, got it. Meng Yun nodded her head. Since Song Qingju had said so, she didn't care about Zhang Hao's identity. What she was thinking about was that Zhang Hao was in bed, he must have taken good care of Song Qingju, and now that Song Qingju was being so bright and open, it seemed to her that it was just a sign of artifice. Ms. Song is a person of status, letting him wear a mask to meet his guests is very considerate. Lu Dongsheng was very understanding, and he did not think that Song Qingju had any unclean relationship with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked playful. Listening to such a conversation, he somewhat wanted to laugh. When LV Dongsheng and Meng Yun visited, Song Qingju would not have met them at all if they hadn't relied on the door and refused to leave. Now that the two had met Song Qingju didn't let them sit down, and they could only stand. But no one took them as guests. If they were really guests, Song Qingju would have ordered him to make tea and pour water. It seemed that the two of them couldn't stand up straight in front of Song Qingju. As for Song Qingju's identity, he was unable to understand it. The fact that he was fortunate enough to have such a relationship with Song Qingju was simply his luck. Meng Yun whispered, Ms. Song, can we sit down and talk? The things in my house don't like strangers to sit. Song Qingju said directly, I didn't invite you guys, and I'm already upset enough with you guys running to bother me, so don't give me an inch now. Zhang Hao muttered in his heart, Sister Song is so overbearing and characterized. Meng Yun's face was depressed, and she didn't even know what to say. This Song Qingju just wasn't a normal person. It seemed like the disease hadn't gotten better yet. She could only comfort herself like this to feel better. Ms. Song, this time I came to bother you, I really have something to ask for. Lu Dongsheng said weakly. Don't ask me, the relationship between us is not going to be so good that we need me to help you. Song Qingju's attitude was cold and indifferent, and he simply didn't want to listen to any nonsense from Lu Dongsheng. Yes, it's me who took the liberty. LV Dongsheng said in embarrassment, our son died. Meng Yun thinks that you have a wide range of contacts and wants you to help us catch the murderer as soon as possible. He believed his wife's words unconditionally. If he knew his wife's purpose and intention, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come. Who died? Song Qingju was surprised, paying special attention to this question. What was in her heart, only she knew. Lu Zhanpeng, my son with Meng Yun. LV Dongsheng's face was ugly, and he could only explain with a complicated mood. How? How did he die? Song Qingju asked, with a look of regret. Murdered by someone, the specifics, we don't know much. LV Dongsheng sighed with a sigh, such an encounter made him go through it twice, God was really blind. Mrs. Lu, I'm sorry for your loss. Song Qingju looked at Meng Yun and comforted her. Back then, when her son died, Meng Yun had also comforted like this. She now sent such words back. Meng Yun was infuriated. Song Qingju's cry of Mrs. Lu, viewing her as a vassal of Lu Dongsheng, was too much. If she was more polite, she should be called Ms. Meng. This Song Qingju was impolite, she didn't care too much. It was just that she was quite upset when she didn't find any abnormality on Song Qingju's face, not to mention that she didn't record anything that was unfavorable to Song Qingju. She didn't feel that she had suspected the wrong person. It must be that Song Qingju was hiding too deeply. LV Dongsheng, you're a person who is a broom star, born to grudge children. Whoever is related to you is also too unlucky. In the future, it will definitely not be easy. Song Qingju turned to LV Dongsheng and said something like this. Ha? LV Dongsheng was confused. If you looked into it carefully, it seemed like it was really like that. It was just that being born with a grudge against a son was really nonsensical. He didn't admit that he was so unlucky. Miss Song, our son died in an accident, no one can say anything about it, it's all fate. Looking at you letting yourself off the hook and no longer grieving over your son's death, I'm really happy for you. My son is so understanding and doesn't want to see you depressed. My son with Meng Yun, a bit of sin, this son bullied a lot of people, did a lot of bad things, I don't know whose revenge came, it's a bit of blame. I don't have the destiny of grasping my son, please Miss Song, don't joke like this. Lu Dongsheng cried and laughed, and could only defend himself in this way. Chapter 18 Song Qingju's counterattack, life is worse than death. I just said it casually, what's the point of being so serious, ridiculous. Song Qingju's face was filled with a playful smile. Lu Dongsheng stuttered. He opened his mouth and finally muttered. His explanation that was so serious was just a joke in Song Qingju's mouth, and he was furious. Meng Yun was helpless, she could understand her husband's cavalier demeanor in front of Song Qingju. Only, her son was a treasure to her, it was a treasure of her heart, and now that he had died unjustly, and LV Dongsheng had denigrated his son like that in front of Song Qingju, she was extremely annoyed. Miss Song, my son was killed last night, by someone. Meng Yun's gaze shot up, have you heard? Joke, your son died, what does it have to do with me? Looking at me like that and asking me, what does this mean? Song Qingju was very angry. Lu Dongsheng hurriedly said, don't think too much, we don't mean anything. Miss Song, don't be angry. Meng Yun didn't try to get the result she wanted, her heart was very unwilling. Seeing Song Qingju angry, she lowered her stance. Song Qingju sighed quietly, it's just, what a coincidence. What good coincidence? Lu Dongsheng asked. Song Qingju looked away, her eyes filled with disgust. Yesterday was the anniversary of Miss Song's son's third anniversary. Meng Yun spoke out, naturally she was clear about the special nature of this date, it was just that this husband was also too confused. I remember. Lu Dongsheng's face was bashful, he had forgotten about this, a bit unworthy of being a human being. Zhang Hao's complexion was stark, he couldn't help but think about it, last night Song Qingju was so demanding that he still had trouble comprehending it. Now, Lu Dongsheng and Meng Yun's son had died. If it was really related to Song Qingju, that would be too terrifying. Zhang Hao didn't even dare to think so, he didn't feel that Song Qingju was such a person. If it was, Zhang Hao felt that his situation was too dangerous. Song Qingju looked at Lu Dongsheng and mocked, you have other illegitimate children, and now that you don't have a son and no one to inherit the company's estate, are you planning to repudiate this wife and correct another lover? Miss Song, don't joke. Lu Dongsheng's expression was embarrassed, to be honest, he really thought so. Miss Song, I have a good relationship with my husband, don't sow discord here. Meng Yun's face was flustered, she was really afraid of such a situation, she knew exactly what kind of virtue her husband had. If she was really abandoned, she would be screwed. When Song Qingju learned of Lu Dongsheng's affair, she was directly divorced in anger. She was not as proud as Song Qingju, and did not have the courage to do such a thing. So LV Dongsheng's affair, she turned a blind eye to it, and in LV Dongsheng's eyes, she exchanged the evaluation of 2 words of understanding. Since Mrs. Lu thinks so, then it will always be so. The corner of Song Qingju's mouth, the sneer could not be suppressed. My husband and I will just have another child. Meng Yun said with conviction, but she didn't have any confidence at all. She didn't want to act so bad in front of Song Qingju, so she pretended she was strong. Well, it's natural. Lu Dongsheng defended, but in his heart, he didn't have such thoughts. He had long gotten tired of Meng Yun. What made him mind even more was that Meng Yun couldn't raise a child. He was too busy working and didn't have the heart to care about his children, but the children that Meng Yun had taught him were very disappointing to him. Hubby, let's go. Meng Yun grabbed Lu Dongsheng's hand, this place, did not want to stay for a second. Good. Lu Dongsheng nodded his head. No send-off. Song Qingju couldn't help but laugh out loud. After the two left, Song Qingju nodded for himself and muttered in his heart, finished. Then he looked at Zhang Hao and asked, what do you think, what are they doing here? Came looking for abuse, they're like mice meeting cats in front of Sister Song. Zhang Hao spoke. Makes sense. Song Qingju spread a smile, then shook her head bitterly. This Meng Yun, what a fool, to suspect me of harming her son. My boy, do you think so too? Zhang Hao said with conviction. Sister Song, don't say that. I don't have any thoughts. In my mind, Sister Song is the best woman. Well, that's good. Song Qingju nodded in satisfaction. In her heart, she was thinking that this Meng Yun, it was time to pay the price. She didn't want Meng Yun to die. It would be best if she was worse off than dead. That night, Meng Yun walked out from her son's classmate's house, her face full of depression. Now when her son was lost, she can only go to ask, with her son to play good classmates. But the news she poked around made her helpless. She wanted to assist Qin Shishir to catch the murderer, but so far, she wasn't able to provide any help. Meng Yun walked towards a limousine, and the driver got out, ready to open the door for her. Right at this moment, Dong Xiang, who was secretly spying on Meng Yun, rushed to the front on a motorcycle. Without waiting for Meng Yun to react, Dong Xiang threw a bottle of liquid on Meng Yun's face. After Dong Xiang did this, he rode away on his motorcycle. Ah! Meng Yun fell to the ground, her miserable voice traveling far and wide. The driver looked at this scene and was directly stunned. He could sort of see that just now that person had thrown a bottle of sulfuric acid on Meng Yun's face. Now Meng Yun's appearance is simply miserable. In his life, he had never seen such a frightening scene. He didn't get a good look at the man either, because the man was wearing a helmet. The driver who had no choice but to make a call. Song Qingju was lying in Zhang Hao's arms, and her eyes kept looking out the window. Zhang Hao's mind was a bit uneasy, and he vaguely felt that he was involved in the middle of the grudge and feud of a powerful family. Fortunately, Song Qingju was very good to him, and should not do anything to hurt him. It was with this insistence that he didn't think about leaving. Song Qingju did not let him leave. He was really afraid to leave. Just afraid of his own life, encountering terrible danger. When the fireworks once again lit up in the small area, the corner of Song Qingju's mouth curled up. The things she had planned were all accomplished now. Meng Weizhong died a miserable death. Lu Zhanpeng died peacefully. Meng Yun's life was worse than death. This was all the result she had hoped for. Her son should be able to rest in peace. Her heart was much lighter after doing this. My boy, look at the fireworks at night, aren't they beautiful? Song Qingju was in a good mood, her voice was all nice. Beautiful indeed. Zhang Hao appreciated it. Song Qingju faced Zhang Hao. I want it again. Sister Song, I'm coming. Zhang Hao's service was always thoughtful. For Song Qingju's needs, he was using all his strengths to serve her. His aim was that he wouldn't rest until his employer begged for mercy. Chapter 19, Song Qingju is pregnant. Zhang Hao and Song Qingju, on their 28th day together. At night, Zhang Hao slept in the guest room. Song Qingju insisted on it, so he could only be obedient. Zhang Hao couldn't sleep while lying in bed, so he sent a message to Qin Shishir. Captain Qin, has the case been solved? Has the murderer been caught? When Qin Shishir saw this message, she had planned to ignore it, but on account of the fact that Zhang Hao was Song Qingju's boyfriend, as well as the fact that she sympathized with Zhang Hao's pitiful life, she sent some information to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at these text messages and finally revealed a look of relief, no longer having any worries. The murderer of Lu Zhanpeng was caught, and the murderer confessed his guilt. This was a father whose daughter had been bullied by Lu Zhanpeng, so he looked for the right opportunity to kill Lu Zhanpeng. Regarding Dong Xiang, Qin Shishir didn't catch him for the time being. Qin Shishir suspected that the person who made Meng Yun disfigured was Dong Xiang. Meng Yun's end was very bad. According to the news given by Qin Shishir, Meng Yun had gone crazy and had been sent to a mental hospital. Zhang Hao wasn't surprised that Meng Yun had lost everything. Lu Dongxing no longer treated his wife after her disfigurement, and it was Meng Yun's fault for being able to come to this end. I knew that Sister Song is not that kind of person. In Zhang Hao's heart, such thoughts surfaced. Even if there were some speculations, he didn't want to think of Song Qingju in a bad light. Because Song Qingju was really good to him. In his opinion, it was the good woman. Qin Shishir had many opinions of her own, but with the evidence at hand, no one could ignore it. She could only guess that Song Qingju had done something wrong and was just using others to achieve her own ends. She didn't have any evidence, so there was nothing she could do. Song Qingju's eavesdropping on Zhang Hao began again. My boy is quiet and hasn't said anything bad about me, how nice. Song Qingju murmured until Zhang Hao went to sleep, and then she also fell into a deep sleep. The next day passed very peacefully. Zhang Hao still slept in the guest room. By the last day, which was what Song Qingju had said, the time for hiring for a month had arrived. Song Qingju did not say anything about renewing the contract, so Zhang Hao did not ask much. After lunch, Song Qingju said, My boy, do I remember our agreement? Remember. Zhang Hao nodded. My purpose has been achieved, and our employment relationship is coming to an end. Song Qingju's face was calm, and even though there were 1,000 reluctance in her heart, she did not reveal half of it at this time. Sister Song, I'm going to leave, aren't I? Zhang Hao inquired cautiously. Yes. Song Qingju didn't bother to look at Zhang Hao's eyes for fear that she couldn't bear it in her heart. I know. Zhang Hao asked softly, Sister Song, what is your purpose? Can you tell me? Can't, don't ask. Song Qingju was resolute and instructed, go to the guest room, pack up your things, don't come out if I didn't ask you to, I still have to meet a guest. Yes. Zhang Hao slowly walked away and locked himself into the guest room. My boy, still so obedient, it's really a bit sad to part with him, it's just that, we're not suitable, we can only be a couple for a short period of time, we can't stay together for a long time. Song Qingju looked at the closed door of the room and murmured in a low voice. She and Zhang Hao, after all, were people of two worlds. Getting too deeply involved would not be beneficial to anyone. Severing this sinful relationship as early as possible would be beneficial to both of them. She wondered if her boy was crying at this time. Even if he wasn't crying, he must be very sad. She recalled the little bits and pieces of her life with Zhang Hao, her indulgent side, but all of it was shown to Zhang Hao. This was the most ridiculous time in her life. To put it bluntly, she did not treat Zhang Hao as an equal man. With this relationship of employment, Zhang Hao was her tool, or her plaything. A knock on the door disrupted Song Qingju's thoughts. She opened the door and invited Gao Yanqi in. Mr. Song, where is your boyfriend? Gao Yanqi glanced around and couldn't help but be a little curious as she didn't find Zhang Hao's figure. He's in the guest room, later on, he'll be able to go with you. Song Qingju took the initiative to end her relationship with Zhang Hao. In the future, let Zhang Hao follow Gao Yanqi to mingle. With Zhang Hao's patience and ability, he should be able to earn enough money. She did not intend to gift her money to Zhang Hao for fear that Zhang Hao would drift and lose himself. It was better to take money earned one step at a time and hold it without burning her hands. Come with me, this is naturally the best, as long as you are willing to give it up, I don't have any problems. Gao Yanqi just looked at Song Qingju, not realizing that on Song Qingju's face there were emotions of longing. She mourned for Zhang Hao for 3 seconds. It seemed that Song Qingju could afford to let go and didn't take Zhang Hao seriously. What's there to give up? You know our relationship, so don't say such sarcasm. Song Qingju chided, with some thunderous gestures on her face. Alright, I won't say anything, I respect your choice and understand it. Gao Yanqi secretly shook her head, she understood Song Qingju's character, so she didn't say words of admonishment. Let me tell you something. A happy smile appeared on Song Qingju's face. What? Gao Yanqi was surprised. I'm pregnant, I'm finally pregnant with a son. Song Qingju was very concerned about this matter and looked especially happy. After she knew the truth about her son's death, she was ready to have another son, and then put love and care on this son, and use it to fill her life. She was ready to get pregnant before she met Zhang Hao. It was not until Zhang Hao appeared within sight that she took Zhang Hao as her prey. That was her purpose. A purpose that Zhang Hao asked about and she didn't say anything about. Mr. Song, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Gao Yanqi smiled, this mind of Song Qingju was naturally clear to her. Thanks. Song Qingju's face was full of happiness. Gao Yanqi asked in a low voice, is it really confirmed? I've tested myself 4 times, I can confirm it, when I leave here, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Song Qingju was full of confidence, this residence was just a temporary place for her to stay. She had already planned that after Zhang Hao left, she would leave from here and find a quiet place to raise her baby. Good, that's how it should be, I'll accompany you when you need me. Gao Yanqi was very happy that Song Qingju could have this change now. Just tomorrow. Song Qingju smiled. Good. The smile on Gao Yanqi's face just never dispersed. Song Qingju's life, there was a new hope, it was just too good to be true. She also believed that Song Qingju's illness was completely cured. Gao Yanqi said with an odd look on her face, Mr. Song, just how are you sure that what you're carrying must be a son? The seed that my mother is carrying is definitely a son. Song Qingju's tone was a bit brash, not reasonable at all. Mr. Song is bossy. Gao Yanqi laughed cheerfully. Chapter 20, My boy, forget about me. Gao Yanqi asked, does he know about your pregnancy? Why should he know? I'm pregnant with my own child, there's no need for him to know. Song Qingju's tone was strong, besides, my child has nothing to do with him. Really no relationship? After all, he is the father of the child. Gao Yanqi was a bit unable to understand Song Qingju's brain circuits. Song Qingju's expression was serious, he's not the father of the child belongs to me alone, it has nothing to do with him, for me to get pregnant like this, it's no different than taking seeds from a sperm bank. Gao Yanqi looked derisive, is there really no difference? She was defeated by Song Qingju's logic. But it was understandable, it was the best possible outcome. Song Qingju had realized her purpose, and Zhang Hao was not at a disadvantage either. This was rather a mutually beneficial deal. It was best for Zhang Hao to be a confused person. In case he knew the truth, it would be troublesome. What difference can it make? No difference. Song Qingju spoke, the bottom line was obviously lacking, remembering Zhang Hao's body temperature, to say the difference, so that pregnancy she felt differently. Just keep your mouth shut. Gao Yanqi shook her head, let's see how you'll cope when the child understands and wants a father. I'll just say I made a mistake and then had my child. Song Qingju said with a big grin, besides, there are so many single-parent children nowadays, it doesn't make sense for my child to insist on a father. Fine. Gao Yanqi was speechless. As for what would happen in the future, it was useless to say more now. Zhang Hao was pitiful, so she would just be pitiful for 3 minutes. You take a seat first, I'll go take a look at Zhang Hao and see how he's cleaned up. Song Qingzhu got up and walked to the door of the guest room before knocking on the door. Zhang Hao opened the door and saw that Song Qingzhu's face was filled with joy, and he greeted him with a smile as well. Sister Song. Song Qingzhu nodded gently and asked, how are things packed? Packed. Zhang Hao didn't have much other than the clothes Song Qingzhu had spent money on for him. He didn't have any other items. What it was like when he came, it would be the same when he went. The words were true, but he just felt that things shouldn't be like this. He didn't seem to have left anything behind with Song Qingzhu. But he took away a lot of things. Song Qingzhu had taught him a lot of things, and this was all something that he, in particular, was grateful for. Song Qingzhu closed the door to her room, gazed at Zhang Hao, resisted the urge to hug Zhang Hao, and hesitantly said, after you leave from here, forget about me. She didn't want Zhang Hao to forget her, but words like this had to be said. I'm afraid I won't be able to forget Sister Song, but I won't say to anyone a single word about Sister Song. I'll keep Sister Song in my heart. Zhang Hao spoke his heart out. When he accepted this job, he had cautioned himself many times not to move his emotions. But he still moved a little bit of emotion. He was an orphan and should have been heartless. But in Song Qingzhu's case, even if he wanted to be desperate, he couldn't be that decisive. Alright, I won't advise you, I can't sway your feelings. Song Qingzhu bit her lips and whispered, it's just that, you're about to leave, you won't hate me, right? Zhang Hao looked serious. No, I only have gratitude for Sister Song. No matter where I speak from, I also only have gratitude. Hearing you say that makes me much more comfortable. After all, I'm a bit of a beginner to you. Song Qingzhu blamed herself a little. When she hired Zhang Hao, she had taken Zhang Hao completely for a ride. At that time, she looked down on Zhang Hao's character. After coming into contact, she had discovered a lot of good qualities from Zhang Hao's body. At this time, there was also some heartache for her boy. Sister Song, you must not say that. Zhang Hao discovered the reluctance on Song Qingzhu's face. He felt that it was enough. He was self-aware, but he didn't have any half-hearted entanglements. He and Song Qingzhu had so many beautiful memories, and remembering that was enough. When they met in the future, they would treat them as strangers, not bothering each other, which was good for Song Qingzhu. Alright, I'm not going to nag you anymore. If we continue to catch up like this, I feel like I've become a sinner. Song Qingzhu was silent for a moment, before she said with a painful determination, Gao Yanqi is waiting for you, you guys leave together. Alright, Sister Song, I'll be going then, I'll see you later. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then walked out of the guest room. Song Qingzhu did not turn around and faced her back towards Zhang Hao. She did not want others to see her vulnerable expression. Meeting Gao Yanqi's smiling face, Zhang Hao greeted, Sister Gao. Aha! Gao Yanqi nodded and raised her voice, Mr. Song, do you have anything else? If there's nothing, we'll leave? Nothing, let's go. Song Qingzhu didn't even return his head. Shall we go? Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao. Good. Zhang Hao followed Gao Yanqi's footsteps. Only when the door to the room closed did Song Qingzhu turn her head, looking at the figure that had long disappeared, her eyes a little moist. My boy, goodbye, I hope we never see each other again. Song Qingzhu muttered to herself, her fists clenched together. Then laughed, I am the Hello General Manager Song, how is it all a person with status, how did I become so twisted, is not just that I feel a little sorry for Zhang Hao, anyway, he is not a loss, why should I be so pretentious? After thinking about it, the whole person was much more relaxed. With a smile on her face, she observed everything in the house. This little cutie, how come he's so honest? I put so many valuable things in conspicuous places, and he didn't take away a single thing, really a little cutie. Song Qingzhu shook her head and smiled bitterly. She had nothing more to say about Zhang Hao's approach, she could only think that it was a little cutie. In the small area, Zhang Hao raised his head and glanced at Song Qingzhu's house, having a feeling of not being able to leave. During the month he was with Song Qingzhu, he was Song Qingzhu's boyfriend, and from Song Qingzhu's body, he earned $300,000. Gao Yanqi Extra also transferred $30,000 to him. Now he had a bit of a bulging wallet. This was a huge amount of money. In the past, he had never seen so much money. Now in just 1 month, he had this much money. Thinking about it carefully, it really felt like a dream. In fact, being with Song Qingzhu was indeed like a dream. He was a small character who was able to have skin-to-skin contact with Song Qingzhu, and aside from his own good looks, he felt that Song Qingzhu was a bit abnormal before he took him in. Either way, it was his luck. After not going out for a month and living in the house all day, now that you've seen the light of day again, do you feel particularly free, and are you tired of this month's experience? Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao and asked a question she was concerned about. No. Zhang Hao laughed, I've had a good, happy month. Chapter 21 Gao Yanqi's molestation, it's so bad. Now that you're leaving, are you sad to leave? Gao Yanqi's gaze was a little deep. It's true that I can't part with it, but I have to go. Zhang Hao boasted that he was also a person who could afford to let go. It's very good that you have this realization. Gao Yanqi smiled meaningfully. In fact, you are just Song Qingzhu's tool. When you are together, she will spoil you and love you. Once you leave, you are nothing in her eyes. She put it very bluntly and realistically. It was in the hope that Zhang Hao would forget this experience as soon as possible. She knew that Song Qingzhu hired Zhang Hao, had her own agenda, and that Song Qingzhu was a bit abnormal at that time, which was why she looked at Zhang Hao. Otherwise, Zhang Hao did not even have the qualifications to get close to Song Qingzhu. Zhang Hao drooped his face. I know, but when you say this, it's too hurtful. Just let's all be clear about it. Okay, I won't say it. Gao Yanqi just hoped. Zhang Hao is a smart person, don't have any more illusions about Song Qingzhu, otherwise there is no good fruit to eat. Zhang Hao whispered, people should be self-aware, I understand. Gao Yanqi nodded her head reassuringly, then asked, by the way, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Yeah, where to? Zhang Hao was confused. After being hired by Song Qingzhu, he quit his job, and the small house that he shared with others, he retired. Now that he had been living by Song Qingzhu's side for a month, suddenly, he didn't even have a place to stay. Take me to a cheaper hotel first, I'll stay there first and then rent a room. Zhang Hao thought, well, now that he had some money, when he rented a room, he would choose a better one. At the same time, he set a small goal for himself to work hard to earn money and buy a house of his own first. Gao Yanqi didn't realize that Zhang Hao didn't even have a place of his own. It was really pitiful. Her heart flooded with sympathy and said, you have to work with me in the future, I'll cover your accommodation, now go somewhere with me. Okay, thank you Sister Gao. Zhang Hao didn't think too much about it and just thanked politely. Zhang Hao got into Gao Yanqi's limousine and arrived at a small neighborhood. Then he took the elevator and arrived at the 18th floor of a building. Gao Yanqi entered the password to open the door and put the password on the door for Zhang Hao to memorize. After entering the house, Gao Yanqi said, this house, my husband and I lived in the early years, it's a bit simple now, I will arrange for someone to come over regularly to clean it, it's been a long time since I've lived in it. For now, you can live here first, in the future, you will be responsible for the hygiene of the house, think of it as rent. Sister Gao, thanks. Zhang Hao naturally understood that Gao Yanqi was good enough to take such care of him, which was indeed rare. The house looked huge, at least 100 square feet. In his opinion, this was an extravagant place to live, and if he rented it, the price must be very high. Don't keep thanking me with your mouth, without a bit of practical action? Gao Yanqi threw a wink. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, the speed of Gao Yanqi's face change caught him a bit off guard. He made a serious statement, tell me, Sister Gao, how do I need to thank you? As long as I can do it, I promise to satisfy you. Follow me. Gao Yanqi twisted her petite body and went to the bedroom, where her wedding photo with her husband was still hanging on the wall. Zhang Hao followed behind Gao Yanqi. In his heart, he could not help but think about it. Could it be that this Gao Yanqi was having mischief in her heart towards him? Taking care of him, just to take advantage of him. However, Gao Yanqi looked, and Song Qingzhu aged similar. If Gao Yanqi want to do that, the price to give a fair words, he is happy to serve. After all, Ko Yun he knew which line of work she was in. Is sister pretty? Gao Yanqi winks, basically sticking with Zhang Hao. Pretty. Zhang Hao spoke the truth. Let you serve me, are you willing? Gao Yanqi followed the temptation, exuding charm with every knit of her brows and smile. Brother is naturally willing. Zhang Hao did not make any moves, just letting Gao Yanqi tease around. Compared to Song Qingzhu, who was more beautiful? Gao Yanqi's lips hooked up, her eyes filled with tenderness. Sister Gao, don't ask such a boring question. Zhang Hao was a bit headstrong, he felt that his words were unimportant, and even more so, he did not want to answer such a question. Silly brother, saying who is beautiful in front of whoever is in front of you, you don't understand such simple logic, so stupid. Gao Yanqi stretched out her finger and nodded twice at Zhang Hao's mouth. It's still Sister Gao who is smart. Zhang Hao responded with a smile, he wouldn't say anything bad about Song Qingzhu, so he didn't praise Song Qingzhu in front of Gao Yanqi. How about 10,000 at a time? Gao Yanqi lightly bit her lips. Good, Sister Gao is so generous. Zhang Hao smiled, being so generous, he was quite fond of it. He also did not expect that he was so expensive. It seemed like he was the one who had met a generous gold master. He smiled and asked, Sister Gao, when is the checkout? Cluck cluck cluck. Gao Yanqi laughed cheerfully and joyfully before pushing Zhang Hao away. She could feel that Zhang Hao was reacting. He was really young and vigorous, and he couldn't resist this bit of temptation. She was delighted that she had such charm. Gao Yanqi collected her thoughts, she was afraid that if she went on like that, it would really rub off on her. To be honest, messing with it made her think a bit. However, she wasn't thinking about what to do with Zhang Hao. The actions just now were just flirting. Put away the thoughts that you shouldn't have, your elder sister Gao is a decent person who just likes to have a good time, but she doesn't mean to be like that with you. Gao Yanqi organized her agitated emotions and made herself appear calm. Okay, Sister Gao. Zhang Hao understood and did not make any rash moves. It was really a wasted pleasure. 10,000 at a time, he really thought that he was worth a lot of money. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Gao Yanqi's casual babbling. This harmful goblin, really excessive Fooled him so hard. When his blood boiled, he unexpectedly slammed on the brakes. I'm still attracted to you, it doesn't make sense that I've lost my attraction to him. Gao Yanxi looked at her husband on top of the wedding photo and was in a very depressed mood. Her husband hadn't touched her for almost 3 months. Perhaps, it was really tired of it. Zhang Hao was a bit surprised, so what Gao Yanxi did was to test her charm. Gao Yanxi's words, he treated them as if he hadn't heard them. There was no need to strike up a conversation when it was about someone's husband. You live here, I'm a little bit of a golden house to hide a girl, it's comfortable to think about it. Gao Yanxi spread a smile, not letting the negative emotions affect her. I feel the same way, I'm like Sister Gao's lover now, Sister Gao can come and pamper me whenever she wants. Zhang Hao was much more casual, since Gao Yanxi liked to go over the top, he could only go along with it. He expressed that there was no pressure in saying such words. Alright, sis won't be poor with you, I still have something to do so I'll leave first, you rest for a few days, don't be in a hurry about work, wait for my news. Putting down these words, Gao Yanxi left in a hurry. Chapter 22 Zhang Hao's new employer, the once school flower. Zhang Hao stayed at ease. When he woke up the next day, he was a bit uncomfortable. Without Song Qingzhu by his side, it felt a bit empty. He shook his head and got out of bed after shaking off the thoughts he shouldn't have. After simply washing up, he left the residence. There were a lot of things to do today, all the necessities had to be bought, and in the future, he would have to cook and eat by himself, and in the meantime, he would be able to improve his cooking skills. In the future, I will be able to improve my cooking skills, so that I can cook delicious meals for my employer. A qualified practitioner, to be ready to serve the employer. Song Qingzhu walked out of the hospital accompanied by Gao Yanxi. I told you I was pregnant with a son, now you finally believe me. Song Qingzhu's face was filled with joy, this period of time was not in vain after all. Believe it, believe it. Gao Yanxi rolled her eyes, now it's just a confirmation that you're really pregnant, and there's no way to find out if it's a boy or a girl, so you shouldn't be obsessed with having a son. Song Qingzhu said with a straight face, the seed I'm carrying, it must be a son. Good, it's a son. Without arguing, Gao Yanxi agreed to Song Qingzhu's brash logic. Gao Yanxi sent Song Qingzhu to her residence and asked, that man is gone, are you still used to it? Not too used to it. Song Qingzhu's complexion sank, but it's okay, I'll get used to it after a few days. Gao Yanxi sighed with emotion, I know you're not heartless, you're just disappointed in men, you hired Zhang Hao at that time, that was his creation, otherwise where would he have the qualifications, to touch your body At that time, I was sick, and thought a bit extreme, which led to what happened later, in fact, this is quite good, I carried this child, so I don't need to worry about any trouble. Song Qingzhu blamed herself a bit, after all, when she hired Zhang Hao was still a boy. With her current state of mind, she could no longer do something ridiculous like that. When she was with Zhang Hao, she was happy. That was enough. Actually, if you plan to remarry, there are plenty of good men waiting for you to pick. Gao Yanxi laughed, with Song Qingzhu's status and position, it wouldn't be any problem at all, and there were plenty of men who took the initiative to rush forward. Raising smelly men is better than raising children. Song Qingzhu stroked her stomach with an obstinate expression on her face. She had once valued that husband so much and ended up in a miserable situation. Disappointed with men. And didn't plan to remarry. Raising a child became her obsession. Alright, I won't advise. Gao Yanxi looked forlorn, she also felt that men couldn't be relied on, she had a husband, but it was similar to not having one, she still lived a lonely life. She also wanted to hire a boyfriend to relieve her bitterness. But the shackles of her heart restricted her, so she didn't dare to mess around. Song Qingzhu laughed, I have my own thoughts, there's no need for you to persuade, besides, no one can change what I've decided. That's true. Gao Yanxi guffawed, by the way, do you want to know about Zhang Hao's situation? Song Qingzhu's eyes flashed, snuffing out her unwillingness and attachment to Zhang Hao, and said decisively, when you're with me in the future, don't mention anything about that man again. Good. Gao Yanxi agreed. Zhang Hao's days alone were more pleasant. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 days passed. At noon that day, Zhang Hao got into Gao Yanxi's car and rushed to his employer's home. Do you know everything about the employer's situation? Gao Yanxi softly inquired. All grasped. Zhang Hao's current identity was Gao Yanxi's assistant. The word assistant directly raised his status. Because Gao Yanxi was a person with status. Last night, Gao Yanxi had already sent him the employer's situation, all of it. The patient's mother took care of me, this time you go as a caregiver, you have to perform well, it's also considered helping me. Gao Yanxi was a bit worried, just afraid that Zhang Hao would not be able to adapt to this job. Sister Gao, just don't worry, I won't let you down. Zhang Hao felt that he could handle this job. The important thing was that the daily wage of $15,000 motivated him. After a day's work, he would get a day's pay. The employer has put the money into my account, from now on, I will pay your salary, no matter what, you have to stick to it for a month first, if you really can't serve the patients, give me a word in advance. Gao Yanxi had her own concerns, after all, this patient had driven away 9 caregivers. She was also afraid that Zhang Hao was really incapable. She was taking a big risk by letting Zhang Hao go to the escort. Zhang Hao was confident. Sister Gao, just watch my performance. Good. Gao Yanqi's eyes showed her appreciation, then she said, tell me what you know about the patient's situation. Zhang Hao said, Gu Yao, a year ago, got drunk and raced a car on the road. As a result, the car crashed on the side of the road. Gu Yao's right leg was gone from the knee down, and her boyfriend who was in the same car died. At the time of the accident, Gu Yao had just graduated from a prestigious university and was now 23 years old. After the accident, Gu Yao gave up on herself and never thought of living. Now she spends her whole day eating and waiting for death, not holding any hope for life, and has had several suicidal experiences. Gao Yanqi nodded her head in relief, then cautioned, remember what I told you, don't get emotionally attached to patients. Aha! Zhang Hao agreed. With Gu Yao's current state, if the situation improves, she will become dependent on you. You have to grasp the balance, just do your part. Your employer's body cannot be touched, and even more so, you cannot let your employer touch your body. Gao Yanqi said all the things that should be said. As for what should not be said, it was not said. When Zhang Hao touched his employer, he would learn the rest. Saying too much now would not help at all. Sister Gao, I know what to do. Zhang Hao smiled. It was a basic principle not to talk about love with the employer. It was even more important not to have a lingering affair. This was the rule. He would protect himself from his employer taking advantage of him, and when his employer took the initiative, just gently refuse. Gao Yanqi laughed a little. You have this confidence, this is very good, but it is inevitable that the patient will make a move on you. I can't afford to mess with the patient's mother, and you can't afford to mess with her even more, and if we do something we shouldn't do, we will all be in trouble. Sister Gao, I've memorized all your words. I'll give you my assurance that what you're worried about will never happen. Zhang Hao patted his chest. The patient was the school flower when she was in school. Her beauty level is self-evident. You have to have enough self-control. Gao Yanqi admonished meaningfully. Sister Gao, I know all these situations, trust me. Zhang Hao's determination was great. After being with his employer, he had to be responsible for urination and defecation, as well as bathing and dressing. When he slept at night, he had to sleep on the side to accompany him, just for fear that his employer would seek death. That's why he gets paid $15,000 a day. The responsibility is very big. Zhang Hao felt that it was completely reasonable for Gao Yanqi to have such worries. Chapter 23, Gu Yao is not easy to serve. This is a proper job. Zhang Hao muttered in a small voice, taking care of disabled patients, he felt great. Gao Yanqi caught the words in question. What do you mean by that? Is it immodest to be a boyfriend to Song Qingju? Sister Gao, I don't mean this, don't misinterpret my meaning, okay? Zhang Hao cried and laughed. Song Qingju was his valued person, and he didn't want to say a single bad word about her. That's more like it. If you dare to defame Song Qingju, you won't have any good fruit to eat. Gao Yanqi intimidated for a moment before saying, your elder sister Gao is a decent person, so naturally, all the jobs she gives you are decent. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly. Gao Yanqi turned her words around and said, however, I also have immodest jobs here that require you to pay for your youth, so I'll introduce them to you later. The business that Sister Gao is talking about is yourself, right? Zhang Hao was unkind and teased as well. Ah, that's right, it's myself. Gao Yanqi was very fond of hearing such words and laughed. I'll look for you to serve me when sister needs your services. Yeah. Zhang Hao agreed one by one. Good you big head, you all dare to eat your elder sister Gao's tofu. Gao Yanqi gave a blank look. This Zhang Hao was really on the ball. Knowing that she liked to have a mouthful, she satisfied her hobby. In that case, it really was a talent. Sister Gao is so charming, I naturally want to eat your tofu. Zhang Hao coaxed and said whatever Gao Yanqi liked to hear. Okay, I'll give it to you to eat later, just wait. Gao Yanqi began to fantasize, but it was just a thought. This kind of feeling, she was happy to enjoy it. The kind that costs 10,000 at a time, guaranteed to satisfy Sister Gao. Zhang Hao brought up what Gao Yanqi had said. Okay, no problem. Gao Yanqi giggled happily. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up. Sister Gao, you are so generous. It's useless to praise me now, let's see the specific quality of service when the time comes. If you can't do it, 200 at a time is too expensive for me. Gao Yanqi's current mood, but it was really cozy. Guaranteed to make you cry your eyes out. Zhang Hao was very confident. Really? That'll have to be tried. When you finish this time, my sister will personally inspect the goods. Gao Yanqi looked forward to it. Okay. Zhang Hao agreed with his mouth full, but he knew clearly that this was all Ko Yoni's blind talk, and anyone who believed it would be a cutie. Right in this pleasant atmosphere of conversation, Gao Yanqi drove the car into a villa area and stopped in front of the door of a villa. Gao Yanqi's breath immediately changed, no longer that seemingly frivolous woman, but into a professional woman. Every move exudes, refusing people outside the cold. Zhang Hao looked in his eyes, and secretly admired in his heart, worthy of being a psychiatrist, but also too good at regulating his emotions. It seems that Gao Yanqi's body, there is also a place for him to learn. He also didn't know who Gao Yanqi's frivolous side had been shown to. Anyway, he had seen it. At the entrance of Gu Yao's villa, there were 4 bodyguards standing. After seeing Gao Yanqi, the leading bodyguard named Lu Jun, he hurriedly greeted him. "Dr. Gao, you're here." Gao Yanqi's voice seemed to come out of her nose. She opened the door and said, "This one beside me is Zhang Hao, my assistant and Miss Gu's escort." "Ah? An escort?" Lu Jun's face suddenly changed, surprised to the extreme, and the remaining 3 bodyguards had basically the same expression on their faces. None of them had expected that Miss Gu's caretaker would be a young, handsome man. It must be known that the previous escorts were all women. Gao Yanqi did not care about the expressions of Lu Jun and the others and said in a cold voice, "This is Bosqua's arrangement, do you have any objections?" The Bosqua she was talking about was Gu Yao's mother, Hua Dai. Dr. Gao is joking, "We don't dare to have any objections, we are just a bit surprised, we don't have any doubts about Dr. Gao's words, Bosqua's command is our holy decree." Lu Jun hurriedly explained, and the remaining 3 bodyguards, all of them also had a cautious look. Gao Yanqi nodded in satisfaction. Lu Jun walked to Zhang Hao's front and extended his hand. "Junior brother Zhang, I am Lu Jun, if you have any orders in the future, we will never excuse ourselves if we can." "Okay, brother Jun, our duties are similar, we are all here to look after Ms. Gu. In the future, if there is something you need to call on brother Jun, please ask for his help." Zhang Hao was very knowledgeable and polite. "No problem, junior brother Zhang, feel free to rest assured." Lu Jun was very happy. Zhang Hao's cry of brother Jun directly drew the relationship between them closer. "You take him to see Ms. Gu, I'm leaving." Gao Yanqi left these words, glanced at Zhang Hao, and directly turned around to leave. "Dr. Gao, take care." Lu Jun spoke politely. Zhang Hao inquired, "Brother Jun, I'm now Miss Gu's caregiver, and I don't know what I need to pay attention to?" "This?" Lu Jun didn't know what to say. The previous Gu Yao, that was a polite young lady, was now very fickle, and he couldn't figure out Gu Yao's temper. He lowered his voice and said, "Little brother Zhang, you see for yourself, slowly go to understand it. I also want to provide you with some things to pay attention to. I am now also afraid to see Miss Gu, so I have always been hiding, lest I attract Miss Gu's attention." "Miss Gu isn't a tiger, is she that scary?" Zhang Hao was puzzled, remembering the way Gao Yanqi seemed to look at him before she left. With some self-seeking meaning, his heart became even more puzzled. "Hey, words can't be said like that. Anyway, you're the caretaker, you quickly go in, don't let Ms. Gu wait for a long time." Lu Jun opened the door of the villa and pushed Zhang Hao inside. Then a few of their bodyguards peacefully guarded the doorway, but their ears were all perked up, all quietly listening to the movements within the villa. Zhang Hao entered the villa and saw Gu Yao sitting on the wheelchair. Gu Yao was wearing a white dress, like an elf. But the right leg was gone. It looked so regrettable. The first feeling that Gu Yao gave was that she was dead, and her delicate face did not have the slightest trace of a healthy aura. It was so white that it looked eerie. At this moment, Gu Yao's hands were holding a book, looking at it listlessly. Her expression was dull and she seemed to be lost in thought. She didn't even notice when Zhang Hao walked up to her. "Ms. Gu, hello." Zhang Hao's voice was very soft, just for fear of scaring Gu Yao. Gu Yao slowly came back to her senses, taking a dead gaze and just looking at Zhang Hao. "Who are you?" Gu Yao's voice was icy cold and seemed to be mixed with resentment. "I'm Zhang Hao, your new caregiver." Zhang Hao smiled and introduced himself. Get lost for me." Gu Yao growled, her body trembling a little. Zhang Hao was startled, only to feel endless grievances coming at him. Chapter 24 Gu Yao's demand, "Hit me and scold me quickly." Zhang Hao was unmoved. At this time, it was time to do what you could do without hitting or cursing, just telling him to get lost, and he simply didn't care. This was a patient. Or a disabled patient. He has to be tolerant. To use his love and warmth to sensitize the patient. A daily wage of $15,000, which is so good to earn. When he met Song Qingzhu, it was a blessing from his ancestors' graves. "Ms. Gu, I won't roll, nor can I." Zhang Hao made his attitude clear, the opportunity to make money could not be lost. "I need an escort, but not a man." Gu Yao's eyes wanted to knife people. Zhang Hao felt it, if eyes could kill, he would have died 800 times already. Everyone is an escort, you can't be sexist, after all, men and women are equal. Zhang Hao said innocently. "You person, why don't you have any skin?" Gu Yao was furious, her pale face, all a bit purple. "It's very hard to get this job, I don't want to lose it." Zhang Hao was very relieved. Gu Yao was able to talk to people normally, this was a good sign, at least her brain was fine. "You know, what all do you have to do?" Gu Yao could see that this was a heartless and stinky man. "No." Zhang Hao said very openly, "Ms. Gu minded the male caregiver because she's afraid of urinating and defecating, and it's inconvenient to bathe and dress, right? It's fine, I'll close my eyes when the time comes, and I'll make sure that I don't look at anything, and I won't let Ms. Gu be embarrassed." "You're just an asshole." Gu Yao was almost exasperated and cried, yelling, "I can kind of see that my mom hired you just to cheapen me. My attitude is, if you come, you'll be safe, I won't leave anyway, so don't think about kicking people out, Ms. Gu." Zhang Hao had made up his mind, so naturally, he couldn't change it easily. Alright, I won't kick you out, I'll see how many days you can last. Of the 9 caregivers in front of you, one has lasted for 20 days, it's considered the longest one. Guya mocked, every escort who left from me, left in tears, don't regret it when the time comes. Zhang Hao shook his head, no regrets, definitely no regrets. Now I order you, hit me. Guyao's tone did not allow for any disobedience. What do you mean? Zhang Hao wondered. This employer, it seemed to be quite sick. It was crazy to even make such a request. He wouldn't dare to fight casually. The other party, after all, was still a disabled person. To do something, one needed to think twice before acting. Guya laughed at herself, I was drunk and racing, I deserve to lose a leg, I deserve to die, I didn't think about living, I caused my boyfriend to lose his life, it's all my responsibility, you say, should I fight? She was so guilty, after the accident, she was lying in the hospital, she didn't even see her boyfriend's last face, her boyfriend's funeral was not even able to attend. She was a sinner. But everyone around her said it was not her responsibility, all a bunch of good words. But that is clearly, she is the trouble. She wanted to find someone who scolded her and beat her, in that case, her guilt would be lighter. But such a person was simply impossible to find. If Zhang Hao could fulfill her wish, she wouldn't kick him out. Otherwise, she would not let Zhang Hao feel good. It should be beaten, indeed. Zhang Hao took his stance along with his employer's wishes. Gu Yao had done such a wrong thing, and was originally guilty of a great deal. Appropriately satisfying his employer's needs would allow the employer to vent properly. Gu Yao had a sense of guilt and wanted to make herself feel better through someone else's scolding. This was also human nature. It was kinda a bit of conscience. It was just that if he was allowed to do it, he really didn't know where to start. He was also afraid that Gu Yao's mother would pursue the matter, so he was so apprehensive in his heart. Still quite sensible, the others don't even have the guts to say a word of truth, you're very good. Gu Yao instructed, come closer, hit me harder, you also said I deserve it, if you don't, get out of here immediately. Then, she stretched her face over, waiting for Zhang Hao's slap. Zhang Hao hesitated for 3 seconds before he slapped Gu Yao's face, gently. If this was placed on someone else's body, it was just not very hurtful and extremely insulting. But now, he felt awkward everywhere. Faced with an employer who was begging for a beating, it was a bit difficult for him to fight. Too light, haven't you eaten? Are you still a man? Gu Yao was very dissatisfied, and then ordered, bring your face over, I'll teach you how to hit people. Zhang Hao froze for 3 seconds before bringing his face over. There was a loud slap. Gu Yao's slap slapped him hard on his face. That's the force, remember? Gu Yao glared at Zhang Hao, her eyes full of threats. Remember, remember. Zhang Hao covered his cheeks for a moment, it was really a bit of a fiery pain. If someone else slapped his cheeks, he would be humiliated. But now, he didn't have such emotions. Looking at Gu Yao sticking her cheeks out again, Zhang Hao nonchalantly slapped him, how's the force of this? Is it still okay? It's okay, you can still be a bit harder. Gu Yao felt that it was about right, that's what she meant, and instructed, from now on, you curse me, finish a sentence, then slap me, got it? Zhang Hao brewed his emotions for a moment and cursed, Gu Yao, you're an asshole, drunkenly racing a car, are you out of your mind? How did you get your driver's license? Luckily, you crashed on the side of the road, if you had crashed into someone, you'd be a road killer. A slap. A slap went down. You're so immoral, you're a senior from a prestigious university, don't you have this quality? Don't you understand the truth of drinking and not driving? Another slap went down. When you were in school, you were still the school flower, I think you are a joke, you deserve to lose a leg. The loud slaps rang out a little more. Your boyfriend isn't human either, how can he race with you, too ignorant, deserve to die, lest he harm others. The crisp voice rang out once again. Zhang Hao was cursing and hitting at the same time, and by this point, he had already finished cursing the words he wanted to say. After a few slaps, his palms hurt a bit. There was no choice but to hit a little harder. If he didn't hit, Gu Yao should have rewarded him with slaps and taught him how to hit people with them. Looking at Gu Yao with a look of intent, Zhang Hao said that he had really tried his best. Soothing, really soothing. I did something wrong like that, getting slapped a few times, this is light. No one ever said that it was a mistake I made. It's good now, my guilt is slightly lighter. Gu Yao muttered, her face filled with a grim smile, spread across her frigid white face, giving people a chilling feeling. With that, she beckoned, Zhang Hao, come here and bring your face over. Zhang Hao bent down and brought his face over. He had a good fight. The employer wanted to settle the score, so go ahead. There were 2 slaps. Gu Yao used all her strength and slapped Zhang Hao twice. Chapter 25, wanting to die without dying, you can only swing for the fences. Do you know why you were hit? Gu Yao sat on the wheelchair, her eyes filled with anger. Her hand hurt a little, so she blew out a breath, not realizing that hitting someone else, her own hand would hurt. I hit you, you hit me in retaliation, it's fine, we're both even, if you don't feel pain, you can slap me twice more. Zhang Hao didn't mind at all, making his employer satisfied was the purpose of his service. It seems that you still don't know where you're wrong. Gu Yao looked indignant. I said for you to hit me and scold me, but I didn't ask you to spit on my boyfriend. You're not qualified to talk about my boyfriend, got it? Got it. Zhang Hao had an epiphany. It seemed that Gu Yao's deadbeat boyfriend was a taboo for Gu Yao, so just pay attention in the future. Gu Yao's mouth overflowed with mockery. See the surveillance in the corner? Saw it. Zhang Hao raised his eyes to survey the area and found several surveillance probes. You're screwed. My mom will definitely clean you up when she sees you hitting me. Gu Yao's mood had a moment of beauty. Seeing Zhang Hao's bad luck, she felt victorious. Zhang Hao was speechless. Things had already been done, and it was too late to regret it this time. Let's just hope that Gu Yao's mom is a person who understands. Just don't take his behavior as abuse. He was also doing this to help Gu Yao vent, which would be good for Gu Yao's condition. In less than half an hour, my mom's order will come down. Wait to be cleaned up by my family's bodyguards. Gu Yao put this down and picked up her book to read, not even bothering to look at Zhang Hao again. Zhang Hao was a bit rattled, just afraid that something like this would happen. He smiled and said, Ms. Gu, your mom is a sensible person and won't let your treacherous plan succeed. Gu Yao was unresponsive, not even saying a word to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had no choice but to sit down. Half an hour later, what Gu Yao had said did not happen. Everything was calm and quiet. After another 10 minutes, there was still nothing. Zhang Hao was completely at ease. Gu Yao couldn't sit still and threw the book in her hand on the ground. Her voice was very sad. I know, my mom hired you to trash me. How could she possibly drive you away? Miss Gu, you're overthinking it. After your accident, your mom did so much for you. Don't you see that at all? You're hell-bent on seeking death, sitting in a wheelchair all day, doing nothing at all except eating and waiting for death. Can you stand up to your mom's upbringing? You're still a high achiever who graduated from a prestigious university. You don't even understand this point of reasoning. So many years of studying, it's really in vain. You just lost a leg, which is nothing. There are so many disabled people nowadays. There are just as many optimistic people. Why can't you be a little more competitive? You wearing a prosthetic leg won't have much effect on your mobility. As long as you are strong enough on your own, other people's eyes and naysayers won't hurt you. You're a rich second generation. You're a proud daughter of heaven. You won't be so weak, right? Zhang Hao found the right opportunity to say these words of persuasion. He. On Gu Yao's face, the mockery was very strong. You're so talkative. First lose one of your own legs before telling me such chicken soup. You're really greasy and uneducated. Zhang Hao was patient. You will figure it out one day, and you will regret your degradation then. Wait if you don't believe me. In that case, there's no need to say anything. You're not qualified to lecture me yet. Gu Yao was surprised that this Zhang Hao was different from the other caregivers. The ones in front of her didn't even dare to utter a single breath in front of her. They just served her carefully. On the contrary, Zhang Hao was bold and excessive. In her opinion, there was just no self-awareness, and trying to persuade her was just a self-inflicted humiliation. With that, her body felt a bit uncomfortable. Before Zhang Hao came here, the last caregiver had just left in less than half an hour, and that hospital's professional female caregiver, who couldn't stand her attitude, was crying when she left. So after having breakfast, he hadn't urinated until now. Now have that feeling. Only, letting Zhang Hao serve her to urinate. After all, it was shameful and didn't have the heart to say it out loud. What's wrong with you? Zhang Hao noticed the abnormality and became concerned. Nothing. Gu Yao held back the urge to urinate. Really nothing? Zhang Hao didn't believe this. Do you want to have a convenience? If you want to, just give me the word. If you pee in your pants, you'll be even more humiliated by then. I won't laugh at you anyway. If you don't want me to help you, just put your prosthetic leg on. Gu Yao would not compromise. This was how she was going to swing for the fences. She was the walking dead. She was already numb. Shouldn't mind that men and women were different. Wanting her to wear prosthetics was a no-brainer. It's the way it was. And always will be. Her place was in nothing but a wheelchair and a bed, and anything that was good for her, she wouldn't do. She'd died several times, and it hadn't worked. Surveillance now, watching everything she does. Attendance 24 hours a day. And bodyguards outside the door. So now, she couldn't find a way to kill herself. Only to keep swinging like this. I want to pee. Gu Yao held back the shame she shouldn't have and spoke her thoughts out. All right. Zhang Hao received the command and picked up Gu Yao and went to the bathroom. After 3 to 5 minutes, he carried Gu Yao out of the bathroom and then placed Gu Yao on the wheelchair. I didn't expect that you were embarrassed. Zhang Hao felt that this was a good sign. Gu Yao looked like a walking corpse on the surface, but her heart was not so numb. I'm not embarrassed. Gu Yao just felt that her face was a bit hot. She shouldn't be red. She definitely wasn't red. This damn Zhang Hao. She shouldn't be able to see her embarrassment. Dead duck's mouth, you know? Zhang Hao teased greatly. Shut up. Gu Yao growled. Zhang Hao laughed. This was annoyed. After convenience, knowing to wipe with paper is a good performance. Next time wipe accurately, don't hesitate anymore, and no peeking. Gu Yao taught brightly. Anyway, in the future, there was still a need for Zhang Hao's service, so she simply imparted a little bit of reasoning. Good, it's not inexperience, just rub it a few more times, and it'll be much better when you're skillful in the future. Zhang Hao swore that he absolutely did not pee, just to ensure that he could smoothly wipe away the water stains. He probably looked at the orientation. There was no deliberate thought. As for wiping it off with paper, this was all common sense in life, having never eaten pork and not having seen a pig run. Maybe my mom's point in hiring you was to force me to wear prosthetics so that I can live on my own, but I just won't let her have her way. Gu Yao's gaze was grim. When you've seen all of me, I'd like to see if she'll kill you for the sake of her daughter's honor. Miss Gu, you're being heartless. I'm an escort. It's normal for me to do what I want. It's not like I have any evil thoughts, so don't scare me. Your mom is a big boss. She won't do anything like that. You're being overly concerned. Zhang Hao was a bit apprehensive, really afraid of something like this happening. Chapter 26. Rub a little. Gu Yao is shy. Gu Yao snorted. I know my mom. You're just waiting for a disaster. In Zhang Hao's heart, a very strong worry surfaced, but he didn't show it, didn't let Gu Yao see it. In future contact with Gu Yao, he would be responsible for urinating and defecating, as well as bathing and dressing and sleeping in the same room. Naturally, he would touch, or see, all of Gu Yao's secrets. When he came, Gao Yanqi didn't say that Gu Yao couldn't accept a male caregiver. Gu Yao's mom, the Guo Dai boss, was an existence that even Gao Yanqi was afraid of. A small character like him can't bear the wrath of Boss Guo, and if he gets angry, he will definitely not end up well. The daily salary of 15,000, not good to earn now is really trembling with fear. It's hard to meet a good employer like Song Qingzhu. He is now looking forward to relying on his own ability so that Gu Yao can put on the prosthetic limbs, go out more, and come out from the state of waiting for death. In that case, it would be a great achievement. Otherwise, if he got a reputation for damaging Gu Yao's body and reputation, he was afraid that he would have to take it all in his stride. Zhang Hao said rightfully, Boss Gui is a good person, he won't make things difficult for me, and since he agreed to let me take care of you, he has already made all the preparations. Gu Yao sneered, it's too late to kiss ass at this time. This is all from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Hao pulled a lie, but his face was not red and his heart was not jumping, it was truer than the truth. Seeing that her words did not scare Zhang Hao, Gu Yao was extremely upset. Ms. Gu, aren't you unconcerned about anything? Are you bent on seeking death and only thinking about swinging for the fences? How come you're so looking forward to your mom cleaning me up? Zhang Hao teased meaningfully. Gu Yao fell silent. In fact, after committing suicide a few times, she had already given up the idea of seeking death. It felt like her life, without any hope, which was why she was muddling through. How she wanted to let her mother spend more time with her. But her mother was very busy, and she was rarely able to see her. Seeing that Gu Yao didn't say anything anymore, Zhang Hao pushed the wheelchair and came to the side of the coffee table. Ms. Gu, would you like to eat some fruits? You don't have to think about me. Give me a word on what you want to eat, I'll serve you food. Big deal. Pee a few more times, don't treat yourself badly. My wound hurts. Gu Yao squirmed for a moment and said what was in her heart. Be strong, don't be afraid. Zhang Hao's voice was gentle, then lifted Gu Yao's skirt and took the leg with the stump, cupped it in his hand and slowly kneaded it. Gu Yao let Zhang Hao go at his mercy, her face didn't change. My leg, it's ugly, right? Not ugly, what's ugly? Zhang Hao laughed, you just care too much about other people's eyes, you're the rich and powerful Miss Gu. I don't know how many people envy you for casting a good birth, and you're living yourself up to other people's jokes. Gu Yao frowned, don't say words of admonishment to me. Fine, don't say it. Zhang Hao massaged seriously, muttering, Miss Gu's legs are beautiful and white. There's a saying on the internet that goes like this leg of yours, playing with it for 10 years is not enough. Bah. Gu Yao spat. Bah. Zhang Hao spat at Gu Yao's scar, too. Old people often say that when a wound hurts, spitting and rubbing it will make it better. I don't know if it's true. How dare you do this to me? Gu Yao was furious. This damn stinky man, how dare he spit on her body? She instantly felt that she was a bit unclean. Anyway, it was just disgusting, Zhang Hao's behavior. Her spit spat on Zhang Hao's face, and she felt that it was a boon. When Zhang Hao did this, it was definitely revenge. What a catty little man. Which is it? Ms. Gu, be polite, you're a high school student, so you can't treat me like I'm not a human being. Zhang Hao said in his serious manner. It was clearly you who molested me first, and now you're hitting me back, you're too hateful. Gu Yao was furious, she had never seen a bastard with such a thick skin. I told the truth, that was another compliment to your beautiful legs, why can't you hear the good and bad words? Zhang Hao expressed his innocence. You're just a scoundrel, shameless. Gu Yao's exasperated look was very cute. Alright, as long as you're happy, say whatever you want about me. Zhang Hao's mind was all on Gu Yao's legs. Those legs were indeed beautiful and soft. It could be described as white and flawless. His expression was serious, as if he was playing with a work of art, and he needed it earnestly. Gu Yao could feel that the pain was slowly disappearing. After playing around with Zhang Hao for a while, her mood was also much better. It seemed that she had vented out a lot of her accumulated grievances. This Zhang Hao was a chatterbox. She had only met him for less than half a day's work, and she felt that he had said more words than all the caregivers in front of him. The important thing was that Zhang Hao talked to her like a normal person. She liked being treated like this. Whether it was the escorts in front of her, or the friends and relatives around her, the way they looked at her was full of pity and sympathy, even pity and gloating. Having seen that kind of face too often, her sensitive nerves couldn't bear to see different gazes. It was as if she, herself, was in a vulnerable position at all times. So it seemed that this Zhang Hao was a little different from the others. There was no reaction that surfaced on his face that made her abhor. "Does it still hurt?" Zhang Hao softly inquired. "A little." Gu Yao just looked at Zhang Hao, and as she was rubbed by Zhang Hao, a strange sensation came from her body, a peculiar reaction that passed through her body. Her ears were a little hot, and she didn't know if they were red or not. Her numb body was enjoying the pleasure. But she woke up, she couldn't go on like this, or else she would let Zhang Hao look at her as a joke. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Gu Yao lightly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and there was some reluctance in her eyes. "My massage technique is alright, right?" Zhang Hao was rather self-congratulatory, and after taking his hand back, he took a very pleasant general sniff and praised, "It smells really good." You're a rascal." Gu Yao cursed out. "If you say it is, then it is." Zhang Hao smiled heartlessly. He didn't mean to molest. Besides, there was no such guts. Gu Yao's leg was Gu Yao's biggest scar, which was also a heart disease that was hard to heal. The fact that he was acting so fond of it was also to show one thing, that Gu Yao's legs were still beautiful. "You man, why are you so annoying?" Gu Yao's eyes were a bit fierce. "You were blushing just now, are you shy?" Zhang Hao's face was filled with a smile. "No, you're looking at it wrong." Gu Yao denied, "I'm numb, I haven't felt anything for a long time." Mouthing off, "Che." Zhang Hao nonchalantly despised. "Only no." Gu Yao growled. "See, annoyed." Zhang Hao laughed. "You're just an asshole, a hateful asshole." Gu Yao's mind was revealed, and she could only cover her heart by spitting. Chapter 27, Can't Be Spoiled. Gu Yao was furious. "I want to eat durian." Gu Yao sat firmly in her wheelchair and gave this order. "Good." Zhang Hao got busy, peeled and cut the durian into small pieces, and handed it over. "Not a bit of eye candy, feed me." Gu Yao's body didn't move, only her mouth moved. "Good." Zhang Hao's smile didn't diminish, not minding Gu Yao's bad mood at all. "Just feed me obediently, his employer's request couldn't be violated." Yummy. Gu Yao was in a bit of a good mood, not because she ate the durian that Zhang Hao fed her, but seeing Zhang Hao was disgusted with the durian made her feel good. She finally realized from Zhang Hao's face that Zhang Hao detested one thing. "The rest, you eat it all, you can't waste food." Gu Yao ate 2 pieces and stopped eating. "It smells worse then, how can you swallow it?" Zhang Hao looked at the durian in his hand, his mood was that depressed. Gu Yao still knew how to save food, what a quality person. He ate it stiffly, the flavor was not bad, just like stinky tofu, it smelled bad but didn't taste bad. But he just didn't like the flavor. Gu Yao teased, "Is it good?" Zhang Hao casually perfunctorily said, "Sloppy." "Hee, it hurts me to look at you being difficult." Gu Yao's mood had a brief moment of goodness. "That's good, as long as you're happy, my effort has served its purpose." Zhang Hao smiled with a carefree smile. "You're such a shameless person." Gu Yao scorned, "My mom for a month only gave you $500,000, and you have no dignity, it's too pathetic." Zhang Hao's brain, for a few seconds, stopped spinning. He didn't care about Gu Yao's mockery, he started to do the math. His daily salary was 15,000, which was 45,000 a month. Where did the other 50,000 go? Gu Yao's mom put the money on Gao Yanqi's account. Gao Yanqi paid his salary. Gao Yanqi only extracted 50,000, it's really merciful. Hey, must miss Gao Yanqi's goodness, but don't dare to complain. His salary is generous enough, one must be content. Zhang Hao asked, "Ms. Gu, how do you know that the monthly salary is 500,000? "I'm the employer, I naturally know." Gu Yao's eyes were playful. "You work so hard, how much did Dr. Gao pay you?" 20,000 per day, wages are settled daily, Dr. Gao takes care of me, I didn't expect to take the initiative to post money and give more directly. Zhang Hao couldn't tell the truth, he had to defend Gao Yanqi, but he couldn't let Gu Yao think that Gao Yanqi took his hard-earned money. Gu Yao muffled, "I didn't expect this Gao Yanqi, or a good person." "That's right." Zhang Hao was very proud, after all, Gao Yanqi, who was now his boss, had to be held up one by one. Dinner time was almost here, Zhang Hao pushed Gu Yao to the kitchen. You don't have to say, the kitchens of rich people were really big. "I'm going to read a book, don't want to stay here." Gu Yao was very opinionated, this Zhang Hao had pushed her into the kitchen without her consent, it was really hateful. What's the use of reading so many books when you yourself are not sure of what's going on and can't think straight when things happen? It's better not to read. Zhang Hao started washing the vegetables. Gu Yao's eyes were on the knives. This damn stinky man, how dare he lecture her, he really wanted to poke 300 knives. "What are you staring at the knife for? Are you trying to kill yourself or me?" Zhang Hao revealed a curious gaze. "Shut up, don't talk to me." Gu Yao was helpless as Zhang Hao didn't listen to her and went along with her thoughts, placing her at random. You have hands, if you want to leave, leave on your own. Zhang Hao said. I see, you just want to force me, manipulate the wheelchair to leave on my own. I'm not going to do it, I can't let you have your way. Gu Yao's face was somber, her voice raised in decibels. She had her mind set on swinging and waiting for death, but she couldn't act on her own. Every move needed to be served by someone else. She wanted to see who could outlast who. I can't help it if you give up on yourself, the only person who can truly help you is yourself, others can only advise. Zhang Hao was disappointed in the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that Gu Yao still hadn't made a change, and his arrival hadn't played much of a role. It seemed that more effort was needed. There was no hurry, take your time. After Zhang Hao had prepared the meal, he pushed Gu Yao to the dining table. Gu Yao sat without moving, looking like she was waiting to be fed. Are your hands unable to move? Do you even need to be fed to eat? Zhang Hao was somewhat speechless. I don't eat if others don't feed me. Gu Yao scoffed, if you have the ability, don't feed me a mouthful of rice and let me starve to death. You're really good. Zhang Hao could only start the feeding service. His own work was really tiring. This was a living ancestor, waiting to die. He was going to serve it. It's so hard to eat. Gu Yao disliked it as she chewed her food. The thought in her heart was, it's still tasty, this man's level of cooking is okay. Just get used to eating it, and I'll make you meals like this every day I'm here in the future. Zhang Hao felt that his cooking skills were very good, so he thought for granted that he doubted that Gu Yao's words were not true. Gu Yao ate a bowl of rice and a lot of vegetables, doubling her usual meal size. Zhang Hao looked at this in his eyes and was very pleased in his heart. Wipe your mouth. Gu Yao gave such an order as soon as she swallowed the last bite of food. Good. Zhang Hao started wiping his mouth. Watching Zhang Hao's movements, Gu Yao's face was incomparably gloomy. This damned bastard, does he know how to wipe his mouth or not? That set of skillful movements, as if he was wiping his ass. What did he take her fragrant lips for? Damn it, this is an asshole. Deliberate, absolutely deliberate. In order to force her to wipe her own mouth to do so. Endured. She doesn't get on the wrong side of hateful men. Alright, the skin will break if you keep wiping. Gu Yao growled. I'm afraid that I won't be able to wipe it clean, so I'm being a bit more serious, Ms. Gu, don't mind. Zhang Hao smiled wistfully. This face of yours is abominable, you know? Gu Yao's eyes wanted to spit fire. What's wrong with me? Miss Gu, why are you angry again all of a sudden? Zhang Hao was innocent, and he acted as if it hadn't happened with the intentional action just now. You can have the leftovers of my leftovers. Gu Yao had no choice but to change the topic. Okay, no problem. Zhang Hao smiled. Anyway, it was all the rice he had chucked, so it wasn't really leftovers. It smells so good. Zhang Hao's face was full of happiness, sitting inside someone else's villa, using someone else's ingredients. The meal he made was just delicious. The important thing was that he was a good cook. The meals that were made were just fragrant. Gu Yao was furious when she saw Zhang Hao's mouth. Ms. Gu, you are a quality high school student who has read so many books, how can you curse? Zhang Hao said smilingly. You're just a scoundrel, your cheek is thicker than a city wall. Gu Yao was speechless and reached out to cover her forehead. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Hao was still smiling. Gu Yao was almost furious. Chapter 28. Her needs, he didn't dare to satisfy them. After Zhang Hao ate and drank his fill, he washed the dishes. Gu Yao held the book in her hands, but her thoughts were not on the book. This Zhang Hao didn't spoil her at all. She had beaten and scolded him. After getting along, she was always in a good mood. It seemed that a lot of grievances had been vented, all of them. She suspected that this was all Zhang Hao's tactics. But she was happy to fall for it. Although Zhang Hao, at times, would piss her off, she didn't care at all. She found the right excuses and countered them all. The words she had said in the past half day felt like they were more than all the words she had said since the car accident combined. It was dark. Gu Yao ordered, I'm going to take a shower and then go to bed. Good. Zhang Hao received the instructions. Then in an organized manner, he helped Gu Yao take a bath. The steps of dressing and undressing were naturally rare. After doing all this, he carried Gu Yao to the bed and covered Gu Yao with a quilt before his mood was much lighter. I like to sleep naked, don't you know my habits? Gu Yao's eyes were not kind. This Zhang Hao did not deserve to be an escort. Got it and remembered it. Zhang Hao had to respect Gu Yao's sleeping habits, so he took off his pajamas. This time, it was finally done. Looked at what he shouldn't have looked at, washed what he shouldn't have washed. To be honest, it was too impactful and stimulating for a young handsome man like him. At a bloodthirsty age, experiencing a hot moment, he admired his perseverance and honestly gave in to holding back. You've done a lot for me this day, and understood all the steps to be taken to serve me. You'll have to do this again in the future. Are you mentally prepared for this? Gu Yao lay on the bed, her tone somewhat cold. She had used all her strength to hold back her shyness and embarrassment, which made her endure the bathing process. Blushing, it couldn't be avoided. Even now, the indisputable little heart was thumping all over the place. There, when I accepted this job, I had already constructed my psyche long ago. Zhang Hao was very honest, he felt that such a job would not be a problem for him. He slept on the floor beside the bed and hit the ground running. You're handsome and optimistic, why did you do such a job? Gu Yao was a bit curious. She didn't mean to look down on him, she just felt that Zhang Hao shouldn't be like this. To earn money. Zhang Hao laughed, poor people like me are struggling to stay alive, Ms. Gu, you shouldn't give up on yourself. You're selling misery just to persuade me, aren't you? You're really good at seeing the wood for the trees, as long as you find the right opportunity, you don't forget to persuade me. Gu Yao's face was full of mockery, this Zhang Hao was really trying hard, not letting go of any opportunity in order to make her good. I'm telling the truth. Zhang Hao was very patient, Gu Yao was obstinate, slowly change. Inside the room, the light was dim. Gu Yao had the pleasure of chatting, so he accompanied him. Who knew Gu Yao's next sentence would shock him? The floor is damp, sleep with me, I'm going to pamper you. Gu Yao's tone was cold, uttering such words without any hesitation, sounding like she couldn't allow anyone to refuse. Mother, anyway, was already disappointed in her. She was a scum girl in her mother's eyes. So sexually, just let loose a little bit. Mother at that time, no matter whether it is beaten or scolded, she has to bear it is. To be rotten, she had to be completely rotten. This body of her own, she long ago did not care. She's not even afraid of death, but she still cares about her innocence. Ms. Gu, don't be like this. Zhang Hao's head is big, what can't be done to death. Gao Yinqi's instructions, he remembered clearly. Gu Yao's mom, that couldn't be messed with. If he messed around, he was afraid that he would be missing a leg at that time. At this time, he didn't have any charming thoughts in his heart, only apprehension and anxiety. What's wrong with me? Am I immodest? Am I frivolous? Gu Yao laughed at herself as she rolled over and just looked down at Zhang Hao. Miss Gu, that's not what I meant, it's that I'm not worthy of your favor. Zhang Hao winced, he was afraid that Gu Yao would use force, and if he refused then, Gu Yao would be even more upset. He understood Gu Yao's past, Gu Yao was a very educated person with a good family education. It was only when she met a scum boyfriend and was in college that things changed. To make such a request at this time, it wasn't to look up to him, it must be to keep swinging for the fences. I see, you dislike me for being a cripple, that's why you said that, right? Gu Yao's eyes were a bit grim. Zhang Hao felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake as he hurriedly said, Miss Gu, you think too highly of me, I'm not qualified to dislike you. Since that's the case, then be obedient and come sleep with me. Gu Yao's tone was very strong. No, that won't do, I'm just an escort, I don't provide sleeping companion services. Zhang Hao carefully refused. I'll pay for it, I'll make sure you're satisfied, if you're not satisfied, I'll smash it until you're satisfied, how's that? Gu Yao was unwilling to give up, looking like she wouldn't stop until she reached her goal. Miss Gu, please love yourself, you are not such a person, so don't cheapen yourself, it's hard for me to hear. Zhang Hao said in a positive voice, if your mom knows about this, she can't afford to kill you, I'm afraid she'll beat me to death, so have mercy on me and don't tease me. Gu Yao froze. Zhang Hao's words had spoken to her heart. What Zhang Hao thought of her was indeed the real her. But she was, wanting to cheapen herself. She coldly said, what happened between us, as long as we don't say anything, my mom won't know, so what are you afraid of? The old lady took the initiative to throw herself at you and gave you money, and you're indifferent? Are you still a man? At this time, it's fine not to be a man, it's still a small life that matters. Zhang Hao had the self-knowledge that the red line that shouldn't be touched should be avoided with knowledge. Could it be that you don't want me? Gu Yao's voice sounded somewhat pitiful. I don't dare to ask for it, nor do I dare to think about it. Zhang Hao shook his head vigorously. Che, not a bit of guts, little man, you're a loser, such a good thing delivered to your door, you don't even know how to cherish it, you deserve to do such a job. Gu Yao mercilessly despised, all the mockery and teasing poured onto Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao was unmoved, treating it as if he hadn't heard it. Gu Yao was definitely in a bad mood at this time, which he could understand, so Gu Yao's anger was not worth caring about. The room quieted down. A moment later, Zhang Hao heard the sound of crying. Miss Gu, don't cry, I really don't dare to sleep with you, so don't be sad. Zhang Hao felt that the reason Gu Yao was crying could only be this. If he were Gu Yao, who made that kind of request but was rejected by a man, he would cry too. Self-indulgent. Gu Yao's tone became a bit softer. Zhang Hao, thank you, you still treat me as a normal person, and you get along with me as a normal person, thank you. I really made a fool of myself, causing me to think about it. Zhang Hao smiled, Gu Yao's thank you made all his efforts, duly rewarded. Chapter 29, Gu Yao got angry. The next day, Zhang Hao was still doing the same repetitive work. Serving Gu Yao well was his responsibility. It's a beautiful day today, want to go for a walk outside? Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. Not going. Gu Yao's reply was dry, but her tone was much better, no longer so cold. Zhang Hao saw the change in Gu Yao and was relieved in his heart. He didn't mention last night's incident for fear that Gu Yao would be embarrassed. Put the prosthesis on, okay? Zhang Hao's voice was gentle. Zhang Hao, stop it. Gu Yao's face sank slightly. I know you're doing this for my own good, but don't bother. Alright. Zhang Hao didn't persuade any further, everything had to be done in moderation, now just wait for the water to flow, rushing wasn't a good thing. Even if Gu Yao was a piece of iron, he firmly believed that he could still warm it up. The fact that Gu Yao had changed was a good sign. After lunch, Zhang Hao was chatting with Gu Yao when Gu Yao's cell phone rang. Gu Yao glanced at it, and with a slight hesitation, she ignored it. Ms. Gu, Zhang Xiaoming called you on a video call. Zhang Hao saw it and urged, answer it, don't keep the other party waiting in case something happens. Annoying, shut up you. Gu Yao glared. No manners at all, really. Zhang Hao shook his head. Gu Yao didn't want to answer the video call because she didn't want others to see her in a sorry state. This Zhang Xiaoming was her best friend. She would just return a call later. When the phone stopped ringing, Gu Yao instructed, I'm going to make a call, you're not allowed to speak from now on. I'm not mute, why can't I talk? Zhang Hao laughed, planning to call Zhang Xiaoming, right? I see that you've forgotten your own identity, you need to have a sense of propriety when you mess around. Gu Yao felt that this Zhang Hao was a bit of a bully, really giving face. I'm very measured right now. Zhang Hao had some guesses. Gu Yao didn't dare to pick up the other party's video in favor of making a phone call. It seemed that Gu Yao was very mindful of her image and didn't want others to see her miserable appearance. Understanding this, it was time to take a pinch. Get lost, you get lost. Gu Yao roared. It's useless to drive me away unless you promise me a condition. Zhang Hao had his own plan. Good. Gu Yao nodded, just back out when the time came. She didn't take it seriously at all. She didn't want Zhang Xiaoming to know that she had a man by her side, and explaining that it was a male escort would be too embarrassing. Gu Yao made the call. Hey, Xiaoming, I didn't have my cell phone on me just now. Are you looking for me? Gu Yao, are you okay now? Zhang Xiaoming's tone was full of care. Not bad. Gu Yao said, clothes come and go, I've really become a big lady now. Schoolgirl Gu, you were already a big miss. Zhang Xiaoming laughed. Don't make fun of me, I've become like this now. Gu Yao's tone was despondent. Zhang Hao moved closer to Gu Yao and listened carefully. Gu Yao glared several times, but he was indifferent. It's just losing half of your leg, what's the big deal? Wearing a prosthetic leg doesn't have much of an effect, I guess you must have adapted to the prosthetic leg, are you working now? Zhang Xiaoming looked like she knew nothing about Gu Yao's situation. It's okay, slowly adapting, as for work, I don't have the heart to go to work. Gu Yao's eyes showed confusion, she didn't expect Zhang Xiaoming to know anything about her condition. This was for the best. If Zhang Xiaoming knew that she was mixing food and waiting for death, she might have to laugh. If you don't go to work, you don't lack money anyway. If I don't go to work, I'm going to starve to death. Zhang Xiaoming turned her tone and said, Gu Yao, I'm sorry, if we persuaded you at that time and you didn't drive, what happened later wouldn't have happened. Before Gu Yao's accident, they drank together. When Gu Yao was driving, she was still up in arms. However, she didn't take the car Gu Yao drove. Let's not mention the past, it's all in the past. Gu Yao remembered that night, the impulse of a hot brain, and felt guilty. Okay, don't mention it. Zhang Xiaoming wasn't too sure, we've had a little over half a year, no contact, right? More than half a year, you came to see me when I was in the hospital, then we broke contact. Gu Yao remembered clearly. So it's been so long, time passes so quickly. Zhang Xiaoming explained, I wasn't in the country, so I didn't visit you, sorry. So you ran abroad, no wonder. Gu Yao understood why Zhang Xiaoming wasn't clear about her situation. She asked, I heard that brother Chang's parents went abroad as well, did you know that? The brother Chang she was talking about was her boyfriend, Gao Chang. I don't know. Zhang Xiaoming's tone was particularly serious. In fact, she knew about Gu Yao's concern. She had done something to apologize to Gu Yao, so she didn't tell the truth. It's all my fault that Chang died while I'm still alive. Gu Yao blamed herself very much. Gu Yao, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault, in fact, we are also at fault, Gao Chang's fault is even bigger. Zhang Xiaoming's tone was a bit angry, Gao Chang is a scum, you were coaxed by him at that time, you did a lot of out of the ordinary things, now when you think about it it's really ridiculous, some bad men, really attractive, but ultimately toxic. Xiaoming, how can you say that about brother Chang? Gu Yao looked disgruntled, she couldn't believe her ears. Gu Yao, think about it yourself, at this point in time, if you still defend Gao Chang, you would be too stupid. Zhang Xiaoming knew quite a bit about the situation, she just didn't tell Gu Yao. Zhang Xiaoming, I still have things to do, hang up. Gu Yao held back her anger and directly hung up the phone. Then she added all of Zhang Xiaoming's contact information to her blacklist. With that, it threw the phone on the ground. This Zhang Xiaoming is too much, slandering my boyfriend like this, it's really annoying. Gu Yao was very angry, her boyfriend was dead, and her mouth still wouldn't let it go, too uneducated. Ms. Gu, being angry hurts your body. Zhang Hao spoke up. As far as he knew, Gu Yao's boyfriend, Gao Chang, was not a good person in the first place. What that Zhang Xiaoming said made sense. Gu Yao was still angry at this time, so he didn't say anything to discredit her. I haven't been in contact with Zhang Xiaoming for a long time, and the first time we're in contact is surprisingly like this. Gu Yao's face was full of depression. Zhang Xiaoming and my boyfriend have a good relationship. I didn't expect her to become like this now. People change, don't think so much. Zhang Hao said, Ms. Gu, you promised me a condition, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. I was lying to you, don't take it seriously. Gu Yao looked like she didn't care. You didn't take it seriously, but I did. Zhang Hao was not polite and directly picked Gu Yao up. What are you doing? Gu Yao's face suddenly changed. One must keep one's word, and since Miss Gu's words don't count, I'll carry you outside for a walk. Zhang Hao smiled oddly. You put me down and say your conditions first. Gu Yao was scared, it would be too embarrassing to go out like this. Chapter 30, Gu Yao's change, wanting to pee. Gu Yao said without any doubt, warn you in advance, I won't wear the prosthetic limbs, I won't see irrelevant people, you can make your conditions now, if it's too much, I won't obey even if I die. Zhang Hao was in trouble, forcing Gu Yao could not be done, then thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. I want to practice driving, you accompany me. Zhang Hao laughed, this request is not too much, you can always agree, right? Yes. Gu Yao nodded, however, you can only practice in the villa area, you can't go out. It's okay. Zhang Hao smiled happily, by the way, where are your car keys? Che, I thought you had a car. Gu Yao despised to her heart's content. Zhang Hao pretended not to hear, and after getting the car keys, he pushed Gu Yao out of the villa's gate. The 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded in unison before attentively surrounding them. Miss Gu, are you going out? Lu Jun asked cautiously with a face full of constraint. Gu Yao didn't reply, nor did she look at the bodyguards. This made Lu Jun and the others somewhat at a loss. Zhang Hao took over the conversation, Brother Jun, Miss Gu accompanied me to practice, it's just in the villa area, don't worry about it, no problem, right? No problem, definitely no problem. Lu Jun's face was full of smiles. Go, what's the point of asking their opinion? Gu Yao's face was displeased and she immediately urged. Brother Jun, let's go then. Zhang Hao gave a greeting before he pushed Gu Yao away. Zhang Hao opened the car door, placed the wheelchair aside, carried Gu Yao to the passenger seat, then sat back in his own seat and started the car to drive. Good, great, Miss Gu finally stepped out of the villa's door, no matter what, this is a good sign. Lu Jun sighed, his face filled with excitement. Another bodyguard, Zhang Yu, picked up. Miss Gu has been living in the villa ever since she got out of the hospital, she hasn't even been near the door of the villa, let alone come out, and now that this change has happened, it's really a good thing. This Zhang Hao really has some ability, so many caregivers, all of them couldn't do anything with Miss Gu, just he made Miss Gu make a change, a bit of ability. Lu Jun murmured in a low voice. Zhang Yu laughed, Boss Guo will be very happy when he finds out. It's still the previous Miss Gu who is good, knows how to be polite, and takes care of us, so let's just hope that Miss Gu gets better and better. Lu Jun's eyes showed hope. Yeah. Zhang Yu concurred. Zhang Hao hands on the steering wheel, the car speed is very slow, such a good car is still the first time to drive, a lot of places do not quite understand. Dirtbag. Gu Yao mocked to her heart's content, but was also generous, and where Zhang Hao didn't understand, she gave serious pointers. Ms. Gu, you've had an accident while driving, I thought you had a shadow and didn't dare to ride in a car, it seems I was overthinking it. A smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. Your purpose is to practice driving, don't say it's for my benefit. Gu Yao's heart was a little apprehensive, but it was all overcome by her. Ms. Gu is strong, I shouldn't worry about it. Zhang Hao's current mindset was to practice driving properly. The original purpose was to help Gu Yao overcome her shadow, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Drive properly, if you get bumped, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you sell your kidney. Gu Yao's tone was not too cold. In fact, she wasn't strong. She needed her mother's care and attention. But these, she couldn't get. I know. Zhang Hao smiled and said, Ms. Gu, isn't the mood different when you come out to blow off some steam and see the scenery of the villa area? It's indeed a bit different, it's like a caged bird that's gotten free. Gu Yao looked at the scenery around her, her mood particularly relaxed. Miss Gu, you're not a bird in a cage, it's you who locked yourself up, you should just get in touch with the outside world more often, being cooped up inside the villa all day long, it's easy to suffocate and get sick, and it's also easy to have wild thoughts. Zhang Hao began to exhort again. Put away your mind, I don't want to hear such words. Gu Yao plucked out a glance, when a person makes a mistake, they should pay the price, I'm not dead, so I have to repent properly. Ms. Gu, you are not repenting, you are torturing yourself and the people around you who care about you. Zhang Hao was helpless. Maybe. Gu Yao changed the topic, you know what? When my boyfriend died, he was sitting in the passenger seat. Is that so? Zhang Hao was very curious, do you still remember how your boyfriend looked when he died? Was there a lot of blood shed? Did the brain splatter out? Did the heart run out of the body? Bastard, shut up. Gu Yao growled, this broken mouth, it was so annoying. I won't ask, you tell. Zhang Hao listened patiently. I can't remember, after the accident, I fainted to death. Gu Yao recalled, I clearly remember that the car was traveling very fast before the accident, and my boyfriend was holding a drink in his hand, drinking, and singing high while he was drinking, and feeding me a big mouthful. Zhang Hao secretly shouted in his heart that he deserved it. Drunken driving is a taboo, but also that kind of wild, not accidents only heavenly reason is hard to tolerate. Zhang Hao asked in a low voice, what happened later? When I woke up, I was lying in the hospital, my right leg below the knee was gone, I was desperate. Gu Yao's expression was sad. Then I heard that my boyfriend died, my heart was like ashes, I hated myself, I didn't even see him on the last side. It's much more comfortable when things are said. Zhang Hao encouraged, there's no hurdle in the world that can't be overcome, Miss Gu, cheer up, you have to believe in yourself. It is indeed much more comfortable. Gu Yao's eyes showed remembrance and memories, and she pretended not to hear the second half of Zhang Hao's sentence. An hour later, looking at Zhang Hao who was immersed in the middle of his practicing state, Gu Yao asked, have you practiced yet? No, I plan to practice for another 2 hours. Zhang Hao felt that he had just gotten the hang of it, a good car was just comfortable to drive, and he simply loved it. I need to pee. Gu Yao rolled her eyes, this guy, no eyes at all. You said it earlier. Zhang Hao increased the speed of the car and drove it to its original position in the fastest time possible. Zhang Hao picked up Gu Yao and got out of the car, placing Gu Yao on the wheelchair before pushing it towards the villa. Ms. Gu, you're back. Lu Jun only had greetings and didn't dare to say much else. Gu Yao was still sullen, with no intention of replying. Jun, we'll go back first, Miss Gu is thirsty, I'll accompany Miss Gu to drink water. Zhang Hao said while pushing the wheelchair, not even bothering to stop and exchange pleasantries with Lu Jun. It's important to serve Miss Gu water, go quickly. Lu Jun responded smilingly. Gu Yao's mind was a little fried, she wanted to pee, how did it become drinking water in Zhang Hao's mouth? What kind of lame excuse was this? One was to drain outward. One was sending it in. Can this be the same? When the peeing was over, Gu Yao's complexion was much more cozy. Chapter 31, wanting to go to the grave, Gu Yao's concern. Zhang Hao was pestering Gu Yao, chatting one way or another, when Gao Yanqi made a video call. Who's calling? Gu Yao asked. Dr. Gao. Zhang Hao didn't dare to call Sister Gao again in front of outsiders. Answer it in front of me, don't let her know I'm there, I want to hear, what are you going to say with Gao Yanqi? And what is Gao Yanqi's attitude towards me? Gu Yao was resolute. Zhang Hao had eavesdropped when she was talking to Zhang Xiaoming. She suspected that the things Gao Yanqi and Zhang Hao talked about with each other were all about her situation as well, so it was about to be grasped. Okay. Zhang Hao had no choice but to connect. Gao Yanqi smiled, is it convenient to talk? Convenient. Zhang Hao turned to Gao Yanqi and blinked a few times, but the movement was so small that Gu Yao did not see it. Gao Yanqi comprehended Zhang Hao's meaning and gathered her thoughts of flirting with Zhang Hao. It was understandable in her opinion that Gu Yao was the patient, hiding on the side and eavesdropping, and not letting her know about it. She asked, how is Miss Gu's situation? Are you getting along well? Dr. Gao, Miss Gu is disabled and she takes care of me. Zhang Hao praised his employer to the skies. Gu Yao's mouth tugged, this Zhang Hao was just good at talking nonsense, if she was that strong, she wouldn't have given up on herself. That's good, it seems that Miss Gu's situation is even better than I expected. Gao Yanqi smiled, Miss Gu is sensible, and after being disheveled for a while, she can always come out of the haze. Dr. Gao is right. Zhang Hao responded. Gao Yanqi warned, you are my assistant, serve Miss Gu well, but don't smash my signboard. Yes. Zhang Hao was very honest. If Miss Gu has any other circumstances, feel free to give me a word. Gao Yanqi smiled meaningfully. Good. Zhang Hao nodded. Hanging up the video call, Gu Yao was a bit incredulous, I didn't expect that Dr. Gao didn't say anything bad about me. Ms. Gu, you're just too concerned about other people's eyes, always thinking that others will look down on you, but how can that be? Zhang Hao enlightened promptly. Huh, is that so? Gu Yao's lips hooked up, I always feel that Gao Yanqi knew that I was eavesdropping, so she didn't tell the truth. Ms. Gu, you're overthinking it. Zhang Hao was very sincere. Perhaps, it's because I'm really too paranoid. Gu Yao murmured in a low voice, then said in a muffled voice, I've seen Dr. Gao many times, she said a lot of persuasive words to me, but I didn't listen to any of them, and when I found out that she was going to send an assistant to accompany me, I thought it was Su Meng, but I didn't expect it to be you. Ms. Gu, am I not good? Zhang Hao smiled. This Su Meng was Gao Yanqi's assistant. This assistant of his was a bit of a temporary worker. Gu Yao hesitated for a long time and spat out this word, good. One good word from Ms. Gu, and I know my efforts have not been in vain. Zhang Hao was heartily happy. A few moments later, Zhang Hao received a message from Gao Yanqi, relaying Gu Yao's mother. That Bosqua was satisfied with his work and told him to keep up the good work. Zhang Hao was relieved, as long as Bosqua didn't look for trouble from him, this was a heavenly good. When it was time to sleep at night, Gu Yao was lying on the bed, and Zhang Hao was still hitting the floor. Actually, you don't need to accompany me like this, I've already given up on the idea of suicide, it doesn't feel good to commit suicide, and I don't want to do it anymore. Gu Yao spoke in a tone that sounded devoid of any emotion. Ms. Gu means, let me sleep in the guest room? Zhang Hao understood the chord. That's right. Gu Yao stated. Miss Gu is concerned about me? Zhang Hao asked out. No, I just don't want a man lying in my room. Gu Yao did not admit her mind. Miss Gu, there's no need to think so much about me, this is my job, I don't snore when I sleep, it won't disturb your rest. Zhang Hao wouldn't leave and guarded Gu Yao's side just to prevent Gu Yao from hurting herself again. In addition, within this private space, it was more effective to say some persuasive words. Suit yourself. Gu Yao did not say any more words of concern. Ms. Gu, after your boyfriend died, did you go to see him? Zhang Hao softly inquired. From what he had learned, Gu Yao had not visited her dead boyfriend's grave. No. Gu Yao didn't think of going to pay tribute to her boyfriend, she wanted to harbor guilt and self-blame and torture herself properly, she was afraid that her guilt would be alleviated after paying tribute. Find an opportunity and go visit. Zhang Hao's voice was gentle, by the way, pay your respects and make an end, people can't be brought back from the dead, it's time for you to let go. Gu Yao didn't have this intention, she didn't think Zhang Hao had the qualification to say this, she wanted to scold, but on second thought, she couldn't even remember her boyfriend's appearance. So she lowered her voice and said, okay, find a chance to go and pay tribute, just. Zhang Hao pursued, Ms. Gu, do you have any concerns? I'm afraid my mom won't let me go. Gu Yao's face was full of despondency, Brother Chang is a complete scum in my mom's mind, she doesn't want me to have any more involvement with Brother Chang. I'll advise your mom when I have the chance to meet her. Zhang Hao felt that it would be good for Gu Yao to do so. Oftentimes for 10 days and half a month, I can't even see my mom once, so let's wait until I do. Gu Yao's expression teased. Zhang Hao secretly thought to himself, it seemed that this mother-daughter pair did not have a very harmonious relationship. The next day, noon. Zhang Hao had prepared the meal and was about to feed Gu Yao when she impatiently said, I have my own hands, I'll eat by myself. Good. Zhang Hao smiled with his eyebrows. His dedication had finally paid off. Gu Yao could finally eat by herself. Such a change was a very good sign. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yao was a bit uncomfortable as she was stared at by Zhang Hao. It's nothing, nothing. Zhang Hao laughed, Ms. Gu herself is eating with her own hands, it's a support for my work, thank you. You're welcome. Gu Yao really couldn't hate this man, instead, she was a bit dependent, and through the short contact, her heart had already nourished a different emotion. Miss Gu, eat more, my cooking is okay, I hope you don't mind. Zhang Hao was very enthusiastic. Let's eat, don't talk nonsense. Gu Yao pondered as she ate. This man hadn't disliked her for being a cripple. There was no nitpicking in his behavior all along. Serving her clothes, food, and living was also done to the best of his ability. Whether it was bathing or sleeping on one side, that was all very honest, without thinking of taking advantage of her. But after all, having been so intimate with her, she had no more privacy to speak of in Zhang Hao's eyes. So she treated Zhang Hao with some care and concern. After the meal, the two were chatting when Guodai slowly walked into the villa. Chapter 32 Death-Seeking Daughter, Sassy Mom. Mom! Gu Yao looked at Guodai and gently called out. In her heart, a strong sense of guilt flashed through her, this ghostly appearance of herself was a burden to her mother's education and high hopes. How she wished that she could have her mother's company and enlightenment, but all of this, she did not see in her mother's body. She knew that it wasn't easy for her mother to raise her alone, but after her accident, her mother's disappointing eyes and merciless accusations completely knocked her into the abyss. In her mother's opinion, if she was with Gao Chang, it was a sign of degradation, but she didn't see it that way, she felt that Gao Chang was really good and kind, giving her unprecedented care. Aha! Guodai nodded slightly and slowly sat down before asking, how have you been these past few days? Is it okay? She basically understood everything that happened within the villa, after all, she had installed a lot of surveillance. It was her daughter's room that she didn't have any surveillance. Just for fear that her daughter would feel spied on and become even more dissatisfied with her. Not bad. Gu Yao said expressionlessly, Mom installed surveillance, don't she understand my situation? I pressed surveillance to urge you, to let you know that I'm watching you, but how can I have so much time to watch surveillance, everything has to rely on your self-consciousness, I don't have the effort to spy on you. Guodai really hated her daughter. She was hoping that her daughter would get better. After all, her daughter was the flesh of her heart. She was very disappointed that her daughter wasn't strong at all. It seemed that she had been too spoiled since she was a child. The fact that the slightest setback would lead her to seek death, and then give up on herself and swing for the fences and wait for death, really made her heart bleed. It's also true that Mom is very busy, all the time, this surveillance is just for show, how would Mom have time to spy on me? Gu Yao's face was full of disheveledness. In her heart, she minded that her mother didn't even have the time to monitor her. If she really died, there was no telling when her mother would know. You've been pampered since you were a child, maybe it's my fault, I just hope that you'll be stronger and won't turn into this when you meet a small setback. Guodai was full of concern. Mom is right, I'm just not competitive in Mom's eyes. Gu Yao smiled miserably, I had a car accident, and Chang died, is that still a small thing? Then what is a big deal in Mom's eyes? Don't mention that scum to me. If you think he's good, think for yourself. Guo Dai looked unhappy. You were with him, what did you get? And what have you become? Have you forgotten all that? Smoking and drinking, gambling and racing, and having fun, didn't you do it all? If you had loved yourself, how could all this have happened? And why did you get into a car accident? You don't know how to reflect, and you still have the face to mention that scum in front of me. You really don't know what you're doing. Guo Dai was nonchalant and mercilessly counted down. I'm just being indiscreet, I'm just shameless. Gu Yao was saddened to the extreme, tears almost fell. She admitted to all of these accusations from her mother, and she did do that. Thinking about it now was indeed very excessive. However, the meticulous and lewd thing she didn't do, she still maintained her last reserve, so she wasn't that depraved. Since her mother wanted to think so, she did not have half a word of explanation. She couldn't see her mother more than a few times a month, and every time she did, she would fall out. Once she mentioned Gao Chang, her mother would get furious, just like now. To be honest, she was really used to it. Being spat on by her mother was fine with her. She thought it was good, as if she was repaying the kindness of her upbringing, and then she could continue to swing for the fences and wait for death. It's good that you admit it, you're still a bit self-aware. Guo Dai's words were vicious, but her heart was full of care. In her opinion, her daughter needs to be taught a good lesson, and when she gets through this hurdle, she will be able to rise again from the fire. With such a weak mind, she was too weak. Zhang Hao listened patiently. Guo Dai's counting down was a bit like fighting poison with poison. He felt that it could not be effective. He was not qualified to say that Guo Dai was wrong, so he did not interrupt. Seeing that both mother and daughter stopped talking, he greeted, "Good day, boss Guo." "Hello." Guo Dai looked at Zhang Hao and seriously sized him up. When Gao Yanqi recommended Zhang Hao to her, she was quite angry. After listening to Gao Yanqi's words and seeing Zhang Hao's handsome face again from the information, she agreed to let Zhang Hao work as an escort for her daughter. If her daughter felt that Zhang Hao was a new love and could forget her old love, she didn't feel anything. The big deal was that her daughter would experience one more man in her life. This was life experience for her daughter. As long as it was helpful to her daughter's growth, she could accept it. "You are very good." Guo Dai gave this comment. "Thanks for the compliment, boss Guo." Zhang Hao understood that Guo Dai wouldn't find trouble with him for his intimate contact with Gu Yao. If he took a closer look at Guo Dai, he really was still in style. By all accounts, Guo Dai was in her 40s. But the years had not left any traces on Guo Dai's face, and he had not noticed any wrinkles on Guo Dai's face. She really knew how to take care of herself, and it seemed that she had spent a lot of money in order to maintain her looks and figure. If someone who didn't understand the situation, the first time they saw Guo Dai, they would never think that Guo Dai had passed 40. I'm afraid that they would all guess that Guo Dai was only in her 30s or so. "Take good care of my daughter, don't let me down," Guo Dai said meaningfully. "Yes, boss Guo." Zhang Hao honestly agreed. He vaguely felt the threat. If he let boss Guo down, he was afraid that he would not have any good fruit to eat. After all, he was responsible for Gu Yao's urination and defecation, and also bathing. These were too intimate. It was normal for Guo Dai to mind in any way. "Don't be so formal, be comfortable, it's not like I don't eat people," Guo Dai said smilingly. "Yes." Zhang Hao laughed a little, then carefully said, "Boss Guo, I suggest to Miss Gu, let her go and pay tribute to Gao Chang. In this way it can also be done. This is good for Miss Gu. I don't know what Boss Guo's opinion is. Is this your suggestion? Or is it my daughter's idea?" Guo Dai was a bit surprised, her eyes glancing back and forth between her daughter and Zhang Hao. "It's my suggestion," Zhang Hao said truthfully. Gu Yao was surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Hao to have the guts to say this just like that. What was even stranger was that her mother didn't get angry when she heard about Gao Chang from Zhang Hao's mouth. Guo Dai pondered. Zhang Hao's sentence that it would be good for her daughter, and that her daughter was going to make an end of it, made her intent. After a moment of silence, she said, "Okay, it's fine." Then said, "Tomorrow, you take my daughter tomorrow, go and pay your respects to that scum. I'll poke around the graveyard and send it to you." "Good." Zhang Hao nodded. Guo Dai's heart, another calculation, it seems to be as soon as possible, to Gao Chang that scum to set up a tombstone. Chapter 33 Gu Yao's New Love. "Come over here, I'll privately explain a few things to you." Guo Dai glanced at Zhang Hao before getting up to leave. Zhang Hao followed. Guo Dai stood in front of the window, glanced at her daughter from afar, and asked, "You guys slept in the same room, you didn't have sex, did you?" "No, absolutely not, I wouldn't dare do that." Zhang Hao slammed his chest. "Boss Guo, please don't worry, what you're worried about won't happen." Gu Yao had had thoughts like that, he had protected himself well. "That's good." Guo Dai nodded her head in satisfaction, then said, "If my daughter wants to, you can serve her, but you can't take the initiative to bully my daughter, understand?" In her thoughts, her daughter's physical and mental health was most important. After the car accident, there had been no contact with men. Now that she was in such close contact with Zhang Hao, she didn't want to make things difficult for her daughter. She had her own logic. If her daughter possessed this man, it might lessen her liking for Gao Chang. In her opinion, Zhang Hao was much better than Gao Chang. Even if her daughter was paralyzed and if her daughter needed a boyfriend, she would find a boyfriend that would satisfy her daughter even if she had to use money to hit him. Zhang Hao was an escort, and the duty of a good number of escorts was to serve the needs of their employers. Ha! Zhang Hao was confused. One didn't know what this Guodai, in the end, was thinking. However, he didn't have any aversion to it. A daily wage of $15,000 could not be taken for nothing. He didn't dare to mess around in the front for fear of Guodai's anger. Now with Guodai's instructions, he wasn't worried. As long as Guoyao was willing, he was Guoyao's boyfriend with a daily salary of $15,000. There were many things he did, it was just adding one more item now. This was no problem for him. What kind of reaction is that? Guodai frowned slightly. Could it be that even someone like you dislikes my daughter? Zhang Hao was handsome, and that was the only thing she looked for. With Zhang Hao's help, her daughter stepped out of the villa for the first time, picked up dishes and chopsticks to eat on her own for the first time, and had the idea of sacrificing Gao Chang to end her past, which were all good signs. She felt that Zhang Hao had moved her daughter a bit. Solely, she would just add a little more fire. Don't dare, Bosqua, you're overthinking it. Zhang Hao didn't mind in any way when he was looked down upon. People were rich and powerful, so they were qualified to look down on him. It was fine for him to curse in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He said in a proper voice, Bosqua, I'm afraid that if I touch Ms. Gu, you'll find me in trouble. An eagle flying in the sky wouldn't care about the death of a mouse, you're overthinking it. Guodai mocked, you're not qualified, yet, for me to find trouble with you. Yes. Zhang Hao was much more at ease. No matter how Guodai belittled him, he accepted it gladly. The wishes of his employer could not be disobeyed. If it were any other eunuch, because of this current appearance of Gu Yao, he would definitely dislike it, right? But he wouldn't, much less have this qualification. Your salary is very high, your one day's salary, many people can't earn it in a month, do you think it's for nothing? In Guodai's mind, she didn't treat Zhang Hao as an equal, viewing him as a tool that could be thrown away at any time. I understand. Zhang Hao's heart snapped, a daily wage of 15,000 is not good to earn what you earn is hard money. Anything that happens between you and my daughter, there can't be any other people who know about it. Guodai's look was a bit fierce. Bosqua, don't worry, I have the tightest mouth. Zhang Hao admired even himself for this. That's good. Guodai laughed a little, when you're with my daughter, you'll act as her boyfriend, and in the eyes of others, you're just my daughter's escort. I understand. Zhang Hao nodded his head in a regimented manner. This was not a matter to him at all. He liked to keep his mouth shut, and he liked this kind of employer even more. As long as there was money to be made, nothing else was a matter. Alright, that's all I have to say. Guodai turned to walk away, and after greeting Gu Yao, she left the villa. This is my mom, coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry. Gu Yao complained. Bosqua is a busy man, Ms. Gu should understand. Besides, Ms. Gu is in this state now, letting your mom take care of you, you won't be happy about it. Zhang Hao had a smile on his face, and the way he looked at Gu Yao now was a little different. He treated himself as Gu Yao's boyfriend, with more doting and caring among his eyes. What did my mom tell you? Gu Yao was curious, and at the same time keenly sensed the changes that had occurred in Zhang Hao's body. I'm too embarrassed to say, I'll tell you more tonight. Zhang Hao replied smilingly. Still selling secrets, boring. Gu Yao looked like she was full of concern. It was soon evening. Gu Yao once again asked, what exactly did my mom say to you? Bosqua said that as long as you're willing, I'm your boyfriend. Zhang Hao laughed, if you're happy, I'm your boyfriend, if you're not, you can kick me off the bed. My mom's flirty idea, I know what it means, she wants me to forget my old love with my new love. Gu Yao had her own thoughts and analyzed her mother's behavior. She naturally understood what the three words boyfriend stood for. Bosqua is also doing this for your own good, it's up to Ms. Gu to see what she thinks. Zhang Hao spoke up. Are you willing? Gu Yao inquired seriously, never mind what my mom means, are you willing to be my boyfriend? I'm talking about a real boyfriend. I'm willing. Zhang Hao couldn't let his employer down. I'm a wreck now, don't you mind me? Gu Yao flopped down on the bed and just scrutinized Zhang Hao. Ms. Gu, you're worrying too much, I don't mind you. Zhang Hao said seriously, if I were to lose a leg in exchange for your identity and status, I believe many people would want to. You really don't mind me? Gu Yao said unbelievingly in general, in front, when I asked you to sleep with me, you refused to agree even to death, now with a few words from my mom, you agreed, I'm very skeptical of your intentions. At that time, I was worried, Bosqua cleaned me up, now I'm not worried. Zhang Hao's attitude was sincere, which was also true. You're just too honest. Gu Yao's voice was a bit despondent. Now that Zhang Hao was her boyfriend, she wouldn't be polite and was about to laugh it off. The things that men and women did to each other were going to be done as well. To put it bluntly, she was very empty and bored to the core, so she needed a different kind of life stimulation to find fun for herself. Zhang Hao was the most suitable person. Mother's good intentions couldn't be violated. Besides, in her mother's eyes, she was very bad. Since this was the case, she would be a bad woman. It was also a way to get back at her mother for her distrust and accusations. Zhang Hao, come sleep with me, I need you. Gu Yao was dumbfounded and gave this order to Zhang Hao. Hi. Zhang Hao began to move. Chapter 34 Gu Yao wants to have a baby. A moment of spring night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Zhang Hao looked at Gu Yao lying in his arms and revealed an unbelievable look. Miss Gu, is this your first time? Yes, why? Gu Yao said with a straight face. She was only 23 years old, she did have a boyfriend, and due to her strict family tutelage and her own reserve, she hadn't done that kind of thing with her boyfriend. In her mother's eyes, she was Thai. She did do a lot of out-of-the-ordinary things, but her own body was clean and innocent, it was just that her mother had a misunderstanding. Gu Yao looked dissatisfied. Listening to your tone, am I that kind of casual girl now? No, Ms. Gu, don't think like that. Zhang Hao hurriedly said, I'm afraid that your mom will skin me if she knows. If you don't say anything, if I don't say anything, my mom won't know. Gu Yao was quite confident. Besides, this secret of hers, she would never let her mother know, let her mother continue to accuse her. Makes sense. Zhang Hao was terrified in his heart, his mood was not at all relaxed, it could be described as stressful. You're my boyfriend now, what are you still calling Miss Gu? Call me Yao Yao. Gu Yao Yao snapped. Yes, Miss Gu. Zhang Hao agreed. Still not changing your mouth? Gu Yao Yao plucked out a glance. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Zhang Hao hurriedly called out a few times. That's more or less the same. Gu Yao revealed a satisfied smile. Actually, this is my first time as well. Zhang Hao made this statement. He would say whatever words would make his employer happy. What was true didn't matter. Really? Gu Yao was very skeptical. From the feeling, Zhang Hao was very powerful. Not at all. Really, 1,000 times over. Zhang Hao said with conviction, a poor man like me can't afford a girlfriend. He understood the truth that a man's mouth lied to a man's ghost. Although it was a bit excessive, he could only lie. He could only comfort himself so much that it was a well-intentioned lie. Believe you now, my fool. Gu Yao spread a smile. No one is allowed to say that about themselves. You will, in the future, always be my boyfriend, and I will marry you. In her heart, she had already recognized this man. This man had seen everything she had. Honor and innocence, all of which were now taken up by Zhang Hao. So she had to be responsible for Zhang Hao, and she also wanted Zhang Hao to be responsible for her. Gu Yao also did not expect that her state of mind would change so quickly. Perhaps, it was Zhang Hao's behavior that touched her. Plus, Zhang Hao's unfailing care and the fact that he didn't mind that she was a cripple had favored Zhang Hao. With such a change, she was happy to accept it. Marry me? Zhang Hao was flustered in his heart. What, you're not willing? Gu Yao's gaze burned. Willing, of course I am. Zhang Hao was clear that Gu Yao, the iceberg, was melted by him. His dedication had finally made Gu Yao stop falling. It was just the problem at hand that made it particularly tricky for him. He was worried. Yao Yao, I'm afraid your mom won't agree and let you marry me. She doesn't have a better choice, I'm a wreck, there's no good marriage left, she can only agree if we insist on being together. Gu Yao said confidently. Alright, let's hope so. Zhang Hao was able to guess that even if Gu Yao's body was flawed, that Bosqua could not possibly look at him. Let's take a step and see what happens. There was no telling how Bosqua would react when he found out about the situation. It's not easy for my mom to pass this hurdle, I can understand you worrying, just leave it all to me. Gu Yao was convinced that as long as she went out on a limb, her mother would definitely agree to her request. Good. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. You used to be an orphan, without the love of a family member. In the future, I'll love you, I'll be your family member, and then we'll have 2 little babies. Gu Yao was starting to think of a bright future. Good. Zhang Hao felt that his heart was sweating coldly. It seemed that Gu Yao was a bit seriously dependent on him. Or perhaps he had conquered Gu Yao himself. Gu Yao smiled happily. By the way, do you like boys or girls? Like both. Zhang Hao responded smilingly. This answer is too perfunctory, let's do it this way, let's have a boy and a girl, it's best to have both children. In Gu Yao's mind, she already had her own answer. Right, it's still Yao Yao who is thoughtful. Zhang Hao concurred. Gu Yao was very excited to talk, and Zhang Hao kept accompanying her. In the blink of an eye, it was the early morning of the next day. When Zhang Hao woke up, he found himself lying in Gu Yao's arms. Awake? Gu Yao wore a smile on her face. She woke up earlier than Zhang Hao and just kept admiring her boyfriend. To be honest, her boyfriend was really handsome. In terms of face value, it was barely worthy of her. Yao Yao, you look so pretty when you smile. Zhang Hao praised from the bottom of his heart, and in that moment, the smile on Gu Yao's face directly stunned him. When Gu Yao was in school, she was the famous school flower, naturally, she was a national beauty. After the car accident, she gave up on herself, which made her emaciated a lot. Now overnight, it seemed to have figured it out. The expressions on her face were all so moving, and her knitted brows and smile exuded a seductive charm. Zhang Hao hadn't expected that Gu Yao would change so much. If it looks good, you can look at it for a while longer, and I'll let you look at it every day in the future, as long as you don't get annoyed. Gu Yao's smile was as beautiful as a flower. Yao Yao is so beautiful, I'll never be annoyed. Zhang Hao was a bit mesmerized. But he was alerted inwardly, treat this as a dream, just take it seriously, but never take it seriously. My fool, what a sweet mouth. Gu Yao Yao was very gentle, her eyes soft as water. Yao Yao, you are so good to me. Zhang Hao felt that he was going to be melted by Gu Yao. Take good care of me in the future, I'll treat you better. Gu Yao Yao smiled charmingly, it's time to get up now, I'm going to try to get ahead, I don't want to sink any lower. Yao Yao, it's great that you can think like this. Zhang Hao was very happy. Go get my prosthetic leg, I'm going to wear it. Gu Yao happily said, I'm going to be a normal person, then I'll accompany you for dinner and shopping, I can't let you take care of my every move anymore, I have to be stronger. Yao Yao, you should have thought this way a long time ago. Zhang Hao was apprehensive in his heart, he always felt that Gu Yao's state was somewhat abnormal. The speed of changing for the better, as well as the determination to get ahead, both made him very surprised. The purpose of my change is all for the sake of being with you, if my mom is against us being together, I'll just keep swinging for the fences and wait for death, let's see what she does. Gu Yao's stunningly beautiful face pulsed with persistence. Zhang Hao felt doubly pressurized, Gu Yao's kindness towards him was just too sudden and too strong. He was a bit caught off guard, and was still having trouble fighting it off. It seemed that Gu Yao was relying on him. Chapter 35, You're the only one in my heart. Gu Yao put on her prosthetic leg and carefully stood up. Yao Yao, let me help you. Zhang Hao extended his hand. No need, I can do it myself. Gu Yao slowly walked, a little uncomfortable, some pain at the scars, she overcame it all. Yao Yao, cheer up. Zhang Hao encouraged, looking at Gu Yao getting back on her feet, walking out from amongst the gloom, he was quite accomplished. He had come to take care of Gu Yao, and his biggest goal was to let Gu Yao regain her life. Looking at it now, everything was moving in a good direction. Gu Yao walked out of the room, and Zhang Hao stood guard on the side. In fact, Gu Yao had a lot of prosthetic limbs that she had worn before, all under the supervision of her mother, accompanied by medical staff, and she had done a lot of training. Walking with her prosthetics on, she didn't have any problems. She had been passive before, but now she was, for the first time, actively wearing a prosthetic limb. Throughout the morning, Gu Yao was walking in her prosthetic limbs, resting for a while when she was tired, then continuing to walk. My daughter is back. Guo Dai saw the surveillance and tears came to her eyes. She had waited for this day for a year. Her daughter had finally come to her senses and was no longer obsessed. To her, it was heavenly good news. This Zhang Hao has some skills. Guo Dai had a smile on her lips, revealing a satisfied look. Addressing my daughter as Yao Yao, it seems that they are together, it's not even a matter, consider it as enriching your daughter's life. Guo Dai's definition of Zhang Hao was a tool in general, helping her daughter out of a difficult situation was Zhang Hao's value. At noon, Zhang Hao made a good meal, Yao Yao, it's time to eat. Good. Gu Yao walked to the dining table, Zhang Hao pulled a chair and Gu Yao sat on it. The walk was a bit long, and her forehead was a bit sweaty. Yao Yao, take your time, don't rush. Zhang Hao went forward and helped Gu Yao wipe off the sweat. I know your heart aches for me, but please believe me, I can do it. Gu Yao was confident. Cheer up, Yao Yao is the best. Zhang Hao cheered one by one. Quite considerate, the money wasn't spent in vain. Guo Dai, who had been observing, revealed an appreciative look. After Zhang Hao and Gu Yao had their meal, they went out. This is to pay homage to Gao Chang, good, pay homage to have a closure, in the future, will not be hung up on, anyway, in the future, that person will not appear in front of the daughter. Guo Dai's expression was inscrutable. In fact, Gao Chang did not die. In order to lie to her daughter, she said that Gao Chang was dead. It was also for the sake of her daughter, to be able to forget Gao Chang. Nowadays, Gao Chang's family, all of them went abroad. Behind it, naturally there are threats and intimidation from her. Her daughter had lost a leg, even if she killed Gao Chang's family, she couldn't relieve her hatred. Yesterday, after Zhang Hao said that her daughter was going to pay homage to Gao Chang, she spent money and had someone set up a tombstone for Gao Chang as fast as possible. At the entrance of the villa, Lu Jun and the others were directly dumbfounded. Hello Ms. Gu. They could only greet and didn't dare to say anything else for fear of upsetting Gu Yao. They were stunned that Gu Yao walked out of the villa wearing a prosthetic limb. This was something they had been looking forward to for a long time, but now that it had happened in front of their eyes, they still felt shocked. Gu Yao nodded her head in greeting and headed towards her car. Zhang Hao had been following Gu Yao's side, so he didn't exchange pleasantries with Lu Jun and the others. Zhang Hao drove and traveled to the destination with Gu Yao. The 4 bodyguards sat in a car, following closely behind. Miss Gu's face, it's all smiles, and just now, she even nodded her head and greeted us, wonderful. Yeah, it's unbelievable. We're all hoping that Miss Gu will change for the better soon, but the speed of this change for the better, isn't it also a little too fast, making people feel a little unreal? People can come to their senses, it's just a matter of an instant, don't make a fuss. That little brother Zhang, he really seems to have a pair of brushes, and it's a credit to Zhang that Miss Gu has changed so much. Those escorts in the past, they were all garbage. Four bodyguards, including Lu Jun and Zhang Yu, were discussing in the car with complex expressions. When they arrived at the cemetery, Zhang Hao followed the information given by Guo Dai and found Gao Chang's tomb. Gu Yao looked at Gao Chang's tombstone with an extremely sad expression. Yao, I'll evade for a while, just say whatever you have to say, okay? Zhang Hao intended to give Gu Yao enough personal space. No need, you stay with me. Gu Yao looked forlorn. Now that Zhang Hao was her boyfriend, she didn't want to avoid Zhang Hao to whisper something. Just keep her thoughts and attachment to Gao Chang in her heart. If she really let Zhang Hao avoid it, in case Zhang Hao got jealous, it would be her fault. She had to fully consider her current boyfriend's feelings. The affection in her heart for Gao Chang could not let Zhang Hao know. Do you think Gao Chang will hate me when he reaches the ground? Gu Yao didn't even call brother Chang anymore in order to avoid suspicion, but directly addressed Gao Chang by his name. No, everyone down there drinks mangpa soup and won't remember what happened up there. Zhang Hao spoke up. According to you, he must hate me. Gu Yao laughed miserably. He should hate me. After all, when he died, I was the one driving the car. I was the one who indirectly killed him. You can't say that either. Don't take the responsibility all on yourself. You are just too kind to have a bad conscience. Zhang Hao was all about exhortation. He was all for Gu Yao's good. Gao Chang's death or life was not important to him. Gao Chang, I've forgotten about you already. This is my boyfriend Zhang Hao. I brought him here to see you, and by the way, I'll burn some paper money for you. Gu Yao said with a big smile. What was true was that she hadn't forgotten. I'm afraid it would be for the rest of her life, living in her heart. But in front of Zhang Hao, she had to make a statement like this. If you don't have any money to spend, just give your parents a dream and ask them to burn more for you. Zhang Hao said, Yao has already introduced you to my identity, so I won't say much more. I won't be able to visit you in the future, so take care of yourself. Gu Yao looked at the paper money she brought and was about to burn out. Her emotions were very low and the tears in her eyes were slipping down quietly. Yao, cry if you want to, venting it out will make you feel better. Zhang Hao advised. I didn't cry, it's just that the sand blew into my eyes, just rub it. Gu Yao didn't admit that her tears were for Gao Chang. If she made Zhang Hao think too much, she would have a bad conscience. But Zhang Hao had to make her cry for her sake. She was really touched. This little cutie. Zhang Hao had a mind to take her feelings into consideration. She favored not crying, just because she didn't want Zhang Hao to think too much. She acted stronger, trying to create the image that she had already forgotten about Gao Chang and would not shed tears for him. Gu Yao gazed at the photo above the tombstone and memorized Gao Chang's appearance clearly before she said, let's go. The previous memories were a bit fuzzy, but now that she remembered it, she shouldn't forget it again. Good. Zhang Hao nodded. Gu Yao took Zhang Hao's arm and said with a sweet smile, I really forgot about Gao Chang. The tears I shed just now, it really wasn't for him. In my heart right now, there's only you. Yao, I know. Zhang Hao smiled. In your heart, you can only have me alone too. Gu Yao emphasized. Must. Zhang Hao's face was sincere, and his heart was a bit ashamed. He would treat, with sincerity, every single one of his employers. How long the sincerity would last would depend on fate. Chapter 36, Mom, I want to marry him. After paying tribute to Gao Chang, Zhang Hao and Gu Yao returned to the villa. Zhang Hao found an opportunity and sent a message to Guo Dai, Boss Guo, Ms. Gu wants to marry me, this matter has to be attended to by you. No matter what, this matter had to be known to Guo Dai, he wouldn't dare to hide it as it was a big deal. He felt that Gu Yao's state was a bit abnormal. He was now Gu Yao's boyfriend, all did what couples should do, it just felt like he, kind of, took advantage of the situation. Gu Yao's inner emptiness is what makes him take advantage of it. To marry Gu Yao, he didn't even think about it. It was only when the family was right that a marriage could survive. If the difference was too great, there could not be a good outcome. Besides, Zhang Hao understood his own identity, so he would never think of anything that was delusional. Right now, he was afraid that Gu Yao would rely on him and pester him, and he was also a little worried. I know. Guo Dai only replied 4 words to Zhang Hao after seeing the message. She could understand her daughter's capriciousness. Just marrying Zhang Hao, as far as he was concerned, he was also worthy. In her opinion, Zhang Hao was a toy for her daughter's entertainment, and by helping her daughter out of her predicament, he had played his due value. If Zhang Hao did not know himself, she would not be polite. In the afternoon, Guo Dai came to the villa, and when she saw her daughter wearing a prosthetic leg, she was filled with relief. For her daughter to be able to change now, she had to admit that Zhang Hao had played a sufficient role. Yao, you are back on your feet, Mom is very happy. In this life, people will encounter a lot of setbacks, the trials and tribulations you experience will make you stronger, as long as you think about it, no difficulties can defeat you. Guo Dai spoke in a relaxed tone, a rich smile hanging on her face. Mom, don't give me such chicken soup, I don't want to hear it and I don't love it. Gu Yao's face was sullen, she was most annoyed by her mother's preachy look. Okay, Mom won't say it. Guo Dai laughed a little, she didn't mind her daughter's cold attitude in any way. Gu Yao inquired, why did Mom come to see me again? Aren't you busy with work? I heard that you're going to marry him. Guo Dai nailed this. Gu Yao just wanted to get angry, but on second thought, it could only be Zhang Hao who had revealed this news to her mother, so she didn't get angry. She could understand if Zhang Hao had such concerns. That is, I want to marry Zhang Hao. Gu Yao looked at Zhang Hao smiling like a flower. Guo Dai was in a complicated mood. Her daughter hadn't smiled at her for a long time. This Zhang Hao, what virtue and ability, ah? No. Guo Dai's attitude was resolute. I put on the prosthesis, all for his sake. Mom, if you do not agree, I will not wear it, and then continue to eat and wait for death. Mom, look at it. Gu Yao went out of her way to generally threaten. You? Guo Dai angrily stared at her daughter, not knowing what to say for a moment. She thought that her daughter wanted to open up, but she did not expect that in order to be with Zhang Hao, she would take her down so much. Looking at her daughter's resolute expression and slightly crazy color, she knew that if she didn't promise her daughter, she would definitely do something even more drastic. Okay, I promise. Guo Dai took a step back. Really? You didn't lie to me? Gu Yao couldn't believe it. When did her mother become so good at talking? Really, however, you have to promise me 2 conditions. Guo Dai had her own ideas. No problem, as long as I can do it, 100 conditions will do. Gu Yao agreed with her mouth full. First, since you're wearing a prosthetic limb, you have to wear it all the time. You have to give me a good life. You can't seek death anymore. Guo Dai said in a proper voice. Secondly, you first talk to Zhang Hao for 100 days in love. By then your thoughts will remain the same, and if you are still bent on marrying him, I will hold a wedding for you. Her idea was simple. Her daughter felt that Zhang Hao was fresh for a while and was just more dependent. As long as time went by, she wouldn't feel that Zhang Hao was so good. Zhang Hao's care for her daughter could be described as meticulous, and did not dislike her daughter, which was the reason why her daughter liked Zhang Hao, right? Just how long could the so-called liking last? In her opinion, it definitely wouldn't last more than 100 days. Mom, I promise you. Gu Yao didn't feel that her mother's conditions were harsh. Say something like that after you've thought about it. I'm afraid that you'll back out at that time. Guo Dai reminded up. Mom, I've thought it over. I'll never back out. Gu Yao's gaze was firm. Good, Mom believes in you. Guo Dai nodded. Gu Yao warned, it's just that, Mom, you can't threaten Zhang Hao. You have to be nice to him. You can't do anything excessive, otherwise, I'll die for you. Mom knows, Mom is not this kind of person. As long as you think he is really a good match for you, Mom will bless you. Guo Dai said the words she had thought of in one go. Anyway, Zhang Hao has no family. In case you guys come together, he'll come to the door to join the family. Zhang Hao shouldn't have a problem with that, right? I recognize Zhang Hao. We will definitely be together. Gu Yao swore with conviction. It was just up to Zhang Hao to join the family. She and her mother were the only 2 people in the family. If Zhang Hao really joined the family, there would be a man in the family, which would naturally be good news for both them, mother and daughter. I have no problem with that. Zhang Hao smiled and stated, looking particularly happy. He was clear that Guo Dai was unlikely to recognize him, and since he had such a condition, he was afraid that there would be more variables. As long as he is not in trouble and can still get a high salary of $15,000 every day, he is happy to accompany the play. It's just that he's worried that Gu Yao will really pester him, and by the time Guo Dai gets angry, the situation will be tricky. He didn't think that he and Gu Yao could really come together. If Guo Dai really appreciated him, in case he got together with Gu Yao, it would be a good thing indeed. Zhang Hao could just think about it, and didn't think that such a good thing would fall on his head. It was useless to think so much. Let's take a step and see what happens. Zhang Hao, you're so nice. We'll be a family from now on. No, from now on, we're a family. Gu Yao was overjoyed. Having a man join the family, the average man would have ideas. The man she had her eyes on was really not an ordinary man. In her thoughts, Zhang Hao must like her very much, which was why he agreed to join the family without even frowning. Zhang Hao had paid so much for her, and in the future, she would have to be even better to Zhang Hao as well. Yao Yao, you're so good to me. Zhang Hao smiled. You're my man, so I naturally have to treat you well. Gu Yao said rightfully. AI, sinful. Guo Dai's complexion remained unchanged as the thought flashed through her mind. She just felt that her current daughter was a bit abnormal, relying too much on Zhang Hao. If this continued, there was no telling what the outcome would be. Guo Dai stood up and said as she walked, Zhang Hao, you come with me. Good. Zhang Hao followed. Mom, what is it that you can't say in front of me and you're avoiding me? Gu Yao yelled out. Don't worry, I won't bully your man. Guo Dai shook her head helplessly. Mom, remember what you said. Gu Yao was somewhat relieved. Chapter 37. She is still charming and snake-hearted. Inside the room, Guo Dai looked out of the window, not taking a proper look at Zhang Hao standing behind her, and said with a disgruntled look, Zhang Hao, do you know what your status is? No. Zhang Hao nodded his head repeatedly, just afraid that Guo Dai would not be satisfied with his performance, and put his posture very low. That's good, one must be self-aware. If you act recklessly based on my daughter's current favoritism, there is no good end. Guo Dai's threat was particularly obvious. Boss Guo, I'll listen to your instructions on what I should do. Zhang Hao was now looking forward to the day when Guo Dai would throw a check for $5 million in his face and ask him to leave her daughter. That's good. Guo Dai nodded her head in satisfaction. A man who is sensible and understanding is the only one who deserves to be held in high regard by me. If he is persistent and encourages my daughter to do bad things, I will sink him into the big river. Boss Guo, I'm timid, so don't scare me. I'm the most sensible man. Zhang Hao's face was apprehensive. He used to think that serving Gu Yao's food and clothing was just a bit of a hassle, but now he realized that the danger was so close to him. It's not good to get a daily salary of $15,000. As the saying goes, money is hard to make and is hard to eat, so bear with it. Now even if you want to withdraw, you don't have the guts. I can only be tough and deal with the employer in front of me. For Gu Yao, we have to coax with all our heart and never let Gu Yao do what Guo Dai thinks is bad. About Cao Chang's matter, you know something. Do you know his parents? What happened to them? Guo Dai's eyes showed teasing. I don't know, please ask Boss Guo to clarify. Zhang Hao heard out that Guo Dai said this in order to intimidate him with real cases. He could only listen obediently. His parents are quite wealthy. After my daughter's accident, under my coercion, they could only go to live abroad, and all their domestic assets were sold. Guo Dai looked mocking, but when they went abroad, their days were equally bad. They were targeted by the gangs, the money in their hands, the sum of money was extorted, the days were lived in fear and trembling, not to mention that their little lives might not be protected at any time. Regarding the fact that Cao Chang was still alive, she did not give Zhang Hao a word. Let her daughter mistakenly think that it was best for the man to be dead. Boss Guo, I'm just a small shrimp, relying on my own skills and earning a little bit of hard-earned money. I really don't deserve it, letting you threaten me like this. Zhang Hao was able to think that Cao Chang's parents were now living a life that was worse than death. In case they were forced to die, Guo Dai would not dirty her hands. Gu Yao only lost half of her leg, and Guo Dai's revenge, which was so fierce, could be seen as very ruthless. Thinking about it, it's scary. This Guo Dai's methods, but really vicious. He no longer feels that Guo Dai is a woman of charm. This is a snake and scorpion beauty that eats people without spitting bones. When he broke into such a situation, he had to be more careful. It's good to know. I'm afraid that you'll get confused in a brainstorm and thus lose your little life. Guo Dai would not make things difficult for Zhang Hao, provided that Zhang Hao did not do anything unwise. Boss Guo, I cherish my life the most. Zhang Hao smiled shyly. Guo Dai nodded her head slightly before instructing, from now on, accompany my daughter to have a good relationship and walk out from the shadows of the past. Yes. Zhang Hao earnestly agreed. What can be done? I will give you a list. When the time comes, you just follow it. What can't be done? If my daughter does it, and you don't have the effect of admonishing her, you'll weigh how many pounds of bones you have. Guo Dai was more at ease. Zhang Hao was so understanding, there was no need to worry about anything right now. Yes. Zhang Hao promised with his mouth full, and naturally, he had to put it into action, not daring to be sloppy in the slightest. However, he still had his own concerns and asked, Boss Guo, if Miss Gu leaves the villa, do I still have to present myself as my boyfriend? I'm afraid that this will damage Miss Gu's reputation. Very good, knowing to use your brain to think things through. Guo Dai laughed. If my daughter says that you're her boyfriend, you should just respond. If my daughter doesn't say it, you're a bag carrier. The best case scenario is, in front of outsiders, don't expose your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's best for you to fall in love in private. You have to persuade, don't let my daughter yell everywhere, saying that you are her boyfriend. All of her thoughts were for her daughter's sake. When her daughter abandoned Zhang Hao in the future, she didn't want others to know that her daughter had fallen in love with someone like Zhang Hao. Yes. Zhang Hao nodded honestly. It seemed that there were very many things to pay attention to in the future. Guo Dai said in a deep voice, that's all I'm going to say. Is there anything else you want to say? In fact, Miss Gu is particularly eager for your company and care. Her current psyche is very fragile, not as strong as you think. Sometimes in the midst of her dreaming, she would subconsciously call out to you, saying that she is afraid of being alone and the like. Zhang Hao was now sharing the same bed with Gu Yao, so he had the most say in saying such words. I know, is there more? Guo Dai's face stared. She was extremely pleased that Zhang Hao was able to say such words. It seemed that it was also genuinely for his daughter's sake. Although he took the money, he did do something, and that was a good sign. She believed that her daughter would become stronger and better. She wasn't a good mother and couldn't do what her daughter expected. She could only love her daughter in her own way. I can see that you love Miss Gu very much. It's just that sometimes, I still ask Boss Guo to be a little gentler when he speaks. If you keep lecturing her, she'll easily sing against you and it won't have any effect. Zhang Hao felt obligated to tell these things. It was all for Gu Yao's good anyway. I believe Guo Dai would not reprimand him for meddling in his own business, right? I know. Guo Dai didn't blame. Zhang Hao could have this heart. This was naturally a good thing. If her daughter was very strong, so that she didn't worry, Zhang Hao wouldn't have the chance to take advantage of the situation and make her daughter so dependent. As long as it was for her daughter's good, if Zhang Hao showed a little more, her satisfaction level would increase a little. There's one more thing I have to tell you. Zhang Hao looked flustered, as if he was afraid that Guo Dai would blame him. What? Speak. Guo Dai was a bit impatient. When I slept with Miss Gu was still intact. Zhang Hao's head hung down. What? Guo Dai turned around violently and just stared at Zhang Hao dead in the face, her head roaring as if thunder had exploded. How could she have never imagined that her daughter was still intact? According to the news she had poked around, her daughter was very ridiculous with Gao Chang. It seems, that is the surface of the situation. In fact, the daughter did not live up to her education, but also have their own reserve, and their own bottom line, there is no with Gao Chang and adultery. Investigate the situation of people, should do their duty, she wants to clean up also cannot find an excuse. The photos she saw were just her daughter being more intimate when she was with Gao Chang. This stupid daughter, why didn't she tell me earlier? Woodai's mood could be described as mixed. Chapter 38, he made a fool of himself, she made a fool of herself. You are an asshole. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Woodai threw up her feet and kicked violently at Zhang Hao's legs. What she was worried about now was that her daughter would become more dependent on Zhang Hao after giving her first time to him. If that was the case, it was bound to be even more troublesome. At this time, she would rather hope that her daughter was a bit more Thai, and that Zhang Hao was not that important in her daughter's heart. Yes, I'm an asshole. Zhang Hao lowered his head and allowed Guodai to scold him. He felt that he deserved it. No matter how Guodai vented, he could understand. No matter how much his leg hurt, he had to endure it. After all, after taking someone's high salary and taking such a big advantage, it was ultimately his fault. Maybe in Guodai's opinion, he, his daughter's boyfriend, was just a tool. But after enjoying such a lustful blessing, he should bear a certain amount of chastisement. I really want to slap you to death. Guodai was so angry that her petite body trembled a little. She now realized how deep her misunderstanding of her daughter was. No wonder her daughter had given up on herself, it was also to compete with her. Daughter is very stupid. She was equally stupid. She regretted that she had not taken enough time to care for and accompany her daughter. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to repent in one's intestines, so one can only think in a favorable light. Although what happened to Gao Chang's family was very miserable, she did not feel that she had done wrong. After all, Gao Chang had taken his daughter and done many other out of the ordinary things. Bosqua, if you're not in pain, reward me with a few slaps. Zhang Hao brought his face over. Letting his employer vent his anger was his duty now. He didn't think that Guodai would show him mercy. Guodai raised her slap, but just didn't slap down. Looking at the coy Zhang Hao, who was so cautious, she had no intention of getting angry. She was only annoyed that she had given Zhang Hao such a generous salary, and let Zhang Hao take advantage of her. She was really self-inflicted. Wanting to assault Zhang Hao, she didn't even have the energy anymore. Hey, it's not your fault, it's not like you knew about it beforehand. The fact that you could tell me about this shows that you know your stuff. If you hid it from me, there's no way I could have known about it, and with my daughter's character, there's no way she could have told me about it. Guodai had no place to spread her anger, so she could only digest it herself, accompanied by a long pout and sigh, her face filled with helplessness and depression. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, and finally did not speak. It is really not good to interject, can only be a mute. But Guodai was so sensible and stopped blaming him, he was really happy. A generous employer, he really liked. If Guodai was looking for him to settle the score, he really had no choice. He didn't dare to hide this matter, he was afraid that Guodai would settle the score in the fall, and that was the reason why he said it. To be honest, it was much easier now. Looking at Guodai's face, which was full of depression, he carefully said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness, but it's just that Miss Gu said that she wanted me to keep it a secret, and now that I've said the secret, I'd like to ask for Guo's understanding. I just understand in my heart, I don't have the effort to tell my daughter. Guodai was doubly heartbroken. At this moment in her daughter's heart, Zhang Hao was an excellent boyfriend. She didn't think of destroying Zhang Hao's good image in her daughter's mind. What happens in the future, let's talk about it later. Her daughter was just a little bit more obedient now. I know. Zhang Hao weakly responded. He really didn't dare to speak up in front of Guodai. Be nice to my daughter, serve my daughter with all your heart, even if you're acting, act as if you're real, if you're being false, I won't let you go. Guodai said meaningfully. When her daughter came out of her predicament and the 100 days were up, if her daughter still wanted to marry Zhang Hao, she had ways to break it up. Right now, her daughter liked Zhang Hao. She just hoped that her daughter would be happy and joyful. Good. Zhang Hao nodded his head heavily, treating such an employer with sincerity. In case the other party detected an abnormality, it would be his fault. Even if he was bruised all over, he should still be sincere. The big deal is that in the end, a person to hide, and then to lick the wounds is. He took this money, he should bear all the love wounds. He was strong and believed that no difficulty would be hard for him. In the future, regarding your daughter's situation, report to me at any time. I won't tell my daughter that it was you who leaked the information. Guodai commanded without question. Okay, no problem. Zhang Hao felt that this was normal. You can't tell anyone about your affair with my daughter. Guodai's gaze was sharp. Understood, I understand everything. Zhang Hao was very sensible. Keeping secrets for his employer was his greatest duty. By the way, does your leg still hurt? Guodai glanced at it. After all, he was in a fit of anger just now and didn't show any mercy when he kicked it. Thanks to Bosqua's concern, it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Hao was a bit touched. Guodai's concern was more effective than any medicine. Concern? Oh, you're overthinking it. Guo Dai sneered. In front of my daughter, don't let her see that your leg is injured. I don't want my daughter to think that I abused you. Yes, boss Guo. Zhang Hao was sad. It seemed he had made a fool of himself. Guo Dai turned to leave. Zhang Hao followed, with a bit of a limp. He adapted for a moment, and once he saw Gu Yao's figure, he held back the pain and didn't let himself show that something was wrong. This job wasn't easy to do, tears had to be wiped away on their own, and injuries couldn't be shown. Mom, what did you guys talk about? Why did you chat for so long? Gu Yao's eyes widened in suspicion. Nothing much. Guo Dai laughed. I'm just warning him to treat my Yao Yao well. If he thinks twice, I'll clean him up. Mom, don't scare my boyfriend. Gu Yao glared at her mother, looked at Zhang Hao and said very gently, I only have Zhang Hao in my heart, and Zhang Hao only has me in his heart. We will definitely be happy. Yes, we will definitely be happy. Mom is very happy that Yao Yao has found her happiness. Guo Dai was obedient and did not lecture her daughter anymore. Zhang Hao's words played a role. She could not keep lecturing when she was with her daughter in the future. Why do I feel that mom has changed a bit? The way she looks at me is different. Gu Yao was quite puzzled. Yao Yao, you think too much. Mom has always cared about you, it's just that you didn't realize it before. Now that you're in a better mood, naturally you look at things differently. Guo Dai said with affection. Mom has a point, maybe the me in the past was really a bit excessive. Gu Yao thought for a moment and recognized her mother's words. My Yao Yao has always been a good daughter, just encountered a setback, temporarily can't think straight. You are very good, there is no excessive place. I also have mistakes. Yao Yao does not blame me as long as. Guo Dai's mentality changed, her attitude towards her daughter also changed dramatically. Mom, don't talk about yourself like that. My daughter did have mistakes, just don't blame me. I haven't blamed you. Gu Yao smiled. Good. Guo Dai's nose soured and she almost burst into tears. Her daughter finally smiled at her. Chapter 39, Gu Yao's passion is like fire. Mom will go cook, you guys chat. Guo Dai's eyes were moist and she walked straight to the kitchen. She felt that Zhang Hao was the lubricant, helping their mother and daughter to improve their relationship and remove a lot of barriers. This Zhang Hao was quite good, and the money was not spent in vain. Gu Yao's heart was touched and her eyes were full of emotion. I think my mom has changed, she's not the same as before. Yao Yao, you have changed too, your mom is happy, naturally it looks different to you. Zhang Hao's tone was gentle. Right, that should be the truth. When Gu Yao didn't know Gao Chang, she had a good relationship with her mother, and after she became familiar with Gao Chang, she strayed and did a lot of wrong things, until she had a car accident, and her relationship with her mother dropped to the freezing point. She hoped that her mother would always be like this. She also made up her mind that she must live a good life and can't be that degraded anymore. It's good that Yao Yao has thought about it. Zhang Hao praised from the bottom of his heart. It's all because of you that I can have the change I have now, it's also because of you that I've cleared the ice with my mom, thank you. Gu Yao was very serious, her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness amongst them. Yao Yao, what silly words are you saying, just don't be so outgoing. Zhang Hao cooperated well, completely treating himself as Gu Yao's real boyfriend. Well, in the future, if you are outgoing, your Yao Yao won't say anything. Gu Yao smiled sweetly. Her boyfriend was so considerate, he was really good at everything, she was simply in love. Yao Yao, I'm still taking the payment from your mom, isn't this bad? Zhang Hao was now following Guo Dai's instructions to do something, so he had to show his sincerity in treating Gu Yao, so he voiced out the last concern in his heart. You take it at ease, a man's wallet has to be bulging a bit, I still think that my mom gave less, in the future, you will spend money on me, I will spend money on you too. Gu Yao smiled happily, the salary that her mother gave to Zhang Hao was rightly considered as their relationship funds. Good. Zhang Hao was completely relieved. Gu Yao's eyes were full of stars, her boyfriend was so honest, how much did he have to love her? She decided that she would spend more money for Zhang Hao in the future. Only by giving more could she afford Zhang Hao's love for her. Guo Dai was cooking while observing her daughter's movements, seeing her daughter so happy, she was very pleased that this Zhang Hao was a bit capable and couldn't help but be a bit impressed. In her opinion, Zhang Hao's skin is good, and he is indeed a soft meal material. After Guo Dai made a good meal, the three people ate it, and the happy atmosphere made her eyes happy. It had been a long time since she and her daughter had sat down to eat together in such harmony, and this long-lost feeling was really good. All this change naturally could not be separated from Zhang Hao's efforts. Mom, I suddenly realized that your face is much rosier. Gu Yao smiled and spoke. Is that so? Guo Dai was full of smiles. My Yao Yao has perked up, this is the happiest thing for mom. Mom, I won't make you angry from now on. Gu Yao was a little ashamed, her own nonsense must have made her mother worry badly. Alright, let's not say anything out of the ordinary, mom was also in the wrong, let's not even talk about it. Guo Dai was relieved. Aha! Gu Yao nodded, this look of her mother was so good. At this moment, Gu Yao was in a good mood, and Guo Dai was in an equally good mood. Zhang Hao appeared to be in a good mood, but he was actually a little apprehensive in his heart. He wasn't sure in what way he and Gu Yao would end this unappreciated bad relationship. This was all a nuisance for the future, and it was useless to think about it more. Guo Dai ate her meal and left under Gu Yao's smiling face. When it was time to go to bed that night, Gu Yao couldn't wait to pester Zhang Hao. Love me hard. Yao Yao, I'm coming. Zhang Hao threw himself into his passion, squeezing his hot emotions into Gu Yao's body. After the sounds of fighting stopped, Gu Yao requested, Zhang Hao, I want to hear love words, give them to me. After the physical pleasure, she was extremely empty inside and was afraid that this was a dream, so she wanted to hear Zhang Hao's confession. Yao Yao, I love you. Zhang Hao could only do as he was told. Well, I love you too. Gu Yao hugged her lover in her arms tightly. There's only you in my heart, and there's only you forever. Zhang Hao was passionate like fire. Well then, me too. Gu Yao was much more content. Your screams are the most beautiful music I've ever heard. Zhang Hao continued to input his love words. Oh ha ho, me too. Gu Yao nodded her head vigorously. But she just felt that her feelings with Zhang Hao were not strong enough. She always felt that something was missing. She didn't think much about it, just be happy now, thinking so much was really mediocre. When Zhang Hao woke up the next day, he looked at Gu Yao lying in his arms and revealed a happy smile. He was quiet and just admired Gu Yao's beauty. Not knowing when Gu Yao woke up, she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a shy face, why are you looking at me so much? Do I have flowers on my face? My Yao Yao is especially beautiful. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Zhang Hao opened his mouth with words of love. I'll let you look at it every day in the future, so you can see enough. Gu Yao ranted, then found a comfortable position and continued to nestle in Zhang Hao's arms. Last night, she had asked for so much that she was now very sleepy. Although in the end, the entanglement ended with her begging for mercy. But now, she really wanted to hold up the wall. Her boyfriend was really great. She felt like she was going to be conquered. My Yao Yao, I can never get enough of it. Zhang Hao stated from the bottom of his heart. One day if you get bored, I'll stare you to death with my eyes. Gu Yao smiled in demented joy, her body twisting for a good while. Listening to such love words, she felt too happy. Her boyfriend's mouth was just sweet. The voice was also nice, especially magnetic and gentle. My Yao Yao, I won't be annoyed for the rest of my life, for the next and the next. Zhang Hao looked serious. Alright, don't say needy words, I have goosebumps. Gu Yao winced and reminded, save those words for when we're lingering, then you can give me a good talk. Good. Zhang Hao was very obedient, then laughed, Yao Yao, shouldn't we get up? It's time to get up, it would be too embarrassing if my mom saw from the monitor that I'm lazy in bed. Gu Yao was full of difficulties, but I'm so sleepy right now, I just don't want to get up. Your mom is a person from the past, she should be able to understand you. Zhang Hao seemed to be referring to it. That's even more so, if my mom guesses that I'm physically exhausted like this because I love you too much, how embarrassing. On Gu Yao's face, two blushes emerged. I'll go make breakfast, then bring it to bed and feed it to you. I'll send a message to your mom and say that you didn't get up on time because your legs hurt a bit, is that okay? Zhang Hao's voice was very soft. That's a good excuse, it's a good intention lie, and it's not considered lying to my mom. Gu Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed. Zhang Hao went to make breakfast. Then after serving Gu Yao breakfast, a few moments later, Gu Yao fell asleep again. Zhang Hao was filled with heartache and covered Gu Yao with the quilt. When Gu Yao woke up, it was already noon. This time Guo Dai called with concern, Yao Yao, does your leg still hurt? Mom, it doesn't hurt anymore, after Zhang Hao helped me massage it doesn't hurt at all. Gu Yao blamed herself a little and could only round up the lie. That's good. Guo Dai exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone of her own accord. In Gu Yao's heart, there was a small bit of guilt, always feeling sorry for her mother. Chapter 40 Zhang Hao's birthday gift, jealousy. Time passed quickly when Zhang Hao was with Gu Yao. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since he came to Gu Yao's side. The daily salary of $15,000 arrived on time, and he was enjoying himself. He didn't have to worry about Guo Dai looking for trouble anymore, he was at peace with himself and fell in love with Gu Yao. He sometimes suspects that Gu Yao is a love brain, and her dependence on him is deepening. Gu Yao had a strict upbringing since she was a child, and now that she met him and had a happy experience, she showed him all of her tenderness, all of it. Zhang Hao could be said to be enjoying his blessings. However, strangely enough, for 3 nights in a row, Gu Yao didn't let him touch her. Zhang Hao didn't care, it was just the right time to recuperate his energy. On this day, Zhang Hao's mood was a bit different, because today was his 20th birthday. The 25th day of May was a special day for him. At noon, Zhang Hao received a red packet in the amount of $100. The person who transferred the money was Han Gaofeng. Listening to the name, it was a bit like a woman, but in reality, it was a brown man. This Han Gaofeng is his big brother. When they used to deliver takeaways, they lived together in a cheap rented house, and were usually quite taken care of by Han Gaofeng. Since being hired by Song Qingzhu, for the past 40 days or so, he had no contact with Han Gaofeng. Now that he saw this transfer, he felt very relieved and comfortable, and in the past, he had lived such a life. Nowadays, although he was living in luxury and surrounded by people who were big shots, the feeling of unreality in general made him feel very unsettled. Regardless of whether it was Song Qingju or Gu Yao, both seemed a bit abnormal to him. If they were normal, he wouldn't have such a lustful fortune. That was why he himself became Song Qingju's boyfriend after being tempted by the salary she gave him. He stepped into the industry of eating soft food, and now he became Gu Yao's boyfriend. Actually, he felt quite cozy living like this. It's just a bit dangerous. There were a bit too many grudges and feuds around the big shots. Happy birthday, buy yourself a pound of meat, don't treat yourself badly. This was a message from Han Gaofeng, and with this simple text, he could hear the strong concern. If the trajectory of his life hadn't changed, I'm afraid that at this time, he would still be delivering takeaways. Brother Han, thank you. Zhang Hao sent a message. Han Gaofeng at this time must be delivering takeaways. The other party did not reply to the message again. He did not bother too much. The feelings between men were so simple. He quit his job. Han Gaofeng just greeted a few words and did not inquire about his specific work, just let him do a good job. Now Han Gaofeng also remembered his birthday and sent greetings, but also transferred the red envelope. He felt that this is the best birthday gift. I don't know if Han Gaofeng will look down on him if she knows about the job he's doing now. In the past, with Han Gaofeng, no matter whose birthday it was a big drink and then a big meal, not even thinking about buying a birthday cake. Because birthday cake is something that not all men love to eat, and it's also expensive. Now that I can't meet with Han Gaofeng, I hope that each of us will be fine. At this time, Gu Yao was lying on the sofa, swiping her cell phone, and was not in the mood to chat with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was a bit strange, thinking that Gu Yao's behavior was a bit abnormal, and she didn't want to talk to him. He didn't think much about it, so he just stayed alone and quiet. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Zhang Hao picked up his phone and saw that WeChat transferred $10,000. Then he looked at the remarks, Sister Song 1. He naturally understood that it was a transfer from Song Qingju. My boy, happy birthday. This was a message from Song Qingju. Zhang Hao was a bit touched. He originally thought that after separating from Song Qingju, there wouldn't be any more involvement, but he didn't expect that at this time, Song Qingju sent this kind of greeting. He had been Song Qingju's boyfriend, and he didn't expect Song Qingju to know his birthday. It was really attentive. It was just that when he parted ways with Song Qingju, he said that he would never see him again. Now Song Qingju's attitude was it that she missed him. As for the note above, that number 1 after Sister Song, naturally represented that it was his first woman. Sister Song, same fun, same fun. Zhang Hao didn't get busy collecting the money and hurriedly chatted with Song Qingju, but the message was sent over. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Song Qingju directly didn't respond. Sister Song, still there? Sister Song, thanks. I didn't expect Sister Song to remember my birthday. Sister Song, I miss you, do you miss me? Sister Song, why don't you reply to my messages? Every 5 minutes, Zhang Hao sent over a message, then held his phone, waiting for Song Qingju's reply. But he was disappointed. Song Qingju acted as if she didn't see it, not saying a single word, not even sending him a single punctuation mark. Zhang Hao was a little sad, and could only dismiss the idea of harassing Song Qingju again. Song Qingju, I'm afraid, didn't like him pestering her. So, he was going to be sensible. He had to be a boy who satisfied Song Qingju, and that was the best way to repay Song Qingju. Zhang Hao exited the chat page and wanted to put his phone away when Song Qingju finally messaged back. Put it away. Song Qingju only sent 2 words. However, Zhang Hao felt the aura of non-refusal from these 2 words. He recalled the sweet days with Song Qingju. The Song Qingju of that time would occasionally be so domineering. Zhang Hao originally wanted to not receive Song Qingju's transfer, but Song Qingju had sent the word, so he could only click on the receipt. It was believed that Song Qingju had seen the message he had sent. Thinking about this, he was much more comfortable. Song Qingju just didn't want to reply to his messages and didn't treat him as nothing. He was easily satisfied, and understanding that was enough. Sister Song, I received your birthday gift. Your boy listens to you the most, thanks again, Sister Song. Zhang Hao sent over 2 more messages, and this time, Song Qingju still didn't reply in any way. He didn't feel anything. As long as the meaning he conveyed, Song Qingju could see it, it really didn't matter if it came back to him or not. Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you? Gu Yao stared at Zhang Hao and couldn't help but ask. Yao, nothing. Zhang Hao killed himself not to say that there was something about Song Qingju's situation. You're lying to me, I can tell, you're just lying to me. The way you were just now, especially cute when you were giggling, especially despondent when you were sad, and especially serious when you were reminiscing, you clearly had something to hide from me. You said that I'm the only woman in your heart. Tell me the truth, do you still have other women in your heart? Gu Yao was a bit angry. She was now Zhang Hao's real girlfriend, so there was something about Zhang Hao that she wanted to know. At this moment, Zhang Hao, in her opinion, just had secrets. And he still didn't want her to know. That wasn't good. Zhang Hao's head was spinning. He had to find a way to successfully trick Gu Yao. Chapter 41 Zhang Hao's birthday, girlfriend doesn't know about it. Bring your cell phone. Gu Yao stretched out her hand, looking like she wanted to catch a traitor. Good. Zhang Hao walked to Gu Yao's side and handed her cell phone to her. I'm your girlfriend, it's only natural to check your cell phone, right? Gu Yao had a stern face, looking so rightful. It's natural. Zhang Hao didn't mind in the slightest, everything was Gu Yao's call. Gu Yao took Zhang Hao's cell phone and looked at it carefully, trying to find Zhang Hao's secret. She clicked on the chat page with the note Sister Song 1 and didn't find any chat records. In fact, Zhang Hao had long deleted his chat records with Song Qingzhu, and it was his job duty to keep secrets for his ex-girlfriend. Who is this Sister Song 1? What does it stand for? Gu Yao's eyes were filled with suspicion. One is the only one now, the Sister Song, is my only female friend, used to take care of me, now there is no contact. Zhang Hao explained seriously, his attitude quite frank. Is that so? Gu Yao's suspicions were not dispelled. Then a message was sent, I miss you. In her thoughts, if this woman was Zhang Hao's love sister and she had sent such an ambiguous message, the other party would definitely react. But after waiting for a few minutes, the other party had no reaction. Only then did Gu Yao dispel her suspicions. It seemed that this Sister Song did not have that kind of relationship with Zhang Hao. Her boyfriend, indeed, loved her, giving her his cell phone and letting her check it casually. This was a sign of brightness and openness. Here. Gu Yao handed her cell phone to Zhang Hao. As Zhang Hao reached for it, his phone received a message from Song Qingzhu, and his nerves immediately tightened. He didn't have any worries when Gu Yao checked his phone. But at this time, Song Qingzhu sent a message, and he didn't know what it said, so his heart was very tense. Because Gu Yao, at this time, took the phone in her hand as fast as she could, he didn't see the content of that message. Zhang Hao, your sister Song sent you a message, do you want to know what it's about? Gu Yao took her eyes and scrutinized Zhang Hao after reading the message. What? Zhang Hao's face didn't change, a batch of panic in his heart. You guess? Gu Yao sold the story, a smile on her face. Yao, how can I guess this? Zhang Hao was helpless. That's right, you definitely can't guess it, alright, I won't tease you anymore, see for yourself. Gu Yao placed her cell phone in Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao picked up his phone and saw that Song Qingzhu just sent one word, roll. He was instantly relieved. As long as Gu Yao didn't think much about it, this was more important than anything. Song Qingzhu was still able to message him back, and he felt that this was flirting. Yao, it's too bad for you to send ambiguous messages like that. Zhang Hao's face drooped. I was suspicious, so I didn't think much before I did that. I thought, if you and this Sister Song really have an affair, she will definitely reply to you when she receives your confession message, and now I realize that I was a bit presumptuous. Gu Yao was embarrassed and said, since this Sister Song is your only female friend, it's because you have a crush on her and she doesn't like you, is that right? She didn't think anything of it. Her boyfriend was 20 years old, grew up in a difficult life, and had a crush on an older sister, due to low self-esteem but didn't dare to confess, it was all normal. From that word roll, she could tell that Sister Song must have resented Zhang Hao's lack of money. What she did, but it hurt Zhang Hao's self-esteem and face, so self-condemnation. Yao, we don't have that kind of relationship, how embarrassing it is now, and it's too embarrassing in case we meet in the future. Zhang Hao's face was a bit depressed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Gu Yao grabbed Zhang Hao's hand, hit me, as long as you're not angry, you can do whatever you want. I'm not angry, how can I afford to hit you? Zhang Hao held Gu Yao's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Zhang Hao, you love me too much, you must love me very, very much, I'm touched to death, I checked your cell phone and suspected wildly, you couldn't even spare a finger to touch me, still so gentle, you must love me to death. Gu Yao took Zhang Hao's arm, touched by Zhang Hao's love. I promise, I'll never doubt again. My boyfriend, I'm the only one in his heart, it would be too much for me to doubt anymore. Gu Yao brainstormed a lot of images, she felt that this was the truth, after all, she and Zhang Hao both gave their first time to each other. Zhang Hao stroked Gu Yao's face, not saying a word, and his affectionate eyes said it all. There was no suspicion of Gu Yao, he was very relieved. But he just felt that there was something not quite normal about Gu Yao. Whatever, just feel at ease and accompany Gu Yao in her relationship. Zhang Hao, who is that Han Gaofang? Gu Yao softly inquired. Han Gaofang had sent a message to Zhang Hao, so she was naturally all too aware of it. A big brother of mine. Zhang Hao explained, Yao, that's a brown man, not a woman, so don't think that his name resembles a woman and think nonsense like that. I don't think nonsense. Gu Yao said, I read his friend's circle and know that he is a man. That's good. Zhang Hao was much more at ease. Zhang Hao, are you hiding something from me? Don't you have anything to tell me? Gu Yao pressed. This? Zhang Hao hesitated. Today was his birthday, he should tell Gu Yao. However, Gu Yao, as his girlfriend and employer, knew his identity information, so if she was a bit more careful, she would know that today was his birthday. Having him take the initiative to tell Gu Yao the news was a bit not so good, making it seem like he was asking for a gift. But if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be good in case Gu Yao knew about it afterward and found trouble with him. I've seen it all. Han Gaofang wishes you a happy birthday. It's your birthday today, right? You didn't even tell me about such an important day, isn't that too much? Do you still consider me your girlfriend? Gu Yao was very aggrieved and blamed just like that. Lord Zhang Hao was generous and didn't care about Gu Yao's temper. After all, he knew exactly what his status was. He said seriously, Yao Yao, today is indeed my birthday. I plan to tell you later in the day. I don't want to hide it from you. Is that so? Gu Yao's eyes widened. Yes, it definitely is. Zhang Hao spoke up. Alright, you're forgiven. Gu Yao looked very generous, then full of guilt. She said, these 3 days, I didn't let you touch me. It's not that I don't love you anymore, but my great aunt came. I'm not feeling well. I'm not in a good mood today. I didn't even pay much attention to you. Please understand. It's my fault. I didn't even realize that you're not feeling well. Zhang Hao didn't care in the slightest. Everything he thought was for Gu Yao's good. Chapter 42 Zhang Hao's birthday gift, surprise. Zhang Hao, you're too good. You're the best man in the world. You don't blame me and you think of me in every way. Gu Yao hugged Zhang Hao tightly, almost squeezing herself into Zhang Hao's body. Yao Yao, why don't I go make you a cup of brown sugar water? Zhang Hao played the thoughtfulness to the fullest. Even he himself felt that he was a bit cheap like this. But it was his duty to consider his employer in every way. He was complacent that he had such an awareness. His own feelings were not important, but the feelings of his employer were. If you have a bad feeling in your heart, you have to digest it yourself. With a high salary envied by others, one has to be open-minded. Don't mind me, I just want to hold you quietly. Gu Yao didn't want to drink the brown sugar water, and her eyes were filled with a treacherous look. All right. Zhang Hao didn't force himself. As your girlfriend, I don't even know your birthday. Am I useless? Gu Yao was very self-condemning. Yao Yao, don't talk about yourself like that. Zhang Hao softly comforted. Okay, I won't blame myself, lest I make you feel bad. Gu Yao smiled. Zhang Hao, how do you plan to spend your birthday? Zhang Hao was silent. For his birthday, he didn't think about how he was going to spend it. To his surprise, he had received a gift from Song Qingzhu, and this year's birthday was indeed a bit different. Just at this time, Zhang Hao's cell phone rang again. Zhang Hao, happy birthday haha. It was a blessing sent by Gao Yanxi and a transfer of 8,888 yuan. Zhang Hao was quite surprised, not expecting Gao Yanxi to be so generous. This high sister definitely had bad intentions towards him. 9 times out of 10, she was thinking about his body. Otherwise, it could never be so kind. Thank you, Dr. Gao. Zhang Hao replied with 5 words as fast as he could. Gao Yanxi had planned to flirt a few times, but after seeing this message, she deleted the edited text. It was naturally inconvenient for Zhang Hao to address her like that. Say, what is your relationship with Gao Yanxi? Gu Yao was jealous. She was afraid that Zhang Hao was a gigolo raised by Gao Yanxi. Yao Yao, I'm Dr. Gao's assistant. It's not like you don't know? Zhang Hao patiently explained, I've thanked Dr. Gao in front of you. Why are you still thinking more? He felt that Gu Yao was just sick. Paranoid to paranoid, really bad to serve. An employer girlfriend like this had to be coaxed with all her heart. She knows your birthday and transferred money to you. Is this an ordinary relationship? Gu Yao started to worry again. Zhang Hao said in a positive voice, Yao Yao, Dr. Gao has my identity information. It's normal to know my birthday. Dr. Gao takes care of me. The house I'm living in right now, it's all Dr. Gao's. She's my valued one. We're innocent. Don't think nonsense. I don't care. You send her a message. Just say I miss you. I want to see how she replies. Gu Yao ordered. Okay. Zhang Hao had no choice but to do as he was told. Dr. Gao, I miss you. He had an agreement with Gao Yanxi, and in private, Gao Yanxi was his Gao sister. Mentioning the 3 words Dr. Gao meant it was inconvenient. He hoped that Gao Yanxi would understand and never harm him. I'm your boss. Molesting your boss, beware of deducting your salary. If my husband knows about it, I'll beat you to death. This was the message Gao Yanxi replied. Zhang Hao was relieved. Sister Gao and him really had a heart-to-heart. Zhang Hao, I was wrong again, forgive me. Gu Yao kissed Zhang Hao's cheeks twice. Still skeptical? I acted so openly in front of you, isn't that enough to show my feelings? Zhang Hao's every move was so open and honest. No more doubts, any more doubts and I'll be a dog, your puppy. Gu Yao was very naughty, and even Wang 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 barked twice. You, don't talk about yourself like that. Zhang Hao scraped Gu Yao's nose. Zhang Hao, you're so good to me, I'm going to die of happiness. Gu Yao pestered Zhang Hao for a few moments of being mushy, then went to the bathroom. Zhang Hao immediately sent a message to Gao Yanxi, Sister Gao, thank you for the birthday gift. Just now Gu Yao was beside her, she's very suspicious. Understood, take care of yourself. When you get along with Ms. Gu, don't get emotional, be careful of getting yourself trapped, that's all. Gao Yanxi sent a message and lost interest in chatting. I know, thanks for reminding Sister Gao. Zhang Hao gave a thank you. He and Gao Yanxi originally had nothing going on, and now making it seem like they were cheating on each other was too ridiculous. Just at this time, Lu Jun and the other 3 bodyguards walked into the villa carrying a lot of things. Little brother Zhang, happy birthday. Lu Jun was all smiles. Brother Jun, what are you doing? Zhang Hao was a bit dazed. This is the birthday gift that Miss Gu prepared for you 3 days ago. Miss Gu arranged it down for us, and now according to Miss Gu's instructions, all of it is being sent to you. Lu Jun politely explained. Is that so? Zhang Hao was somewhat touched, not expecting Gu Yao to remember his birthday. Surprisingly, she even pulled off such a stunt. This was the so-called surprise, right? It was just Gu Yao's paranoia that gave him some headaches. If he was less sensitive and skeptical, things would be much better. Junior brother Zhang, don't bother. Lu Jun and the others carefully walked out of the villa after putting their things away. At this time, Gu Yao tiptoed behind Zhang Hao, who noticed it and pretended not to see it. Gu Yao covered Zhang Hao's eyes and laughed. Guess who I am? Zhang Hao was not sure what kind of trick Gu Yao was going to play again, and asked with a smile, who are you? Idiot, I'm your girlfriend Yao Yao. Can't even guess this, really stupid. Gu Yao loosened her hand, a sweet smile spreading on her face. Idiot, I knew about your birthday a long time ago, just to give you a surprise. Do you like it? Like it, very much. Zhang Hao was quite enthusiastic. That's good. Gu Yao pulled up Zhang Hao's hand and said, the clothes and shoes, I bought them for you, and there are also some accessories that I bought for you. Thank you Yao Yao. Zhang Hao made himself look especially touched. After Gu Yao made Zhang Hao sit down, she pulled out 100,000 cash from a bag. This is my mom's birthday gift for you. My mom is really cheap, she only got you this much money. Yao Yao, it's more than enough. Zhang Hao smiled with his eyebrows. He was not an insatiable person, it was indeed a lot. He didn't feel that Guo Dai was petty, he was simply generous. He couldn't say that Guo Yao said her mom was stingy. After taking this money from Guo Dai, Zhang Hao should understand that he had to serve Gu Yao more attentively. In fact, Guo Dai didn't intend to give Zhang Hao this money. Zhang Hao's birthday had nothing to do with her. She gave Zhang Hao a salary, and whatever Zhang Hao did, that was what he should do. However, unable to stand her daughter's chatter, she sent out a bit of kindness and rewarded Zhang Hao with $100,000 in cash. It's good that you're satisfied. Gu Yao smiled happily. Satisfied, very satisfied. Zhang Hao smiled, this was his first time seeing so much cash that now belonged to him. Chapter 43 Gu Yao's Temptation, Zhang Hao's late friend. After Gu Yao set up the cake, she lit the candles and said cheerfully, Zhang Hao, you can make a wish now. Good. Zhang Hao looked serious, and then began to make a wish, silently saying in his heart, bless me to earn $100 million first. I want to live a life of feeding horses and chopping wood. I want to find a place with beautiful mountains and waters to buy 5 or 6 acres of good land, and a wife and children to have a hot bed. Zhang Hao felt that his wish was very simple. Gu Yao saw that Zhang Hao had opened his eyes and blew out the candles with him. She couldn't wait to ask, come on, what did you wish for? I wish for my Yao Yao to live a happy life, go outside more often, and don't keep locking herself up in the villa all the time. Zhang Hao was very pious. Gu Yao was moved to tears. Her boyfriend really loved her to the marrow of his bones. Even wishing was for her good, not thinking about himself. Everyone says that wishes don't work if you say them out loud. I don't believe in this evil. Gu Yao said seriously, Zhang Hao, your wish will come true soon. We will go shopping tomorrow. My boyfriend is so for me. I can't let you down. I have to be brave. Good. Zhang Hao smiled from ear to ear. Gu Yao walked out of the villa and he had made great progress. Guo Dai would definitely be pleased when she knew. After Gu Yao smeared some cake onto Zhang Hao's face, she stretched her face over, smear some for me as well. Good. Zhang Hao was very obedient. Then the two ate cake together. After a bit of banter, they helped each other and wiped the cake off their faces. The table was set with 7 or 8 fine foods and expensive red wine. The two ate and drank at the same time. The atmosphere was particularly cordial. After they had enough wine and food, Gu Yao whispered, Zhang Hao, go wait for me in your room, I still have a gift for you. What? Zhang Hao asked. You'll know later. Gu Yao looked a bit mysterious. All right. Zhang Hao went to his room without much thought. When Gu Yao pushed the door in, Zhang Hao directly froze. Only to see Gu Yao wearing a green ancient sari, looking so beautiful and giving off an ethereal feeling, just like a fairy walking out of a painting. Do you like it? Gu Yao's lips lifted up, a shy smile spreading across her face. Like it. Zhang Hao gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he stated that the way he was behaving now, that was a sign of respect for Gu Yao. Not letting you touch me for 3 days, I was waiting for this moment. Today is your birthday, I am now your birthday present. Gu Yao had been planning for a long time, wanting to offer this look of herself to Zhang Hao. Yao Yao, aren't you not feeling well? Zhang Hao was very sweet. Idiot, you're such a spoilsport, how can you say that at this time? Gu Yao gave a blank look. When I said I was having my period, it was to lie to you, but in fact, I was preparing in advance to give you a good birthday. So that's how it is. Zhang Hao giggled. My favorite, happy birthday. It was the first time Gu Yao said happy birthday to Zhang Hao. Happy, I'm happy right now. Zhang Hao's eyes were on fire. Idiot, I can see it. Gu Yao happily laughed. What are you waiting for if you don't act now and spoil your girlfriend? Sure. Zhang Hao's blood instantly boiled. At noon the next day, Zhang Hao and Gu Yao went out. Ms. Gu, little brother Zhang. Lu Jun greeted with a smile, looking at Gu Yao's face, her complexion so rosy, and her person had become optimistic. As bodyguards, they were equally very happy. Aha! Gu Yao nodded and said apologetically, I had a bad attitude in the past, making you guys suffer. Miss Gu mustn't say that, we're all happy for you that you're able to come out of your predicament. Lu Jun's face was full of smiles. Exactly. Zhang Yu and the others concurred. With the former Miss Gu back, their days would naturally be better. Gu Yao said seriously, you guys are also familiar with Zhang Hao, he is now my boyfriend. Understood, from now on, we will listen to what little brother Zhang says. Lu Jun responded with a smile. Zhang Hao had this blessing of being Gu Yao's boyfriend, they could only envy him. Brother Jun, don't be so polite. Zhang Hao smiled. In this deal, I'm afraid that Gu Yao was the only one who really thought that he was her boyfriend. He himself hadn't taken it seriously, just acting as if it was true. This was all Guo Dai's instructions. Lu Jun looked at Zhang Hao with very friendly eyes as he smiled and asked, Miss Gu, little brother Zhang, are you guys going out? We're going shopping. Gu Yao explained before pulling Zhang Hao's hand and walking away. Shopping is good, shopping is good. Lu Jun smiled, Miss Gu had come back to life, so she should go outside and walk around more. Zhang Hao drove Gu Yao away from the villa area with Lu Jun and the others following behind. Gu Yao strolled around for less than an hour before she came to the coffee shop with Zhang Hao. Taking a coffee break. Is that Zhang Hao? On the road outside the coffee shop, Han Gaofeng was sitting on an electric scooter, waiting for a takeout order. After seeing Zhang Hao's figure through the glass window, he revealed an incredulous look. He had never thought that after not seeing him for a while, the Zhang Hao who had delivered takeout orders with him and had rented a room with him was drinking coffee with an uncharacteristically beautiful woman. Could it be a girlfriend? It shouldn't be La, how could Zhang Hao be so blessed? Han Gaofeng's hair on top of his head was very thin, and there were quite a few gray hairs on his head, and his face was very greasy, with traces of sweat mixed in. At this moment, just opened his eyes wide and sized up Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was dressed very well, and his complexion was also very good. The important thing was the temperament, which had also undergone a metamorphosis. Compared to before, it had undergone a drastic change. Zhang Hao said before that he was an orphan. Could it be that he was the illegitimate son of a big shot and has now found a home? Han Gaofeng was skeptical in this way, or else he wouldn't be able to explain the change in Zhang Hao now. He went to an ordinary second university, and after 2 years of exams, he didn't get a job and became disillusioned. He could only do some hard labor work to make ends meet, and now that he saw Zhang Hao become like this, his mood was a bit complicated. Why is the person sitting opposite that beautiful woman, not me? Han Gaofeng muttered to himself, a forlorn look on his face. He wanted to go and greet Zhang Hao, and after looking at his dress and appearance, he dismissed such thoughts. It's better not to disturb. Zhang Hao used to be a bitter child. If he is really developed, it would be good news for him. Yesterday was his birthday. The little money I sent, I hope he didn't mind. He received it and thanked me, so he shouldn't have minded it. Han Gaofeng muttered for a few moments, then rode away on his electric bike, not letting himself appear within Zhang Hao's line of sight. If that pretty girl knew that he knew Zhang Hao, I was afraid that he would disgrace Zhang Hao. Chapter 44, Meeting Qin Shishir again, Gu Yao's unreasonable behavior. Zhang Hao didn't notice Han Gaofeng. If he had seen her, he would have gone up to greet her. Being able to come out for a walk, my mood is really different. Gu Yao murmured softly, and the leg she wore as a prosthetic subconsciously contracted back, lest others see it. Yao, don't be too concerned about other people's eyes, you're so outstanding, no matter where you go, that's the center of attention. Zhang Hao laughed, if you look at the eyes of the people around you, I'm afraid that they are all cursing at this time. How could a little white boy like me be qualified to sit beside you? You've even cursed yourself in order to enlighten me. Gu Yao plucked out a glance, her boyfriend was indeed considerate. However, what Zhang Hao said did make sense, the way many men looked at Zhang Hao was just filled with jealousy. The eyes of several women looking at her were also filled with envy. She was a national beauty, and she wasn't surprised that she could be gazed at by so many people. Such gazes, she had long gotten used to before. If she had let others know that she was wearing prosthetics, I'm afraid the situation wouldn't be like this. That was why her gaze was a bit timid, and she didn't bother to make any eye contact with the people around her. I didn't scold myself, I just stated a fact. Zhang Hao was quite self-aware. Words like that are not allowed to be said anymore. You're a little handsome boy, not a little white boy. Gu Yao was in a good mood, and her boyfriend would just coax her to be happy. Good. Zhang Hao answered. Right at this moment, a rather surprised voice rang out behind Zhang Hao. Isn't this Zhang Hao? Who is it? Who is she? What is her relationship with Zhang Hao? Such thoughts surfaced in Gu Yao's mind. Her heart was filled with a sense of crisis as she looked at this beauty. Zhang Hao turned his head to look and realized that it was Qin Shishir, smiling as he greeted, Captain Qin, how are you? Don't call me Captain Qin. Qin Shishir glared. She was currently wearing civilian clothes and did not want to reveal her identity. Okay, Miss Qin. Zhang Hao had a good attitude, as Qin Shishir had revealed the case to him, and he acknowledged the favor. And this is? Xin Shishir looked at Gu Yao. She had noticed that the way Gu Yao looked at her was particularly hostile, and she couldn't figure out why Gu Yao would react like this. Seeing Zhang Hao here was a great surprise to her. She thought that after meeting Zhang Hao at Song Qingzhu's side, she wouldn't encounter Zhang Hao again. She didn't realize that the world was really small. I am Zhang Hao's girlfriend. Gu Yao hurriedly made a statement, as if declaring her sovereignty. I see. Xin Shishir laughed, naturally understanding why Gu Yao was hostile. This was treating her as a love rival. This beauty was so ridiculous, how could she think like that? In her opinion, Zhang Hao was not worthy of staying by Gu Yao's side. Since the two of them were together, I'm afraid that they had unseemly affairs. Then she saw that Gu Yao's reaction was a bit overreacting, lest she was acting as if she had half a relationship with Zhang Hao, and secretly guessed that she was afraid that this Gu Yao was a bit less than normal. She didn't have the time to discredit Zhang Hao, and looked at Gu Yao and smiled. Hello, I don't have any relationship with your boyfriend Zhang Hao, I just had a one-sided relationship in the past, so you guys chat. I still have an appointment with a friend, so I'll leave first. As the words fell, Xin Shishir walked away in style. Her mouth was full of mockery. This Gu Yao looked good looking, but she didn't expect that she seemed to be sick, suspecting that she had a relationship with Zhang Hao. It was really laughable, just Zhang Hao was also worthy. At the same time, she also thought of it. I'm afraid that Gu Yao is Zhang Hao's employer again, otherwise Zhang Hao has no chance to be with such a beautiful woman. She guessed that Zhang Hao must have made a lot of money on Gu Yao's body for Zhang Hao to serve around like a pug. She looked down on smelly men like Zhang Hao. If you have hands and feet and don't go to struggle, you have to take the road of eating soft rice. Basing on his good body and handsome appearance, he dared to degenerate like this. It was really detestable. Gu Yao's eyes burned as she inquired, who is she? Your sister-in-law? My Yao, you really dare to think. Zhang Hao cried and laughed. I'm afraid that Gu Yao would think that way about any woman of any stature that appeared by her side. I need an explanation. Gu Yao's gaze was unkind. I would like to have some relationship with her, but do I deserve it? Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly. What do you mean? She looks down on you? What qualifications does she have to look down on you? Gu Yao's eyes were full of questions. Zhang Hao lowered his voice and explained, that's a police officer. When I was delivering takeaways in the past, she arrested a wanted criminal and approached me to ask about the situation, so I've met her once. Oh, I see. Gu Yao suddenly realized, in that case, her boyfriend and Xin Shishir, naturally, did not have any relationship. She once again felt guilty. Zhang Hao, am I annoying? Always suspecting this and that, are you disgusted with me? Yao, you're imagining things again. Zhang Hao doubled his headache, his face was filled with tenderness. You're jealous, you're worried that I'm having an affair with another woman, that's why you're so positive, you care about me. Right, that's right, I just care about you too much, that's why I'm jealous of everything. Gu Yao thought deeply. Her boyfriend really did love her and understood her through and through. What she didn't understand, her boyfriend understood first. Zhang Hao was relieved that Gu Yao was a big, beautiful woman as long as she wasn't paranoid, but once she was paranoid, she was a bit of a nervous wreck. The good thing was that Gu Yao listened to all his words. This was what made him feel more at ease. Other than being a bit annoying, there was no major problem. With his high salary, he had to give it all he had. When he ran into Xin Shishir just now, he caught the emotion of looking down from her eyes. He didn't care. He felt that his job was quite good, he sold his youth and physical strength, it was a promising career. Half an hour later, Gu Yao walked out of the coffee shop on Zhang Hao's arm. Let's go home, I'm tired and my legs hurt a bit. Gu Yao's face was a bit unnatural, but she still relied on her perseverance and forced herself to walk with her prosthetic leg. She knew that she, herself, had caused Zhang Hao a lot of trouble, and as a girlfriend, she hadn't behaved well enough, so now she didn't want Zhang Hao to look down on her, and appeared especially strong. She vowed that she would correct herself and would slowly become better, to be worthy of Zhang Hao's love for her. Okay, let's go home. Zhang Hao's tone was soft. When we get home, I'll rub it for you and it won't hurt anymore. Aha! Gu Yao relied on Zhang Hao's body, almost sticking herself to him. She was getting more and more inseparable from Zhang Hao. But Zhang Hao was just her boyfriend, and she really wanted to marry Zhang Hao quickly. That way she would be much more at ease. Zhang Hao, you are so good to me. Gu Yao decided that she must communicate with her mother, she wanted Zhang Hao to be her husband. Fool, don't say such outward words. All of Zhang Hao's thoughts were for the sake of having a good relationship with Gu Yao. At this moment, at the entrance of Gu Yao's villa, a man was quietly waiting. Chapter 45, Schoolgirl Gu is pure, Gu Yao is not clean anymore. Zhang Hao and Gu Yao got off the bus and saw the man standing at the door. Schoolmarm Gu, long time no see. This man was Ho Wenbin, who used to be Gu Yao's suitor when he was in school. Later, when Gu Yao got together with Gao Chang, Ho Wenbin died and distanced himself from Gu Yao. Ho Wenbin's family and Gu Yao's family, that's a perfect match. The parents of the two families had even set them up. When Ho Wenbin saw Gu Yao at the moment, his eyes flashed with longing. The schoolgirl he had once begged for was still so beautiful and attractive. He had heard that Gu Yao had been looking for death, had a dead look, and had been disheveled for a year. It seems the rumors were wrong. All of them were envious of schoolgirl Gu's family and beauty, which was why they slandered Gu Yao. Now that he had seen Gu Yao, he was amazed that school flower Gu was still the same school flower Gu and hadn't been beaten down by setbacks. Although she had lost her leg, Gu Yao was even more pure and attractive, but she was also charming and sexy. As expected, a woman who had gone through a change was more flavorful, more mature and more attractive. Look at this rosy complexion, the days must have been good. Wenbin, why are you here? Gu Yao was a bit surprised. If she hadn't met Gao Chang or hadn't gotten into a car accident, the probability of her graduating from college in a step-by-step manner and marrying Ho Wenbin was basically 100%. Thinking of the previous days in school, Ho Wenbin's mannerisms and smile still lingered in her mind. This was a noble son who had a very good family background and talked well. It was a pity that one had missed it after all. I came to see you. Ho Wenbin was dressed in a suit, with a gentle and elegant elite demeanor. Well, go in and talk. Gu Yao smiled sweetly and invited Ho Wenbin into her home. The way she looked now, even she felt that she was still beautiful. If she had that self-loathing look, she wouldn't have the face to see Ho Wenbin, for fear of being laughed at. Now she was generous and showed her best image to Ho Wenbin. Ho Wenbin met with other classmates. Naturally will talk about her situation, her latest news out. I believe that those students who look at her jokes will certainly be disappointed. Thinking about this, she was very pleased. She was still the Gu school flower that was sought after by millions of people, the unattainable goddess in the eyes of others. Wanting to laugh at her wasn't good enough. Sit down. The smile on Gu Yao's face remained unabated. Thanks. Ho Wenbin sat down. Gu Yao's knitted brows and smile fascinated him again and again. Something to drink? Gu Yao asked politely. Anything, you know I'm not picky. Ho Wenbin laughed a little, his eyes observing Gu Yao's movements all the time. Same old rules then, still tea. Gu Yao guffawed. Ho Wenbin preferred tea, she naturally knew that. Good, it's still school mistress Gu who understands me. Ho Wenbin nodded with a smile. Gu Yao planned to find Zhang Hao and ask him to go make tea for Ho Wenbin. But where did Zhang Hao go? Why wasn't he around? After seeing Ho Wenbin, the once verdant days of the university campus swept through her memories like a flood. She was immersed in memories that she couldn't pull herself out of, and her mood was naturally especially beautiful. But just did not notice that the boyfriend was not even around. She hadn't realized it yet. She was really a bit ridiculous. With this appearance of her own, what did she take her boyfriend for? How could she be so confused that she only realized that Zhang Hao was not around now? If Zhang Hao thought too much, how could she explain herself? She suddenly felt that she was a scum girl. Although she had given her innocent body to Zhang Hao, her spirit was a bit scummy. After meeting with Ho Wenbin, she even forgot about Zhang Hao's existence. She really deserved to die. Her Zhang Hao loved her so much. It was like she had done something wrong to Zhang Hao, and her heart was filled with guilt. After observing that Zhang Hao was outside the villa, chatting with the bodyguard, her mood was much lighter. The conversation between herself and Ho Wenbin was fortunately not heard by Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao had heard it, she would not be able to explain it with her mouth all over her body. After all, the atmosphere just now is so cordial, no matter who looks at it, their relationship is very close. To be honest, Ho Wenbin still occupied enough weight in her heart. Zhang Hao and Ho Wenbin, naturally both in her heart, also both occupy a certain position, but her memory of Ho Wenbin, or more beautiful, as for Zhang Hao is to rely on. She is also clear that Zhang Hao's good, but in contrast, Zhang Hao has no education and no family, as an orphan or so lowly, naturally cannot be comparable to Ho Wenbin. If she had a better choice, she wouldn't have cheapened Zhang Hao, and now she wouldn't just think about living with Zhang Hao. Anyway, in her opinion, as long as Zhang Hao was her husband, she would be able to hold and serve her for the rest of her life. The former Gu school flower was so pure and proud. After the car accident, she was just Gu Yao, no longer that Gu school flower. Even Gu Yao herself felt that her mindset was a bit twisted. She was especially sensitive now, only thinking of calculating and scheming, wanting everything to be under her control. She summarized herself like this: the former schoolgirl Gu was clean, the current Gu Yao was dirty. She liked her old self. But she wanted to be who she was now. With her current situation, she could only be her current self. Gu Yao inadvertently glanced at Zhang Hao and ignored him, letting Zhang Hao go chat with the bodyguard. She was having a good catch-up with Ho Wenbin, and with Zhang Hao not around to watch, she was able to be a little more casual. If she was concerned about Zhang Hao's boyfriend status, she would have to be careful with her words. After Gu Yao's thoughts were clear, she placed a cup of tea, which she had brewed with her own hands, in front of Ho Wenbin. Wenbin, your tea. Schoolgirl Gu, thank you. Ho Wenbin was very educated. Wenbin, don't call me school flower Gu anymore, I'm a wreck right now, those former classmates don't look at me as a joke, I'm burned out. Gu Yao laughed, a strong self-deprecation squeezed out of her eyes. Schoolgirl Gu, you were so strong, that kind of tribulation didn't defeat you, others will only admire you more when they see you, those who say bad things about you are just envious of you, you don't need to care about their views, they don't deserve to criticize you. Ho Wenbin said in a serious manner, as soon as you are our Gu School flower, you will always be our Gu School flower. In my mind, you will always be the Gu School flower, that dazzling Gu School flower, no one can match it. Wenbin, stop saying that, I can't even find my way around after being praised by you so much. Gu Yao giggled happily. She was very flattered by what Ho Wenbin said. In the past, when Zhang Hao had said so many words of exhortation, she hadn't felt much when she listened to them. Now that this kind of praise came out of Ho Wenbin's mouth, it had a more motivating effect on her, and she was in a good mood. For Ho Wenbin's appreciation and admiration is also born. Previously blindly failed Ho Wenbin, now look again, think Ho Wenbin everywhere good. Chapter 46, Gu Yao's heart is moved, renewing the previous relationship. Schoolgirl Gu, you're always so good in my heart, I didn't say anything nonsense, I just said a fact, I'm not blindly praising you, what I said is all from my heart. Ho Wenbin's words were in the right tone, every word he said exuded a refined air, sounding convincing. Wenbin, thank you for looking at me this way. Gu Yao Guanliao smiled, her charm could be described as full, I didn't think that I was so good in your heart, it's a pity. Pity what? Ho Wenbin's eyes flowed, his thick affection was about to overflow. If I hadn't met Gao Chang, under the collusion of the elders of our two families, maybe at this time, we would have gotten married long ago. Gu Yao was very sorry, creation and fate made us miss out after all. Schoolgirl Gu, if you don't have a boyfriend, why don't we try to renew our relationship? Ho Wenbin made his feelings clear, as you well know, I pursued you like crazy in school, and you almost agreed. In his heart, Gu School flower is the existence of the fairy, but unfortunately, the world is not deep, he did not chase after, but let Gao Chang that scum picked up the cheap. Thinking about it now was really unwilling. Blame him for being too decent at that time. Thinking that with the two families, they would be together for a long time. He didn't expect Gu Yao to do so many things out of character. When he thought about it now, he felt that Gu Yao was too indulgent. It also destroyed the image of Gu Yao as a school beauty in his mind. Gu Yao's behavior seemed very indiscreet to him, and it was a disgrace to such a good tutor. But it didn't stop now, he was infatuated with Gu Yao. I don't have a favorite right now, much less a boyfriend. Gu Yao muttered in a small voice, her face very shy. This was all a deliberate performance on her part. Zhang Hao at this time had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens by her. Compared to Ho Wenbin, she felt that Zhang Hao was inferior in every way. Even if he were to be Ho Wenbin's little follower, he wouldn't even be worthy. She said this sentence, but also conveyed a clear signal, Ho Wenbin chased her again, the two of them have a chance. If it really works out that way, just ditch Zhang Hao. She didn't feel sorry for Zhang Hao for doing so. Everyone has their own choices, and with a better choice, they naturally don't care about the poor candidate. When she didn't understand Ho Wenbin's mind, she would feel sorry for Zhang Hao, but now there was no pressure. It's just that, I'm just a disabled person now, and I don't want to think about things that I shouldn't. Gu Yao shook her head and smiled lightly, voicing out her concerns. Schoolgirl Gu, you're too self-effacing, this bit of injury of yours is nothing, no one will dislike it, as long as you don't have an opinion of yourself, I naturally don't mind the thought at all. Ho Wenbin swore with conviction, with a look of lying to death of the whole family, Gu Yao's meaning, he naturally comprehended it. Gu Yao didn't pick up on it, and asked with interest, we haven't seen each other for a year after we graduated from college, why did you, at this time, remember to come and see me? This was her question. Before figuring out Ho Wenbin's intentions, she wouldn't explicitly verbalize her agreement. I went to another city, my dad rushed me to the branch to experience, and I just came back not long ago now. Ho Wenbin said truthfully, Gu schoolgirl, I sent you a message, gave you my situation, and have been trying to contact you, but your WeChat does not return, and the phone has become empty. All of my previous contact information was cancelled by my mom, and after I changed to a new number, I basically broke contact with all of my former classmates, and only had contact with Zhang Xiaoming. Gu Yao didn't tell the truth. After the accident, she gave up on herself. Looking at the greeting messages from several classmates, she felt very bored, feeling that everyone else was making fun of her. So let her mother change all her contact information. So it's like this, no wonder I couldn't contact you. Ho Wenbin blamed himself, I'm just a pig brain, when I was studying you had the best relationship with Zhang Xiaoming, I should have thought of contacting you through Zhang Xiaoming, but I just didn't think of this. Zhang Xiaoming is abroad, it's not easy to get in touch. Gu Yao was glad that she had broken contact with Ho Wenbin, and now she was in the best shape to meet up with Ho Wenbin again. If Ho Wenbin had contacted her at that time, she naturally wouldn't have treated her well and wouldn't have a good face. Not abroad. The day before yesterday at the class reunion, I even saw Zhang Xiaoming. Ho Wenbin was a bit puzzled. Is that so? I've been a bit busy these past 2 days, I haven't contacted Zhang Xiaoming, so I don't know her whereabouts. The smile on Gu Yao's face was still as strong as ever. But in her heart, thoughts of resentment sprouted. This Zhang Xiaoming was too much, not telling her about such an important matter. She really had treated Zhang Xiaoming so well for nothing. Suddenly, Gu Yao blamed herself again. The last time Zhang Xiaoming contacted her from abroad and said bad things about Gao Chang, she added Zhang Xiaoming to her blacklist. This was also the reason why she didn't keep track of Zhang Xiaoming's situation, right? It really wasn't right for her to blame Zhang Xiaoming. I see. Ho Wenbin understood, then reminded schoolgirl Gu that Zhang Xiaoming isn't a good person and said a lot of bad things about you during the reunion, so it's good to have less contact. Gu Yao asked, what did she say? Are you sure you want to hear? Ho Wenbin was a little hesitant. Say it, just think of it as small talk. Gu Yao was a little curious. She said that you're fake noble, on the surface you're a lady one, but in your bones you're a bad woman. As long as you're guided to do something fresh, you'll completely let yourself go, don't want any face at all. Ho Wenbin deliberated for a long time, so he picked some words and said them, afraid that Gu Yao would be hurt. His face was full of concern. It's fine, I've heard such words a lot, after my accident, how hard words I've heard. I'm afraid that when Bin's words, if he relayed them, have been mouthful. Whether it's former classmates, or friends and relatives, there are too many people who look at me as a joke. Their attitude, I won't care. Gu Yao was very strong, her face overflowing with a fallen look, not putting such slander in her eyes. But inside, she was unusually angry. She could care less if other people denigrated her. But Zhang Xiaoming was her best friend, and an iron bestie in the same dormitory. She believed that Ho Wenbin wouldn't be bullying her, and Zhang Xiaoming's shameful behavior made her want to curse her mother. When she was in school, Zhang Xiaoming was in financial difficulties. She had tried to give so much help, it was just that Zhang Xiaoming didn't miss her goodness, but she went so overboard. Schoolgirl Gu, that's how you should think, those messed up people saying about you, but which one doesn't envy you? To put it bluntly, they just can't see you well, they are all some assholes. Ho Wenbin held for Gu Yao. It was very rare that he generally said dirty words. I know Wenbin's good intentions, thanks. Gu Yao was touched. Schoolgirl Gu, let's add the contact information back again? Ho Wenbin's eyes were full of longing. With the contact information, his chances of renewing his relationship with Gu Yao would be greater. Good. Gu Yao readily agreed. Ho Wenbin was overjoyed and took advantage of the situation to say, Schoolgirl Gu, if I ask you out in the future, you won't turn a blind eye, right? No. Gu Yao smiled like a flower. She knew that they would definitely have a show. Chapter 47. Gu Yao is angry and still sorry for Zhang Hao. Gu Yao and Ho Wenbin were talking happily inside the villa. Zhang Hao was outside the villa, talking with his bodyguards. He didn't enter the villa, naturally, because he had received instructions from Guo Dai, who had also sent him a lot of information about Ho Wenbin's situation. Guo Dai meant to let Gu Yao and Ho Wenbin go to catch up, and he could only appear in front of Gu Yao after Ho Wenbin left. Zhang Hao expressed his understanding and didn't bother the two. Lu Jun lowered his voice and said, Miss Gu and Mr. Ho, they seem to be chatting quite well and have a good relationship. Little brother Zhang, aren't you jealous? Not jealous, and I wouldn't dare to be jealous. Zhang Hao smiled and said, Jun, Boss Guo has instructed me to do things at Miss Gu's command, and I am whatever Miss Gu thinks I am. Miss Gu said that you are her boyfriend. Lu Jun was very curious. Brother Jun, just listen to such words for a while. I'm Miss Gu's caretaker. Right now Miss Gu is somewhat dependent on me. Maybe after a while, she'll forget what she said. Zhang Hao didn't dare to call himself Gu Yao's boyfriend in front of the bodyguards for fear of causing damage to Gu Yao's reputation. These bodyguards were all Guo Dai's people, so saying this was guaranteed to test his attitude. If he didn't keep his mouth shut, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. So doing anything, Guo Dai's orders would prevail. Little brother Zhang, you are also too careful with your words. Lu Jun shook his head and laughed bitterly. In his heart, he secretly complimented that this Zhang Hao was quite smart. Brother Jun, I'm just stating a fact. I wouldn't dare to forget Boss Guo's words. Zhang Hao's mouth was tight. He wouldn't dare to take Gu Yao's matter and talk nonsense. Miss Gu and Mr. Ho look so well matched. Lu Jun was very favorable. What Jun said is true. Zhang Hao concurred. If nothing had happened to Miss Gu, Mr. Ho would be a good match for Miss Gu, but it's a pity. Lu Jun sighed. Zhang Hao fell silent, not bothering to pry anymore. Lu Jun turned his head to stare at Zhang Hao. Aren't you curious about Miss Gu and Mr. Ho's previous relationship? I'm not curious, curiosity killed the cat. Zhang Hao laughed. Fine. Lu Jun didn't say much. After his many attempts, he believed that Boss Guo would be satisfied with Zhang Hao's performance. Inside the villa, Ho Wenbin asked as if nothing had happened between conversations. By the way, who was that handsome guy who got off with you just now? Gu Yao inwardly despised. Sure enough, men are all careful animals. The male beside her, Ho Wenbin, appeared to be unconcerned on the surface, but he was still very concerned. She explained, the person my mom hired to help me cook and clean, and drive for me when needed. At this time, her heart was only good for Ho Wenbin. The so-called boyfriend, Zhang Hao, had long been left behind by her. I wish so much for myself, to be able to help you do these things, to be able to meet with you in contact all day long, is also too happy. Ho Wenbin yearned up. Wenbin, don't say such words again, make it like a confession, make people a little embarrassed. Gu Yao was full of shyness. Schoolgirl Gu, these are my sincere words. Ho Wenbin looked excited, as if he was afraid that Gu Yao would question his feelings. Good, I believe it. Gu Yao's heart swirled, happiness came too suddenly, she was full of joy. 2 hours later, Ho Wenbin was leaving. Schoolgirl Gu, let's make another appointment? Good. Gu Yao got up to see her off. Ho Wenbin didn't look at Zhang Hao when he left. When Gu Yao saw off Ho Wenbin, she also didn't look at Zhang Hao, just for fear that Ho Wenbin would get suspicious. When Zhang Hao saw Gu Yao's attitude, his heart was a bit lost, but soon, he cleared up the emotions he shouldn't have. After Ho Wenbin left, Gu Yao glared at Zhang Hao and said, "Come in here." Good. Zhang Hao followed Gu Yao into the villa. What do you mean? After staying outside the villa for so long, what were you thinking? There are guests in the house and you, as my boyfriend, didn't help me take care of the guests, you hid by yourself? Gu Yao started to lash out, regardless of whether it was justified or not, and hit Zhang Hao with a count. She was a bit weak, so she was afraid that Zhang Hao would think too much, so she snapped at Zhang Hao at this time. Yao, I'm sorry. Zhang Hao explained, your mom didn't let me interrupt your chat, so I ducked out. It was his job to go against the grain, and at this time, he had to make it a point to not return the scolding. As long as he didn't take it to heart, nothing could hurt him. So it was my mom's intention, well, I forgive you. Gu Yao felt that Zhang Hao was her spare tire. Zhang Hao was very gentle and considerate, and she liked being taken care of by Zhang Hao. Before any substantial progress with Ho Wenbin, she wanted to keep Zhang Hao by her side. It was just that at this time, hearing Zhang Hao call her Yao Yao again, to be honest there was some revulsion in her heart. Your mom sent me some messages, saying that she wanted me to tell you privately after Ho Wenbin left. Zhang Hao's tone was soft. What? Gu Yao was skeptical. She didn't expect that Zhang Hao already had some information about Ho Wenbin's identity. Mother was really strange, this was too redundant. It seemed that if she met with Ho Wenbin in the future, she wouldn't be able to bring Zhang Hao with her, so she would let the other bodyguards drive. Zhang Hao said, Ho Wenbin's family's company has encountered difficulties in funding and is now looking for money all over the place, and at this time, Ho Wenbin has found you in the hope that you will admonish your mother, so that your mother will agree to it and give Ho's family's company the money to throw at it. What? Gu Yao's body shook. It turned out that this damned Ho Wenbin, so currying favor with her and confessing his love one after another, turned out to be all for the sake of using her. And she was naive enough to believe it. It was really stupid. Also yes, she is now crippled, how can Ho Wenbin still like her so much? It was her fault. There should not have thoughts. Ho Wenbin this time in the Jokerit said she is a little cute. She is the easiest person to fool. Sure enough, there is no good man in the world. Or her Zhang Hao is good, as long as the money is given in place, will not leave her. She now regretted what she did to Zhang Hao. Here's a video, your mom asked you to take a look at it. I promise first that I didn't look at it if your mom didn't ask me to. Zhang Hao was very careful. The current Gu Yao was like an angry lioness, and he wasn't sure why Gu Yao had this reaction. Gu Yao took Zhang Hao's cell phone and clicked on that video. The content of the video was a scene from a classmate's party. When a classmate asked if Ho Wenbin still liked Gu Yao, Ho Wenbin's attitude was arrogant. Like Gu Yao? How can it be? The former Gu school flower was pure and beautiful, I naturally liked it, but since she got together with Gao Chang, she became a rotten thing. That kind of woman is shameless, not at all disorderly, a little bit of tutelage is not there, that deserved to let me like it? I now especially regret, so pursued Gu Yao, the so-called Gu school flower, is a big joke, now became a cripple, that all deserved, she didn't die, this is retribution, God wants her to suffer well. Chapter 48, Gu Yao's third heart, first love comes to town. Gu Yao held her cell phone and watched the video, her whole body shivering with anger, her heart dripping blood. Ho Wenbin, who was drunk, had a very unbridled attitude, using all the insulting language he knew, pouring all the slanderous and abusive words on Gu Yao. Ho Wenbin didn't get Gu Yao, and now he was unusually bitter. The other students were all up in arms, all looking at Gu Yao's jokes, mocking and demeaning tones of voice filling the air. Those hateful faces and disgusting words deeply pierced Gu Yao's heart. Only one person stood out and spoke up for Gu Yao. Ho Wenbin, you're just a straw man, you look somewhat refined, but in reality, you're full of male thieves and prostitutes. Are you worthy of thinking about Gu Yao even if you're such a bastard? Luckily Gu Yao didn't agree to your pursuit, or else she's really blind. Gu Yao and Gao Chang are together, their relationship is good, but it's not as dirty as you think. You people are jealous of Gu Yao. I don't know how many bad things you've said about Gu Yao. In front of Gu Yao, each and every one of you knows how to please Gu Yao, but behind her back, one is nastier than the other. Being classmates with you guys is disgusting. A party like this is so damn dirty. This was Zhang Xiaoming's counterattack. She had her heart set on defending Gu Yao, and left angrily after saying these words. Ho Wenbin smashed the wine glass in his hand at Zhang Xiaoming, spitting at Zhang Xiaoming as he did so, and wanted to chase after her and hit her, but he let a few of his classmates pull him back. Gu Yao smashed her cell phone on the ground after watching the video. That's my cell phone. Zhang Hao felt a small heartache in his heart. He was clear that when Gu Yao slept with him, it was still a perfect body. So in that case, he didn't believe all of it. Gu Yao was being maligned, which was the reason why the bad reputation was great, and to put it bluntly, there was envy and jealousy towards Gu Yao. I'm just a little cutie, surprisingly believing Ho Wenbin's bull. He said Zhang Xiaoming scolded me, but it turned out to be him scolding me himself. I'm sorry Zhang Xiaoming, I misunderstood her. Zhang Xiaoming was the only one who helped me. With so many classmates, I made Zhang Xiaoming a friend. Gu Yao was in tears, her voice was very sad. Yao Yao, don't be angry, it's not worth getting angry over those people. Zhang Hao advised. Right, I can't get angry, they want to see me laugh, I just can't let them have their way, I'll also make them pay the price they deserve within my power. Gu Yao clenched her fists, the fire of hatred burning in her eyes. Then she took out her own cell phone and sent a message to her mother. Mom, I hope that the more unlucky Ho Wenbin is, the better. Since Ho Wenbin's family's company was in trouble, as long as his mother made a move, it wouldn't be far from bankruptcy. Yao Yao, just wait and watch the show, if you dare to bully my daughter, you'll have to pay the price. Guo Dai quickly had a reply. Gu Yao revealed a wry smile when she saw it. Then she jumped into Zhang Hao's arms and wailed, my Zhang Hao, you're still the best, other men are all the same. Yao Yao, don't get angry with yourself. Zhang Hao lightly patted Gu Yao's back. Zhang Hao, I want you now, spoil me hard, I need to be happy. Gu Yao pulled Zhang Hao into the bedroom, then held Zhang Hao down. Her heart was filled with hostility and anger. She didn't know how she could vent these emotions out, it was so hard to suffocate her. Her body, right now, was sad to the core. She needed pleasure, she needed joy. At this time, only Zhang Hao could satisfy her. She also knew that Zhang Hao had that ability to bring her boundless pleasure. Zhang Hao laughed bitterly in his heart, it was broad daylight. However, as Gu Yao's boyfriend, he had to solve Gu Yao's problems, so he put in his utmost passion. It was his honor to be called by Gu Yao. As a boyfriend, he had to serve Gu Yao wholeheartedly. Zhang Hao, I only love you, you're the only one in my heart, hurry up and say you love me. Gu Yao's psyche was very fragile and sensitive, now she only realized how good Zhang Hao was, and had long been disappointed in Ho Wenbin. She was in this state now, and with that kind of expectation, it was really ridiculous to think about it now. She is no longer a normal person, and cannot be an ordinary person, as a cripple still dare to think, really is self-serving. How much hope for Ho Wenbin, now there is more despair. She is really dead-hearted. Still thinks Zhang Hao is good, as long as Zhang Hao takes the money, he will be a no-nonsense boyfriend. Taking care of her extraordinarily well. Still don't need to bear any pressure, the mind is even less burdened, and there will be no trouble. It was still this kind of boyfriend that suited her the most. Yao Yao, I love you. Zhang Hao followed Gu Yao's words and said the words of confession. Not enough, keep saying it. Gu Yao was frantic. I only love you, you're the only one in my heart. Zhang Hao said such words of love without any pressure. Well, I know, your Yao Yao knows that you love me the most and I love you to death. Gu Yao's tone was sad. Then she was entwined with Zhang Hao to the death. For the next 2 days, Zhang Hao and Gu Yao were together, living a happy little life. Gu Yao kept pestering Zhang Hao, and her dependence was very strong. During that time, Ho Wenbin came once and let the bodyguards drive him away, not even seeing Gu Yao's face. Zhang Hao liked this kind of day very much, the daily salary of $15,000 arrived on time, there was nothing happier than this. He rather wished that life could be spent peacefully and quietly. With Gu Yao accompanying him, he felt very comfortable, and if he really left, he was still a bit reluctant to leave. On this day, Zhang Hao accompanied Gu Yao back from shopping, but there was an unexpected turn of events. The car had just driven to the entrance of the villa area when Gu Yao, who was chatting with Zhang Hao, inadvertently looked out of the window and spotted a familiar figure, and she revealed an unbelievable look in general. Then she yelled loudly, Zhang Hao, stop the car for me, quick. Zhang Hao was startled, the originally quiet Gu Yao, how did she suddenly become like this? He stilled his mind and was about to park the car. However, he realized that Gu Yao had opened the car door, and without even stopping the car, she was planning to walk down from the car. Zhang Hao was terrified, and while hastily stepping on the brakes, he yanked Gu Yao to a stop. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhang Hao was extremely flustered, if something really happened to Gu Yao, I'm afraid Guo Dai wouldn't let him go. Gu Yao's violent reaction left Zhang Hao confused. Don't call me Yao Yao, from now on, you're my driver. Gu Yao spoke without the slightest hesitation. It seemed as if Zhang Hao, her boyfriend, was worthless in her eyes. Fearing that others would think too much, she couldn't even call Yao Yao. This was because Gu Yao saw Gao Chang's figure. Zhang Hao froze, saddened again and again, then took the initiative to clear away the negative emotions. Chapter 49, Gu Yao's infatuation will eventually be paid wrongly. Zhang Hao parked the car and tugged on Gu Yao's hand and didn't let go. Take away your dirty hands. Gu Yao had a bad attitude and just stared angrily at Zhang Hao. Okay, Ms. Gu. Zhang Hao loosened his hand, not daring to ask a single superfluous word. It was really ridiculous that his hands were still dirty hands. It was said that women were fickle, but this was too fickle. When looking for him to linger, he gave him all the words of love. Now so indifferent, really hurt his heart. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, he can only laugh it off. He didn't dare to call Gu Yao Yao anymore. Gu Yao stepped down from the car, then walked towards the figure that was haunting her, and when she was still a dozen meters away, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. That's right, it was Gao Chang. Her Chang had returned. But her mother said that Gao Chang was dead, and she had even gone to the grave to pay her respects. How come Gao Chang was still alive? Could it be a ghost? Zhang Hao followed closely behind Gu Yao, like a transparent person, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Just by accompanying Gu Yao like this, he had done his duty. Brother Chang, is that you? Gu Yao carefully inquired, lest her voice was too loud, just for fear of scaring Gao Chang away. Yao Yao, it's me, long time no see. Gao Chang gazed at Gu Yao, his heart was full of mixed feelings. When he had chased Gu Yao so hard, he was considered to have finally caught up with her. He brought Gu Yao and did a lot of things that Gu Yao hadn't done before. For Gu Yao, it was like opening the door to a new world that was all so new and exciting. Gu Yao's behavior like that was all in his plan. He was with Gu Yao and did a lot more out of the ordinary things. It just didn't happen skin to skin. If they hadn't gotten into a car accident that night, they would have gone to a room and Gu Yao would have promised to give him her body. The only reason Gu Yao had agreed was because he had put something aphrodisiac in the wine Gu Yao drank. He had been waiting for that moment for a long, long time. Unfortunately, man's plans were not as good as heaven's plans. A car accident separated them. He also always thought Gu Yao was dead. That's what his parents and everyone else said, Gu Yao was indeed dead. It wasn't until not long ago that he realized that Gu Yao wasn't dead. So he went back to China and came to look for Gu Yao as well. Only now did he realize that the so-called heavenly separation was a complete fraud. Guo Dai had made up that nonsense in order to break them up. He went abroad with his parents, all because Guo Dai forced him to. After arriving abroad, he was blackmailed by the gangs and lived in misery. He now owed an assload of gambling debts and had no choice but to come to Gu Yao's aid. Yeah, it's been a long time, 1 year and 8 days. Tears flowed from Gu Yao's eyes. Brother Chang, are you really not dead? I still can't believe that you're the real Brother Chang. Yao Yao, I'm not dead, I'm alive and well. Gao Chang patted his chest twice, smiled and said, look, I still have a shadow, it's really not dirty, our families don't want us to be together, so they lie to us that the other side is dead. In fact, we're all fine, we're all alive and well. His parents, naturally, were happy that he was able to pursue Gu Yao. The only person who opposed it since the beginning was Guo Dai. Now he didn't dare to say anything bad about Guo Dai, he only wanted to gain Gu Yao's affection, only then could he pin down Guo Dai. So that's how it is. Gu Yao understood, and the resentment towards her mother raged in her heart. She still felt that she was the one who had killed Gao Chang, and her heart was so full of guilt and self-blame. Now it seemed like it was all her mother's deception that made her suffer the pain she shouldn't have. So he is Gao Chang. Zhang Hao muttered in his heart. He had even burned paper for Gao Chang. He also understood why Gu Yao had such a reaction, which was that she had met her first love, the white moonlight in her heart had come, and he, the new favored boyfriend, was naturally worthless. Although the reasoning is so, but the heart is not good. But he got a lot, should be contented. Bosqua, Gao Chang came to find Ms. Gu, what should we do now? Zhang Hao sent a message to Guo Dai at the first opportunity, now he would wait for instructions. Not far away, Lu Jun's 4 bodyguards froze in place, the sudden turn of events, they didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Jun was also contacting Guo Dai at the first time. Gu Yao ran towards Gao Chang. Gao Chang also ran towards Gu Yao, his heart quite proud. A moment later, the two people embraced each other tightly. For Gu Yao, Gao Chang was the favorite of her heart, no matter if it was Ho Wenbin or Zhang Hao, which could not be compared. Nowadays, Chang was back from the dead for her. The hot feelings in her heart can no longer resist bursting out, she only wants to be with Gao Chang for a long time together, the rest of the people for her, really not important at all. Zhang Hao's goodness, she had long forgotten about it to the 9th cloud. Brother Chang, it's just too good, we're all alive, it's just too good, oh. Gu Yao was in tears of aggravation, feeling Gao Chang's body temperature, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world at this moment. No matter what, she had to be with Gao Chang. If her mother was against it, she would rather die. Yao Yao, don't cry, it's heavenly good news that we can meet each other. Gao Chang was excited. Gu Yao loved him as always. This was the greatest good thing for him. He would have something to rely on in the future. As long as he coaxed Gu Yao, he could get whatever he wanted, and he believed that Guo Dai couldn't do anything about it. As for Gu Yao's love, it was a joke to him. After seeing Guo Dai's tactics and ruthlessness, he now only wants to use Gu Yao to achieve the purpose of revenge. The little bit of affection he had before had long since vanished. Right, don't cry, it's too bad to cry at this time. Gu Yao rubbed Gao Chang's face and said heartily, Brother Chang, your face looks haggard, what's wrong? Nothing, after knowing that you didn't die, I got sick from thinking about you. Gao Chang found a reason. In the future, I'll make it up to you, I miss you too. Gu Yao gazed at Gao Chang and kissed at his mouth. Gao Chang avoided it, after all, there were still people watching, still in broad daylight, if he let Gu Yao mess around, he could bear it with satisfaction, but Guo Dai was afraid that she would be angry if she knew. Before completely pinning down Gu Yao, he still had to coax Guo Dai, but he couldn't let Guo Dai loathe him. Yao Yao, don't be like this. Gao Chang pretended to be embarrassed and said with a red face. My brother Chang, are you shy? Gu Yao laughed. She was still upset when she didn't kiss Gao Chang, but after seeing Gao Chang's reaction, she was much more comfortable. The man she once liked was still so innocent. She was also so innocent in the beginning. Unfortunately, it changed after the car accident. What was even more hateful was that Zhang Hao had taken away her innocence, and there was a villain in her heart that was about to curse Zhang Hao to death. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao finally waited for Guo Dai's instructions. Chapter 50, Zhang Hao, let's break up. Identify yourself as Yao Yao's boyfriend and teach Gao Chang a hard lesson, don't be polite. This was the instruction sent by Guo Dai. Zhang Hao looked at this message and directly fell into deep thought, asking him to teach Gao Chang a lesson. He couldn't do it and was afraid that Gao Chang would retaliate afterward. He was just a small person who only thought of foxes and tigers, so he waved at Lu Jun and the others. Lu Jun sprinted to Zhang Hao. Little brother Zhang, what do you mean? Brother Jun, this is Boss Guo's order, just read it. Zhang Hao flashed the message sent by Guo Dai to Lu Jun. Understood, please clarify, little brother Zhang, do you want Gao Chang to break a leg or an arm? Lu Jun smiled in disbelief. Don't be too hard, just give him a beating. Zhang Hao's heart snapped, so ruthless at every turn, really ruthless. Good. Lu Jun nodded, then frowned. It's just that Miss Gu is hugging Gao Chang, we can't do it well? Brother Jun, watch my eyes and act. Zhang Hao left these words behind and walked straight towards Gu Yao. He said with a big grin, Gao Chang right, you can let go of Gu Yao now, she's my girlfriend, so please be sensible. What? Gao Chang fiercely looked at Zhang Hao, this damned little white boy, how dare he spoil his good deed. In his opinion, Zhang Hao was nothing more than Gu Yao's driver. If he was really his boyfriend, he wouldn't let Zhang Hao go. Besides, he had been intimate with Gu Yao for such a long time. Zhang Hao stood on the side and didn't give a damn, only now he took a stand. How can there be such a boyfriend? Zhang Hao, shut up, aren't you clear about your status? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. Gu Yao roared, to hate Zhang Hao to death. Then she explained, Brother Chang, don't believe his bull, he doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. Well, I believe Yao Yao's words. Gao Chang's heart was soothed, what he wanted was this feeling. Zhang Hao, get lost, don't disturb me from catching up with Brother Chang. Gu Yao Yao's tone was very cold. Yao Yao, please respect yourself in broad daylight, since you are persistent, don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Hao did not have a soft hand and directly went up to Gu Yao and pulled her from Gao Chang's arms. Zhang Hao, how dare you? Gu Yao's eyes were glazed over. Zhang Hao right, please stay out of my business with Yao Yao, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Gao Chang's gaze was unkind. Zhang Hao couldn't care about that much right now, whether it was Gu Yao's anger or Gao Chang's threat, it was all a matter for later, let's get rid of the immediate problem now. Yao Yao, let's go back. Zhang Hao pulled Gu Yao's hand. What are you dare to treat me like this? Gu Yao flung her hand and slapped Zhang Hao's face fiercely. Zhang Hao didn't care and forcefully controlled Gu Yao. Jun, it's up to you guys. Zhang Hao gave this hint as he watched Gao Chang trying to step forward and pull Gu Yao back to his side. Understood. Lu Jun smiled playfully and winked at the two bodyguards beside him, who stepped forward and punched and kicked Gao Chang. Gao Chang fell to the ground, begging for mercy one after another. You guys dare. Gu Yao was furious and helpless, watching Gao Chang being severely beaten, there was nothing she could do. Lu Jun and the others heard Gu Yao's words, their hearts were a little frightened, but Guo Dai's order was ultimately too much to disobey, so they treated Gao Chang without mercy. Gu Yao struggled desperately, wanting to help Gao Chang. Zhang Hao had no choice, directly a princess hug, carrying Gu Yao towards the villa. Just a few steps out, he heard Gao Chang's miserable scream. Ah, my leg, you dog-fighting bastards, how dare you break my leg? Gao Chang's mournful screams were like killing a pig, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and under the attack of intense pain, he felt that he was already incontinent. That bodyguard who had stepped on his leg to break it, he was about to hate him to death. How ruthless. The corners of Zhang Hao's mouth trembled lightly, he didn't think that Gao Chang's leg being broken had anything to do with him, I'm afraid that there was Guo Dai's authorization. In fact, this was good, for the time being, he didn't have to worry about Gao Chang finding him in trouble. Brother Chang. Gu Yao cried out in pain and tears, which could be described as grief. She glared angrily at Zhang Hao, you bastard, let go of me. Yao Yao, be good and obedient. Zhang Hao gave a comforting cry. I'll bite you to death. Gu Yao was unusually angry, using all her strength, she bit towards Zhang Hao's neck. Zhang Hao was startled, if this bite went down, it would be dangerous. He let go of Gu Yao in his arms, allowing Gu Yao to bite at his shoulder. Hiss. A heartbreaking pain. The biting power of this woman's mouth was amazing. He felt that a piece of his flesh was about to be bitten off. Zhang Hao walked into the villa with Gu Yao in his arms, so he placed Gu Yao on the sofa and pressed down Gu Yao's shoulder to remind him, Yao Yao, no matter how much you make a fuss, it's unlikely that what you want will go as you wish, so you'd better think about it right now, what to do next. Gu Yao's strength, which had been used up earlier when she struggled, was now panting, and she was just paralyzed on the sofa. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, she thought seriously. No matter what, she had to be with Gao Chang. The hurdle of her mother was not easy to pass. But she made up her mind, as long as her mother agreed to her being with Gao Chang, she would agree to any conditions. If her mother was against it, she would not live. How is Brother Chang doing now? Gu Yao's emotions gradually calmed down. Her gaze looked towards the outside of the villa, and by this time, Lu Jun and the others had already returned to their posts. I'll go ask. Zhang Hao searched for Lu Jun, then returned to Gu Yao's side and said, "It's fine, just a right leg that was stepped on and broken. Brother Jun has already called, the ambulance is almost here." Gu Yao was silent, being able to command the moving of her own bodyguards. Zhang Hao didn't have this ability yet, it must be her mother behind the scenes. She lost her right leg, Gao Chang's right leg was stepped on, this was definitely done on purpose. Let Gao Chang, for now, go to the hospital for treatment first. Once she had taken care of things around her, she would go and pick up Gao Chang, and then let Gao Chang live with herself, and she would personally take care of him. Zhang Hao, let's break up. Gu Yao looked serious, pushed down the unwillingness and dependence in her heart, and said it with great regret in general. Break up? Zhang Hao was heartbroken. Actually, he wasn't that sad. In order to show that he really loved Gu Yao, he had to act so sad. If Guo Dai knew, she would also understand that he, in order to accompany Gu Yao in a relationship, had really put his heart into it. That's right, it's a breakup. Gu Yao was resolute. Looking at Zhang Hao so sad, she felt like a sinner. When she was with Zhang Hao, she lived a happy life. But now, Zhang Hao had to be made to leave her side. Okay, let's break up. Zhang Hao agreed. Perhaps in the midst of this cooperation, only Gu Yao sometimes treated him as a real boyfriend. That's why at this time, only then did she solemnly propose a breakup. Chapter 51, Guo Dai, I've been abandoned by your daughter. Whatever Yao Yao says, you do it. This was the latest instruction Guo Dai sent to Zhang Hao. This was also the reason why Zhang Hao agreed to break up so painfully. Without Guo Dai's clear instructions, he wouldn't dare to take a stand without authorization. After the breakup, his job would be over. He was no longer Gu Yao's boyfriend. Zhang Hao, go pack up your things and leave as soon as possible. Gu Yao ordered. Okay. Zhang Hao turned around and walked away. Gu Yao looked at Zhang Hao's back, she really couldn't bear it, she couldn't be soft at this time, she could only cut off this bond. She had to pursue her own happiness, and that person could only be Gao Chang, it couldn't be Zhang Hao. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao, who had packed up his things, came to Gu Yao's side. Ms. Gu, is there anything else you want? Gu Yao was torn for a moment, and softly said, do you hate me? No hate, I have to thank Miss Gu for letting me have such a relationship. Zhang Hao stated that he had given his heart to every single one of his employer's girlfriends. That's good, the memories between us, I'll keep them in my collection. Gu Yao bit her lips and said mercilessly, my heart is full of Gao Chang, I can't fit you anymore, please understand. Zhang Hao nodded with a lost expression. If we hadn't met Gao Chang, maybe we would have continued and possibly lived a lifetime, but now I don't want to lie to you, and even more so I don't want to neglect my feelings, so I can only let you go. Gu Yao didn't feel like doing anything wrong, she broke up with Zhang Hao so she could be with Gao Chang openly and honestly. Ms. Gu, I wish you happiness. Zhang Hao said from the bottom of his heart. Well, I wish you happiness too. Gu Yao was sad in her heart, her Zhang Hao, at this time, must have had his heart broken by her, now hardened, still thinking for her, really considerate. Good. Zhang Hao nodded his head silently, the last time he broke up with Song Qingzhu, it was also so hard to let go of her, and this time when they parted ways, I'm afraid that with Gu Yao, they would never see each other again. He was now also a man who had had 2 girlfriends. This was his good fortune, and even more so, his creation. There was no place where he didn't know what to expect, instead, he was content. To have this chance for him to meet such a girlfriend was a blessing he had cultivated in his past life. Zhang Hao, I know that I'm very willful and did some things that I've wronged you, please remember my goodness and forget all my badness. Gu Yao's eyes were in love. Ms. Gu, in my heart, you have no shortcomings, and I am heartbroken that you have suffered such a change. Zhang Hao said with affection, I hope that Miss Gu will be able to live bravely in the future, don't give up on yourself anymore, a great beauty like you should have had a better life, don't live yourself into the way those people look at jokes. Aha, I promise you, we'll never fall again. Gu Yao was a little moved. Zhang Hao, you have to believe me, I really liked you once, and didn't completely treat you as a tool. I know, I have truly liked you too. Zhang Hao spoke from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Hao, just go, if you keep talking, I won't be able to kick you out. Gu Yao closed her eyes, the images of Zhang Hao floating in her mind. Alright, Miss Gu, take care. Zhang Hao hesitated for a long time before he slowly walked out of the villa. Zhang Hao, my boyfriend, I'll see you again. Gu Yao murmured softly. Zhang Hao had just walked out of the villa when Lu Jun greeted him. Junior brother Zhang, Boss Gui is waiting for you in the car, please follow me. Good. Zhang Hao followed. Inside a luxury car, Guo Dai was frowning tightly, holding her cell phone in her hand and watching carefully through the surveillance screen. She observed her daughter's every move. Looking at her daughter in this current state, she was extremely sad. Next to her sat Zhang Xiaoming, who had also seen the video and knew that Zhang Hao was Gu Yao's boyfriend. She knew nothing about Zhang Hao's identity and didn't ask random questions in front of Guo Dai. Silly daughter, you'll be completely fine once you get out of this difficult situation. Mom did all this for your own good. Guodai's heart floated out such thoughts. Then looking to the side, Xiaoming, it's your turn. Auntie Gua, I'll go. Zhang Xiaoming nodded, opened the car door and walked down. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xiaoming brushed past each other, and Zhang Xiaoming greeted Zhang Hao with her eyes, to which Zhang Hao responded politely. Both of them had recognized each other through videos, and it was still the first time they had met, but they didn't say a word. Get in the car. Guodai gave such an order without looking at Zhang Hao. Yes. Zhang Hao opened the car door and sat up. How long have you known my daughter? Guodai asked. 16 days. Zhang Hao replied. I've forgotten, I didn't expect you to remember so clearly. Guodai was a bit lost in thought. Zhang Hao naturally remembered it clearly, and with a $15,000 salary to take every day, he had to do his job with all his heart. Every day when he saw his paycheck arrive, his mood was a bit excited. In 16 days, he earned $240,000, and on his birthday, he received $100,000 in cash. Gu Yao also bought him a lot of clothes. He didn't spend a penny, every penny he earned fell into his hands. He had simply made a fortune on this trip. When you came, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to last for a few days, but I had Gao Yanqi tell you to hold on for a month anyways. I didn't expect you to be good and help my daughter out of the predicament. Guodai was full of relief. Miss Gu was very strong, I didn't help much. Zhang Hao was very honest, anyway, his own contribution was in the eyes of the other party, there was no need to take credit at this time. Your contribution is worthy of the salary you get, you did take credit, no need to be so modest. Guodai glanced at Zhang Hao, now that you're leaving, are you sad to leave? Indeed I can't bear to part with it, but I have to leave, don't worry, Boss Gua, I'm a very understanding person, I guarantee that I won't say anything to anyone about the situation of Miss Gu. Zhang Hao swore. I won't do anything to you, don't be so careful. Guodai laughed a little. Yes, Boss Gua said that a long time ago, I naturally trust Boss Gua. Zhang Hao looked regimented. Are you sincere to my daughter? Guodai was very curious. Boss Gua, a great beauty like Miss Gu, I naturally love her 10,000 times over, and I have given all my sincerity to be in love with her. Miss Gu is very sensitive, if I were to be false and perfunctory, Miss Gu would have found out long ago, and how would she still rely on me? Zhang Hao made a statement with his words, among the sincerity of the $15,000 a day, he wouldn't dare to mix it with falsehood. That's true. Guodai laughed, if you lie to my daughter and still lie so naturally, I'm going to be suspicious. Boss Gua, being abandoned by your daughter, I'm also sad, okay? Although I deserved it and don't deserve any sympathy, I'm not heartless enough to cheat Miss Gu. Zhang Hao complained pitifully. I sympathize with you. Guodai's tone was slightly gentle. Thank you, Boss Gua. Zhang Hao was delighted in his heart. Chapter 52, Gu Yao despairing, regretting driving Zhang Hao away. Guodai's eyes showed her approval, you were abandoned by my daughter, and you still didn't forget to encourage her when you left, you have a heart. I sincerely hope that Ms. Gu is doing well. Zhang Hao looked serious. I know your heart, thank you. In Guodai's eyes, a trace of gratitude flashed, she was truly pleased that Zhang Hao had this heart. Boss Gua, you're too kind. Zhang Hao responded. If you encourage my daughter to do something bad, or compel my daughter to seek favors, I won't let you go, and now I can be completely relieved. Guodai waved her hand and said, go with peace of mind, I won't look for any trouble from you, live a good life in the future, hopefully we won't have the chance to meet again. She was clear about her daughter's state, if Zhang Hao utilized her daughter, Zhang Hao would give her whatever she wanted. Zhang Hao was engaged in a lowly job, but his hands and feet were clean and his mind was clean, and that was what satisfied her. Boss Gua, goodbye. Zhang Hao got out of the car at ease, then sent a message to Gao Yanqi, just wait for Gao Yanqi to come and pick it up. Take a taxi yourself, I have something I can't leave right now. Gao Yanqi replied to him with this message. Zhang Hao's face drooped, now the mood was not good, Gao Yanqi has something to do, it's really a bit embarrassing. Zhang Hao, who had no way out, could only come to Guodai's front and said through the car window, Boss Gua, I have an unkind request, and I hope you'll give me a helping hand. Since you know it's an unkind request, then don't say it. Guodai was full of concern. Boss Gua, it's not good to take a taxi here, why don't you send someone to give me a ride? Zhang Hao was full of bitter smiles, Dr. Gao has something he can't get away from, so I can only beg you. Guodai looked at Zhang Hao and said with a little thought, go find Lu Jun. Thank you, Boss Gua. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. After he approached Lu Jun and said what Guodai meant, Lu Jun drove him out of the villa area towards his residence. Brother Jun, thank you. Zhang Hao was grateful. You're too polite, I'm also doing what the boss tells me to do. While driving, Lu Jun said as if nothing had happened, little brother Zhang, you were abandoned by Ms. Gu, are you alright? It's fine. Zhang Hao smiled. Seeing your ugly face, you should be very sad. Lu Jun said, I'm also someone who gets paid to work, there are a lot of things that I can't say and don't dare to say, I just hope that you think about it a little bit. Thank you for Jun's concern, I understand everything. Zhang Hao revealed a look of relief. I'll find you for a drink when I'm free. Lu Jun smiled brightly. Good. Zhang Hao's voice was light and quick. Inside the villa at this time, Gu Yao looked at Zhang Xiaoming, who appeared and said in surprise, "Xiaoming, why are you here?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pulled the plug on you. I'm so happy to see you now, you know? Brother Chang is still alive. My mom lied to me that Brother Chang is dead in order to make me die." She took Zhang Xiaoming's hand and shared this heavenly good news to Zhang Xiaoming. "Gu Yao, from now on, is it okay to listen to me for you?" Zhang Xiaoming looked serious, looking at Gu Yao in this manner. She really thought Gu Yao was stupidly cute. "Xiaoming, why are you reacting like this?" "Alright, I'll listen to you." Gu Yao quieted down. In her mind, Zhang Xiaoming was her only friend. "Actually, before you met Gao Chang, I was Gao Chang's girlfriend. He dumped me after he met you. He just still has been in contact with me in an unclear manner. We are still together, and we go on dates when you don't know. He created many chance encounters in order to chase you. It was all because I leaked the information. Your preferences were also leaked to him by me, and that's how he threw himself at you to chase you, and that's how he impressed you." Zhang Xiaoming's expression was bitter, so she told this. "What? Impossible, Xiaoming, you are not such a person, and Brother Chang is not that scheming." Gu Yao's face was ugly. In that case, it was her fault that she stole Zhang Xiaoming's boyfriend. She blamed herself and felt that she had done something to apologize to Zhang Xiaoming. In addition, she believed that Gao Chang was simple and wasn't the kind of man with a deep heart. Right now, she was very conflicted. "Gu Yao, the night you got into a car accident, we were drinking together. Gao Chang put an aphrodisiac in your wine, that's why you were clamoring to go to a room with him, and on the way to the hotel by car, you were too crazy, which led to the car accident, and that's the situation that I only found out about later." Zhang Xiaoming looked at Gu Yao. Her face was full of regret. If she had stopped Gu Yao from leaving that night, she wouldn't have caused Gu Yao to lose a leg. Drugged? The corners of Gu Yao's mouth shivered and her heart convulsed. Was her Chang brother that despicable? She believed Zhang Xiaoming's words. It's just that she didn't expect Gao Chang to be such a lowly villain. Thinking about that time, the crazy driving to the hotel, she didn't even know why she was so hyper. She thought it was because of the alcohol, but it turned out to be this reason. "Gu Yao, Gao Chang is a complete scum. No matter how your mom treated him, it was all for your own good. After your car accident, Gao Chang knew you were dead, so we got back together. The last time I was abroad, I contacted you with the intention of telling you about it, because at that time, I was completely dead to him, which is why I was planning to tell you all the truth. As a result, I mentioned a word about Gao Chang, and you got angry. Then Gao Chang went back to China in the front foot. I also went back to China in the back foot. Who knows that this scum, the gambling nature is very big, lost $30 million in the underground casino. The darn thing is that I was tricked into going over there and betting to that underground casino boss. As a result, I was insulted by that casino boss. If it wasn't for your mom saving me, I would still be imprisoned and would only be reduced to a plaything for the casino boss. After going through so many things, I've come to see through it. A rotten gambler like Gao Chang, no matter what he says, no matter how good he is to you, you can't believe in the crap he says, otherwise the one who suffers will definitely be yourself." Zhang Xiaoming shed tears and spoke out her sorrows. These tragic experiences made her hate Gao Chang. She couldn't wait to kill that man by 1,000 cuts. "Xiaoming, I didn't know you encountered such a thing. I'm sorry." Gu Yao was grief-stricken. Zhang Xiaoming's personal experience made her despair of Gao Chang. It turned out that she was the one who was blind to think of scum like that as a good person. It turned out that her mother had always been doing it for her own good, and she was obsessed with doing a lot of things that were not self-loving. Damn it, one really deserved to die. If she had known these circumstances on the premise, when she met Gao Chang at the gate of the villa area, she would have let the bodyguards break Gao Chang's legs and hands. The current Gao Chang, just breaking a leg was too cheap. Just wait, she wouldn't let go of that scum who cheated her feelings and played with her emotions. "Gu Yao, you're too stupid. What are you sorry for? You're not the one who harmed me." Zhang Xiaoming cried, tears falling down her face. "Xiaoming, we were all fooled by that scum." Gu Yao hugged Zhang Xiaoming, tears also falling down without money. A thought surfaced in her mind. It's still my Zhang Hao who was good, but unfortunately I've already lost it. The thought made her even more sad, and the tears couldn't be stopped even more. Ooh, so sad. This is not the result she wanted. Chapter 53 Gu Yao's Love, Song Qingzhu's Molestation. After Zhang Xiaoming left, Guodai came to her daughter's side. "Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Gu Yao hugged Guodai. She now realized that she was really wrong. "It's okay, it's all in the past. My family Yao Yao is simple-minded, too easy to trust others." Guodai gently patted her daughter's back. "After experiencing such a change, you will be stronger in the future." "Aha!" Gu Yao firmly nodded her head. Following that, her face was filled with sadness. "Mom, I'm sorry Zhang Hao, I miss him. Just think about it." Guodai felt that this was only reasonable. It would be abnormal if her daughter didn't want to. "Mom, I feel like I'm bad now. When I was with Zhang Hao, he was the only one for me. When that bastard Ho Wenbin came, I ignored him. When that scum Gao Chang came, I abandoned him." Gu Yao began to reflect. "It's alright, this is all normal. No matter what kind of man, this woman's heart will be loaded with multiple ones. Would I a strong enlightenment, this is all from experience, see more, it is much easier to accept. But when I was studying, my mind wasn't this complicated, and after I lost my leg, I only became afflicted and suspicious by nature. Gu Yao felt that such a self was somewhat unclean. This is life, no matter what kind of self, one has to accept it. Wadai was heartbroken, her daughter was so sensitive, and it was also because she didn't have a leg and wasn't confident in herself. Mom, Zhang Hao is gone, I'm very uncomfortable now, what do you think I should do now? Gu Yao's expression was lost. If you really want him, I'll go get him back for you. Wadai only wanted to make her daughter happy, her daughter had gone through such a big ups and downs, she was afraid that her daughter would not be able to think about it, if Zhang Hao was still able to stay with her, that would naturally be a good thing. Gu Yao pondered seriously. After a few moments of silence, she said with painful determination, after meeting Ho Wenbin and Gao Chang, I realized that I really liked him, and it's all my fault that I hurt him and drove him away. The status and position between us is different, it's good for him to end it this way, I will take my liking for him and bury it deep in my heart, I don't want to bother him anymore, after all, we're not from the same world. I want to have a better life, I deserve a better man, a man whose social status matches mine. If I keep getting involved with Zhang Hao, the person who will end up getting hurt is still him. I can't bear to hurt him anymore, it's better not to find him back. Gu Yao Yao's mind struggled a lot and finally made this decision. My silly Yao Yao, you are still thinking for him, it seems that you really like him. Wadai's heart was sad and relieved. I really like Zhang Hao, he is a fool, all abandoned by me, and gave me so many words of encouragement when he left. Our love, which was originally built on an unequal foundation, it's good to fall in love like this. In Gu Yao's mind, all she could think of was Zhang Hao's goodness, she couldn't pick faults even if she wanted to. A man like Zhang Hao, just keep it in your heart. Wadai stroked her daughter's head, her daughter was much more mature and understanding, she was very happy. Well, I think so too. Gu Yao smiled lightly, anyway, with Zhang Hao, there had been so many wonderful memories, she was afraid that she would not be able to forget them in her life. Zhang Hao carried the wine and meat back to his residence, from now on, Gu Yao was his ex-girlfriend. He truly hoped that his employer's ex-girlfriend was doing well, and his story with himself, ending like this was considered good. He wanted to have a big meal right now, and then a big drink, and his life would continue tomorrow. After being driven away by Gu Yao and having some bad emotions in his heart, it was time to let go after eating and drinking. One has to think a little more openly. You also have to learn to comfort yourself. Even if you are obsessed with Gu Yao, you should stop. When Zhang Hao was eating and drinking comfortably, his cell phone rang. He opened his phone to see that WeChat had received a blessing message. My boy, happy holidays. It was a message from Song Qingzhu. Then, there was a transfer of $10,000. Zhang Hao was a bit confused, what holiday is today? He opened his calendar and saw that it was June 1st Children's Day. Such a holiday, he had directly forgotten about it. He didn't expect Song Qingzhu to have such an operation. However, as long as he could receive a message from Song Qingzhu, he felt happy. There were also transferred gifts, so it was even happier. Sister Song, have fun together. Zhang Hao sent a message, always feeling a bit awkward, and couldn't figure out what this holiday had to do with them. As for being happy or not, it really didn't have much to do with the holiday. My boy, what's going on? Song Qingzhu sent another message. Zhang Hao found it unbelievable, the last time he celebrated his birthday, he sent so many messages, Song Qingzhu ignored them, and now that she took the initiative to chat with him, he felt a bit happy. Sister Song, your boy is thinking of you. Zhang Hao smiled happily. Normally, he didn't dare to take the initiative to contact Song Qingzhu because it was all Song Qingzhu's orders. Now that he had the chance to chat, he started pouring out his lovesickness. Be serious, retell. Song Qingzhu also sent a motion picture of a violent beating. Sister Song, eating meat and drinking wine. Sister Song, what are you doing? Zhang Hao sent a fiery message and also took a few pictures and sent them over. My boy is so pitiful, he doesn't even have anyone around him to eat with. Eating so much alone, be careful of propping yourself up. Drink less alcohol. Zhang Hao received 3 messages and felt Song Qingzhu's strong concern and greetings. He thought of the past, the days when he was entwined with Song Qingzhu, and Song Qingzhu's gentleness and thoughtfulness still flowed through his heart like a warm current. Many thanks to Sister Song for her concern. Sister Song, I miss you, do you miss me? Zhang Hao was very much looking forward to hearing the words of missing him from Song Qingzhu's mouth. Don't want to. Song Qingzhu at this time was taking a bath, and Zhang Hao's figure came up in the middle of her mind, so she found a bright excuse to send a message and chat a few words in the meantime. My boy, do you know what I'm doing? A faint smile spread across Song Qingzhu's face. I don't know, what are you doing, Sister Song? Zhang Hao asked out. I'm taking a bath, want to see? If you want to see it, sister will make a video for you. Song Qingzhu had a smile on her lips. Want to see too much. Zhang Hao was very excited. Then, there was no more then. Song Qingzhu seemed to have flirted with him for one sentence, and then she lost interest in chatting and directly stopped replying to his messages. Sister Song, in? Sister Song, still washing? Sister Song, are you done washing? Sister Song, do you need me to help you rub your back? Zhang Hao sent a message to harass, and there was still no reply. Half an hour later, the same reply was not received. Zhang Hao no longer bothered. When Song Qingzhu wanted to chat, he accompanied his. If he didn't want to chat, he had to withdraw his mind in time, so as not to upset Song Qingzhu. He collected this transfer and was in a very good mood. As long as Song Qingzhu hadn't forgotten him, this was his good fortune. Just at this time, the door to the room was opened and a teenage girl walked in. Zhang Hao was instantly alert. Chapter 54 Gao Yanqi's daughter, sad and crying. You are? Zhang Hao looked at the young girl in front of him, only to see that this young girl was still wearing her school uniform. He vaguely guessed that this should be Gao Yanqi's relative, and being able to open the combination lock on the door to come in, naturally, she would not be a bad person. Who are you? Why are you in this house? Sun Tingting threw away her school bag and rushed into the kitchen in a very angry manner in general before killing Zhang Hao with a kitchen knife. She stared at Zhang Hao angrily, say, "Are you the gigolo raised by my dad or my mom?" Zhang Hao's heart trembled. This little girl was so rebellious and so resentful. As for the 3 words, little white boy, it made him have a hard time saying. Just mentioning mom would do. It was still acceptable to consider it. What did mentioning dad mean? He is not that kind of person. Zhang Hao stood up, have thought of several sets of evasive maneuvers, just afraid of the kitchen knife in the hands of the young girl, inserted into his body. Looking at the young girl's angry appearance, he didn't dare to be careless, for fear that he would do anything on impulse. Don't be impulsive, and don't get excited, listen to me slowly. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained, I'm Dr. Gao's assistant, and now that I haven't found a place to live yet, Dr. Gao asked me to stay here temporarily for a few days. Really? Sun Tingting's eyes widened in suspicion. Really? Zhang Hao's heart drummed. This was naturally true. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't believe him. He hated to pull out his heart right now. How come I didn't know that my mom had an assistant like you? Sun Tingting questioned, like a furious lion, ready to rise up and hurt someone. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mom. Zhang Hao was incomparably serious, just afraid of making people suspicious. Alright, believe you. Sun Tingting sat down opposite Zhang Hao, then introduced herself. It dawned on Zhang Hao that he was really Gao Yanqi's own daughter, or a junior high school student. He smoothly explained his identity as well. Sun Tingting looked at the meal in front of her and ate it very hungrily in general. The cleaver was placed by her side. Sun Tingting, don't be so impulsive in the future. If I'm a bad person, it's dangerous for you to do that. Zhang Hao was very concerned. Gao Yanqi helped him a lot. Treat people's daughters better. Don't need you to care. My parents don't care about me. Who are you to care about me? Sun Tingting glared, looking impatient. Fine. Zhang Hao laughed bitterly, looking at Sun Tingting's appearance. This was something she had encountered. She was in a very bad mood, belonging to that kind of state where a little bit goes a long way. He had to take good care of it. You're drinking alone? There are so many meals. Treat yourself as a real person. Sun Tingting rambled as she ate. Zhang Hao cried and laughed. These words didn't sound like human words. He didn't bother with Sun Tingting in general, and laughed at himself. I just got dumped by my girlfriend, so I'm rewarding myself with some good food. Seeing that you look good, you should be a woman's favorite look. How could you be dumped? Sun Tingting seemed to have thought of some kind of possibility and once again held the kitchen knife in her hand. Say, did you betray your girlfriend? Zhang Hao was startled. This little girl, how could she be so easily angered? He explained, the girlfriend's ex-boyfriend is here, get it? Alright, looking a bit pathetic like that, I pity you. Sun Tingting put down the chopper and said with a big grin, since it's not your fault, don't be sad. With your looks, it's not hard to find another girlfriend. Zhang Hao was very depressed. He felt that Sun Tingting was just abnormal, not just as simple as being rebellious. He softly asked, Sun Tingting, did you encounter something? Your mom said that no one has lived here for a long time before she let me stay here temporarily. It's not simple for you to come here, is it? Sun Tingting didn't answer, and when she wanted to drink, she was stopped by Zhang Hao. You're still young now, you can't drink, you have a drink. I'm 15, where am I small? Sun Tingting said with a straight face, I'm inclined to drink, hit me if you can. Alright, I'll notify your mom and have her pick you up. Zhang Hao had no choice but to move Gao Yanqi out. Fine, I won't drink anymore, spoil the fun. Sun Tingting said in exasperation, seeing you drinking alone is a bit pathetic. I sympathize with you before I intend to drink with you. You think I care about your wine? As long as you don't drink, you can say whatever you want. Zhang Hao didn't care about Sun Tingting's unreasonable behavior. He was afraid that if Sun Tingting drank at his place, he wouldn't be able to reply well if Gao Yanqi blamed him. Let me inform you, I'm going to stay here for a few days. You can't tell anyone that I'm here, especially my mom. Sun Tingting warned, if you leak my information, you are a puppy, I will fight you. Fine, but you have to tell me, what's wrong with you? Zhang Hao was a bit headstrong. Such a little girl was really not easy to serve. I ran away from home. Sun Tingting looked downcast. Why? Zhang Hao pursued. Sun Tingting hesitated for a moment and huffed. My dad took the wild woman outside and brought her to the family's bed. My mom found out about it, they got into a fight, and now they're in the middle of a divorce, so I've gone into hiding and don't want anyone to find me. So that's how it is. Zhang Hao nodded gently. After being driven away by Gu Yao, he still wanted Gao Yanqi to come and pick him up. When Gao Yanqi said that she had something to let him take a taxi, he still had a little grudge. Understanding this, he was only concerned about Gao Yanqi. After encountering such a thing, Gao Yanqi at this time should be very sad. For Sun Tingting's behavior also understood. Sun Tingting was irritated, no wonder she was so over the top. The whole person looked on the verge of losing control. Zhang Hao, what do you say about you men? Is there not a single good thing in you? Sun Tingting stared into Zhang Hao's eyes and just angrily pressed the question. Zhang Hao laughed, a question he didn't want to answer. He could equally say that women didn't have a single good thing either. In fact, this good and bad varied from person to person, or there was a definite good and bad answer. He said, Sun Tingting, for you to be able to ask this question, it seems that you think it was your father who did the wrong thing, and your mom was not right, right? That's how it was supposed to be. Sun Tingting looked indignant. In the past, my dad also looked for other wild women. My mom forgave several times. I didn't expect that my dad, this time, brought all the women to the family's bed. It's really too much. My mom won't tolerate it anymore. My dad is just a dog who can't change his ways. Tingting, you're older, you have your own judgment, other people's opinions don't matter. Zhang Hao shook his head. It seemed that Sun Tingting was not lightly hurt. I just feel unworthy for my mom. If my mom had divorced my dad earlier, she wouldn't be as sad as she is now. Time and time again, she endured and forgave, but in the end, what she got in return was betrayal. Sun Tingting cried, but what if they really divorced? What will I do? Chapter 55, Sun Tingting has an idea. Zhang Hao decisively rejects it. Tingting, what you're struggling with right now is the question of who you'll follow if your parents get divorced, right? Zhang Hao looked at the pearly Sun Tingting and felt some heartache in his heart. This was Gao Yanqi's daughter. He loved the house, right? That's right, my dad is generous when he gives me pocket money, but he basically hasn't taken care of me. He doesn't even know my class or birthday. It's said that a daughter is her father's little coat, but this father of mine, he really doesn't do his duty. Whether as a father or as a husband, he is not qualified. My mom has paid a lot for me. My mom is only in her 30s, she's still young, she's still pretty, and she can still find a good man. If I follow my mom, I'm afraid of becoming a burden. Also, my dad doesn't seem to want me and wants to push me to my mom. My mom is very adamant and wants custody of me, but the more my mom is like this, the more worried I am. I'm afraid of becoming a burden to my mom. Sun Tingting kept sobbing, her heart ached for her mother. She hated her father even more. She was very conflicted now, and still wanted to have a complete family. Tingting, you are not a burden to your mother, much less a burden. You are the treasure of your mother's heart. If your mother knew what was on your mind, she would only praise you for understanding, and would also be proud of you. Zhang Hao exhorted. Gao Yanqi attached such importance to her daughter. This should be Gao Yanqi's attitude. Really? Sun Tingting was confused. You know your mom, so you naturally understand that I didn't lie to you. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. You're not a bad person. Sun Tingting praised and asked, by the way, how old are you? 20. Zhang Hao was skeptical. What's the point of asking this? It would be nice if you were really a gigolo that my mom raised. In that case, I think it would be fair to my mom as well. Sun Tingting was a bit expectant. I'm innocent with Dr. Gao, don't say such nonsense. Zhang Hao blared, it's not right to be so young and have such dirty thoughts. How can you think about your mom like that? I understand, both men and women have their own needs. Sun Tingting laughed oddly, you don't even have your own place to live, that means you lack money. My mom doesn't lack money, my mom has needs, you help her out and then earn my mom's money, it makes sense. Tingting when men and women are together, it's all about fate and feelings, how can you think like that? Zhang Hao made an excuse. His true thoughts were unimportant, and it was imperative to admonish Sun Tingting. Love without money is like a scattered sand, but the love of rich people, it's too dirty. The so-called feelings and destiny, that's all farts. I don't believe it anymore. The people I meet have no conscience, they are just like my dad. Sun Tingting said indignantly, in my opinion, if you can spend money to buy a satisfactory service, naturally spending money is the best, paying so much is not worth it. Tingting, don't be paranoid, there are some things that should be believed when it's time to believe, and when it's time to let go, you have to let go. Zhang Hao felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. I have a classmate, his father is particularly good to him, others look envious, he is a contractor, he is also particularly good to his wife, no matter who looks at it, it's a peaceful and beautiful family, but he is looking for women in private, so much so that he got that kind of disease. The news spread to the school, which caused my classmate to get depressed. Sun Tingting shook her head, the world of adults is too complicated, human nature is too complicated, I don't even know what is good or bad anymore. Zhang Hao just listened, there really wasn't the slightest need to discuss these issues with a little girl. Finally, Sun Tingting sighed, no matter what, I just feel that my mom is the best person in the world. That's right, Dr. Gao is the best person. Zhang Hao concurred. So you and my mom, you really don't have a relationship? Sun Tingting brought the question back. Thousands of times, there's really no relationship. Zhang Hao swore with conviction. I also suspected that my mom was hiding a woman in a golden house, but it turns out that I was overthinking it. Sun Tingting shook her head in disappointment, then asked, honestly, do you want to have a relationship with my mom? Don't want to. Zhang Hao shook his head. The thoughts in his heart could not be told to Sun Tingting. You can think about it now, I have a lot of pocket money, I can hire you to be my mom's boyfriend. Sun Tingting egged on, as the saying goes, near the water is the first to get the moon. You live in my family's old house, but you have a head start. Look at you, you're very handsome, and you've just fallen out of love. My mom's life is too hard. If you guys fall in love, my mom will definitely be 10 years younger. What are you thinking in your little brain? Zhang Hao didn't have the slightest compromise, but he couldn't let Sun Tingting see that he had any thoughts. Are you seriously thinking about it? Sun Tingting did this for her mother's sake. Don't you say it. Zhang Hao looked serious. Che, what's the point of pretending? Sun Tingting despised, it's just that, making it look like you're so innocent, hilarious. Why are your thoughts so open? Zhang Hao smiled bitterly, he was being educated. My mom said, when you're in school, you should fall in love, as long as it doesn't affect your studies, but you can only talk about one boyfriend at a time, and when you get married in the future, you have to be faithful to the marriage. Sun Tingting said with her chin held high, I know I'm still small, so when I fall in love, at most I pull a small hand and kiss a small mouth, and do nothing else. I've talked about 3 boyfriends now. Awesome. Zhang Hao admired, he stated that he had truly talked about 2 girlfriends until now. Although they were employer girlfriends, but in his heart, they were real girlfriends. It was because he took his girlfriends with his true heart and treated them seriously. What's wrong with that? Sun Tingting was a bit smug, then stared at Zhang Hao. Think about it, being my mom's girlfriend, you're not losing out at all. You just saw me and hated to kill me, and now you're thinking like this, I don't even know what to say. Zhang Hao was staggered, Sun Tingting's thoughts and practices were a bit hard for him to understand. What are you tugging at? If you don't agree, I'll let my mom fire you. Wanting to be my mom's assistant, that won't work. Sun Tingting threatened. Why are you looking at me? Brother to you, brother is really not that kind of person. Zhang Hao was resolute. Che, don't know how to appreciate, without your plate of dog meat, there's nothing I can do? Sun Tingting scoffed, then muttered, there are some private words. After this period of time, I'll tell my mom myself. I'll ask my mom to find a boyfriend who's even more handsome than you. Well, good luck getting what you want. Zhang Hao smiled. He and Gao Yanxi, if there was really something going on, it was always Gao Yanxi who took the initiative first and had to take money to him. The premise was that there was nothing about Sun Tingting. This was also the reason why Zhang Hao didn't give Sun Tingting any hope. Chapter 56 Zhang Hao, you dare to molest me? Zhang Hao hesitated and said tentatively, Tingting, in order to not let your mom worry, I still decided to give your mom a word. Don't say anything, just let my mom go ahead and settle the divorce, don't give her any more trouble. Sun Tingting smiled sarcastically, anyway, when I left, I gave my mom a word, let my mom fight for a little bit more of the family's property, I'm an adult, I'm not a rebellious child, I won't do anything dangerous, my mom understands me, she should be very relieved. Okay. Zhang Hao was impressed, although Sun Tingting had done something a bit outrageous, her heart was still very mature. It's getting late, I'm going to rest, right? Which room are you staying in? Sun Tingting inquired. That room. Zhang Hao pointed. The room you're staying in, now it belongs to me, so go pack another one. Sun Tingting walked straight over, still carrying the chopper in her hand, whether Zhang Hao agreed or not, she didn't care at all. Zhang Hao didn't care, anyway, now that he was a parasite, he had to take care of Sun Tingting a little bit more, this was a 3-bedroom apartment, he would just pack up another one. Zhang Hao, you drank a lot of wine, but you are not allowed to go to the wrong door, if you are drunk and disorderly, I will click you. Sun Tingting even flashed her kitchen knife before closing the door. Ha! Zhang Hao didn't hold back his laughter, Sun Tingting was after all a little girl, no matter how big her guts were, she was always a bit timid, and holding that kitchen knife was also to strengthen her guts, right? He walked up and knocked on the door. Sun Tingting opened the door, what for? I'm packing up my clothes, soon. Zhang Hao smiled innocently. Then hurry up. Sun Tingting urged. Good. Zhang Hao smiled faintly, you hold that kitchen knife, but don't do anything stupid, okay? Foolish things? What do you mean? Sun Tingting didn't react for a moment, and after figuring it out, she laughed, Zhang Hao, what's on your mind? This young girl has a great future ahead of her, and how could an optimistic second-generation rich girl like me not be able to think straight? I took the chopper just to defend myself against you, not to commit suicide. That's good. Zhang Hao was completely relieved. After packing up his clothes, he left, and Sun Tingting immediately locked the door. This little girl, her security awareness is quite high, not bad. Zhang Hao smiled. He cleaned up his room and laid down on the bed. Dr. Gao, is it there? Zhang Hao sent a message to Gao Yanxi. After waiting for a moment, Gao Yanxi replied, I'm busy, something will come up in a couple days. Sun Tingting is here with me. Zhang Hao didn't hide it, but still told Gao Yanxi the news so that Gao Yanxi wouldn't worry. After waiting for a few more moments, Gao Yanxi saw the message and replied, that's good, I also sent people are looking everywhere. Ting Ting's cell phone is turned off, I can't contact her directly. Take care of my daughter. Don't let her think too much, you open up more. Sister accepts this favor. Zhang Hao saw the messages and immediately replied. Dr. Gao, just don't worry. Tingting doesn't want you to know that she's here with me. She said that she'd let you handle the divorce without worry, so that you can get a little more of the family fortune. She doesn't want you to be distracted at this time. Tina is afraid of being a burden to you. She cried a lot just now. I've persuaded her, and now that she's in a better mood, she's resting. Zhang Hao said all about Sun Tingting's situation, and after chatting with Gao Yanxi for a few minutes, he ended all topics. Gao Yanxi did not say a word to Zhang Hao about her divorce. She was only concerned about her daughter's mental state now. Zhang Hao didn't ask much nonsense. This time Gao Yanxi must be very sad, so he didn't bother. The next day, Zhang Hao made breakfast and knocked on Sun Tingting's room door. There was no response inside, so Zhang Hao continued to knock. Hate it, what are you doing? Get lost. Sun Tingting shouted, I want to sleep, don't disturb me. It's breakfast time, one has to eat on time, this is not the time to sleep. Zhang Hao said loudly. Annoying or not, save it for noon, don't disturb me now, please. Sun Tingting was very impatient. If you don't get up, I'll unload the door. Zhang Hao wouldn't be spoiled, he was now in charge of Sun Tingting for Gao Yanxi, so he had to follow his own rules. Got it, wait. Sun Tingting promised, and 2 minutes later, yawning, she opened the door to her room and met Zhang Hao's warm smiling face as she complained, Zhang Hao, I just want to take a nap, so can you stop disturbing me? I played games too late last night, and now I'm getting sleepy. Eat your breakfast first, your work schedule is not regular at all, what kind of student are you? Zhang Hao boarded up his face and reprimanded. Zhang Hao, who do you think you are? Sun Tingting was about to get angry with internal injuries, my father hasn't even managed me like this, what gives you the right to yell at me? Stop complaining, eat first, I kindly cooked for you, if you don't eat, it's too unqualified, you're a good student, you have to respect the fruits of other people's labor. Zhang Hao said rightfully. You? Sun Tingting looked at her angrily for a moment, and finally laughed in anger, you're a guy that makes people not have the bottom of spit, but I just don't remember you well. What you think has nothing to do with me. Zhang Hao was indifferent. I really lost to you, I'll eat. Sun Tingting walked into the bathroom and took less than a minute to wash her face, then plopped down on the table and generally ate her breakfast breathlessly. This is more or less the same. Zhang Hao was a bit satisfied. Zhang Hao, I think you're purely doing this to torture me, it's not like I can starve if I eat a meal or two less, besides, I'm entitled to lose weight. Sun Tingting opened her mouth carelessly. What's the point of losing weight if you don't have 2 tails of meat on your body? Zhang Hao said. Zhang Hao, you rascal, how dare you molest me? Sun Tingting glanced at her breasts, the development really wasn't too majestic, but she was still small, it was all understandable now. What are you thinking about? Eat properly, I didn't mean that, I'm saying that you're very thin. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained, there was definitely no ambiguity in what he said, but couldn't help the other party to think more. Nasty. Sun Tingting nuzzled her mouth. After having breakfast, Sun Tingting nestled on the sofa, then started playing games again. Zhang Hao suggested, Tingting, why don't we go shopping? Do you want to watch a movie? Shall I accompany you? Zhang Hao, I know you mean well, but I'm really fine, I'll digest my parents' divorce on my own, I'm not that fragile, I don't need you to care about me so much, just let me be disheveled for 2 or 3 days, then I'll be cured, really. Sun Tingting's expression was serious, just afraid that Zhang Hao would do something that would make her hard to accept again. Then why don't you accompany me to go shopping, buy some groceries on the way, and buy you some more clothes? Zhang Hao was very enthusiastic. No, really no, if you feel bored, go by yourself, I don't want to go out. Sun Tingting was helpless. Alright. Zhang Hao could only accompany. Chapter 57, Zhang Hao's identity revealed. Zhang Hao didn't bother with Sun Tingting, so he started cleaning. After half a month without a resident, he really had to clean up a bit, in case Gao Yanxi came, she couldn't pick any faults, after all, keeping the house clean was giving him a credit for the rent. He still had to live there, all the more reason to be clean. Zhang Hao, how long have you been living here? Sun Tingting asked while playing a game. Around 20 days. Zhang Hao hadn't really lived here for long excluding the time he spent working. Can't be, the quilts are a bit damp, like it hasn't been lived in for a long time. Sun Tingting expressed her skepticism. I just came back to the house yesterday afternoon, this half month, I lived with my ex-girlfriend. Zhang Hao explained. Oh, that makes sense. Sun Tingting blinked, tell me, what is your ex-girlfriend? A pretty woman. Zhang Hao only had this answer, nothing superfluous was said. Che, perfunctory. Sun Tingting plucked out a glance, then how did you and your ex-girlfriend meet? Dr. Gao introduced them. Zhang Hao told the truth, there was no need to hide this matter, nor did he reveal anyone's privacy. Zhang Hao, you pretended quite a bit yesterday, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Sun Tingting's expression was playful, as if she had thought of the funniest joke, throwing her cell phone aside and holding her stomach as she laughed out loud. Ha, laughed me to death, an ex-girlfriend, hilarious. Zhang Hao, if I die laughing, you have to pay me back. Sun Tingting's appearance was simply a bit maniacal. What do you mean? What kind of reaction is that? What kind of person am I? Zhang Hao's head was full of fog, and he felt something was wrong when he was mocked like this. However, he didn't feel that Sun Tingting had a reason to laugh maniacally. Zhang Hao, looking at your innocent face, my intestines are really bursting with laughter. Haha, let me slow down for a while first. Sun Tingting calmed down a bit, stifled her laughter and asked, do you know what my mom's profession is? A psychiatrist. Zhang Hao's forehead was filled with black lines. Zhang Hao, you are so stupidly cute. Sun Tingting said in a proper voice, besides being a psychiatrist, my mom is also a love master. Love master? Zhang Hao's face was full of questions. Is that what is commonly known as a matchmaker? If you understand it that way, it's pretty much the same. Sun Tingting's mouth was about to burst into laughter. I guess you didn't even know your ex-girlfriend before you met her, and it was only after you met her that you became her boyfriend. The ex-girlfriend you're talking about must have spent money to turn you into her boyfriend. Your apparent identity is my mom's assistant, and secretly you do that kind of work. That's my mom's line of business. Finding some needy men and women, some suitable matches. Of course, my mom has also set up a number of men and women who are door to door, solving other people's troubles for them. My mom's work is great. Sun Tingting spoke of the nature of Gao Yanqi's work in a single breath. Zhang Hao's face was ugly. No wonder Sun Tingting knew the rest of the situation simply by virtue of his ex-girlfriend was introduced to him by Gao Yanqi, so it was because of this reason. So, Dr. Gao is still a pimp? Zhang Hao found it unbelievable that before meeting Gu Yao, Gao Yanqi had said that his work as a caregiver was a proper job, and then the nature changed, also because of Guo Dai's instructions. I'm afraid that Gao Yanqi knew about this long ago and didn't tell him the truth. Only when his employer had clear instructions, he had the chance to turn his employer into his employer's girlfriend. Bah, don't talk about my mom like that. My mom is a very good psychiatrist and a very good love guru. Her job used to be very pure, it's just to give medical treatment and then set up very compatible men and women together. Sun Tingting said, but in the circle of celebrities, those rich men and women, there are other needs, so my mom helped a few people with good connections to find someone to fulfill their needs, and this is also to maintain connections. The people my mom looks for have to be patient, look out for their employers in every way, and provide emotional value at all times, so it looks like you're pretty good. Of course, the women my mom knows, they're all famous and noble women, and it's a blessing for you to have this opportunity to have an ex-girlfriend like that. You must have earned a lot on your ex-girlfriend's body, right? Sun Tingting stared unblinkingly at Zhang Hao and rattled off a lot, explaining her mother's identity sort of thoroughly. I see. Zhang Hao understood all this and also felt that what Gao Yanqi had done was indeed very noble. I finally realized your identity, you are just out to sell. Sun Tingting laughed. Yesterday, you were still pretending with me, making it seem like you were so innocent, and saying that you were dumped by your girlfriend. It's really ridiculous, you call it the end of the deal. She added, of course, I don't mean to look down on you, a job like this is very lucrative and tiring, you have to digest the employer's bad moods on your own, the negative moods will affect you, one that doesn't get it right and you'll get depressed, it's very dangerous. Tingting, you did say a lot, but it's all taken for granted. Zhang Hao said with a straight face, my girlfriend this time, I just went to work as a caretaker for her, she lost her leg and gave up on herself and didn't want to live, she needed someone else to take care of her and enlighten her, I helped her out of her predicament, so the deal is over. I also say girlfriend because she depended on me, I took on the role of her boyfriend and we lived together for a while, in fact our relationship was pure, nothing of the sort happened. Her ex-boyfriend came back, and that's what ended the deal. Zhang Hao said brightly, not letting Sun Tingting know the real situation. Really? Sun Tingting was incredulous. More true than anything. Zhang Hao was full of innocence. Alright, believe you. Sun Tingting didn't see any problems as she laughed, you did a good job this time, helping your ex-girlfriend out of her predicament, you deserve to earn such money. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Hao smiled with satisfaction. For the next 2 days, Zhang Hao had been living with Sun Tingting. Under Zhang Hao's companionship and enlightenment, Sun Tingting was happier and had completely thought about her parents' divorce. Zhang Hao, your mouth is awesome and capable, my obsession has basically disappeared under your persuasion. Sun Tingting laughed, you are indeed very suitable for earning women's money, keep up the good work. Tingting, the important thing is that you are highly aware, even if I don't persuade you, you will figure it out sooner or later. Zhang Hao looked serious. Sweet mouth indeed. Sun Tingting secretly sighed in admiration. Zhang Hao's mental quality was so strong that he really couldn't be affected by any bad emotions. On this day, Gao Yanqi came. Sun Tingting hid in the room. Zhang Hao looked at Gao Yanqi again, his eyes were different, and he just hoped that Gao Yanqi would be able to introduce all those high-quality generous female employers to him. Chapter 58 Zhang Hao and Gao Yanqi being set up. Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao and directly asked, where is Tingting? Zhang Hao pointed out the room where Sun Tingting was hiding. He looked at Gao Yanqi with some apprehension in his heart. In order to enlighten Sun Tingting over the past 2 days, he had instilled a lot of his own views in Sun Tingting, and he didn't know if Gao Yanqi would blame. Gao Yanqi went up and knocked on the door of the room, and Sun Tingting, who was hiding behind the door, immediately opened the door. Mom! Sun Tingting revealed an awkward smile. What are you hiding for? Gao Yanqi snapped. Mom, I didn't hide. Sun Tingting was dragged by her mother to the living room. She glared at Zhang Hao. "You traitor, you betrayed me and didn't keep your word. What kind of man are you?" She was a bit angry. Zhang Hao had promised not to tell others about her being here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had already told her mother. "Tingting, no fooling around," Gao Yanqi admonished. Zhang Hao smiled without saying anything. This little grievance of Sun Tingting's was not on his mind. "Got it, Mom, I won't talk to him." Sun Tingting spat out her tongue. You just know how to be naughty." Gao Yanqi laughed a bit, then slowly said, "Tingting, I divorced your father. I'm mentally prepared for this. It's fine, this is the best. Mom doesn't have to tolerate him anymore in the future." Sun Tingting said with a big grin, "It's hard for Mom to have a scum father like that. It's hard for me too." "Scum father?" Gao Yanqi was full of surprise. "How do you describe your dad like that? Although your dad's private life is indiscreet, he's not bad in other aspects." "Mom, Zhang Hao said that men like my dad are scum, betraying their wives, being unfaithful to their marriages, not bothering much with their own daughters, and just having problems with their character." Sun Tingting laughed frankly. "I think Zhang Hao has a point." Gao Yanqi looked at Zhang Hao. She was asking Zhang how to properly enlighten her daughter. Just isn't there something wrong with the thoughts instilled? She smiled bitterly. "Although this is all true, he is your father after all." "Mom, I know." Sun Tingting said brightly. "Zhang Hao said that in the future, if my dad treats me well, no matter what he sends me, I'll just take it at ease. It's what he owes me. If he looks for me to chat and catch up, I'll go when I have time, and if I don't, then that's it. The relationship automatically fades and it's no big deal. Of course, when my dad goes to the West, when it's time to wear mourning, or have to send a ride. In the future, my relationship with my dad will be like this. I can't be psychologically burdened, and I shouldn't be imagining things lest I worry Mom. And I shouldn't hold any wild grudges just because Mom and Dad are divorced. Divorce is too normal for adults now." Sun Tingting spoke at length, seemingly seeing through everything and not drilling into her head. "You?" Gao Yanqi stared at her daughter, almost not recognizing her daughter. She sighed softly and smiled miserably. "If you can think like this, Mom is relieved. I'm afraid that me divorcing your dad will leave a shadow on your psyche. If you mope around and overreact with your behavior and thoughts, it will be detrimental to your growth." "Mom, I'm an adult, not a child," Sun Tingting emphasized. Right, my daughter has grown up." Gao Yanqi was touched. "All know that she cares for Mom. Mom is too happy. Mom, in the future, we mother and daughter will live a good life. Anyway, that scum father is often missing from our lives. Having him or not having him doesn't have much of an impact." Sun Tingting was very relieved. Good. Gao Yanqi was relieved. The conversation turned and asked, "These words were all taught to you by Zhang Hao?" "That's right." Sun Tingting smiled. "Mom, he helped me a lot, don't blame him." "No blame, I still have to thank him." Gao Yanqi understood that Zhang Hao's exhortation was to take advantage of her daughter's lack of fatherly love, making her daughter weaken her feelings for her father, which made her daughter pull herself together. "Dr. Gao, just don't mind if you don't mind, just forget about the thanks." Zhang Hao was still worried that Gao Yanqi would say that he was nosy, but now it was much easier. "I'm not polite with you anymore, so I won't say anything out of the ordinary." Gao Yanqi nodded. "Good." Zhang Hao laughed lightly. "Mom, I feel that your relationship with Zhang Hao is not that simple." Sun Tingting relied on a woman's sixth sense to have such a judgment. Zhang Hao had pulled out his heart and soul for her. The way her mother looked at Zhang Hao seemed different as well. "What are you saying?" Gao Yanqi boarded up her face. She used to take advantage of Zhang Hao, that is, verbally, and although she had thoughts in her heart, she did not do anything out of the ordinary due to her reserve. Her daughter's words made her wary. Perhaps the exchange with Zhang Hao is too natural, which makes her daughter suspicious. She had always been a dignified and virtuous image in her daughter's mind. She didn't want to destroy such a motherly role. "Tingting, you're overthinking it." Zhang Hao looked serious. He was also trying to give Gao Yanqi a helping hand. He could not let Sun Tingting think too much. "Mom, don't be angry. I didn't suspect any unseemly relationship between you two." Sun Tingting dispelled the doubts in her heart. She believed that her mother was not that kind of person, and she was ashamed of herself for having had that kind of suspicion. She also believed that Zhang Hao was not that kind of person. "That's good." Gao Yanqi nodded in satisfaction. "Mom, if you're interested, I think Zhang Hao is quite good, not bad as a boyfriend." Sun Tingting was very serious. "Mom, I don't have any other ideas, I just want you to live comfortably." Gao Yanqi glared at her daughter. Although there were ripples in her heart, she did not show the slightest bit on the surface. She had to maintain her image as a mother and also to set a good example for her daughter. She didn't want to mess around and make her daughter think she was a casual person. So she chided, "Ting, I see that you're getting more and more unruly, no more words like that, got it?" "Mom, got it." Sun Tingting's mouth deflated. She just hoped Mom could find a suitable boyfriend. She wouldn't have any opinions. Mom's attitude was so cold, she could only extinguish the idea of a matchmaking. "Alright, no more chatting about messy things." Gao Yanqi laughed. "Tingting, didn't you ask me to fight for a little more of the family fortune? Guess how much money Mom got? $5 billion? Sun Tingting spoke up. Her father's company was worth 10 billion, if it was split in half, she thought her mother could get that. You have a big appetite, I just got 2 billion, we mother and daughter have enough to spend. Gao Yanqi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Mom, it's too cheap for that scumbag dad, we mother and daughter only took this much. Sun Tingting was not willing. She was still looking forward to making the scumbag dad hemorrhage. Enough is enough, in order to cut ties with him as quickly as possible, a little loss is nothing. Gao Yanqi was somewhat indifferent. Alright. Sun Tingting did not say anything else. A lot of money. Zhang Hao was envious in his heart. Chapter 59 Giving Gao Yanqi a massage. Gao Yanqi stared at Zhang Hao inquiring with concern, is your mood okay after breaking up with Ms. Gu this time? It's all adjusted, it's fine. Zhang Hao smiled. From the beginning, he was clear about his identity, so no matter how he was treated by Gu Yao, he was mentally prepared. After leaving his ex-girlfriend, he had to start a new life. It was just that he was still very enamored with his ex-girlfriend's body. Just as when he left Song Qingzhu, he was also so enamored with Song Qingzhu's body. These were his treasured memories, so he had to collect them properly. That's good, after this job, I recognize your ability even more. Gao Yanqi nodded with satisfaction. When Zhang Hao was with Song Qingzhu was extremely doting on Zhang Hao. Gu Yao was different, extremely difficult to serve. The fact that Zhang Hao had completed this mission was good news for her. It would be much easier to arrange jobs for Zhang Hao in the future. Thank you, Dr. Gao, for your affirmation. Zhang Hao was ready for a new challenge. You have a good mental quality, good at digesting negative emotions and presenting the best of yourself to others. This is your talent and your advantage. Gao Yanqi admired such an ability. I'm a little embarrassed when Dr. Gao praises me so much. Zhang Hao revealed a coy look. Come on, your skin is so thick, how could you be embarrassed? Gao Yanqi smiled lightly. You're very popular with others with this coy look right now. Zhang Hao smiled without saying anything, his mind seemed to be read by Gao Yanqi. Who is this Ms. Gu? Sun Tingting was very curious, the fire of gossip rolling thickly in her eyes. Zhang Hao replied, a beautiful woman. Bah, another such perfunctory answer. Sun Tingting was a little angry. Alright, why are you asking this? Gao Yanqi said in a positive voice, you go pack up your things, then we'll go home. I'm really a bit sad to leave, Mom. Zhang Hao's mouth is too talkative and coaxing, I've been served comfortably by his words. Sun Tingting was reluctant to part. A man's mouth deceives ghosts, don't believe it easily. Gao Yanqi began to preach. Zhang Hao, do you hear me? When you see me in the future, be less oily. Sun Tingting giggled and walked away. Zhang Hao shook his head and didn't say anything. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, wait for me at the entrance of the neighborhood and I'll take you to the clinic. Gao Yanqi arranged it. Good. Zhang Hao nodded his head. After the mother and daughter left, silence fell around Zhang Hao. Turning to the next day, Zhang Hao waited at the entrance of the neighborhood in advance. Not long after, Gao Yanqi parked her car in front of her. Zhang Hao followed Gao Yanqi and arrived at Gao Yanqi's clinic. The place where Gao Yanqi worked was huge, and the clinic had a thoughtful name, called the Treehouse of the Heart. Walking into the clinic, Su Meng greeted him, Good morning, Dr. Gao. Aha! Gao Yanqi nodded her head slightly and carelessly introduced, This is Zhang Hao. Little brother Zhang, how are you? I am Boss Gao's assistant Su Meng, 30 years old, single, long time no see. Su Meng was very enthusiastic and looked at Zhang Hao a little differently. Hello Sister Su, brother is also single. Zhang Hao greeted cordially. The first feeling this Su Meng gave was the sharp weapon in her chest, which was much bigger than others. He was confused. Sister Su, this is the first time we've met, right? What is the meaning of this long-lost voice of yours? I've known for a long time, you're Dr. Gao's newly recruited assistant. I've just never met you before. You haven't even come to the clinic yet. You've helped our clinic to solve a big client. I'm in awe of your ability. Su Meng smiled sweetly. Zhang Hao's voice, Sister Su, made her heart swing a little. I see. Zhang Hao smiled innocently. It seemed that Su Meng had already known about his affair with Gu Yao. You'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know each other in the future. Gao Yanqi said. Zhang Hao and Su Meng shut their mouths at once. The two followed behind Gao Yanqi, not daring to communicate anymore. Su Meng whispered, Dr. Gao, Ms. Lu Nana is here, she is waiting for you in the parlor. When Gao Yanqi heard this name, her heart was annoyed, as well as disgusted. She didn't move and said, I know, leave her alone. Good. Su Meng answered. With these words, it would be impossible for Nana Lu to meet Gao Yanqi. As for what this Nana Lu was, Zhang Hao was curious but did not inquire. Gao Yanqi walked into the office, Su Meng retreated, and Zhang Hao kept following Gao Yanqi's side. After the door closed, Gao Yanqi laughed, Zhang Hao, I haven't seen you for a while, you don't even call me Sister Gao anymore, is it that you dislike your sister for being old after being Gu Yao's boyfriend? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the office was ambiguous. Sister Gao, how dare I, it's not that I haven't found the opportunity to spend time with you in private, so I don't dare to call you nonsense. Zhang Hao revealed a coy smile. He was clear that this change in Gao Yanqi was waiting for his cordial greeting. Words above could take advantage of it. This was Gao Yanqi's hobby. He had to serve it with all his heart. Gao Yanqi just divorced not long ago. His mood has been bad. He thought Gao Yanqi will be sad for a while, so when he spoke, he was careful. He didn't expect Gao Yanqi's mindset to change so quickly. Sister Gao, you can't say that you are old. A great beauty like you, that is still in style. It is a killer for a man like me. If you hook your finger, my soul will float. Zhang Hao utilized his 3-inch tongue to pour out the good words. Really? I thought you hated me as a widow. Gao Yanqi teased, it seems like you have an early idea about me, that is, isn't it? My brother's blood is burning, that says it all. What does Sister Gao think? Zhang Hao mastered the fire, and he said whatever kind of words Gao Yanqi needed to hear. Of course, the actual actions weren't there. Gao Yanqi winks, I didn't realize that I still have the charm of a little fire. It seems that you have a lot of fire. Do you need your Gao sister to put out the fire for you? Of course I need it. I'm afraid that Sister Gao is unwilling. Zhang Hao's eyes were full of longing. Tell me, how is Sister unwilling? Gao Yanqi bit her lips. That was really flavorful. Sister Gao has said that she likes to have a mouthful, and now that she hasn't even ordered me to do anything, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Zhang Hao weighed his words. Come, help Sister massage. Gao Yanqi gave such an order and then laid down on the sofa. Massage where? Zhang Hao inquired, not daring to lay his hands on it randomly. Massage wherever you like. Gao Yanqi was very generous. Good. Zhang Hao acted. Gao Yanqi was his boss now, and the boss's words had to be listened to, and he, as an employee, had to make his boss happy even if he didn't want any payment. Chapter 60, Zhang Hao and Lu Nana's story. Zhang Hao seriously massaged, following Gao Yanqi's instructions. He massaged whatever place he liked, and watching Gao Yanqi reveal a pleasurable look, he became much bolder. Half an hour later. Gao Yanqi snapped, alright, let's stop here. Yes, Sister Gao. Zhang Hao stopped, the residual fragrance still lingering in his hands, his mind reminiscing. At this moment, Gao Yanqi was happy. When she was with her ex-husband, she hadn't had many relationships in the past few years, and her temperament was much colder. It was only after seeing Zhang Hao that the verbal molestation started. With Zhang Hao's massage just now, she could only cry out to stop, just for fear that if she continued, she wouldn't be able to hold back. She realized that she was not that cold, and she still wanted a man. Just to do it to Zhang Hao, she had a lot of misgivings. She was afraid of ruining her dignified and virtuous image. But she really wanted that. Her mind came alive. What did it feel like just now? Gao Yanqi inquired with a red face. The feeling of unspeakable beauty. Zhang Hao could only reply like this. Just now, after hearing Gao Yanqi moan after moan, his 3 souls felt like they were going to have a seizure. The blood at this time was still in a boiling state. But he knew he couldn't mess around, so he restrained himself. Everything had to be based on Gao Yanqi's orders, so he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Quiet your mind and forget about what just happened. Gao Yanqi made a few efforts and finally got her face up. Regulating her emotions was easy for her. Good. Zhang Hao nodded sagely. It wasn't like he didn't know about Gao Yanqi's fickleness, so he didn't care in any way. Ahem. Gao Yanqi hid her embarrassment, her current behavior. She felt excessive. She admonished, not many people know about my divorce, you have to keep it a secret for me. Sister Gao, I won't mention a single word about it. If Sister Gao doesn't say anything, I'll forget all about it. Zhang Hao looked serious. Well, that's good, your mouth is tight, I trust you. Gao Yanqi was much more relieved, then hesitated. I have an ungrateful request. I want to ask for your help. I'm too embarrassed to ask for it, and I'm afraid you'll reject it. What? Zhang Hao inquired, but he wasn't too busy to agree haphazardly. You heard it just now, Nana Lu's name. Gao Yanqi said, she's a difficult client who likes little handsome guys like you. If you're willing to serve her, you'll be able to help me solve a big problem. Of course, the payment she gives should be very good. When you are her boyfriend, you can only be in my clinic. How long it lasts depends on the specific needs, but you have to wear a blindfold and can't look at her. Nana Lu was very concerned about her privacy. I hope you can understand. After Gao Yanqi said those words, she dropped her hopeful gaze on Zhang Hao. This? Zhang Hao was torn. Wanting him to be his boyfriend, he had to have seen it for himself, and after seeing it and feeling good about it, if it was indeed a great beauty, only then would he have the confidence and courage to offer all his passion. With this woman right now, he was really in trouble. She could look at him. But he couldn't look at her. It turned him off a bit. Even if privacy was emphasized, he could just keep his mouth shut, and to make him wear a blindfold was just excessive. Zhang Hao, please, just help me. Gao Yanqi grabbed Zhang Hao's hand with an aggrieved look. Zhang Hao couldn't bear to do so and slowed down his tone and asked, is this Nana Lu pretty? Pretty, younger and prettier than me. Gao Yanqi spoke her words. Sister Gao, I would be satisfied if she is half as pretty as you. Zhang Hao said, it's just that Sister Gao, her body isn't sick, right? No. The girlfriend I chose for you, I guarantee that she won't let you down. Gao Yanqi was very confident in her vision. Then, Sister Gao, can I sneak in to see her? Zhang Hao made his request. He still felt that it would be better if he made out after having a certain understanding. To become boyfriend and girlfriend without even meeting her like this, he was very mindful of it. Zhang Hao, you just have to trust me. Gao Yanqi's eyes were filled with prayers. Okay. Zhang Hao could only agree. Gao Yanqi had begged lowly many times. If he still refused, he would be ungrateful. Besides, Gao Yanqi was still a love master, and following Gao Yanqi's work, it was inevitable that he would have to take care of his other girlfriends. At this time like this, it was also considered familiarizing himself with the business in advance. However, he intended to do such a thing only once, and the next time he had such a ravishing fortune, he would have to consider it carefully. Zhang Hao, I knew you would help me, thanks. Gao Yanqi was very excited. It won't happen again, okay Sister Gao? Zhang Hao was full of expectations. Well, just this once. Gao Yanqi nodded her head. Gao Yanqi led Zhang Hao to a room, which was where Gao Yanqi usually rested, with a separate bathroom and a good-sized bed. Zhang Hao, that Lu Nana is very, pack her up ruthlessly, don't show any mercy. Gao Yanqi left these words and walked out. Zhang Hao laughed bitterly. That girlfriend of his, he had never met her, what kind of character she was, what kind of preferences she had, he knew nothing about it. Gao Yanqi's accusation, he did not have the need to reply. Just ruthlessly clean up, that depends on the other party's needs. It is still 9 o'clock in the morning. It's fine, just bear it for a bit and it will pass. He had been resting for the past few days, so he could be said to be well-fed and well-fed, so he wasn't afraid of any kind of difficulties. He put on the blindfold and lay down on the bed, revealing a determination like valor to death. He himself is giving help to Gao Yanqi, and he is going out of his way. He waited patiently. 10 or so minutes later, someone pushed the door in. Then came to his side. Zhang Hao couldn't see it, and could only feel it with his senses. This so-called Lu Nana, her skin was really good. Time flew by. At 11 o'clock, the woman beside him left. Zhang Hao and Lu Nana had a short speaking exchange. This woman also introduced her identity, said she was Lu Nana. Only the voice of the speech, Mandarin, is not very standard, mixed with the local dialect. Zhang Hao memorized Lu Nana's voice. Judging by her feelings, this Lu Nana was not that kind of casual woman. Zhang Hao's feelings were good. With a wonderful experience, there were no more complaints about Gao Yanqi's recommendation. When Lu Nana left, she asked him to wait for 10 minutes before removing the blindfold. He waited long enough and took off the blindfold. His world, all of a sudden, lit up. There were 3 piles of cash sitting in front of his eyes, the great red color, letting him know that his efforts had not been in vain. 3 piles meant 30,000. So much for 10,000 at a time. This Ms. Lu Nana really is generous. He really wanted to get to know this girlfriend, and it would be best if he could establish a long-lasting boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After thinking freely for a while, Zhang Hao suppressed the thoughts in his mind and went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was 11:30 when he walked out of this room. The entire morning had been a fulfilling one for him. Now it was time for lunch. It was also time to eat, so he could take care of his body. Chapter 61. Zhang Hao's client, gone. Zhang Hao walked into Gao Yanqi's office and found that Gao Yanqi was about to eat. Come over quickly, it's time to eat. Gao Yanqi greeted him with a smile. Zhang Hao sat down and found dishes such as oysters and lamb loin, and couldn't help but thank, Sister Gao, you're so good to me. You've worked hard, have some good food to make up for it. These meals are all bought from the restaurant next door by me. I asked Su Meng, and they taste very good. Gao Yanqi had a warm attitude. Indeed good. Zhang Hao ate. Nana Lu is gone, miss her? Want to see her again? Gao Yanqi inquired as if nothing had happened. Want to? Zhang Hao said truthfully, it's just that this kind of thing depends on fate, it's not something I can do just by thinking about it. She's very satisfied with your performance, she gave me the word that she'll come back for you the next time she's free, the location will remain the same, and the scene will remain the same. Gao Yanqi looked teasing. Sister Gao, but you promised not to make an exception next time. Zhang Hao seemed to be referring. Well, if you mind this kind of cooperation, then we'll see what happens. When she comes to me again, I'll just rebuff her. Gao Yanqi didn't force it at all. Zhang Hao didn't say anything even though he couldn't bear to part with it, and asked, Sister Gao, what exactly is that Nana Lu? Don't pry, we have to keep our clients' secrets. Gao Yanqi had a principled look. All right. Zhang Hao shut up. How does that woman taste? Gao Yanqi was interested, her eyes narrowed. I didn't see anyone, so how can I know? Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. Don't give me the slip, can't you feel it? Gao Yanqi gave a blank look. Honestly, it's very good, Sister Gao didn't lie to me, it's indeed a beautiful and good woman. Zhang Hao gave his judgment. That's good. Gao Yanqi laughed, if you are not satisfied, you should complain about me. Sister Gao, you are my honorable man, how would I dare to complain about you? Zhang Hao glanced at Gao Yanqi's breasts and muttered, according to my feelings, she is as big as Sister Gao's. Bah, little rascal. Gao Yanqi glanced down, then with a serious face admonished, don't compare me to her, I don't deal with this woman, if she wasn't difficult to deal with, I would have dispatched her a long time ago, and would have begged you to take care of her. Sister Gao is not to blame, I won't mention it. Zhang Hao terminated the topic. Comparing Lu Nana with Gao Yanxi was indeed ill-considered. After eating the meal, Zhang Hao had been accompanying Gao Yanxi. While chatting, Zhang Hao carefully asked Sister Gao, "Do you think there is any suitable job for me to do?" "Yes, there are many, it depends on whether you like it or not." With a cute smile, Gao Yanxi threw a document to Zhang Hao. "Take a look, how about this client?" Zhang Hao looked up. This was a sister in her 40s, who had divorced her rich husband after falling into a paraplegic condition while hiking, and needed the personal care of a young handsome man. The sister was very rich, just a little bit violent, and unusually short-tempered. Sometimes she likes to hurt herself and others. Zhang Hao wouldn't dare to serve such a client, and he wouldn't go even if he was paid more money. A job that posed a threat to one's life, don't want it. Zhang Hao put down the documents in his hands. Gao Yanxi had a smile on her lips and threw another document to Zhang Hao. This sister was in a good situation, just too fat, the extra fat kind that liked to be abused and also liked to abuse others. Zhang Hao said that he didn't have such good teeth, so he ignored this client as well. He looked at more than 10 dossiers in a row, but he couldn't pick a suitable person. Either they were too old or had other perverted hobbies. All such clients were ignored by him. It was actually understandable. Gao Yanxi was a psychiatrist, and there weren't many normal people in her client profile here. No satisfied clients? Gao Yanxi smiled and teased. No. Zhang Hao shook his head. You're quite capable, picking and choosing your own clients. Gao Yanxi burst out laughing. Looking at Zhang Hao's depressed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Sister Gao, it's not my client yet, besides, even if I starve to death, I can't take care of unsuitable clients. Zhang Hao said in a serious manner, only young and beautiful female clients, I have the confidence to take care of them, and even if I am aggrieved, I can still digest it by myself. That's true, you have this persistence, I'm going to look at you highly. If you're starving and dare to take on any kind of business for the sake of money, I'm going to look down on you, and my assistant won't be qualified to be one. Gao Yanxi's gaze was deep, it was hard to hide the color of her praise. Sister Gao, in that case, there are no suitable clients for me now? Zhang Hao was a bit undeterred. Yes, there are no more, unfortunately it's clients like Lu Nana that you mind. Gao Yanxi spread a smile, do you want to reconsider? Actually, Nana Lu is quite good. No need to consider it. Zhang Hao pondered over it and made a decision, this makeout session with Lu Nana, just consider it a dream. Gao Yanxi did not persuade any further and leisurely sighed, I have a lot of high-quality female clients here, but you are not worthy of them, they need suitable husbands, and only those women who have a little bit of psychological problems will you have a chance to show your talents. Also right. Zhang Hao thought deeply. The high-quality female clients that Gao Yanxi spoke of were all looking for a suitable match, and they needed the expertise that Gao Yanxi provided. This was the charm of a love guru. Zhang Hao was not in the same world as these people. A client like Gu Yao, that's a once-in-a-lifetime, you have the ability to become her boyfriend, it's your good fortune, it's something that can be met, you should be content. Gao Yanxi looked at Zhang Hao meaningfully. Yes, it's all because of Sister Gao's esteem that I have the opportunity to look after Gu Yao. Zhang Hao was grateful. With Gu Yao's current state of mind, I'm afraid that if you were sent to her eyes, she wouldn't even accept you anymore. Gao Yanxi came to this judgment based on her profession. Gu Yao's fondness and dependence on Zhang Hao would turn into dust along with the passage of time. With Zhang Hao being such a passerby, Gu Yao was afraid that she wouldn't even pay too much attention to it, and in the future, she might even consider it as a period of shame in her life. After all, Gu Yao's status was noble, and Zhang Hao's origins were too humble. Sister Gao is right. Zhang Hao expressed his agreement, a woman like Gu Yao, which he had experienced, was indeed a good thing that fell from the sky. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to encounter the same situation again. It was also true that there weren't that many good things waiting for him. He still wanted to earn enough to make $100 million, and now it seems that he can't even find a suitable customer, so he can only stifle his wrists. In the afternoon, Wang Dingchang came to Gao Yanxi's clinic with a dragon's stride. This unexpected visitor directly shocked everyone in the clinic. Gao Yanxi didn't dare to be slow, the first time to run forward to meet. Chapter 62 The Legend of Wang Chang. Gao Yanxi respectfully invited Wang Dingchang into her office. Boss Wang, I am flattered that you are able to come to my humble abode. I am flattered that you are able to come to my humble abode. She spat out her true heart and did not curry favor. The man in front of her was a big shot, or an elder, she had to take this seriously. Dr. Gao, don't be polite. Wang Dingchang's demeanor was bland, he did not have a lofty look or an arrogant and domineering stance, he looked very peaceful. Zhang Hao waited on the side and made a cup of tea for Wang Dingchang. This Wang Dingchang gave people the first feeling, is not angry from the authority, that powerful aura, led a person a little ashamed of themselves. Looking at Gao Yanxi's attitude again, he judged that this Wang Dingchang's identity was definitely not simple. Boss Wang is looking for me, there's nothing to do, right? Gao Yanxi asked without being humble. Naturally there is something. Wang Dingchang glanced at Zhang Hao, is this person reliable? Boss Wang, don't worry, he is my assistant Zhang Hao, his mouth is even tighter than mine. Gao Yanqi's regard for Zhang Hao was self-evident. Zhang Hao was also touched when he heard that Wang Dingchang meant for him to avoid from afar, and with Gao Yanqi's words, Wang Dingchang's concerns were gone. He also did not expect that Gao Yanqi would hold him in such high regard. "Good day, Boss Wang." Zhang Hao gave a greeting. "Hello." Wang Dingchang nodded, then said in a deep voice, "Dr. Gao is a capable person, I believe in what he says. Thanks to Boss Wang for looking up to me." Gao Yanqi was much more at ease. Keeping Zhang Hao by her side was also her intention, wanting to let Zhang Hao come into contact with more people, which would be beneficial to Zhang Hao. "I won't hide it from Dr. Gao." Wang Dingchang opened the door and said, "I came here this time to find a date. Boss Wang is a man of the hour in our Haicheng city, so you still need to find a date?" Gao Yanqi was quite staggered. Wang Dingchang's identity information she understood some. Now more than 53 years ago his wife died due to illness, now it is a proper diamond bachelor, the women around him are full of flowers, it can be said to be 100 flowers, it is simply impossible to lack objects. "It's not that I'm looking for an object, I'm looking for an object for my own daughter." Wang Dingchang explained, it was also his fault for not making his words clear just now. "Boss Wang, you're not joking with me, right?" Gao Yanqi was extremely surprised, she was hoping that Wang Dingchang had come to find a date for himself. Because Wang Dingchang's daughter, Wang Chang, that was an investment genius, often skipping grades when she was in school, the students behind her hadn't even graduated from university yet, and Wang Chang had a doctorate degree in her hands. The reason why she is so clear, that is because she and Song Qingju good relationship, Song Qingju family and Wang Chang's family relationship is very good, she followed Song Qingju, and Wang Chang ate a few times. This was several years ago. Wang Chang, such a female court lady, do not know how many people envy, no matter men and women are willing to worship. She found it unbelievable that Wang Dingchang would find a match for such a daughter. If Wang Chang's court ladies were interested, the line of pursuers could clog up the great river. "Dr. Gao, I don't have the heart to joke with you." Wang Dingchang was distressed. "Perhaps, my daughter is too excellent, so excellent that I don't even know what kind of man would be good enough for her. When my daughter was studying, I was very worried about such a problem. But after my daughter graduated, the money she earned from her investments in a few years was richer than my entire Wang family. While I was happy, that was also worrying. What worries me is that my daughter hasn't had a boyfriend and doesn't seem to be interested in men. That's a heavenly problem. You're a psychiatrist and a reputable love guru, and you've set up several couples based on your expertise. I'm coming to you for help now, you see if there's any way to make my daughter like men. Otherwise it's too meaningless to just make money and not play with men. It's 30 now, I'm in a hurry. I'm anxious when I can't hold my grandson, and I'm anxious when my daughter is living a nun's life of misery." Wang Dingchang was upset, but he was worried. He couldn't find a solution to the problem, and it was helpless to seek help from Gao Yanqi. He had advised his daughter countless times, without the slightest effect. He was worried day and night, his hair fell out countless roots. If his daughter's lifelong matters were not resolved, he was afraid that he would go crazy. "Boss Wang, I've eaten with Miss Wang before, I didn't think there was any problem. The feeling that Miss Wang gives, is that she is too lonely and proud. You said that Miss Wang doesn't like men, could it be that she likes women?" Gao Yanqi inquired in a low voice, "Such a private thing, she doesn't know, it's better to understand clearly." "Doesn't like women, if she likes women, I can still be a little bit relieved. This can only show that there is a problem with sexual orientation. Anyway, it's all fun, as long as my daughter likes it, there is no way for me to intervene." Wang Dingchang was quite enlightened. It was precisely because of this that his daughter's dislike of women over the years, much less men, was what worried him to death. "Boss Wang, it seems that Miss Wang is indeed a bit sexually frigid." Gao Yanqi grasped the measure of her words and didn't dare to make the situation as serious as it was. "That should be the case, I've privately asked other doctors and they've said the same thing." Wang Dingchang nodded silently. "Boss Wang, I was very worried about introducing Miss Wang to someone, but when Boss Wang came to me, I can only say give it a try." Gao Yanqi asked, "Boss Wang, I don't know what kind of candidate you favor." "What kind of candidate?" "In fact, I looked for many of the family's male sons and encouraged them to contact my daughter, but none of them lasted more than a few days before all of them backed out. They all said that my daughter is not easy to get along with." Wang Dingchang was worried. "Now my conditions are not high, as long as it's a man on the line, let him first go to contact my daughter, and then accompany my daughter. If it allows my daughter to be able to gradually interested in men, this is a great good thing." "As long as it's a man?" Gao Yanqi cried and laughed. This Wang Dingchang, this was too inappropriate. "Of course, first let me gatekeep, only after I look at him favorably will he be qualified to get close to my daughter, not just any crooked guy will be qualified to get close to my daughter." Wang Dingchang added. "I see, the person chosen by Boss Wang has to be able to endure all of Miss Wang's bad temper." Gao Yanqi came to a clear understanding. But she suddenly felt that Zhang Hao would be suitable. There was no suitable job around her to introduce to Zhang Hao, and she didn't expect the job to come to her door of its own accord. It was just that, with a noble woman like Wang Chang, she didn't know if Zhang Hao had the ability to cope with it. The important thing is to be able to tolerate cold violence. Wang Dingchang felt that this was the most important condition. After deliberating for a while, Gao Yanxi turned her gaze to Zhang Hao. Boss Wang, what do you think of this assistant of mine? Him? Wang Dingchang sized him up. Chapter 63 Wang Chang's Cold Violence. Do you think you can do it? Wang Dingchang looked at Zhang Hao with an interested expression. Zhang Hao wasn't bad looking, he didn't have anything to pick on. He was afraid that Zhang Hao would not be mentally competent and couldn't cope with his daughter's bad temper. I'm fine. Zhang Hao gave an affirmative reply. He had listened for so long that he already had an understanding of Wang Chang's situation, and as long as he managed to not hit back or curse back, he believed that he would be able to diffuse a lot of problems. Being patient and mentally strong, this was his advantage. Young man, not bad, have guts. Wang Dingchang praised, with such confidence, then give it a try. Good. Zhang Hao responded, Boss Wang, any other instructions? Go and make contact with my daughter first, do whatever she asks you to do, and strive to stay by my daughter's side first. As for whether or not you can be the object of my daughter's affection, it still depends on your ability. Wang Dingchang urged. No problem. Zhang Hao nodded his head. He felt that this job was to serve Wang Chang's daily life, and in his company, he was able to make Wang Chang interested in the opposite sex. As for becoming the object of Wang Chang, he did not even think about it. Because Wang Chang, that was the pride of heaven, such a capable person, how would she look at a man like him? I'll give you a monthly salary of $600,000, and there's a reward for doing a good job. Wang Dingchang was very atmospheric. Everything is at Boss Wang's command. Zhang Hao's face was as usual, and his heart was already happy. It was the first time he had seen such a generous employer. Gao Yanxi smiled, Boss Wang, how will the wages be settled? Dr. Gao's benefits, will calculate it separately. As Wang Dingchang spoke, his gaze locked onto Zhang Hao. What do you have in mind? Daily settlement of wages would be best. Zhang Hao replied. Good, daily settlement is fine, and I will hit your account on time for the daily wages. Wang Dingchang laughed. If you hold on to the idea that a day's work is a day's work, and you want to run away with the money in the end, I won't go too far, just chop off one of your fingers. Boss Wang, don't worry. Zhang Hao smiled coyly, his heart burst out, his fingers were precious, not a single one could be missing. That's good, come with me now. Wang Dingchang was on fire, a bit of a thunderous gesture. There's no need to be in such a hurry, Boss Wang, why don't I go back to my place first and get a few changes of clothes? Zhang Hao patiently inquired. No need, I'll prepare new clothes for you and buy you whatever you need. Wang Dingchang stood up and shook off his feet, already heading out. Dr. Gao? Zhang Hao looked at Gao Yanxi. Go quickly. Gao Yanxi urged. Good. Zhang Hao followed Wang Dingchang's footsteps. Gao Yanxi looked gloomy. This was a good job, but it was also a fire pit. Let's just hope that Zhang Hao would be alright. Zhang Hao got into Wang Dingchang's car, and the two added contact information. Wang Dingchang asked for Zhang Hao's bank account number and immediately transferred 20,000 yuan. He urged, this bit of your salary is small money. If you help my daughter, the reward will be very generous. Many thanks, Boss Wang. Zhang Hao looked forward to it. A daily salary of 20,000 was not small money to him. Carefully calculated, the annual salary was around $7 million. He had previously made a wish to earn enough for 100 million first. It seemed like he had a bit of no concept of 100 million. Calculating with such a high salary, if he stayed by the side of Wang Chang's court, it would take him about 14 years to realize his goal. It's useless to think so much, now it's better to think of a way to prevent Wang Chang from kicking him out is the right thing to do. Zhang Hao was in the middle of his thoughts when the car drove into a luxurious villa area. After the car stopped in front of a villa, Zhang Hao got out of the car under Wang Dingchang's urging. Then Wang Dingchang left. The next thing depends on the performance of Zhang Hao, this time afraid of his daughter, blame him for nosy, also first disappeared daughter. Shen Bao, the bodyguard of Wang Chang's court lady, looked at Zhang Hao who appeared and said carelessly, Ms. Wang is on the second floor of the villa, go see her yourself. I'm Zhang Hao, how is big brother addressed? Zhang Hao was enthusiastic. Shen Bao. Shen Bao only said a name before urging, cut the crap and go. Brother Panther, I'll go then. Zhang Hao walked into the villa, and since Qian Bao didn't want to talk to him much, he didn't take a hot face to a cold ass. He organized his emotions and slowly walked to the second floor of the villa. He soon found Ms. Wang Chang, who at this time of the day, was lying on a hammock and swaying around, paying no heed to Zhang Hao's arrival. Ms. Wang, hello. Zhang Hao offered a smile in greeting. He could only see the rough outline of Ms. Wang now, and judging by the silhouette, she should be a great beauty who was a great beauty. The name Wang Chang was not a simple name, the same as that character who was one of the 4 great beauties in history. Having taken such a name, it naturally had a certain meaning. Where am I better? Wang Chang's tone was neither cold nor hot. She had already received a message from her father, saying that he had found her a young handsome man who would then come and take care of her. She had never refused her father's good intentions. It all depended on how long this little handsome man talking beside her would stay by her side. However, hearing Zhang Hao's voice caused a ripple in her heart. Even she found it strange, that is, she felt that Zhang Hao's voice was nice and more pleasant to the ears. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He had only greeted her. Who would have thought that Ms. Wang would ask him with such logic? Ms. Wang, in my opinion, you are good in every way. Of course, my compliments are not important. I believe Ms. Wang will not take it to heart. Zhang Hao replied carefully. His heart, too, was flooded with an odd fluctuation, and the voice of Ms. Wang Chang was very magical in general, making his emotions very stable. Wang Chang didn't say anything. She was not in the mood to dislike Zhang Hao with words like that. She had lost sleep again last night. So Zhang Hao's greeting, which she found redundant and still had no eyes, was impossible for her to perfume, and she said what was in her heart. Seeing that Wang Chang was silent, Zhang Hao could only act as a mute. Looking at Wang Chang, who was lying on the hammock and swaying, he could only stand in place. About 10 minutes passed. The atmosphere was just eerily quiet. If an ordinary person were to stand still in front of the Wang Chang's court lady and not be able to speak, I'm afraid that he would have long been suffocated and lost his mind. But Zhang Hao was no ordinary person. With patience and perseverance, he stood motionless on the ground. Wang Chang didn't look at Zhang Hao, but she could feel that Zhang Hao should be very disciplined as he stood still. She had a hint of appreciation. In the past, the men that her father had found to talk to her would feel at a loss as long as they were cold for 2 minutes, and then the way they had no words to say made her very unhappy. Of course, those men in the past were all rich and powerful eunuchs, and father intended to set them up. But those men, who couldn't stand her cold violence, all returned in defeat. This Zhang Hao took the money and looked like he was doing his duty, making her appreciate it a bit. To be able to have this patience, it was indeed very good. It hadn't moved around yet, so the mental quality should still be okay. Chapter 64 Wang Chang's Pleasure, Insomnia Trouble. Wang Chang's mind settled a little, and asked expressionlessly, do you want to stay? Want to. Zhang Hao smiled innocently. Answer me a few questions, and when I'm satisfied, I'll let you stay. Wang Chang's voice was devoid of any emotional color. You ask. Zhang Hao listened sideways, afraid that Wang Chang would kick him out. If that was the case, Wang Dingchang could do nothing about it. With a command, he felt that the possibility of Qian Bao throwing him out of the place was high. Name? Zhang Hao. Gender? Male. Place of origin? Zhang Hao answered truthfully, without any emotion of unhappiness at all, although it felt like he was being interrogated, but as long as the Wang Chang court ladies were happy, they would do whatever they wanted. If this was really the question to stay, he felt it was a giveaway. Wang Chang sat up from the hammock and just scrutinized Zhang Hao, satisfaction flowing out of her heart, being offended in this manner and not showing any anger, not bad at all. She asked again, what is the circumference? What color are the panties you're wearing? Zhang Hao was confused. As long as he was a man, I'm afraid he would be blindsided. I don't know. He could only honestly shake his head. He had seriously thought about it and really didn't know the answer. Men were more concerned about a woman's circumference, and I'm afraid they wouldn't care about their own circumference. That's how he was anyway. As for the color of the underwear, he had really forgotten. He couldn't peel off his pants to see. Zhang Hao was a little apprehensive, just afraid that his answer to Wang Chang would not be satisfied, but on Wang Chang's face, he could not see the emotion of whether he was satisfied or not, so he became even more uneasy. Wang Chang's inquiry was just to tease Zhang Hao, and it was also a way for her to have fun. She continued to ask, how long are you? 1 meter 82. Zhang Hao replied. What Wang Chang asked was definitely height, and his answer was definitely correct. Maybe your heart is cursing me. After all, the question I asked is a bit strange, but on your face, you didn't show a reaction that displeased me. This is very good. This shows that you can control your emotions. Your mental quality is okay. My trial is over. I'm very satisfied. Wang Chang's tone was indifferent, and it was also a kind of excuse for her own way of having fun. Thank you. Zhang Hao said, Ms. Wang, my heart didn't scold you. You're my employer now. I only think about how to please you. I wouldn't dare to have a complaining mind. That's good. Ms. Wang nodded. You can stay. From now on, you will do whatever I say. Yes. The smile on Zhang Hao's face remained unchanged, and a wave of ecstasy ran through his heart. Just at this time, a meowing cat purr sounded. It was a cat owned by Wang Chang, a cat with pure white fur. The white cat opened its innocent eyes wide and just looked at Wang Chang, wanting to get closer but not daring to, its posture somewhat timid. I like to keep cats, but I don't like cats coming towards me. You stay away from that cat from now on. The feeding job is yours, the poop scooping job is yours, but don't jack my cat. Wang Chang had her own habits, and now she was also teaching Zhang Hao how to do things. Okay. Zhang Hao agreed without fail. In the future, on the second floor of the villa, find any room to live in, and from now on, don't disturb me. The Wang Chang court lady laid down on the hammock, with no more intention of taking care of Zhang Hao. Yes. Zhang Hao was very obedient. His employer's command was the holy decree. He was idle. But he was very watchful. Just went to help the cat shovel poop. This was his job. This white cat seemed to be very sticky. Not having found its owner's caress on Wang Chang's body, it was stupidly close to him at this time, as if it wanted his care. Zhang Hao glared and repelled it, not letting the cat get close to him. This was Wang Chang's command, so he had to carry it out strictly and without fail. The white cat was very spiritual, and without sensing kindness from Zhang Hao's body, it meowed and ran to the balcony. After Zhang Hao finished being the pooper scooper, he had nothing to do again. Wang Chang was not in the mood to chat with anyone, so Zhang Hao could only respect the situation and did not dare to disturb. He felt that he had no use for his 3-inch tongue. It was also unknown what Wang Chang was thinking at this time. With such a stunning beauty by her side, not being able to speak and only being able to stay on the side, it felt a bit unappealing. He didn't peek or measure Wang Chang, lest he cause her to resent him. Wang Chang likes to be quiet, this shouldn't be cold violence. Maybe a genius like Wang Chang has her own spiritual world, too lazy to deal with irrelevant things, and lives in her own world. Other people who can't get close to her, or can't understand her, may find her difficult to get along with. Wang Chang has achieved dazzling results from studying and then earning money now. Such a heavenly pride, combining talent and beauty. Zhang Hao felt that he would be able to accompany Wang Chang once he adapted to her pace. A job that paid $20,000 a day, that was a heavenly beauty. To be able to stay with Wang Chang for one more day would be a fortune. As long as no one kicked him out, he planned to stay forever. Wang Chang got down from the hammock, her face a bit ugly. Zhang Hao saw it and then walked up. "Ms. Wang, are you not feeling well?" Ms. Wang shook her head without saying anything. She really hadn't fallen asleep after all. She had been in the hammock for 2 hours and had adjusted her state, intending to sleep for a while, but she didn't know what was going on in her mind, but she just couldn't sleep, as usual, unable to fall asleep during the day. The quality of her sleep was very poor. She could only sleep during the night. If she was well rested, she would be in good spirits the next day. If she lost sleep, she would be in poor spirits the next day. If she tried to make up for it, she couldn't sleep anyway. This problem has been bothering her for years. She has seen many doctors and taken many medicines, but nothing works. Wang Chang took out her cell phone and added Zhang Hao's contact information, then walked towards the kitchen. She didn't have the slightest interest in Zhang Hao's social relations, so she didn't do any prying. In her opinion, this was just a man who lived with her. Maybe in a few days, Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to stay and would leave on his own. There was no need for her to care too much about such a man. If he was by her side for a day, she could use him for a day. She didn't like men, and she wouldn't make love to them, so Zhang Hao's role was to be the opposite sex, and she would just use it to get along with her. Wang Chang started washing the dishes. Zhang Hao glanced at his cell phone. It was only 4 o'clock, it was still a bit early for dinner. He said attentively, "Ms. Wang, do you want to cook? How about I do it?" "No need." Without looking at Zhang Hao, Ms. Wang gave this answer. Cooking could be a distraction, and her mind wouldn't have to wander. Honestly, it was hard to think about it. My head was about to explode. As long as there was something to do, it would be better. Zhang Hao accompanied on the side, seeing that Wang Chang didn't want to talk, so he just stayed quiet. However, it was a beautiful thing to be able to eat a meal cooked by Wang Chang. Chapter 65, Zhang Hao washing Wang Chang's feet. Wang Chang's cooking speed was slow, and she was busy in an organized manner. Zhang Hao had been accompanying and did not have a chance to intervene. After making the meal, the two of them ate it together. "Ms. Wang, your cooking is really delicious." Zhang Hao ate a bit too fast, proving with practical actions that Ms. Wang was a good cook. "You can't even gag your mouth from eating?" Wang Chang slightly scolded and just plucked out a glance. Zhang Hao was embarrassed. He had good intentions to compliment someone, but he didn't expect to make a fool of himself. This Wang Chang court lady was indeed not easy to get along with. He forced himself to pick up the conversation. Eating without speaking is quite good. Wang Chang looked away and said to herself, "What did my father say bad about me? Boss Wang is very concerned about your physical and mental health and asked me to take care of you, just to give you company." Zhang Hao brewed up his words. "Repeat." Wang Chang stopped eating. She wanted to hear satisfactory words from Zhang Hao's mouth. Zhang Hao said stiffly, "What your father means is that an excellent woman like you should enjoy the pleasures brought by a man, not live like a nun, and said that you were sexually frigid. What fun is there in a stinky man?" Wang Chang said with full of concern, "I'm just sexually frigid, right? I don't think I'm abnormal. It's not a disease, it's not a problem." "Indeed it is not a problem. Ms. Wang has her own freedom, you don't need to think too much about it. Your father is also sick and anxious, he just wants you to live a more comfortable life." Zhang Hao didn't dare to hide it and divulged what Wang Dingchang had said. "Your father is still looking forward to it, wanting to hold a grandchild sooner. He used to push me to get married, but now he expects me to have a child, so annoying." Wang Chang was a bit depressed. As for marriage, she didn't think about it, and there was no need to think about having children. After eating, she put down the dishes and said, "Wash the dishes." "Okay." Zhang Hao answered diligently. After washing the dishes, Zhang Hao was idle. Wang Chang ignored him. He didn't dare to disturb her. Anyway, they were just at peace with each other and seemed very quiet. The white cat carefully walked up to Wang Chang's feet, and when Wang Chang glared, the white cat ran away in fear. Zhang Hao felt that he was in the same situation as this white cat, both needing to look at Wang Chang's eyes and act. He didn't feel anything, it was quite normal now. Zhang Hao was a bit bored and didn't dare to play with his cell phone for fear of disturbing Wang Chang, so he could only stare. Wang Chang's state was similar to his. The two people who were staring at each other, when their eyes touched, they awkwardly avoided each other. Wang Chang's heart naturally rose and fell with different thoughts. Zhang Hao's greatest value was to please her body. But she didn't like that. But having a man of such nature by her side, it was inevitable that her heart felt different. Those men who used to be close to her, they didn't dare to make a move on her, and when one of her eyes went over, her face would be scared and flustered, fearing that she would get angry, and her every move was so careful. Zhang Hao was different. If there was a command from her, Zhang Hao could fulfill all her needs. This was the reason why Zhang Hao took the money. To put it bluntly, Zhang Hao was a hired toy, and as long as she was happy, he was her man. There was no place for her to look down on such a man. Zhang Hao had his own value and role to play. Maybe some women would like it, but she was just indifferent. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chang started to soak her feet, which was her habit before going to bed. Zhang Hao softly asked, "Ms. Wang, do you need me to wash your feet?" Ms. Wang Chang's feet were beautiful and white, like works of art. He didn't have the slightest bit of evil thoughts and purely wanted to help Ms. Wang Chang wash her feet. If he stayed by Wang Chang's side, he had to do more, and it would be a bit of a stretch if he didn't do anything and still got that kind of high salary. Wang Chang didn't say anything, but her heart was flooded with thoughts. She was afraid that Zhang Hao had a foot fetish, otherwise Zhang Hao couldn't, of his own accord, want to do such a thing. Good. After thinking for 2 minutes, she agreed. If Zhang Hao really had that kind of weird fetish, she would let Xian Bao beat Zhang Hao up and drive him out from her side. If you wanted to stay by her side, your mind had to be healthy. Zhang Hao was very serious and began to wash Wang Chang's feet. Gently kneading it, he began the massage. Some people liked the foot washing brother. He was now the foot washing brother. He hoped that the Wang Chang would be satisfied with his service. Wang Chang stared at Zhang Hao and didn't find any evil emotions in him, which made her feel much more at ease. She closed her eyes and enjoyed herself at ease. Since she understood, her jade feet had not been touched by a man like this. It would be cheap for Zhang Hao now. She also wanted to verify whether she would miss a man when her feet were kneaded and massaged by a man. She immersed herself in the feelings and also imagined charming images. Unfortunately, she still did not have the urge to think about men. She was indeed sexually frigid, and the situation was still serious. With a man touching her body like this, she was surprisingly calm. Wang Chang didn't even know if she should admire her mind as if it was still water. 10 minutes later. Wang Chang softly said, "It's done." Zhang Hao stopped moving, then cupped one of Wang Chang's feet and carefully wiped it, and after wiping one foot, he wiped the other. His movements were very gentle, just for fear of damaging such beautiful feet, and the level of love was no less than caring for a precious work of art. "My level of foot washing is okay, right?" Zhang Hao asked. Wang Chang put on her cute slippers and casually said, Mama, my feet, I haven't been washed by a man like this yet. Since you like to wash them every night that you're by my side, just wash them for me." "Okay." Zhang Hao answered with his mouth full. If the Wang Chang court lady had said so, then it would be his honor. Even the feet had such chastity, it was indeed rare. If he was allowed to defile it, he would be responsible to the end. This shows how much Wang Chang dislikes men. The degree of sexual coldness, I'm afraid it's beyond imagination. "Washing my feet, did you feel humiliated?" Ms. Wang Chang inquired with interest, her very spiritual eyes observing Zhang Hao's reaction. "Ms. Wang, you are overly concerned, this is my blessing." Zhang Hao smiled coyly. He didn't mind it in the slightest, instead, he was happy about it. If Ms. Wang was willing, he would not be able to kiss those jade feet enough when he cupped them, and it was impossible for him to have negative thoughts. "That's good." Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction. "If you need to wash your feet in the future, just order." Zhang Hao was much more at ease, finally able to do something for Wang Chang, otherwise it would be too undutiful to just get paid and not work. "I'm going to sleep, make yourself at home, I like to be quiet, don't disturb me." Wang Chang put down these words and walked into the bedroom. Understood. Zhang Hao walked into the guest room, and with such an order from his employer, he was going to do it quietly. As he lay on the bed, preparing for an early night, his cell phone rang, and he saw that it was a message from Wang Chang. "Come to my room." Wang Chang sent 4 words, and Zhang Hao didn't dare to slack off, so he hurriedly reported to Wang Chang. Chapter 66, Zhang Hao seeing Lu Nana again, but not recognizing her. Zhang Hao walked to Wang Chang's door and gently knocked on the room door. "Ms. Wang, I'm here. Come in." Wang Chang's voice came out. The door of the room was hidden. Zhang Hao pushed the door and walked in. The light inside the room was dim, and what caught his eyes was that Ms. Wang was wearing a sexy nightgown, with her spring light exposed in a mess. He asked, "Ms. Wang, what is your order?" He was convinced that Ms. Wang had never sought him out to sleep with him. If that was the case, where would he be? A woman in the middle of the night, calling a man to her bedside, what kind of business do you think it is for? The Wang Chang court lady smiled with interest. "I don't know." Zhang Hao smiled innocently. "May I still ask Ms. Wang to clarify?" "Hey, I can't sleep, think of something." Ms. Wang looked depressed. Zhang Hao suggested, "Conjugal life helps with sleep, do you want to try?" He thought of this solution, and if Wang Chang was willing, he could just shrug it off. "Nasty." Wang Chang's court lady glared and chided, then said, "There is a book on the bedside table, you help me read it, and after I fall asleep, you can leave again." Okay. Zhang Hao took the book in his hands, looked at the Wang Chang lying on the bed, his eyes did not dare to aim randomly, he could only quiet his mind, and read it in a loud voice. Wang Chang closed her eyes, listening to Zhang Hao's gentle voice swirling in her heart, and her mood quieted down. She had kept Zhang Hao by her side because when she had initially heard Zhang Hao's voice, she had found it particularly beautiful. Now that she was letting Zhang Hao lull her to sleep, her mind was no longer wandering, and her entire being was relaxed. She did not know when she had fallen asleep peacefully. As Zhang Hao read, his voice slowly faded away, and listening to Wang Chang's even breathing, he helped Wang Chang cover the quilt, then tiptoed out. He was proud of the fact that in addition to washing Wang Chang's feet, he had a sleeping aid effect on her. The more useful he was to the Wang Chang, the more the Wang Chang would find him valuable, so that he would be around the Wang Chang and stay longer, which was great news for him. With a daily salary of 20,000, the annual salary would be more than $7 million. He would like to hope that he could become dependent on Wang Chang, and it would be best to make this business long-lasting. The next day, Zhang Hao woke up early on time. Then made breakfast. Wang Chang had not gotten up yet, so he did not dare to disturb her. Wang Chang slept until she woke up naturally, and when she opened her eyes, it was already 9:40, and she felt refreshed. "It's been a long time since I've slept, such a solid sleep." A pleasant smile spread across the corners of Wang Chang's mouth. After she walked out of the bedroom, Zhang Haoqi walked up to her. "Ms. Wang, did you sleep comfortably last night?" "Well, very comfortable." Ms. Wang coquettishly smiled. "Every night in the future when you are by my side, you are responsible for coaxing me to sleep." "Alright, it's my honor." Zhang Hao smiled with his eyebrows, then complimented, "Ms. Wang, you look so pretty when you smile." "I know, why do I need you to say that?" Ms. Wang glared, not in a reproachful manner, but a bit annoyed, then inquired, "You didn't do anything bad to me after I fell asleep, did you?" "Heaven and earth, I'm not that kind of person, please also believe that I'm a good man with professional ethics." Zhang Hao swore with conviction. "Believe you." Wang Chang didn't say much, her bedroom had surveillance, she would find time to look at it herself. At that time, if she found Zhang Hao doing disgusting things to her body, she would make Zhang Hao pay a painful price. "Thanks." Zhang Hao was very open and honest. After washing up, Wang Chang ate 2 eggs and drank a cup of milk. Zhang Hao looked at Wang Chang's face, which had been blooming with smiles, and was in a much better mood. Not long after, Sun Jinbang and Lu Nana arrived at the entrance of Wang Chang's villa and rang the doorbell. Through the display screen, Wang Chang found these 2 visitors. Her complexion was unhappy. "How annoying, this is the second time to bother me, I didn't see them last time, I should have known that I don't want to see them, and they still ran to disturb them, a little bit of self-awareness is not there." "Ms. Wang, no need to get angry, keeping yourself in a good mood is the most important thing," Zhang Hao advised. Ms. Wang looked at Zhang Hao and directly instructed, "From now on, you are my secretary, go and send those 2 people away and tell them not to come back in the future." "Yes." Zhang Hao nodded heavily. Wang Chang stayed on the 2nd floor of the villa without moving. Zhang Hao came to the 1st floor of the villa and opened the door, welcoming Sun Jinbang and Lu Nana in. He recognized the Sun Jinbang because this man was Gao Yanqi's ex-husband, Sun Tingting's father, and he had seen Sun Jinbang's picture at his current residence. Of course, Sun Jinbang had never seen him, much less recognized him. As for Lu Nana, he didn't recognize her now. "I'm Sun Jinbang, this is my business card, how is this little brother called?" Sun Jinbang handed over his business card. Zhang Hao took the business card in his hand, and it was also clear that Sun Jinbang's identity was a company veteran. "I'm Zhang Hao, Ms. Wang's secretary." Zhang Hao introduced his identity. "So it's Secretary Zhang, hello, it's a great honor to meet you." Sun Jinbang's posture was low, his face filled with a pleasing smile as he took the initiative to extend his hand. "Mr. Sun, you are too polite." Zhang Hao and Sun Jinbang had just shaken hands when Nana Lu extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Secretary Zhang, I'm Mr. Sun's Vice President, Nana Lu, it's an honor to meet you." "Hello, General Manager Lu." Zhang Hao's hand shook Lu Nana's hand, and after hearing Lu Nana's name, he looked a little dazed. In Gao Yanqi's clinic, in that private room, the woman who had slept with him 3 times and left $30,000 in cash, her name was Lu Nana. That woman herself also introduced him to this identity of Lu Nana. Gao Yanqi also said that that woman was Lu Nana. But now looking at it again, he felt that that woman seemed to be not Lu Nana, because the voice did not look like it. Perhaps the voice was disguised, because at that time, Lu Nana's Mandarin was not standardized, mixed with dialectal tones. Zhang Hao's eyes were thoughtful, and there were still doubts. At this moment, Zhang Hao's hand and Lu Nana's hand were still holding together. Lu Nana wanted to withdraw her hand, but realized that Zhang Hao did not show any sign of letting go of her hand. Her heart became disgusted, but her face did not dare to show her dissatisfaction. Sun Jinbang sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhang Hao and Lu Nana with a scowl in his eyes, fearing that his girlfriend was having an affair with Zhang Hao. When Zhang Hao came back to his senses, he withdrew his hand and said in embarrassment, "When I heard the name Lu Nana, I was a bit out of sorts, so I've made you all laugh." Secretary Zhang, what do you mean by that? Sun Jinbang inquired. I'm not hiding it from Mr. Sun, my ex-girlfriend is also named Lu Nana, and I was a bit disoriented when I heard the name of Mr. Lu at first. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained, at that time, he was wearing an eye patch, and he couldn't be sure if this Lu Nana was that woman. I see. Sun Jinbang no longer had any doubts, Lu Nana loved him very much, he shouldn't have suspected of doing something wrong to him. What a coincidence, I didn't think of it either, I have the same name and surname as Secretary Zhang's ex-girlfriend, it seems like we are very destined. Nana Lu smiled sweetly, her ingratiating attitude quite obvious. Chapter 67, Wang Chang's best friend is Song Qingzhu. It is indeed very fateful. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Nana and answered, then greeted, Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, please have a seat. Good, thank you Secretary Zhang. Sun Jinbang and Lu Nana sat on the sofa. Something to drink? Zhang Hao politely inquired. No need, we'll leave after a few words. Sun Jinbang was full of smiles and didn't dare to disturb too much for fear of causing Wang Chang's displeasure. Although he hadn't met Wang Chang, he was already satisfied after meeting her secretary. He then said, our company is very promising for investment, this is the company's project information, I still hope that Secretary Zhang will hand it to Ms. Wang, I am grateful to Sunday. He placed a very thick pile of information on the coffee table. This time, he came with great sincerity, wanting to obtain Ms. Wang's investment. When he divorced Gao Yanxi, the property was divided and Gao Yanxi took a lot of cash when she didn't want to be involved with him anymore. He looked for a bank loan and borrowed some money and even mortgaged some equity to give Gao Yanxi enough cash to put together $2 billion. This led to a small problem in the company's operation, and if he could get an investment from Wang Chang's court, the immediate trouble could be easily solved. Don't worry, Mr. Sunday. Zhang Hao agreed, he was just responsible for delivering the message, he didn't want to think about anything else. Secretary Zhang, does Ms. Wang have time? If she's free, we'd like to make an appointment and treat her to a meal. Sun Jinbang made a request. We look forward to Ms. Wang being able to show her face. Nana Lu concurred. I will convey Ms. Wang what Mr. Sun and Mr. Lu want. Zhang Hao did not have any personal attitude. Good, thanks. Sun Jinbang nodded his thanks. Nana Lu said with eager eyes, Secretary Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? Yes. Zhang Hao smiled. Lu Nana revealed a cozy smile when she added Zhang Hao's WeChat, she naturally had her own purpose, in the future, she could always pry into the situation of Wang Chang's court from Zhang Hao's mouth, which was very important to them. Secretary Zhang, we won't bother you anymore, so we'll take our leave, we'll wait for Ms. Wang's news. Sun Jinbang and Lu Nana stood up. Zhang Hao had a warm attitude and sent the two out of the villa. He hadn't taken 2 steps when his cell phone rang. Lu Nana was generous and directly transferred $30,000 to him. He couldn't help but think more, could this be a hint? That generous woman who slept with him for $10,000 at a time, could it be this Nana Lu? Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhang Hao didn't dare to take it indiscriminately, so he was about to ask for clarification. Secretary Zhang, as soon as sister saw you, she felt especially kind. This is a little bit of my sister's intention, please ask Secretary Zhang to smile. I'd like to ask Secretary Zhang to put in a good word for us in front of Ms. Wang. Find a hotel when you're free, sister will thank you properly. Lu Nana clarified her meaning, and was now looking forward to Zhang Hao, who would be able to collect the $30,000 in favor, and it would be much more convenient to pry for information in the future. She had given Zhang Hao a promise, and had no intention of reneging on it. Her entire fortune had been smashed into the company, and if the company couldn't get out of trouble, it would lose a lot of money. So in order to achieve her goal, she would sacrifice anything. Even though Sun Jinbang was her boyfriend, she still felt that only money was the most reliable. Zhang Hao took the project information left behind by Sun Jinbang and came to Wang Chang, and found that Wang Chang had just turned off the surveillance image cast on the screen without avoiding him. It seemed that his every move was under Wang Chang's surveillance, which was the best, lest Wang Chang suspected that he had something else on his mind. Your performance is good. Wang Chang nodded her head in satisfaction. Thanks. Zhang Hao smiled, this is the message Lu Nana sent me, along with $30,000 in favor. If you accept it quietly, I won't find out. Ms. Wang revealed a probing look. Ms. Wang, I'm your man now, so I wouldn't dare to have personal thoughts. Zhang Hao took a serious stance. Good, I greatly appreciate that you have this realization, keep it up. Wang Chang said with a smile, you'll take Lu Nana's transfer, such unexpected fortune, it's not worth taking, you're working beside me, this is considered your reward. Understood. Zhang Hao accepted Lu Nana's transfer. With Wang Chang's command, he gladly smiled. In the future, when Lu Nana approached him to find out about the Wang Chang situation, he would just casually say a few words. Lu Nana saw Zhang Hao, after receiving his own money, revealed a teasing color. It is true that men are cheap animals, as long as the money is given, and then throw out the temptation of beauty, will obediently obey. That Lu Nana just finished hooking up with a married man, and now she's here to molest you, really enough. Wang Chang's face was unkind, very much looking down on people like Lu Nana. What do you mean? Zhang Hao was surprised, not expecting Wang Chang to look down on Lunana so much based on her own likes and dislikes.
You don't know? Wang Chang's eyes showed doubt. Gao Yanqi divorced Sun Jinbang because of Lunana. I didn't know. Zhang Hao really didn't know.
He was clear about the matter of Gao Yanqi divorcing Sun Jinbang, but the matter of Lunana getting together with Sun Jinbang was something that neither Gao Yanqi nor Sun Tingting had told him about, so he was clueless. In that case, the woman who slept with herself at Gao Yanqi's clinic was definitely not Lunana. Understanding this, he suspected Gao Yanqi. Gao Yanqi begged herself and had a relationship with that woman. It seems that Gao Yanqi just assumed Lunana's identity in order to hide her own identity, and made him wear an eye patch. Also, Gao Yanqi didn't want to face him with her real face, right? Before you came to me, you were Gao Yanqi's assistant. I thought you were clear about these situations.
Wang Chang was a bit surprised.
I just know that Gao Yanqi is divorced, I don't know anything else.
Zhang Hao didn't lie either. How is your relationship with Gao Yanqi? Wang Chang inquired.
She's my boss, she takes care of me and is considered my benefactor, I'm very grateful to her.
Zhang Hao finished those words and asked, Ms. Wang, do you know Dr. Gao?
Not familiar, just had dinner a few times. Ms. Wang recalled, in the past, I had a good relationship with Song Qingzhu. This woman, Song Qingzhu, is a second-generation rich person, or a second-generation government official, and has a lot of skills of her own, and she had a better relationship with Gao Yanqi, so we got together a few times.
Oh.
Zhang Hao's face was as usual, no matter what Wang Chang was chatting about, he would just be a listener. However, in his heart, he was flooded with great waves, not expecting to hear from Wang Chang's mouth that Wang Chang was so close to Song Qingzhu, and that Song Qingzhu's identity was still so uncommon.
He didn't ask more questions and acted as if he knew nothing about it.
Song Qingzhu was just a little cutie, used to be very smart when he was in school, and was also a genius who skipped a grade, but unfortunately just grew a love brain, and as a result, it broke his heart, and now it's almost as good as dead. Wang Chang sighed, shook her head and laughed bitterly. What am I talking to you about this for? It's not necessary at all.
Chapter 68, Wang Chang's test, that person is Gao Yanqi.
Zhang Hao said softly, if you want to talk, just say what's on your mind, it's good for the mood, I'll just listen and will never say much. Wang Chang didn't mention anything more about Song Qingzhu, this was her personal matter, it had nothing to do with other people, there was no need to say more.
She changed the topic and asked, do you like investing? No.
Zhang Hao honestly shook his head, he knew that Wang Chang was an investment ghostwriter, had her own investment team and did great business. But he had his own specialty, he liked to invest in beautiful and gold women. When he couldn't hear about Song Qingzhu, his heart was a little lost. He had a vague feeling that if he continued to spend time with Wang Chang, sooner or later he would run into Song Qingzhu again. Gao Yanqi is a ruthless woman who also likes to take revenge. She only took 1/5 of the property from Sun Jinbang's body, but she drained Sun Jinbang of the cash he could get.
Today, Sun Jinbang's company is a mess. Everyone is waiting to pick up the slack, and no one will snowball.
What's ridiculous is that Sun Jinbang, up to this point, I'm afraid he still doesn't know that the reason he can't raise more money is because Gao Yanqi messed up. Gao Yanqi has a wide range of connections, and instead of cherishing such a wife, she wants to mess around with Lunana. Sooner or later, she won't have a good ending.
Wang Chang was able to predict that Sun Jinbang was not far from bankruptcy, and then the companies under his banner would be divided up.
At this time, it was impossible for her to invest in Sun Jinbang. The fact that she didn't fall on her sword was also because she couldn't see Sun Jinbang's little assets. If you say so, then Sun Jinbang definitely did not have a good ending. Zhang Hao trusted the vision and judgment of Wang Chang's court, and from Gao Yanqi's standpoint, he felt that Sun Jinbang deserved it. When Sun Jinbang and Lunana came, I asked you to pick up the guests, and I also had the intention of testing you. Wang Chang laughed, if you want to help Gao Yanqi and thus make things difficult for them, you won't have any good fruit to eat. I'm your man, I dare not have my own thoughts.
Zhang Hao was very disciplined.
Wang Chang nodded her head slightly, then instructed, I'm going to work, so go around outside the villa or go to the first floor, and don't appear within my line of sight without my permission. When she was working quietly, she didn't like to see living things hanging around in front of her eyes, it would distract her.
Good. Zhang Hao was very understanding.
He came to the first floor of the villa and laid down on the sofa. Hello Ms. Liu, the project information you sent, Ms. Wang probably put it aside after reading it, what is her attitude, I can't guess. Zhang Hao sent a message to Lunana, having taken someone's $30,000 in favor fees, just make up some random situation. He didn't divulge the real attitude of Wang Chang's court, he was afraid that Lunana would withdraw her capital from Sun Jinbang's company, after all, Lunana had done something wrong to Gao Yanqi, he wouldn't provide corroborating information.
Thank you Secretary Zhang for telling me this. Secretary Zhang, are you free? I have a room at the hotel waiting for you. Lunana wanted to know more about the situation, without sacrificing her body.
I'm sorry, I'm not available lately, I can't make the appointment. Zhang Hao despised in his heart, eyeing his body could not be lined up.
What a pity, then sister will wait for you, we'll make another appointment when you're free. Lunana sent a message, by the way, what does Ms. Wan like? You know it in your heart, right?
She was planning to throw her hat in the ring and was also full of expectations, hoping to get an investment from Ms. Wang. I know Ms. Wang's current annoyance. If you can solve it, you will definitely be able to take care of the investment.
Zhang Hao had nothing to do, so he teased Lunana a bit. What? Tell me quickly? Lunana, who was sitting in the car, revealed an urgent look. Ms. Wang has insomnia. Zhang Hao had a casual attitude.
AI, sister also has insomnia. This matter has to rely on oneself, others can't help. Lunana was disappointed. With Ms. Wang's ability, if the doctor and medication worked, she would have stopped having insomnia a long time ago. This situation, whether true or false, it's useless to know, because she can't help. Besides, there were too many insomniacs nowadays, and she felt that Zhang Hao was saying this just to make fun of her. Secretary Zhang, you've helped me a lot, thanks. Lunana sent this message and put down her phone. He and Sun Jinbang were on their way to the next investor at this time.
Sun Jinbang glanced at Lunana and asked with hopeful eyes, what's the situation? Any good news?
Secretary Zhang said a lot of news about Ms. Wang, but none of it is too optimistic.
Lunana hung her head. It's fine, keep looking for investors. Sun Jinbang was full of dismay.
Our company, the business situation has always been very good. It's all because of your divorce. You let Gao Yanxi that took away $2 billion in cash, only to make the company chicken and dog. Before the good partners, now they all changed their attitude.
Lunana resentment is very strong.
Nana, this can't blame me off. Gao Yanxi open mouth to ask for $2 billion cash. You were happy to agree, but also thought to pick up the big cheap. Now encountered trouble. We should be in the same boat. The old grumble a little roll can't work. Sun Jinbang is very bitter. If Lunana does not go to the home and he tangled, did not let Gao Yanxi catch adultery in bed, then it will not happen so many things. Lunana blamed him for being so unreasonable, and he had no place to vent his full of grievances.
You say, is it your ex-wife who was victimizing us?
Lunana expressed her skepticism.
It can't be.
Sun Jinbang looked helpless. Gao Yanxi doesn't meddle in the company's affairs and doesn't have that ability to force us to this point.
Also, Nana Lu didn't think that Gao Yanxi had that ability.
What they didn't know was that Gao Yanxi had a wide range of connections and had secretly given Sun Jinbang's company a lot of business.
Gao Yanxi's silent dedication, they just didn't know about it.
Now that Gao Yanxi wants to clean them up, she also only took 1/5 of the company's property, going out of her way to take her own connections, so it's obvious how deep her hatred for them is. That $2 billion in cash was the trigger that forced them to go to the brink of extinction.
Zhang Hao took his cell phone and sent a message to Gao Yanxi, Sister Gao, are you there? I ran into Nana Lu. Gao Yanxi replied, what's up? So that woman who slept with me, it wasn't Lunana, it was you, did I guess correctly? Zhang Hao finally knew the result and didn't mind a bit.
As long as that woman was his high sister, nothing mattered.
I thought of it, you would know sooner or later, I didn't expect you to know so soon. Gao Yanxi didn't continue to hide it either. Sister Gao, if you want that, I will continue to accompany you when I am free.
Zhang Hao made his intentions clear.
Okay, but you can't tell anyone.
Gao Yanxi had the first time and started to think about the second time as well, but she planned to do this quietly and did not want any of them to know. Don't worry, Sister Gao knows that I have the tightest mouth.
Zhang Hao had his own professional ethics. Gao Yanxi asked, did Lunana that went to find Wang Chang? Is Sun Jinbang there too? Sister Gao, guess yourself, I can't say.
Zhang Hao didn't spill any beans. Very good, you are now a person of Wang Chang's court. What you can't say, don't say a word.
Gao Yanxi praised.
Chapter 69. Zhang Hao's attitude doesn't cause trouble. Zhang Hao and Gao Yanxi ended their chat, so they walked out of the villa, and when they saw Qian Bao serving the flowers and plants in the garden in front of the villa, they greeted him warmly, Brother Bao, hello.
Something wrong?
Qian Bao turned his head to look.
Nothing, just greeting. Zhang Hao's smile was unabated. Don't bother me.
Qian Bao put his mind on the flowers and plants, and had no time to pay attention to Zhang Hao.
Good.
Zhang Hao lifted his steps to leave and didn't care about Qian Bao's attitude. He could only console himself that the adults didn't remember the small man.
This bodyguard of Wang Chang's court lady was a bit withdrawn and didn't like to talk to people.
The last time he saw it, it was similarly so cold. Nonetheless, in the future, when he saw it, he would be happy to greet it, and when he worked at the side of the Wang Chang's court, in case he encountered trouble, he would still have to rely on Qian Bao's help.
Wang Chang's villa was much more luxurious than Gu Yao's villa.
The only bodyguard beside Wang Chang was Qian Bao. He could tell that this Qian Bao was definitely very capable of fighting. Such a person should be seriously pleasing. He had nothing to lose by saying a few good words, and with a bad attitude like that, just don't take it to heart. Zhang Hao strolled around the villa area, which had a great view, and the people who lived here just thought that the environment was great, and had no time to enjoy the scenery. He was not capable of buying such a luxurious residence anymore. Right now, he was just living here. Maybe at some point, he would have to roll away. At this time, a security guard approached slowly, looking at Zhang Hao and taking the initiative to greet him, this little brother, and you are?
I'm Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao wore a smile on his face, then took out a cigarette and handed it over, big brother, have one?
Good. Wei Tao took the cigarette, so he pulled out the fire and lit it, looking at Zhang Hao with much more kind eyes. Zhang Hao was so understanding, he had to look high. The people who lived here, or the people who came here as guests, most of them had their noses up to the sky, and people like Zhang Hao were really too few. Then look at this cigarette, not as good as his own smoke. I think the mix is not good. Zhang Hao to himself also lit a, he did not have a smoking addiction, is occasionally come to a, before smoking cigarettes are $10 to $10, now a little economic basis, it changed to nearly $20 of cigarettes. He made money and paid more tobacco tax, he felt this was quite good. I'm Wei Tao, little brother Zhang knows at a glance that I'm the security guard here. Wei Tao laughed, little brother Zhang looks familiar, are you a relative of one of the residents? I don't have such good luck, I've been cast in a bad lot, I don't have any relatives who are rich and famous. Zhang Hao exhaled a mouthful of smoke, I'm just a small secretary, running errands and doing odd jobs for my boss. Little brother Zhang, you are too modest, there are big stars and business tycoons living here. Wei Tao was interested in conversation, to be able to be a secretary, little brother Zhang's ability must not be bad. Big brother Wei, you're joking. Zhang Hao shook his head. Little brother Zhang, let me venture a guess, your boss is a woman, right? Wei Tao's eyes showed curiosity. That's right, how do you know? Zhang Hao looked skeptical. Female bosses like male secretaries, male bosses like female secretaries, it's a simple truth now. Wei Tao smiled wistfully, seeing that little brother Zhang is very young and so handsome, he must be very much liked by his own boss, right? It's exactly what should be said, there's something for the secretary to do, and nothing for the secretary to do, isn't it? Big brother Wei, don't talk nonsense in such words. Zhang Hao looked unhappy, general jokes, he could still joke with people casually, but he would not allow others to joke about Wang Chang. Don't be angry, little brother Zhang, I'm just talking casually. Wei Tao inquired, you're so defensive of your boss, and you don't know which female big shot your boss is? The owner of Villa One knows, right? Zhang Hao collected his discontent. Wang Chang, no, that's a mysterious bigot, I should be damned, I shouldn't have said something disrespectful like that, I hope that little brother Zhang doesn't mind. Wei Tao lightly slapped his own mouth twice, the owner of this villa area, that is, his boss, when he initially built this place, he got the investment from Wang Chang. He was afraid that Zhang Hao would sue, but he was extremely apprehensive, if it was because of a few jokes, he would cause himself to lose his job, it would be a big loss. Big brother Wei, we are just chatting, I won't get angry, much less talk nonsense. Zhang Hao smiled anew. That's good. Wei Tao was much more relieved, in his eyes a secretary like Zhang Hao was likewise an elite figure, prying, little brother Zhang, your salary must be very good, right? Secretaries are also divided into grades, I just get $20,000. Zhang Hao looked satisfied. Much more than what I get, I only get $8,000 a month. Wei Tao revealed a pleasing look, little brother Zhang's monthly salary of $20,000 shows that your boss is very generous. Very generous indeed. Zhang Hao didn't say the daily salary of $20,000 for fear of arousing Wei Tao's anti-rich mentality. Chatting was fine, but one couldn't all tell the truth. Just as the two of them were chatting and smoking at the same time, a smartly dressed man with a decent figure and appearance walked past in front of them. This man was Ma Jun, who met Wei Tao's gaze and chided, stinking security guard, what are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man before? Zhang Hao was stunned, this man is so arrogant attitude, he firmly believes in one thing, people crazy will have trouble, he is engaged in the work, it is a bit lowly, so he treats anyone with a peaceful attitude, lest it makes people resentful. Wei Tao did not speak, waist lowered a bit, eyes flashed the color of resentment. Ma Jun only reprimanded Wei Tao, and seeing that Zhang Hao was dressed in an extraordinary manner, he did not say anything excessive. When you see me in the future, don't look at me with eyes like staring at a thief. After Ma Jun said this, he walked away with his toes in the air. Wei Tao saw Ma Jun walk away and complained, little brother Zhang, look how arrogant that guy is, he is also too ignorant of the heights of heaven, he is really looking for death. Big brother Wei, don't be angry. Zhang Hao advised, and asked with slight curiosity, I don't know about the private character of the people who live here, but they should be polite on the surface, right? With that cheap look of his, does he deserve to live here? Wei Tao despised, that person's name is Ma Jun, he's a soft rice man. Soft rice man? Zhang Hao was curious and raised his eyes to survey the distant Ma Jun. He is a male model of the entertainment club, a certain rich woman here has adopted him, his daily income is good, I heard that he can get 7 or 8,000, which is similar to my monthly salary, and it's too hateful. Wei Tao's gaze was hateful, he seemed to despise Ma Jun, not hiding his attitude at all. I see. Zhang Hao understood. In that case, that male model called Ma Jun was in the same industry as himself, both serving women. The difference was that he invested in rich and beautiful women, focusing on providing emotional value and taking the elite route of going it alone. People like Ma Jun, that is the scale of training out of the systematic varieties, and their own natural difference. And then see Wei Tao look at Ma Jun's eyes, hate to kill people, so he is more careful, the work he is engaged in, absolutely cannot let people know. Chapter 70, Yi Evening Cheng who throws herself at him. Zhang Hao pried, brother Wei, you are familiar with that Ma Jun?
He entered the villa area, registered his information, and bragged about it, his income and ability, with a smug look.
Wei Tao's anger is very thick. What's even more abominable is that he also said that I'm such an ugly kind of person, pouring money on rich women can't even see me. Do you think it's angry? That guy is indeed hateful.
Zhang Hao casually stated along with the words. Not bad looking, there are hands and feet, do not rely on their own real skills to earn money, in favor of such an evil way, such a man to our men have lost face.
Wei Tao mocked, little brother Zhang, what do you think? Indeed.
Zhang Hao concurred, but in his heart, he was muttering something else. Professions are not divided into high and low. This Wei Tao hates people like Ma Jun. It should not be. It is not easy for all of us. We should sympathize with each other.
There is a market only when there is a demand.
There are so many people, in order to less struggle for decades, are breaking the head camp. This is not divided into men and women. Wearing colored glasses to see people, I'm afraid the character is not good. Just at this time his cell phone rang. $20,000 arrived. This is his salary today. He showed a cozy look. His job is to make money fast. Now here, following Wei Tao's words to spit on Ma Jun, he was very vain. Wei Tao was indeed a dog with a rat meddling in his own business. But two people have contradictions in their mouths. He is lazy to care. Just listen to Wei Tao's whining. There is no need to care. After saying so much, junior brother Zhang must have gotten tired of hearing it, so I'll stop.
Wei Tao changed the topic. Junior brother Zhang, look at your happy face. Is this meeting a good thing?
That's right, borrowed a little money for a friend and he just returned it to me.
Zhang Hao made up an excuse.
Little brother Zhang, you still dare to lend money to others at this time, you are really kind.
Wei Tao was very impressed.
Everyone has difficult times, it's better to help out, besides, it's only $2,000, even if it goes down the drain, you still have to maintain the relationship of friends. Zhang Hao tried to put himself into the persona of a good person.
Little brother Zhang, benevolent and righteous. Wei Tao gave a thumbs up.
Big brother Wei, don't praise me.
Zhang Hao's face remained unchanged, lying with such equanimity.
The two of them chatted for a few moments, and Wei Tao said before leaving, little brother Zhang, find me to chat when you're free.
Good.
Zhang Hao watched Wei Tao walk away, then continued to wander around. When he passed by a villa, he saw an innocent girl who was watering the flowers in the courtyard in front of the villa.
This girl was Yi Evening Qing, and when she saw Zhang Hao, she revealed a look of enthusiasm. This little brother, can you come over and do me a favor?
Zhang Hao didn't think much about it and walked over. A pretty girl like this needed help, so she had to take the initiative. In addition, the tone of this girl's speech was particularly soft and gentle, giving people a feeling that their bones were tingling.
Help with what? Zhang Hao walked up to Yi Evening Qing. Little brother, what's your name?
Yi Evening Qing asked, and a pair of shy, beautiful eyes just landed on Zhang Hao, full of sizing up the color, before revealing a look of satisfaction, as if she was very much attracted to the man in front of her.
Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao was wary. As soon as he took a look at this look in the woman's eyes, he felt that something was wrong, a look that he couldn't wait to eat him. It seemed that this was a very lonely and beautiful woman. To a strange little handsome guy like him, she dared to boldly accost him and revealed an ambiguous look.
It could be called being colorful and daring.
I am Yi Evening Qing, little brother is so handsome, making my slaves so fond of him. Yi Evening Qing's pretty face contained spring, and a blush brought about by shyness crept across her face.
Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Hao asked once again, Miss Yi, how do I need to help you?
What do you call Miss Yi? How out of the ordinary, just call me Sister Yi, I'm only 24 years old, you won't be at a disadvantage if I let you call me sister. Yi Evening Qing said to herself, there's no one at my home, I'm the only one left alone, is little brother interested, accompany me in for a drink? At a glance, she saw Zhang Hao and felt that this was a good target, she wanted to get to know him and develop him into her lover. Hence, there was a series of maneuvers.
No.
Zhang Hao's attitude was resolute, he was now a member of Wang Chang's court, and any flirtation from anyone had to be respected.
Hearing this, Yi Evening Qing was very sad. Little brother, people are so passionate, can't you be a little heartbroken?
Looking at the pitiful beauty, Zhang Hao was unmoved. Bye-bye Sister Yi.
Wait.
Yi Evening Qing didn't expect that her good intentions had been rejected, which inspired her even more, to get Zhang Hao's heart.
Is there anything else? Zhang Hao smiled innocently, with a harmless look. People really have something to look for your help. In Yi Evening Qing's mind, the idea of following a good example sprang up again. Stand behind me, I'm obliged. All right.
Zhang Hao walked a few steps and stood behind Yi Evening Qing, only to see that Yi Evening Qing was wearing a thin dress, and the small clothes inside were clearly visible.
See? Yi Lianqing inquired in this manner. See what? Zhang Hao was confused.
Just now, there was a small bug that flew into someone else's clothes, so help me look for it, it's hard for you. Yi Evening Qing's tone of voice was all mixed with a strong seductive meaning. There's no little bug, Sister Yi, don't tease me. Zhang Hao's gaze was clear. Yi Evening Qing's back was, indeed, very pretty, but he didn't look at it more than once, much less with evil thoughts. Sister doesn't lie to you, there really are bugs, rub it for me, I feel a bit itchy. Yi Evening Qing had a look of I feel sorry for you.
Not good.
Zhang Hao shook his head.
You little brother, why are you so annoying? People are so passionate, but you are indifferent. Yi Evening Ching snapped, how about this, let's go inside the house and we'll have a good chat. After saying this, Yi Evening Ching directly took 2 steps forward, both of which were attached to Zhang Hao's body. With that pink mouth, she kissed Zhang Hao's chin, and due to her limited height and Zhang Hao's raising of his head, her purpose of trying to kiss Zhang Hao's mouth was not achieved. Zhang Hao grabbed Yi Evening Ching's arm and gently pushed it, then took 2 steps back himself. Sister Yi, please respect yourself. Zhang Hao was like that Lu Xiaowei, not taking any initiative at all, although the touch just now made his heart swing a bit, but he still made a choice. Little brother, how could you be so cruel? Can't you feel your slave's affection? Yi Evening Ching was aggrieved and seemed about to shed tears. Goodbye, Sister Yi. Zhang Hao turned around and left, his feet moving at a fast pace. Yi Evening Ching was so proactive, so it was obvious how horny she was. In case there was a disease, the trouble would be huge. It was better to stay away as soon as possible. If he was now a member of Wang Chang's court, he had to keep his body for Wang Chang. This was his professional conduct. Wanting to take advantage of him would not work. Besides, Yi Evening Ching was obviously whoring for nothing. Don't want his contact information, and don't give him the hard work fee. Such a woman is just beautiful, not generous at all, simply poor evaluation. Little brother, come back quickly. Yi Evening Ching's face was filled with shame and annoyance, so angry that she stomped her feet in place and swayed all over the place. Zhang Hao left even faster. Chapter 71 Dead Man, Wang Chang's Pleasure. Zhang Hao didn't wander any further and returned to the villa without changing his face. A man like Wei Tao was full of resentment and a beauty like Yi Evening Ching was full of desire. Both were characters that should be kept away from. He shook off his head and threw the effects of the 2 men out of his mind. When mealtime arrived, he started cooking. Serving the Wang Chang was his job. When the Wang Chang didn't have any interest in chatting, he stayed on the side. At night, he still washed her feet, then sat by her bedside and read her a storybook to lull her to sleep. After finishing the day's work, he went back to bed. Turning to the next day, the quality of sleep improved. Wang Chang's face looked better and better, and when she ate breakfast, Wang Chang received a message, then her eyes lit up fiercely. Go, follow me. Wang Chang was not in the mood for breakfast and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the villa. Zhang Hao was filled with misgivings and could only follow in the footsteps of Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang, what is this going to be? Zhang Hao opened his curious eyes wide. You'll know when the time comes. Ms. Wang Chang's face was mysterious. Confused, Zhang Hao followed Ms. Wang Chang to a remote corner at the gate of the villa area, only to see several security guards guarding a corner from outsiders. Wang Chang walked up and saw the hustle and bustle that she wanted to see. Zhang Hao was terrified, and finally realized what Wang Chang was doing here, because there was a corpse lying on the ground, with an extremely miserable appearance. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was a bit flustered. Such an image he had not seen before. On the contrary, Wang Chang was admiring it with unblinking eyes and great interest. Zhang Hao was depressed, not realizing that Wang Chang still had this kind of fetish for watching. Come up one of you and tell me what's going on. Wang Chang looked at the security guards and made her request. The security guards whispered for a while, and finally let the steady Wei Tao come and talk back to Wang Chang. Zhang Hao had seen Wei Tao long ago, and at this moment, he looked at Wei Tao who walked up to him without a word of greeting in mind. Because he recognized that it was Ma Jun's corpse. Yesterday, he saw, Ma Jun was still human-like, that kind of bossy, didn't expect to be killed now. He suspected it should be Ma Jun's arrogance and domineering, as well as the job he was engaged in, which brought trouble to himself. It was good that he treated whoever he was with a peaceful look, and his own work, belonging to a high degree of secrecy, no one should hold a grudge against him. Ms. Wang, I am Wei Tao. Wei Tao introduced himself, then greeted Zhang Hao with a wink. When did that person die? Ms. Wang incarnated as a detective, wanting to know more about the situation, and inquired in general with high interest. I don't know, 15 minutes ago, one of my co-workers found the body, and then we surrounded the body, lest it cause uneasiness among the tenants. None of us dared to leak the news. Wei Tao softly explained. Very good, you guys did pretty well, don't get close to the corpse, lest you damage the scene. Wang Chang said very seriously, by the way, did you call the police? When will the police come? Ms. Wang, we didn't dare to call the police, but we have already reported the situation to the boss. The boss sent word that he will call the police. It's best to let the police pull the body away quietly, the less impact it causes, the better. Wei Tao was able to understand the boss's concern. He was afraid that the residents of the villa area would be on edge, and it would be prudent to ask for connections to pull away the body, and then let the police investigate the scene in a low-key manner. All right. Wang Chang didn't intervene in the villa area owner's approach either. She was able to get the news, naturally because the bodyguard had given her the situation. Shen Ba knew that she loved to watch the fun, so he told her about the situation in the first place. Wang Chang asked, what kind of person died? His name is Ma Jun. With us security guards, most of us are familiar with, but also with several of our security guards, there have been verbal conflicts. He is a male model of the entertainment club. A certain rich woman in our villa area has adopted him. Wei Tao carefully said. Dog man and woman. Ms. Wang commented. Ms. Wang is right.
Wei Tao continued, I won't hide it from Ms. Wang, we were a bit gloating when a man like Ma Jun died, but after all, someone died, and we were afraid that the police would suspect us. A body is not afraid of shadows, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Chang said, then laughed, alright, it's alright to ask you, you go and get busy.
Good. Wei Tao hurriedly walked away. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Hao and asked, what do you think? Zhang Hao was depressed, what could he think? He could only keep his eyes open and watch with them. No matter what kind of fetish the Wang Chang had, he had to accompany it. He didn't understand why a woman like Wang Chang was so interested in corpses. I'm afraid life is boring, this is a way to have fun. Wang Chang did not like men, this is the reason for sexual frigidity, it is not a big problem, it can be accepted. But love to see such a hilarious, is the manifestation of a disease, I'm afraid that the psychological still have some perversion. Zhang Hao's mind didn't dare to show, and laughed, Ms. Wang, it doesn't matter how I look at it, as long as you're happy. Too stupid, no opinion of his own at all. Ms. Wang concentrated and said, look at that body, it's so white, obviously drained of blood, there's no blood around the body, this isn't the first crime scene, this was killed and the body was brought here. You are right. Zhang Hao concurred, Wang Chang's words did make sense, but that wasn't the point, was it? What did the police care about, what did Wang Chang care about? A bit of a dog with a mouse. Look at that body, it was stabbed so many times that the skin and flesh are all rolled up, I carefully counted it, it received at least 17 stabs. Wang Chang said with interest. That's right, it seems to be 17 knives. Zhang Hao wasn't interested in knowing how many knives Ma Jun had actually received, what Wang Chang said, he would just follow the statement. I counted all the frontal wounds, maybe there are still wounds that can't be seen. Wang Chang's face wore an odd smile, look at the corpse's lifeblood, it's all been cut off. Indeed, too vicious, it seems that murderer hated Ma Jun very much. Zhang Hao responded with a smile. Ma Jun did die a miserable death, he had already observed a moment of silence a long time ago, now let's observe another 3 minutes of silence. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, now that he had become like this, he still had some sympathy. Look at the corpse's mouth, it seems like it's stuffed with cloth, it should be underwear. Wang Chang's eyes were alive with inquisitiveness. There's still some exposed, it's underwear. Zhang Hao responded. Ma Jun had been brutally murdered, and his body was still so abused, it was really miserable. You said, where did Ma Jun's lifeblood go? Wang Chang's eyes were bright, looking like she was eager to know the answer. I don't know, the murderer shouldn't have eaten it, maybe thrown it away. Zhang Hao answered in a regular manner. He couldn't even guess at such a thing, much less have the slightest curiosity. When Wang Chang asked, she could only reply perfunctorily. Chapter 72, Wang Chang's reflection, I'm really sick. When the police arrived, they pulled up the cordon. They could do nothing in the face of the watching and eating crowd. Soon, Xin Shishir also arrived. Xin Shishir had already understood the basic situation, and after roughly looking at the body, she walked to Wang Chang's court. Ms. Wang, there are quite a few people watching the scene, but I see that you're the most excited, is it that interesting? Interesting, very interesting. Ms. Wang Chang smiled wryly, Captain Xin, I'm very curious, where did the corpse's lifeblood go? So Wang Chang and Xin Shishir knew each other. Zhang Hao's mind muttered. They did know each other, they just didn't have much of a personal relationship. Xin Shishir's father was a heavyweight leader in the city. Wang Chang's family, the Wang family, was a powerful family. The two families had always been on the go in terms of favors. It's stuffed in my mouth, this satisfies your curiosity, doesn't it? Xin Shishir looked at Wang Chang and revealed a bit of information. I see, my personal doubts have been answered, don't worry, about this situation, I won't tell anyone, so as not to affect your case. Wang Chang revealed a satisfied look. That's good. Xin Shishir nodded. At this moment, Xin Shishir's gaze toward Zhang Hao was full of detachment and strangeness, and after meeting Zhang Hao at Song Qingzhu's side, she should forget about that matter in order to keep Song Qingzhu's secret. Last time at the coffee shop, after running into Zhang Hao and simply saying hello, she ended up making Gu Yao a love rival. So now when she looked at Zhang Hao again, she just treated Zhang Hao as a stranger. Regarding Zhang Hao's work, she had misunderstood it before, and it seemed that it was her narrow-mindedness. Zhang Hao must have his own extraordinary ability, no matter if he was acting as a boyfriend for someone, or playing some other role. Otherwise it was impossible to have such an outstanding woman take a fancy to him. Someone like Ma Jun naturally couldn't compete with Zhang Hao. Regarding Zhang Hao's matter, she did not intend to learn more about it and simply asked, Ms. Wang, who is this man to you? So Captain Xin is also so nosy. Ms. Wang smiled and said, he's a man who accompanies me for dinner and chat, it's that simple. Oh, got it. Xin Shishir wouldn't think that the relationship between the two was unclean, and since Wang Chang said so, then Zhang Hao could only be in such a role. In that case, it seemed that Zhang Hao's work was valuable and could help some women in need. Zhang Hao's ability to accompany Wang Chang seemed extraordinary. Otherwise, with how difficult Wang Chang was to serve, she would have fled long ago. Zhang Hao was very calm, Xin Shishir didn't greet him, so he pretended not to recognize him. Ms. Wang, go back, look at the people who live here, they all hold their own status, even if they notice what's going on here, they will deliberately avoid it, lest such trouble involve them. You're good, rushing up to see the fun. Qin Shishir helplessly shook her head. Alright, Captain Qin, goodbye. Wang Chang turned to leave, and Zhang Hao followed. Back at the villa, Wang Chang continued to eat her breakfast with a particularly high level of interest, as if she had found a great deal of fun. Zhang Hao accompanied her to the side, and after clearing the image of Ma Jun's tragic death from his mind, he also ate. If his stomach was still hungry, he had to eat properly. Good appetite. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Hao with appreciation. If ordinary people had seen that kind of image, they would have lost their appetite long ago. Zhang Hao's mental quality was really good. The important thing is not to waste food. Zhang Hao smiled. It's quite good to have awareness. Wang Chang nodded, then asked, is my behavior, in your opinion, sick? You're overthinking it, it's quite normal, it's in our nature to watch the fun, and I'm also very much in love with watching the fun. Zhang Hao took a serious stance. That's good, anyway, on your face, I didn't see the reaction of you scolding me for being sick. If you were scolding me in your heart, I wouldn't be able to find out. Ms. Wang spoke carelessly. Ms. Wang, I don't have such a mind, really, you mustn't think too much. Zhang Hao slammed his chest, and naturally had a nonchalant feeling in his heart towards Ms. Wang. Such a beautiful woman with that kind of fetish was sick. I feel sick, but I don't care, just ask who isn't sick nowadays. Wang Chang had some introspection, but was very righteous about it. That's right, I feel sick too. Zhang Hao concurred, being mentally unhealthy was indeed a disease. It was just that the severity of the illness was different. It was all a small problem, a flawed self, one had to take it in stride. Wang Chang asked with interest, who did you say was the person who killed Ma Jun? Don't know. Zhang Hao shook his head. Take a bold guess. Wang Chang's eyes showed anticipation. The rich woman who adopted Ma Jun shouldn't kill her own toys. It's possible that the family of that rich woman hates Ma Jun. Ma Jun's co-workers, envious of how much Ma Jun earns, also have the possibility of starting a fight. The people Ma Jun has offended, the suspicion is even bigger. There are also those security guards. Ma Jun has scolded many people, there is also a certain suspicion. Zhang Hao poured out his thoughts in order to satisfy Wang Chang's hobby. Makes sense, it's probably these people. Wang Chang smilingly said, I don't know this case, when will it be solved? Know the answer, the heart is not attached, otherwise always think about this, the heart is not quiet. There is surveillance at the gate of the villa area, it should be able to find the murderer soon. Zhang Hao voiced his guess. Hopefully. Wang Chang said, the place where the body is located is relatively remote, the possibility of the surveillance capturing it is unlikely, the murderer threw the body there, naturally, he is also clear that there is surveillance, which would be stupid enough to expose it. Captain Qin is investigating the case, ask around and you'll know the answer soon. Zhang Hao suggested. That Qin Shishir is a bit of a drag, I really don't want to talk to her, but for my own pleasure, I'll just commit myself and ask around a bit more. Wang Chang had made a decision. Zhang Hao was much more relaxed, having him accompany Wang Chang to talk about the case was really taxing on his brain. Wang Chang suddenly asked, Zhang Hao, aren't you worried? What am I worried about? Zhang Hao wondered. In case the murderer specializes in soft-boiled men, you'll be in danger. Ms. Wang was full of snark. Ms. Wang, I'm not a soft rice man, I serve you by providing my own emotional value, I'm an excellent companion. Zhang Hao explained seriously. Right, I was the one who overthought it, you're not the same as that kind of man. Wang Chang cackled and laughed. Zhang Hao's head was full of black lines, but Wang Chang's words made sense, so he still had to pay attention a bit, and striving to go out less in the future would be the best choice. After breakfast, the two of them were quiet. Wang Chang stopped talking, and Zhang Hao was happy to relax. Not long after, a guest came to visit Wang Chang. After seeing that it was Yi Evening Ching, Zhang Hao's head turned big. He didn't expect to run into the woman with strong desires beside Wang Chang. Yi Evening Ching saw Zhang Hao and smiled from ear to ear. Zhang Hao felt that Yi Evening Ching's saliva was about to fall off. Chapter 73 Yi Evening Ching blames herself for killing her man. Wang Chang, you've gone meatless? Yi Evening Ching's astonished gaze looked back and forth between Wang Chang and Zhang Hao's body, wanting to discover a secret. But she knew that Wang Chang didn't like men. Now that there was a man by her side, things were definitely not simple. Wang Chang met Yi Evening Ching's gaze, but she did not have the slightest bit of weakness, and said brightly, if it's really about meat, then it's fine. She did not shy away from the fact that she did not like men. If she liked it, she would accept it openly. Nay, she didn't even have such a mind. Zhang Hao was such a handsome man to keep by her side, and she didn't have that interest in laying her hands on him. It was also considered a waste. That's good, I thought you liked a man behind my back, a few days of not seeing you, I knew you hadn't changed that much. Yi Evening Ching was relieved, lest the Wang Chang court lady be snatched away like someone else. The way you say this, make it sound like we have a relationship. Wang Chang's face sank. If she didn't like men, that was because she was sexually frigid. If she liked women, that would be a matter of sexual orientation.
She didn't have such a hobby, so Yi Evening Ching's words made her very uncomfortable. Wang Chang and Yi Evening Ching were able to get to know each other, but it was also because they were in the same boat. Wang Chang had no interest in men, and Yi Evening Ching's man, who was nearly 60, was as good as none. So after the two people got to know each other, they would talk about some perverted topics, and the back and forth became deeper, and this complicated relationship was maintained. I want to have a relationship with you, but you don't want to, I mentioned many times, want to accompany you to sleep with you, but which time you have given me a good face, causing people to be so sad. Okay la. Yi Evening Ching's eyes were grudging, her tone was full of petulant meaning. Alright, don't talk about this. Wang Chang gave a blank look, she didn't like things that violated taboos, much less would she do them. Alright, I won't talk about this. Yi Evening Ching placed her shy gaze on Zhang Hao. Little brother, we meet again, do you think it's a coincidence? We are also too fated, aren't we? Wang Chang was puzzled, you guys know each other? Yesterday, I went outside to hang out and met with Ms. Yi. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained, just for fear that Wang Chang would have a wild imagination. Oh. Wang Chang nodded. Little brother, you're not honest, which is having met once people want to love you with good intentions, but you're very desperate, you don't know anything about compassion, you don't look like a man at all. Yi Evening Ching was very sad, she unleashed her charms at Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao was just oblivious. Ha! Court Lady Wang guessed that it must be Yi Evening Ching who was flirting and ended up hitting a wall with Zhang Hao. She couldn't help but be impressed, she didn't expect Zhang Hao to have this kind of stamina. Ms. Yi, you're pulling a stranger like that, it's scary, okay? Zhang Hao couldn't help but cry and laugh, not even knowing how to respond to Yi Evening Ching's molestation. Little brother, seeing that you're handsome, I treated you like that, there's no door for anyone else, I've only ever had one man in my life, I wanted to cheapen you, but it turns out that you're insensitive. After Yi Evening Ching finished those words, as if she guessed something, she blurted out, I know, you can stay by the side of Wang Chang's court, you must not like women. She figured out that no wonder Zhang Hao could resist her temptation, so that was the reason. It seemed that both Wang Chang and Zhang Hao were sick. She was also sick. Ms. Yi, don't talk nonsense, I only like women, I don't have that kind of fetish. Zhang Hao explained seriously, facing such a woman, it was a bit difficult for him to fight. He thought that Wang Chang was abnormal enough, but he didn't expect this Yi Evening Ching to be even more abnormal. Is that so? Yi Evening Ching looked at Wang Chang, wanting an answer. If Zhang Hao didn't tell a lie, she was going to doubt her charm. It should be. Wang Chang gave an ambiguous answer, then admonished, alright, let's not talk about such things, do you want to find me for something? I missed you, so I came over to see you. Yi Evening Ching continued to whine, seeing that Wang Chang's face was unhappy, she tightened her wanton stance and lightly patted her chest and said, I heard that someone died, I was very scared, so I came to you to seek comfort. You would be afraid of this? Wang Chang felt incredulous. Afraid, very afraid. Yi Evening Ching's face was flustered, as you know, my family's old Ji just died a few days ago, so I'm naturally scared. The old Ji in her mouth was her man. She followed old Ye's surname, and her name was also taken by old Ji. She wasn't old Ye's wife, old Ji had gotten divorced before he met her. She was just old Ye's bedmate. She was not from China, and when she first met old Ji, her parents had failed in business and were forced by their creditors to jump off a building. Old Ji and her parents were also business partners. Then old Ji adopted her. At that time she was 16 years old, old Ji 50 years old. This time she was 24 and old Ji was 58. During the 8 or 9 years they spent together, she and old Ji became very close. Old Ji paid for her schooling and gave her $200,000 of pocket money every month. She then became old Ye's woman. Then in the relationship of husband and wife, the two lived for so many years, just without a license. Has your family finished old Ye's funeral? Wang Chang inquired. Finished, today is his first 7 days, and now there's a death. I'm a person who speaks a bit of superstition, so I'm very scared right now. Yi Evening Ching's face was uneasy. It's fine, what's the point of being afraid of this? You shouldn't scare yourself. Wang Chang's court lady laughed, when your family's old Ji died, but he was lying by your side, weren't you not afraid either? How is it that when people die, they are afraid instead? After all, it's not the same. Yi Evening Ching's face twitched, her family's old leaf had a heart problem, when he was lingering with her, he ate some tonic pills, as a result, when she woke up the next day, she found that old leaf had long been cooled off. She was not afraid at that time, the old leaf with her for many years, also have feelings there is no need to be afraid. Now that the person is dead, she doesn't know why she is afraid. Old Ye's family property, naturally belongs to his ex-wife and children. She, a woman who can't see the light, can't share those things. Over the years, old Yi has spent a lot of money on her, and she is content. According to Lao Ye's ex-wife and children, Lao Yi died in her belly. She felt there was some truth to it. It is she drained the old leaf pale body, but also let the old leaf eat a lot of tonic medicine, is to figure a moment of pleasure. Now that old Yi had died that way, it was a joke to those in the know. She became the main culprit, but it is also difficult to defend. If she had anticipated that something like that would happen, she would have advised Lao Yi that he shouldn't be so tight. However, things had already happened. No one could change the ending. Yi Evening Ching was saddened that Olji lost his life after making out with himself. She felt that she was the one who killed Olji. However, she was so pretty and Olji was in love with her, so there was no way for her to refuse. Besides, she also wanted to be like that. Chapter 74, Wang Chang's Mind, Zhang Hao's Erotic Fortunes. If you're really afraid, there's nothing I can do. Wang Chang's court lady couldn't help, this was all Yi Evening Ching's mentality at work, other people couldn't help. I want to sleep with you, in that case I won't be afraid, okay? Yi Evening Ching was pitiful, with a look that made it impossible to refuse. No good. Wang Chang's attitude was resolute. She wouldn't sleep with Yi Evening Ching, she didn't have the habit and was worried that Yi Evening Ching would make a move. She loved her body and was afraid of women touching it. Besides, Yi Evening Ching's Olji was an old man, and she disliked women who had made out with Olji. Even if she was on good terms with Yi Evening Ching, nothing would happen when they were together, but she just felt uncomfortable. Chatting in normal times was fine, sharing the same bed was exempt. Are you really willing to leave me alone? Yi Evening Ching was so aggrieved that tears seemed to be coming down. If other people saw this look, I'm afraid they would be moved to compassion, but Wang Chang would not. Don't even think about it, just die of this heart. Wang Chang turned her face away, not even bothering to look at Yi Evening Ching. Alright, count yourself tough. Yi Evening Ching didn't force herself, not to mention that she didn't intend to stay in Wang Chang's villa, so she set her eyes on Zhang Hao, this little brother. What's his relationship with you? He is my secretary. Wang Chang's attitude was casual. Then lend me your secretary and let him accompany me tonight. Yi Evening Ching made up her mind, her gaze was greedy. Good, I can kind of see that your mind is on him. Wang Chang couldn't help but want to laugh. That's right, this you should always be willing to give up, right? Yi Evening Ching was very bright, not dying until she had Zhang Hao in her mouth. No way. Wang Chang decisively refused, she felt that Zhang Hao was a person, not just a random item, just let Yi Evening Ching take it away, that would be too disrespectful to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was a bit touched in his heart when he heard this, it seemed that Wang Chang thought more highly of him. Hey! Yi Evening Ching was disappointed, she knew that when the Wang Chang had made a decision, there would be no room for discussion. She was really thinking about it, a young handsome man like Zhang Hao, who was powerful at first sight, nay she could only covet it. However, it's not non-negotiable. Wang Chang's eyes twinkled with an idea of her own. What do you mean? Yi Evening Ching's eyes instantly lit up. Zhang Hao was lost in his heart, he had thought that Wang Chang was very good, so it seemed that he was about as good as an object in Wang Chang's eyes. You have to pay, can't let my secretary work hard for nothing. Wang Chang's court lady intended to get a little benefit for Zhang Hao, also to help Zhang Hao generate income. Okay, no problem. Yi Evening Ching smiled with her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Hao with a smug gaze, how about 3,000 at a time? The price she gave was fair, she heard that others only earn 3,000 a day, and for the sake of Wang Chang's face, she was already benevolent enough. To be able to take advantage of her was a heavenly good thing. For Wang Chang's behavior of making an offer, she gladly accepted it. You're too stingy. Wang Chang was not satisfied with the price, 10,000 at a time, pull back if it doesn't work. Good. Yi Evening Chang went out on a limb and agreed with the pain. She only took 200,000 a month from Oljia's hands, and if Zhang Hao was a bit more competitive, he would have taken away a small half of her month's income in one night. That's more like it. Wang Chang laughed. Zhang Hao's face remained unchanged, just for fear of causing them to be dissatisfied. Listening to the two of them talking about the price here, his heart was mixed, clearly he was a participant, but now he didn't have the right to speak. Perhaps in the eyes of Wang Chang, he was just a tool. With such a high salary, Wang Chang was his employer. The words of his employer were the holy decree. No matter what the Wang Chang court lady did to him, he recognized it. Besides, Yi Evening Ching was only 24 years old and still so young and beautiful, he didn't mind at all. It would be a blessing for him if he could have a kiss. Yi Evening Ching herself had said that she had only ever had one man at the moment, such a decent woman, he liked it very much. There was also money to be made, this was a very good business. To be honest, even if he let Yi Evening Ching whore around for nothing, he had no problem with it, it was just against his professional principles. Yi Evening Ching was doubly surprised, why did you change your mind? This you don't care. Wang Chang's smile was mysterious. Alright. Yi Evening Ching did not ask any more questions and looked at Zhang Hao and smiled, little brother, you won't be unhappy, right? Sister is so beautiful, there's no reason for you to be in the mood, right? Missy is joking, I'm naturally 10,000 times happier. Zhang Hao smiled warmly. That's good, that's good. Yi Evening Ching's heart blossomed. You go back first, when it's evening, I'll have him come over to accompany you. Wang Chang gave an order to expel the guests. During the day there were many people and eyes, it was not good to be seen, she was very careful about having an image about herself. Okay, all at your command. Yi Evening Ching answered, then teased, little brother, I'll wash myself fragrantly and wait for you. Then she threw a flying kiss at Zhang Hao and left contentedly. Wang Chang inquired, do you have emotions when I treat you like this? No. Zhang Hao smiled innocently. Even if he had emotions, he could just digest them himself. There was no need to say it, and Wang Chang wouldn't care anyway. That's good. I guess you don't have emotions either. Such a good thing. It's like a pie in the sky. I picked it up for you. You should be grateful.
Ms. Wang's thoughts were arbitrary. Indeed, Ms. Wang is my benefactor.
The smile on Zhang Hao's face did not diminish. Don't say anything if you are thankful. In fact, I have my own purpose. Wang Chang said brightly, I'll listen in when you look for ye evening Chang. I want to stimulate me by eavesdropping on your entanglement, to see if I can take an interest in making out. Good, that should be the case. Zhang Hao felt that it was reasonable for Wang Chang to do so. His biggest purpose of coming to Wang Chang's side was to stimulate Wang Chang and make her find interest in men. When Wang Chang went to bed at night, he had been putting her to sleep and had not offered a massage, let alone any other stimulating behavior.
He cherished the job and didn't do anything like that.
He just wanted to take his current salary and stay by Wang Chang's side for a while longer. He was afraid that if Wang Chang found her interest in the opposite sex, he would have to lose this job. Now that Court Lady Wang had such an idea and wanted to take the initiative to recover her lost interest, he was happy to cooperate.
I appreciate this understanding look of yours.
Wang Chang smiled with satisfaction.
This is my job, making you happy is my greatest value.
Everything Zhang Hao thought was for the good of Wang Chang. Well, keep up the good work, I won't treat you poorly.
Wang Chang gave an encouraging look. Yes. Zhang Hao happily agreed.
Then again, it was true that Court Lady Wang had not treated him poorly. Because of Court Lady Wang, he had taken $30,000 in favor fees from Lu Nana. Now it was time to make money on Ye Evening Qing's body again.
Soon it was evening.
Zhang Hao went out wearing the watch given by Wang Chang, which naturally had a listening function.
Chapter 75, Ye Evening Qing's Identity.
Zhang Hao walked out of the villa, rather sneakily. After all, a soft man like Ma Jun had been killed, and he was afraid that he would be targeted.
Entering Ye Evening Qing's home, his mood relaxed.
Without waiting for him to take a breath or a drink of water, Ye Evening Qing kissed him.
This woman was too anxious.
Having no choice, Zhang Hao could only respond passionately.
After the room quieted down,
Ye Evening Qing said, Little brother, it's so much better than that deadbeat Olji in my house. She was in a pleasant mood after experiencing how good Zhang Hao was. When she thought about the days with Olji, it was a bit of a spaced out feeling that just didn't have that power. You said that today is the 7th day of Oldye's head, aren't you afraid now? Zhang Hao smiled and teased. The first 7 souls back to the night, well, I'm not so afraid, alive soul love me, now dead even if the ghost's back, but also cannot hurt me, but you took advantage of me, be careful of him to find you to ask for life.
Ye Evening Qing giggled happily. I'm not afraid of such a thing.
Zhang Hao was fearless.
That's good, I'm not afraid of anything with you by my side.
Ye Evening Qing was much more at ease, then carefully asked, Did Wang Chang not do anything to you?
No, what are you thinking?
Zhang Hao said in a straight voice, Wang Chang met guests she didn't want to see, I was her secretary, responsible for dispatching those guests, usually I fed Wang Chang's cats, cooked, chatted with her, and did nothing else. He picked unimportant things to say, about Wang Chang's situation, in front of Ye Evening Qing, he really didn't want to say a single word.
Oh, I see, you're just accompanying Wang Chang's life.
Ye Evening Qing smiled in a coy voice. Following that, she was soft as water, I want it again.
I'm coming. Zhang Hao was passionate.
Just like this, the two of them talked off and on, then continued to make out after a short rest. Time passed quickly, and it was 4 a.m. in the blink of an eye.
I can't anymore. Ye Evening Qing took the initiative to call a truce. Good. Zhang Hao answered.
7 times over, $70,000 was in hand, just waiting for Ye Evening Qing to settle the bill.
Arigato.
With a mesmerized smile on her face, Ye Evening Qing said this to Zhang Hao.
What does it mean? Zhang Hao was confused and didn't react for a moment, it was just a bird phrase anyway. It means thank you, can't even understand this, so stupid.
Ye Evening Qing ranted, her eyes filled with a satisfied look.
Thanks for what? Zhang Hao asked. You're a real man, I'm very happy now.
Ye Evening Qing praised from the bottom of her heart. This was the second man she had experienced in her life. When she met Olji, she was only 16 years old. She had never felt, in Oldye's body, as happy as she was now. Her purpose of finding Zhang Hao to linger was simple, she had been slept with by Olji, and she felt balanced by sleeping with another Chinese man.
Zhang Hao was naturally elated at being complimented, but he was now concerned about another issue. You're a bonobo pussy? Yeah, didn't I tell you that? I forgot, I don't think I did, didn't Wang Chang tell you either?
Ye Evening Qing was puzzled as to how Zhang Hao could ask such a question.
Zhang Hao was ecstatic in his heart, it was solid, this was indeed a bonobo pussy. He had simply earned it. Encountering such a lascivious fortune was something that could be encountered but not sought. No wonder that old Ji died on Ye Evening Qing's body, this was a sign of love to the extreme. No wonder Ye Evening Qing's voice was so nice, always whispering, it turned out to be a Japanese beauty. I just realized it now.
Zhang Hao stated truthfully.
It's not too late to know when, it's fine if you don't know, it doesn't matter. Yi Evening Ching laughed. What's important is that the man of the great country is mighty. I'm going to be conquered by you. This is just wear to wear. Zhang Hao revitalized his masculinity and once again started the fighting mode. If he had known Yi Evening Ching's identity earlier, he wouldn't have been so gentle. It should have been like a raging storm. It wasn't too late to know now. I really can't do it anymore. Go back quickly. If you go back too late, be careful of the Wangchang court lady looking for you. Yi Evening Ching begged, lest Zhang Hao would commit further violence, so she brought out the Wang Chang. Zhang Hao also knew that it was time to go back. Wang Chang had warned him a long time ago, telling him to go early and return early. But he couldn't help himself. Let's just indulge one more time. When one's mood is here, one has to be capricious. Then, he finally heard from Yi Evening Ching's mouth the words, Dad, and you don't know, and his heart was satisfied to the extreme. Zhang Hao cleaned up, then patted his butt and left. Good thing that before Yi Evening Ching fell asleep, she had already paid his bill, otherwise Yi Evening Chang would have taken credit. If he got credit at this time, it would be too much of a spoiler. Zhang Hao, who was refreshed, returned to Wang Chang's villa and found that the light of Wang Chang's room was still on, and the door was open a crack, so he carefully came over, adjusted his mood and said, Ms. Wang, still not sleeping? No, come in. Ms. Wang Chang's unquestionable voice came out. Zhang Hao walked into Ms. Wang's bedroom, muttering in his heart that this Ms. Wang was really persistent. Eavesdropping on his entanglement with Yi Evening Ching was fine with him. But eavesdropping for so long was too tireless. Zhang Hao saw the lying Wang Chang, only to see that Wang Chang's face was filled with sleepiness and unwillingness. Ms. Wang, are you alright? Zhang Hao carefully inquired. With this look on Wang Chang's face, one could tell that she was not in a good mood. Sure enough, I have no interest in men. Ms. Wang Chang looked disheveled. I've been listening to the wall for so long, the stimulation is big enough, right, but my body, it only set off a burst of impulses, and then it regained its calmness. Don't be anxious, take your time. Zhang Hao comforted, as long as you want to, the problem of disliking men will slowly heal, and with more psychological hints given, you will gradually get better, and at this time, you have to adapt to it, and give yourself hints over and over again that you just like men. Also right. Wang Chang's eyes flashed, and she said with delight, at least I feel it, a burst of desire and pleasure. This is a good phenomenon. As long as I work a little harder, I'll ignite my interest in men. Right, cheer up and believe in yourself. Zhang Hao gave enough encouragement. No difficulty can defeat me. Wang Chang was full of confidence, then asked with a smile, this trip was a good income, wasn't it? Got 80,000, right? Yi Evening Ching only gave 70,000. Zhang Hao's face was dark. How could it be? It's clearly 8 times, isn't it 80,000? Wang Chang thought she had heard wrong. It should be 80,000 right, but the last time, Yi Evening Ching said that I bullied her and she denied it. Zhang Hao felt a bit of a small loss. It's shameless not to be trustworthy. Next time I want to find you, there's no door. Wang Chang was furious. Zhang Hao. Chapter 76. Yi Evening Ching doesn't die, still wants to. Zhang Hao glanced at his cell phone, it was really late, and advised, Ms. Wang, it's time to sleep, it's almost dawn. Aha! Ms. Wang closed her eyes. Zhang Hao picked up the storybook and read as usual. Ms. Wang Chang's mind floated. She had heard it so well when Zhang Hao and Yi Evening Ching were entwined, both of them were so happy, but she just couldn't experience this kind of happiness. She had earned more money than she could spend in 10 lifetimes, but she couldn't buy such happiness. There was envy in her heart, moreover, there was longing, and there was also unwillingness. With Zhang Hao's voice in her ears, her mind gradually calmed down, and she fell asleep thinking about it. Zhang Hao left silently and returned to his room to fall asleep. When Yi Evening Ching got up, it was already noon, and she found that Zhang Hao had made all the meals. Zhang Hao's body was just fine, and after resting for 5 or 6 hours, he was still so refreshed. While eating, she looked a bit unnatural, because last night she had a dream. In the dream, she turned into Yi Evening Ching, and the person who was entangled with Zhang Hao turned into her. Now when he looked at Zhang Hao again, the feeling in his heart was all different. It was as if she, herself, had really owned Zhang Hao. It was a strange feeling like that, and she enjoyed it. So staring at Zhang Hao's face, she seriously reminisced. Ms. Wang, what's wrong? Zhang Hao was suspicious. Nothing, let's eat. Ms. Wang lowered her head and dried her rice, the dream scene hovering in her mind, the image of making out with Zhang Hao lingering for a long time. Oh. Zhang Hao didn't think much about it. Yi Evening Ching came in the afternoon. Wang Chang, did you have a good rest last night? Yi Evening Ching smiled happily. Good. Yi Evening Chang nodded her head. In her heart, she couldn't help but think more, Yi Evening Ching is here to show off, this shameless woman is too hateful. Seeing that you look good, you should have rested well. Yi Evening Ching's face was overflowing with smiles, and her gaze inadvertently kept looking at Zhang Hao, itching to stick herself to Zhang Hao's body. This is natural. Wang Chang laughed. She never mentioned anything about eavesdropping. Zhang Hao's voice had a hypnotic effect on her, which was also the reason why she looked so good. Zhang Hao, thank you for giving me an unforgettable night. Yi Evening Ching's eyes were drawn, and at the moment, the pleasure of her body had yet to dissipate, and her mind was filled with Zhang Hao's shadow.
She slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and her bones were still numb when she got up.
Even now, her body couldn't make any effort.
Her face burned when she thought of Zhang Hao's bravery. If possible, she still wanted to gain Zhang Hao's favor.
No need to be polite. Zhang Hao was very polite.
He glanced at Yi Evening Ching and then pulled his gaze back. After all, he was now a member of Wang Chang's court, and he didn't dare to make eye contact with Yi Evening Ching for fear that Wang Chang would get angry. To be honest, Yi Evening Ching is the woman who is as soft as water, he really recalls it.
That's all you say to me? Not a single word of love?
Yi Evening Ching snapped. Zhang Hao's attitude was not as passionate, no longer like the man who favored her, and there was some sadness in her heart. Zhang Hao was speechless. Now he had to look at Wang Chang's face to act. This Yi Evening Ching just didn't know any better. Anyway, the Wang Chang's court lady reacted to him with obvious satisfaction, so she treated Yi Evening Ching much more coldly.
Stinky man, humph.
Yi Evening Ching puffed up her mouth, followed by a smile. How can I give up complaining about my man? I'm really childish. You won't blame me, right?
No.
Zhang Hao shook his head. He didn't have a single superfluous word. If he was in private, he would have said a lot of words that would make Yi Evening Ching's heart blossom, but now he could only collect his attitude. Wang Chang, my man is your man, so he naturally wouldn't dare to talk to me in love. I understand it all. Yi Evening Ching figured out the key and smiled. We are good friends. I want to beg you for one thing.
What? Wang Chang was a bit curious. Lend me Zhang Hao and let him accompany me for a few more days, okay?
Yi Evening Ching whined. Her petulant look was adorable.
Zhang Hao looked at Wang Chang. Not good.
Wang Chang's expression was playful. Now that Zhang Hao was her person, she wouldn't let the two of them be that happy again.
She could only eyeball them, but she could do nothing, a look of disheartening powerlessness.
She even had the heart to call the two just dogs and men. But when she thought that she was the one who started it all, she was too embarrassed to scold them.
Why? Yi Evening Ching grumbled. You're the most generous, just promise me this request, okay?
You don't keep your word, now you're exempt.
Wang Chang found a lame excuse. What do you mean? Yi Evening Ching didn't get it. Too lazy to explain to you. Wang Chang's eyes were teasing. Do you understand?
Yi Evening Ching looked at Zhang Hao.
10,000 at a time. Zhang Hao reminded. Ha, so that's why.
Yi Evening Ching laughed her ass off, and if she pursued the matter carefully, she really hadn't honored her promise. But how did Wang Chang know about this? It should be Zhang Hao who told Wang Chang about what happened between them. She hadn't thought that the Wang Chang had such a fetish.
Zhang Hao also went overboard. What was the point of talking about it?
She felt that it was a love affair between her and Zhang Hao and shouldn't let anyone know about it. It was also because the last time, Zhang Hao had acted mightily, and she really couldn't do it at that time. She took this time as a gift from Zhang Hao, not as a real deal, and didn't expect there to be such a turn of events. She wasn't that stingy and wouldn't be able to spare $10,000.
How about I, right now, make up the difference? Yi Evening Ching tentatively inquired. Too late. Wang Chang's mind was made up.
I can see that you don't want to lend him to me, so you're looking for a reason to stall. Yi Evening Ching guessed what was in Wang Chang's mind.
Whatever you think. Wang Chang didn't care.
Hey, I also have bitter feelings. Lao Yi is gone. Lao Yi's family will soon ask for my current residence back. By that I plan to go back to China. It's not easy to look at a handsome man, intend to let him accompany me more. I also want to love him more. I didn't think that I can't do what I want.
Yi Evening Ching was pitiful, just waiting for Wang Chang's sympathy and fulfillment.
Don't think so much. I helped you once. I've already treated you well enough. It's useless to sell misery now.
Wang Chang's attitude didn't change. Fine.
Yi Evening Ching didn't force herself. I don't know, I can still stay for a few more days. When it's time to leave, I won't come to see you. Let's take care of ourselves. I hope we'll still have the chance to meet in the future.
Good, you take care too.
Wang Chang nodded her head gently, a little bit of small reluctance in her heart.
Zhang Hao, I'll miss you. I'll always remember you. I hope that when we meet in the future, you'll be warmer to me, okay?
Yi Evening Ching was in love with Zhang Hao and seemed to be very attached to him.
Good, I'll miss you too. Zhang Hao looked serious.
I knew you have a conscience and still like me a lot, especially my body. Yi Evening Ching smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Hao smiled without saying anything.
Chapter 77 The Genius Beauty Who Wasn't Easy to Get Along With.
After Yi Evening Ching left, neither Wang Chang's nor Zhang Hao's emotions changed much. Wang Chang belonged to the category of egoists and had grown up independent, so it was hard for other people to influence her. Zhang Hao didn't think much about it, and was more adept at regulating his own emotions, taking everything in stride.
Turning to the next day.
Wang Chang's court lady pried into what she wanted to know from Qin Shishir's mouth and smiled. The case is solved, the murderer of Ma Jun has been found.
Who is it? Zhang Hao was quite curious.
Wang Chang said to herself, another person died last night, the same as Ma Jun was a soft man, the death was just as tragic as Ma Jun's, the murderer was caught by the police when he was dumping the body.
Oh. Zhang Hao listened sideways, just waiting for Wang Chang to say the answer. The murderer killed the victim at his residence and then moved the body near the gate of the villa area, just to put a kind of pressure on the person who was harboring the victim to pick apart such a relationship, and the person who was harboring the victim would also encounter some trouble. Wang Chang said, this murderer, who hates both the victim who eats softly and the person who underwrites the person, the villa area is so gated that he doesn't dare to lay his hands on the rich and powerful, so he can only lay his hands on the man who eats softly. This kind of person is detestable. Zhang Hao spoke up. Can you guess who the murderer is? Wang Chang smiled and inquired, we've all met the murderer. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and blurted out, Wei Tao? That's right, it's him. Wang Chang's voice was soft, such a person is dangerous, once you mess with him, you'll be in trouble. Yeah. Zhang Hao looked complicated, he had chatted with Wei Tao and smoked cigarettes together, he didn't expect Wei Tao to be so dangerous that he had done such a thing. Wang Chang learned the truth of the case, and with the answer to the doubts in her heart, she stopped thinking about it. Not long after, Wang Dingchang came to the villa. Zhang Hao waited on the side, responsible for serving tea and pouring water. Wang Dingchang and Wang Chang sat opposite each other. The atmosphere of the father-daughter conversation was a bit dull. How have you been these past few days? Wang Dingchang was concerned. Very well. Wang Chang said a true situation. The color of your breath looks much better, you should be doing quite well. Wang Dingchang laughed, there's an extra man around, are you still used to it? He was worried that his daughter would blame him for sending Zhang Hao to his side, so he looked a bit unnatural. Not too used to it. Wang Chang made a truthful statement, but slowly adapting to it, she didn't dislike it anymore. Zhang Hao was very understanding, and when she wasn't talking, or was busy, he would take the initiative to disappear from within sight, which was something that satisfied her. Just don't resent it. Wang Dingchan's requirements really weren't high, and he was already surprised that his daughter didn't drive Zhang Hao away. It seemed that this Zhang Hao was somewhat capable. Let Zhang Hao accompany his daughter to life. With a man by her side, her daughter should always have some idea about men. As long as he could awaken his daughter's interest in the opposite sex, he felt that Zhang Hao played out the greatest value. How his daughter treats Zhang Hao is entirely up to her. In his opinion, Zhang Hao was a tool. He was now looking forward to his daughter being able to like men as normal people do, and then get married and have children. Wang Dingchang looked at his daughter and didn't know what to say when the conversation came to this point. This time a little admire Zhang Hao, can stay with the daughter for such a long time, not depressed, is still that a pair of smiling face how look, really is not easy. In other occasions, are other people to please him, he now wants to please his daughter, say some words between father and daughter, don't know what to talk about. Looking at his daughter again, with an ice-cold look, exuding an aura of rejection to anyone who looked at her, he became even more worried, and other than Zhang Hao, he didn't know what kind of man would be able to put up with his daughter's attitude. Wang Chang's thoughts were simple, she could just keep her father in her heart, and as her father had no topic to talk about, she had even less. Usually, Zhang Hao pestered her to talk, and when she got tired of it, Zhang Hao would take the initiative to shut up. There really weren't many things that could really pique her interest. The current Wang Chang was a bit out of her mind, and she didn't even know what she was thinking about herself. By the way, your brother is a bit rambunctious, so keep an eye on him. Wang Dingchang pulled on his son. I want to manage, but how can I manage? Wang Chang was depressed. When I say something to his face, he says yes, but behind his back, he does what he wants, and he can't even listen to my words. Hey, what a headache. Wang Dingchang frowned, remembering his son's wanton nonsense, he was unable to do anything about it. Dad, you should take care of it. Wang Chang's eyes showed hope. I know, but your brother is big, it's not easy to control. Wang Dingchang was a bit clueless. If you really can't, stop all his cards. Wang Chang made a suggestion. I only have this one precious son, you only have this one brother, I can't bear to do this. Wang Dingchang was torn. Alright, pretend I didn't say it. Wang Chang was somewhat helpless. The father and daughter chatted until here, then collectively went mute. In the end, it was Wang Dingchang who broke the awkward atmosphere. Daughter, you go rest first, I'll chat with Zhang Hao. Good. Wang Chang got up and left. Come here, sit. Wang Dingchang glanced at Zhang Hao. Good day, boss Wang. Zhang Hao sat across from Wang Dingchang. Wang Dingchang asked, you've been here for several days, what have you done to my daughter? Boss Wang, Ms. Wang likes to soak her feet, and every night, I wash and massage Ms. Wang's feet. Zhang Hao spelled out his value. Well, very good. A smile of satisfaction hung at the corner of Wang Dingchang's mouth. His daughter had been outstanding since she was a child, and her peers were all idiots in her daughter's eyes, and over time, the peers around her daughter stopped talking to her. Along with the daughter slowly grew up, coupled with the absence of parents, the temperament became withdrawn. Until now it has become like this, with the growing environment is also related. Those close to the daughter of the opposite sex cannot stand the daughter's attitude, so the daughter to now, even a real boyfriend have not talked about. Nowadays, his daughter was able to let Zhang Hao wash and massage her feet, which was a big change in his opinion. Is there more? Wang Dingchang pursued. Ms. Wang used to suffer from frequent insomnia, now I read storybooks and lull Ms. Wang to sleep, and Ms. Wang said that my voice had a hypnotic effect on her. Zhang Hao felt that this was his greatest value. Not bad, very good, no wonder my daughter looks good, so this is the reason. Wang Dingchang was very happy, no one could do anything about his daughter's insomnia. Since Zhang Hao's voice worked better than medicine, he valued Zhang Hao even more. As long as Zhang Hao had this one use, he felt that hiring Zhang Hao would be worth it. Thank you, Boss Wang, for the compliment. Zhang Hao smiled happily. Previously, I was thinking that you weren't qualified to stay by my daughter's side, but I don't think so now. Keep up the good work. Wang Dingchang was very pleased. Good. Zhang Hao answered with his mouth full. When Wang Dingchang left, he could be said to be elated. Chapter 78, Wang Chang's sickness. My dad was in a good mood when he left. What did you all talk about? Wang Chang was a bit curious. She had more than nothing to say when she was with her father. Unexpectedly, her father and Zhang Hao, on the contrary, chatted happily. She envied the atmosphere when her father talked with Zhang Hao. She could not do that anymore. Zhang Hao said, I'll just say that the sound of my own voice is helpful to your sleep. Oh, so it's just like that. Wang Chang's expression was saddened. She had thought that her father and Zhang Hao had something to talk about. How could she have thought that her father's happiness was related to her? When her sleep quality was better, her father was happy. It turned out that a piece of her father's heart was worried about her. Her frigidity, I'm afraid, has made her father worry. No, she had to make a change. Without trying to try, how do you know you really can't? At night, it was up to Zhang Hao's performance. Soon it was evening. The Wangchang court lady took a bath and lay down on the bed. When it was time for bed, Zhang Hao picked up the storybook and was about to read it. Wang Chang coughed and said with slight embarrassment that, I want to try it tonight. Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled. He didn't expect Wang Chang to take the initiative to mention such a thing. He had to ask clearly, Ms. Wang, what do you mean? No making out, you stimulate me in your own way. Ms. Wang went out on a limb, like she had made a great determination. Good. Zhang Hao could only do as he was told. Then, his hands were not idle. The 3-inch tongue was also put to use. Wang Chang closed her eyes. She was now nervous and resentful of this. But there was no way out. She had to convince herself that she was about to make this change. Slowly her body reacted. The mind was also having thoughts. Her face flushed and her body burned. For her to be in such a state, it was something that Zhang Hao had labored for 40 minutes to achieve. The foreplay was sufficient, just too much. I'm afraid there wasn't a single man that could endure her like this. If he was with her, he definitely wouldn't help her like this either. Only Zhang Hao would have this patience. At this moment, Zhang Hao, who must not have an easy time, must be exhausted. Not disliking any part of her, still being so gentle, it could be described as nothing, and she was touched beyond belief. The door of her heart cracked open, fitting Zhang Hao in. She stole a glance at Zhang Hao and saw that Zhang Hao was very attentive and devoted, and seemed to really like her body. She then smiled with satisfaction. Her body, not seen by a man. Now it was cheap for Zhang Hao. After another 10 or so minutes had passed, she was about to lose her mind when she lowered her voice and said, Alright, let's stop here. Good. Zhang Hao was very obedient. You're having a hard time right now, aren't you? Wang Chang was able to think about it. It's okay. Zhang Hao was very restrained. Even if he was an iceberg, he was melting now. Wang Chang hesitated. Her reason told her that she couldn't continue, just for fear that she wouldn't be able to hold back any longer. However, she still wanted to explore further. In her heart, she was extremely reluctant, handing herself over to Zhang Hao. All Zhang Hao could do was to awaken her interest. However, she had her own judgment, and she was afraid that no man would be able to treat her like Zhang Hao did. After struggling with her thoughts, she completely thought about it. Without real lingering, how could the desire in her heart be aroused, and how could the desire for the opposite sex be ignited? So the current Zhang Hao was the most suitable for her. And she no longer had any more opinions about Zhang Hao. I'm ready, come on. Wang Chang made her decision. Here. Zhang Hao put it into action. A delicate plum blossom bloomed on the bed sheet. After the air returned to calm. Wang Chang's eyes were mesmerized. It is indeed a bit interesting. She experienced Zhang Hao's goodness. Her heart had sunk a bit. It was all starting to get nostalgic. After the real pleasure, her emotions slowly descended to the bottom, no longer so happy. Only the feelings still lingered in her mind. It wasn't all that satisfying, but she was content. It's good that you're happy. Zhang Hao was happy that he was finally of such value to Wang Chang. Not so happy now. Wang Chang felt like the fire in her heart just went out. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Zhang Hao softly comforted. Well, after trying it once, then we'll try it again tomorrow night. Wang Chang didn't think about continuing to come, having this one time was enough. Good. Zhang Hao readily agreed. In his opinion, Wang Chang was a patient. It needed his patience and serving to slowly get better. It was also fortunate that this was what made him valuable. Otherwise, a small character like him wouldn't even have the chance to get close to the Wang Chang side. And how could he get such a chance to kiss her? Even if he left the Wang Chang's side in the future, he should still be satisfied. Relying on his own efforts, if he could cure Wang Chang's illness, it would be his honor. Looking at the state of Wang Chang's court, it was obvious that she was not very sick, so there would be a long time to come. Then the two of them, chatting, fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Wang Chang felt that the quality of her sleep was even better. Previously, a doctor told her that a normal married life would help her sleep. She didn't care about it, but now it seems that the doctor's words are somewhat reasonable. Looking at Zhang Hao again became even more agreeable. This man was her medicine, and it seemed to work even better than medicine. It was great that Zhang Hao could come to her side. She had to cherish the days when Zhang Hao was effective. Zhang Hao woke up even earlier than Wang Chang, and just kept surveying the scenery in front of him. "What are you looking at me like that for?" At this time, Ms. Wang didn't know whether to blame Zhang Hao or not, but anyway, she didn't have any interest in Zhang Hao right now. "Ms. Wang, you are so charming with your rosy cheeks," Zhang Hao boasted. "Bah, I don't like to hear such frivolous words, don't say it to me in the future." Court Lady Wang decided that she could not flirt with Zhang Hao, and Zhang Hao would only be valuable to her at night, the time when she needed him. The rest of the time, it was going to be the same as before. There could be no good looks for this stinky man. Oh, I know. Zhang Hao collected his attitude, and he would be the kind of man that Wang Chang liked him to be. There was no problem with that at all. No matter how bad Wang Chang's attitude was, he could understand, after all, this was a patient. The next few days were very uneventful. Every night, Zhang Hao took care of Wang Chang with great patience. Wang Chang was still the same, needing enough foreplay before she could be interested and really get entangled with Zhang Hao for once. Wang Chang realized that she needed enough stimulation to be interested in the opposite sex. Just because she had tangled with Zhang Hao a few times, her situation had not improved. After realizing this, she was really sad. It seemed like living a conjugal life like a normal person, that was impossible. Zhang Hao also found this out. He didn't dare to mention a word about this, just a strong encouragement. On this day, the court ladies were working and Zhang Hao stayed on the first floor of the villa. When Song Qingju walked into the villa, he was directly dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that he could still run into Song Qingju, and he even met Song Qingju here at Wang Chang's place. Chapter 79, Goodbye Song Qingju, already a stranger. Song Qingju was directly dumbfounded upon seeing Zhang Hao. Only Gao Yanxi and Qin Shishir knew about her affair with Zhang Hao, and they would keep it a secret for her and would not tell anyone. She thought that in this life, she would never see Zhang Hao again. She didn't expect to meet him by chance now, or so caught off guard. Sometimes, when they occasionally chatted, it was just to express their longing, but there were no other thoughts. For the rest of her life, she didn't plan to see Zhang Hao again, so it would be good for each other. Seeing Zhang Hao stunned, Song Qingju organized her emotions and extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Song Qingju." She had no intention of recognizing Zhang Hao, there was no need for that. When she parted ways with Zhang Hao, she had made it clear a long time ago. Despite being pregnant with Zhang Hao's child, in her opinion, the child had nothing to do with Zhang Hao. Besides, she would not let Zhang Hao know about her pregnancy. "Hello, I'm Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao extended his hand and shook Song Qingju's hand, politely. He was clear that Song Qingju was not from the same world as him. So there was no expectation that Song Qingju would recognize him. When he first met Song Qingju was a patient, and seeing that he was handsome, he threw out an olive branch to him. With a daily wage of $10,000, rented him as a boyfriend. And as a result, he got a new job. To this day, he was still enjoying Song Qingju's favor. Because it was due to Song Qingju's sake that he got to know Gao Yanxi, and that's how he got his current job. He had known that Song Qingju was psychologically sick at that time before he became her boyfriend. If Song Qingju was good, he wouldn't even have a chance to get close. Just like now. Zhang Hao didn't feel anything, just have it once. "What kind of person are you from Wang Chang's court?" Song Qingju treated Zhang Hao as a complete stranger. She was satisfied with Zhang Hao's behavior, and it would be ungrateful to pester her. She would treasure the memories of being with Zhang Hao, but on any other occasion, they were strangers. Her father, who was a heavyweight leader in the city, her mother and uncles, as well as her uncles and uncles, a large family, now all knew that she was pregnant. All were now asking whose child she was carrying. She said with a big smile that she had taken the seed from the hospital's sperm bank. The family didn't say anything more. If they knew that they were pregnant with Zhang Hao's child, I'm afraid Zhang Hao would be in big trouble. "Hello Ms. Song, I am the secretary of Wang Chang." Zhang Hao explained his identity. "Oh, so it's Secretary Zhang." Song Qingju nodded and asked, "Where is Ms. Wang Chang?" "On the second floor, I'll take you up." Zhang Hao was enthusiastic. "No, I'll go find her myself, we're familiar." Song Qingju put down these words and left with a big stride, not saying a single word of nonsense with Zhang Hao. "Good." Zhang Hao looked at the distant back and weakly answered. When Song Qingju found Wang Chang, she surrounded Wang Chang and sized her up. "Sister Song, why didn't you even give me a heads up when you came to find me so I could greet you?" Wang Chang was surprised by Song Qingju's arrival. Facing Song Qingju's scrutiny, she smiled bitterly. "Why are you looking at me so much?" Do I have flowers on my face?
Knowing that you were at home, I came straight over. It doesn't matter if I said it in advance or not. After Song Qingju finished this sentence, she started teasing. Wang Chang, I didn't see it, you're hiding quite deeply, you're even hiding a woman in a golden house.
Sister Song, I didn't expect you to be so gossipy as well.
Wang Chang stared at her. It's not that I'm overthinking it, anyone who sees a little handsome guy like that would suspect that he's your plaything, right? Song Qingju had her own reasonable suspicions. The word plaything was also indicative of Zhang Hao's identity. It was just a synonym for status, and she had no intention of underestimating Zhang Hao.
Don't get carried away, we're not related, he's not my man.
Wang Chang said with a straight face, that's the person my father hired to take care of my food, clothing, and living, which is also considered to accompany me in my life. When guests who don't want to see me come, he acts as a secretary to help me get rid of them, and usually helps me cook and feed the cats, and occasionally chats with me.
You guys didn't sleep together? Song Qingju asked bluntly. No. Wang Chang replied dryly.
In fact, for 5 consecutive nights now, they had slept together.
Once every night, this was her rhythm.
Regardless of what mood Zhang Hao was in, as long as she finished her mission after generally lingering once, she would no longer think about it. Such a thing, Killed would not tell anyone else. This was a secret between her and Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao dared to talk nonsense, she would not let Zhang Hao off the hook. Anyway, Zhang Hao swore that he had already sworn that he wouldn't spill the beans.
If Zhang Hao couldn't do it, she wouldn't be merciful.
After all, making out with Zhang Hao involved too much of her privacy, and she didn't want to hear people whispering about her.
It's a pity. Song Qingju shook her head. Pity my ass.
Wang Chang muffled, I don't like men, it's not like you don't know, if you sympathize with me, stay and sleep with me, maybe I like women. No, don't even think about it, old lady doesn't have this fetish.
Song Qingju winced and no longer had any doubts. Che, no sympathy at all. Wang Chang was quite contemptuous. Such sympathy doesn't dare to have awe.
Song Qingju laughed out, Wang Chang, after not seeing you for so long, you've changed a bit.
What changes?
Wang Chang was puzzled. Your face is flushed and so energized, just like a woman who has been satisfied like that. Song Qingju, as a person who had been there before, had this judgment. It would be good if it was really like that. Wang Chang said brightly, you know that I have insomnia, Zhang Hao is valuable to me, and it's lucky for me that his voice can help me sleep, right?
I see, you guys are really destined for each other.
Song Qingju smiled lightly. It's also a mistake, isn't it? It's all because of my father. If Zhang Hao was useless to me, I would have kicked him out a long time ago. How would I let him stay and annoy me?
Wang Chang's tone was indifferent.
In front of Song Qingju, she was contemptuous of Zhang Hao, but in her heart, she still cared very much. I just greeted your secretary, I see that he's very polite, so he shouldn't be annoying.
Song Qingju mentioned a bit. Alright, let's not talk about him.
Wang Chang changed the topic, then pondered, let me seriously think about it. It's been 3 years and 2 months since we've seen each other, right?
I forgot, you have a good memory, it should be that long. Sadness flashed in Song Qingju's eyes.
These 3 years, in my opinion you are just dead, now it's hard to come back to life, you should have gotten better and thought everything through, right?
Wang Chang was extremely sympathetic.
What's past is past, love brain hurts people and yourself, never love again.
Song Qingju revealed a look of relief.
That's good, what's so good about stinky men, it's best to stay away as soon as possible.
Wang Chang's court lady looked mocking. Haha, indeed. Song Qingju laughed and agreed. Chapter 80 Song Qingju and Wang Chang's thoughts.
When you were with Lu Dongxing, you had a hard time with your family, but now that you've looked away, that's a good thing. Wang Chang was very happy that Song Qingju had finally come to her senses. At first, she also thought that Lu Dongxing was a good man, worthy of Song Qingju's life. Later, after hearing about LV Dongxing's womanizing, she also regarded this man as scum. Yes, almost cut off relations with my family, now that I've returned to my own home, my situation is all different. After all, after marrying once, my own original home became my mother's home, but I suffered a lot of blank stares and counting, it's all because I deserved it, I had to recognize it. Song Qingju laughed at herself for her past, if she hadn't gone through this, she wouldn't know how to write the word regret. Now she only wanted to get along with her family and make up for what she had shortchanged them.
Don't you have any plans to settle the score with Lu Dongxing? Wang Chang's eyes showed curiosity.
Forget it, if I want to blame it, I'll only blame it on my eyes, I saw this person clearly, but I paid a huge price. Song Qingju's face showed bitterness, nowadays LV Dongxing is just her ex-husband, no matter if it's her deceased son or her surviving ex-husband, all of them have become a part of her life, there is no point in pursuing the account of her feelings anymore. She was looking forward to it now, and would just forget her ex-husband as soon as possible. It's a pity, if you want to find trouble with him, I can still help you. Wang Chang shook her head. There's no need, I won't go through the trouble for someone unrelated.
Song Qingju smiled happily. All right. Wang Chang didn't persuade any further, she could see that man couldn't make an impact on Song Qingju anymore, and that was enough.
Song Qingju had been decadent for 3 years, to be able to have the current metamorphosis, this was a heavenly good thing, it was also considered a rebirth by fire.
She inquired, what are your next plans? Live a good life and honor my elders. Song Qingju spoke his thoughts. Do what you want, then do what you want.
Wangchang court officials think this is quite good. Song Qingju does not lack of money, the family's company, occupies a good share, but also in a few other companies, also has a certain share, even if lying down to eat and wait for death, those huge property, I'm afraid that 10 lifetimes cannot be spent. I want to live a little capricious life now, laborious things are not considered.
Song Qingju guffawed, with such capital, she was too lazy to engage in a career.
Good, I support you.
Wang Chang's eyes contained encouragement. Thanks. Song Qingju laughed, I've been here for so long, I've been chatting for half a day, and a cup of water isn't even poured for anyone?
This Zhang Hao is really something, he doesn't know to come out and serve when he has guests.
Wang Chang complained.
I warned him, we're going to speak in whispers, don't let him bother us.
Song Qingju explained. Alright, you're very considerate.
Wang Chang looked relaxed, treat it like your own home here at my place.
Just like before, get whatever you want to drink yourself. Song Qingju got up and poured himself a glass of water.
Wang Chang took the wine and laughed, drinking water is so meaningless, it's not easy to see each other, let's drink a few cups.
I don't drink. Song Qingju smiled lightly. Quit? Wang Chang's eyes surveyed. No, just not drinking right now. A smile hung on Song Qingju's face. Why? Wang Chang pursued. Song Qingju hesitated slightly and said frankly, I'm pregnant. Really pregnant? Wang Chang subconsciously raised her voice. Listening to your tone, it's like you've heard the news? Song Qingju inquired with a smile.
The circle is this big, such a big thing, I naturally heard about it, I just couldn't believe it, I didn't expect it to be true. Wang Chang court lady dumbly said, you are a decent woman, or a genius, family history is much better than me, when you graduated from a prestigious school, you got married, and gave birth to a son at the age of 20, originally your life was full of future, I didn't expect to encounter a succession of changes, and now that you're pregnant again, I'm extremely astonished, and I don't know what kind of man can enter your eyes. It's normal for you to hear the news, to say genius, I'm not as good as you, to be able to make you so surprised, it seems that my pregnancy made you not think about it. Song Qingju just smiled, at that time, she was sick and her thoughts were more extreme, so she let Zhang Hao be her boyfriend. Nowadays, she still missed Zhang Hao occasionally. It was just a less important place in her heart.
Tell me the truth. Wang Chang's eyes burned. Okay. Song Qingju explained, I'm not pregnant with some man's child, I just took seeds from the hospital's seed bank, it's that simple. Really? Wang Chang was incredulous. Really? Song Qingju looked serious. Alright, believe you.
Wang Chang said, you're not even 40 years old, with your family history and looks, there are many men who want to marry you, yet you get pregnant like this, and I don't know how many people's eyes are going to be stunned.
Men are no good, I'm disappointed and quit. Song Qingju was very open. I thought you had found a new love, it's a pity. Wang Chang laughed and shook her head. You thought too much. Song Qingju plucked out a glance. You're going to break a lot of men's hearts by doing this. The men who chased after you, they were all rejected by you, weren't they? Wang Chang inquired, by the way, how long has the pregnancy been going on? About a month.
Song Qingju stroked her stomach. Good, I look forward to your child coming to earth as soon as possible, and I'll prepare a big gift then.
Wang Chang looked at Song Qingju's stomach, her gaze somewhat deep.
She was not interested in men. Having tangled with Zhang Hao many times, all of them required a long period of foreplay to usher in a brief moment of pleasure.
This kind of feeling was not something she liked too much.
Looking at the pregnant Song Qingju, she couldn't help but have her own thoughts, how good it would be if she was also pregnant. At that time, Zhang Hao would not be qualified to touch her holy body.
She didn't like the affairs of men and women anyway. It would be better to just raise the child.
That way, she would have hope and something to look forward to in her own life. However, she couldn't find a suitable candidate to carry anyone's child, so she could only target Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao was handsome and the quality of the seeds should be good. When things were over, it was time to part ways with Zhang Hao. When the time came, just warn Zhang Hao that the child she was carrying had nothing to do with Zhang Hao. Then the child would follow her surname, which would be a wise choice. With this thought, she revealed a smug smile.
Song Qingju was puzzled, what's wrong? Why are you smiling so oddly? Yes?
Wang Chang gathered her emotions and said in a proper voice, you also know that I don't like men, and I plan to go to the hospital to get seeds if I want a child too. I can't intervene in your thoughts, as long as you think about it yourself, do whatever you're happy with. Song Qingju blamed herself a little, not realizing that her lies had caused Wang Chang to have such thoughts.
Chapter 81, Song Qingju comes and goes.
Song Qingju and Wang Chang happily chatted, it could be said that they had nothing to talk about and the atmosphere was quite cordial. Both of them were in a pleasant mood. Although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, they were on good terms, and now that they had seen each other, there was no rustiness.
For Song Qingju, this was a rare and close friend.
For Wang Chang, this was the only bosom friend. Wang Chang also cherished her friendship with Song Qingju, such a chatty atmosphere she had never had with her family. Song Qingju said, "This time I came to find you. Besides catching up, I have something to beg you for."
Don't say the word beg, it's also too foreign. Let's talk about things first. I'll definitely help if I can. Wang Chang didn't say yes carelessly.
I've been disheveled for 3 years. Gao Yanqi helped me a lot. Now Gao Yanqi is divorced. There is some free money on hand. I want to give it to you to invest. Song Qingju's expression sank slightly. I'm also clear that you don't like to help others invest and only invest your own money. But Gao Yanqi is my benefactor. She begged me. I can only try. Any interpersonal relationship, I don't like to cope with it. Occasions that consume my energy, I don't like to participate in them. I just like to live as I please.
Wang Chang's expression was calm as she put her attitude into words.
When she was still in school, she started investing.
Relying on pocket money, she made a fortune.
Later on, the money given by her family, under her operation, after all these years of fighting, she earned the name of investment ghost. She has long not lacked money, and does not care about the false name. So she is too lazy to help others to invest. After all, investment risk, earn belongs to others. Praise her a few words she also do not want to listen, but if the loss will be scolded, out of such considerations, about the investment of things very carefully. But come to think of it, she invested in business rarely lose money, but earned a huge amount of wealth. She has her own investment team, and now she has more wealth than the Wang family run by her father. Life has reached such a peak. I do what I want is the best state. The only regret is that not liking men has become her hidden problem. It was also a worry that money couldn't solve. I understand you, so I also feel a little difficult, but I always have to mention it, whether it's okay or not. I've said it, and I can give Gao Yanqi an explanation, so don't think about it. If you don't want to say yes, just reject me directly.
Song Qingju did not have half a bit of reluctance.
If someone else raised such a request, I wouldn't consider it, but if you said it, I can't refuse it. Since Gao Yanqi helped you, I'll help out too, when you repay the favor. Wang Chang made her choice.
Thank you, you've made an exception in order to help me. Song Qingju was very grateful. There's no need to say anything out of the ordinary between us.
Wang Chang laughed. This Gao Yanqi, she does understand the play of favors, and when she looked for you, I'm afraid she anticipated that I wouldn't refuse.
Maybe. Song Qingju laughed a little. Gao Yanqi's ex-husband and the ex-husband's girlfriend also came to me, wanting me to invest. I didn't see them.
Wang Chang's eyes were amused. This Gao Yanqi treated her ex-husband, as well as Lu Nana who seduced her ex-husband, but she was much more ruthless, using her own connections. She was on the verge of bringing down her ex-husband's company.
Is that so?
I don't pry into things that don't interest me, but I didn't know that something like this had also happened.
Song Qingju was a bit surprised.
She knew that Gao Yanqi was divorced.
The other things were unknown.
Bull thing, it's good not to know, so as not to defile your ears.
Wang Chang looked like she didn't care. Also, Song Qingju nodded.
She wasn't that ruthless towards her ex-husband, and that was because her son's murder was not directly related to her ex-husband. If she were to target her ex-husband again, she would still have to be involved with her ex-husband, so she saw through it and let her ex-husband off the hook that much. Gao Yanqi investment thing, you don't care, I will send someone to contact her. Investment risk a kind of agreement, also have to sign. Don't worry, I won't let her lose money.
Wang Chang made a guarantee.
With your words, I'm relieved.
Song Qingju was very confident in Wang Chang's ability, and Gao Yanqi would definitely be very happy when she found out about this. Wang Chang resolved the matter of investment, and then brought the topic to a personal matter. You really don't intend to remarry? Not getting married.
Song Qingju looked serious. I'm pregnant now, so I'm planning to raise my child. I don't want to think about anything else. I've been married once and I'm already exhausted. It seems that marriage is the grave of love. When you were together, it was a pair. Many people looked favorably on it, including me, who would have thought that so many things would happen.
Wang Chang lamented.
She never wanted to get married in the first place, and now that she had experienced Zhanghao, she no longer had any illusions about men and women, and it seemed that she could not be cured of her own illness. Instead of a man and a woman shacking up to live together, it would be better to have a child and live with the child.
Song Qingju's attitude towards life was her role model.
Fate is unpredictable.
Song Qingju sighed softly. What if the child understands and wants a father?
After all, it's not good for the child to grow up without a father. Wang Chang had her own concerns. Just say that dad died, just find any excuse. Besides, there are so many single-parent children nowadays. As long as they are properly accompanied, there won't be any problems.
Song Qingju didn't feel anything. Also, Wang Chang nodded silently.
There were quite a few children with both parents who had problems. The key had to be education and companionship. Song Qingju chatted with Wang Chang for a long time and finally said, I should go. I'll treat you to dinner some other time.
Stay and eat together. I'll personally make it for you. Wang Chang court lady graciously stayed.
I still have a little matter to attend to, so I won't bother you. Song Qingju's intention to go was decided. If Zhang Hao wasn't there, she was happy to stay, but now she would have to keep her distance from Zhang Hao.
All right. Wang Chang didn't force herself. She sent Song Qingju out of the villa and turned back.
Zhang Hao watched Song Qingju come and then watched Song Qingju leave, and other than greeting her when she came, she didn't say a word when she left.
She didn't have any thoughts, it was best this way. As Song Qingju had cautioned, when they met in the future, they would be strangers. He did it without bothering, and also honored his promise to Song Qingju. Miss Wang, I see that you're in a good mood, you guys had a good chat, didn't you? Zhang Hao inquired curiously, just to see if the side conversations could pry some information about Song Qingju from Ms. Wang's mouth. There's no need to ask when you've seen it all. Wang Chang glanced at Zhang Hao, and she did not say a single word regarding the matter with Song Qingju. There was no need to say anything about their personal matters to Zhang Hao. Yes, I spoke too much. Zhang Hao closed his mouth. That's more like it, and don't ask questions in the future. With a word of advice, Ms. Wang instructed, dinner time is coming up, so quickly go and cook. Good. Zhang Hao walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 82 Generous to the point of inhumanity. Turning to the next day, Zhang Hao kept expecting that Song Qingju would send him a message. But he was disappointed. Song Qingju met him as if she hadn't seen him before, without the slightest sign of wanting to get in touch. He didn't dare to take the initiative to bother, and could only pretend that nothing had happened. At noon, Wang Qingyang came to the villa. At this time, Wang Chang was working and bumped into Zhang Hao, who was staying on the first floor of the villa. You are? Zhang Hao inquired. You are Zhang Hao? Wang Qingyang looked at Zhang Hao without answering, his eyes full of sizing up. I am. Zhang Hao was not sure of the other party's identity and kept his politeness and smile. Good looking, accompanying my sister's side for life is quite qualified. Wang Qingyang barred his mouth. So it's Mr. Wang, thanks for the compliment. Zhang Hao understood the other party's identity. You come with me. Wang Qingyang's words fell, then he turned around and walked out of the villa. Zhang Hao followed. Wang Qingyang stood in front of a car, patted the body and said, take a look, do you like it? Like it. Zhang Hao looked different, such a luxury car would cost around $1 million anyways, so he naturally liked it. It was just that Wang Qingyang asked him if he liked it or not. What did this mean? I just bought it and I drove it over, you have a use for my sister, this is my meeting gift to you. As Wang Qingyang spoke, he threw the car keys to Zhang Hao. His sister's insomnia was actually cured by Zhang Hao's voice, and in his opinion, this was Zhang Hao's value. Zhang Hao hurriedly caught the car keys, his heart was a bit flustered, this Wang Qingyang sent such a big gift at every turn, simply generous to the point of inhumanity, but he really did not dare to accept it. Mr. Wang, I've taken the salary, this meeting gift should be forgotten? Zhang Hao refused in a small voice. It's given to you, just take it immediately, no one has dared to refuse what I, Mr. Wang, have sent out. Wang Qingyang was very brutal and overbearing. Good. Zhang Hao could only promise to find Wang Chang and explain the situation later. If Wang Chang let him take it, he could take it with peace of mind. If Wang Chang didn't let him take it, he could only return it to Wang Chang. It was really Wang Qingyang who was unreasonable, and he couldn't take it even if he didn't. Still quite sensible. Wang Qingyang said condescendingly, after taking my things, you have to promise me a condition. You say? Zhang Hao perked up his ears. Take good care of my sister and maximize your role, no perfunctory work. Wang Qingyang admonished, if my sister is willing, you will stay by my sister's side for the rest of your life, there is no room for you to bargain. Alright, no problem. Zhang Hao didn't have any hesitation, this was a job that paid $20,000 a day, so he naturally wanted to stay by Wang Chang's side forever. A man's word is his word, if you dare to back out, I'll find someone to break your legs. Wang Qingyang's gaze was a bit fierce. Mr. Wang, don't worry. Zhang Hao smiled, even if Wang Dingchang and Wang Qingyang kicked him out, he wouldn't leave, he would only leave if Court Lady Wang kicked him out. Good, very good. Wang Qingyang revealed a smile, such a man who recognized the time, he looked up to him very much. Mr. Wang, is there anything else you wish to order? Zhang Hao inquired. What happened around my sister is not allowed to be told to anyone, keep your mouth shut. Wang Qingyang warned. That's natural. Zhang Hao answered with his mouth full. Wang Qingyang was quite amazed, not expecting this Zhang Hao's level of understanding to exceed his expectations. However, he still had to look at Zhang Hao's specific performance and supervise it in the future, he couldn't trust the assurance of his mouth alone. After finishing things with Zhang Hao, he walked into the villa once again, carefully walked to Wang Chang's side, and greeted, Sister, busy? Wang Chang closed her computer and chided, are you a dead man? Walking without any sound at all, scaring me. He, this is not for fear of noisy sister. Wang Qingyang tiptoed around with a coy look, no longer the brash and overbearing behavior of just now. Looking for me for what? Wang Chang's face was unhappy. Nothing much, it's just that I haven't seen my sister for a few days, so I came over to give my sister a peace offering. Wang Qingyang's face was full of smiles. Still count on you having a conscience. Wang Chan laughed. Sister, I heard Dad say that you suggested to him to stop my card? Wang Qingyang was filled with a pleasing smile. That's right, why? Wang Chang's court lady looked playful. My sister Lord Yo, my dear sister in the future, such words, don't tell Dad, Dad has warned me, if I don't listen again, I will listen to your advice to stop my card. Wang Qingyang was aggrieved. He was afraid that the bank card in his hand would become a decoration. In that case, his Wang Gongzi's life of red lights and green lights would not be able to go on. I have suspected that you are looking for me without good intentions. The foxtail is exposed, right? Wang Chang said in a bad mood. Dad said you don't listen to me, you just know how to fool around. That's why I have this suggestion. Dad should control you properly. If I let you go on like this, what have you become? Sister, I just like to drink some flowery wine. I haven't done anything excessive. Besides, Dad's intention is to let me marry and have children earlier, but I'm only 25, this is too early. Wang Qingyang had a lifeless face. Dad's words should be listened to. Wang Chang's court lady said in a condensed voice, the burden of opening up a branch to the Wang family is in your hands. Wang Qingyang was depressed and speechless. Sister doesn't like men. It's true that he has to be relied on to pick up the burden. But he felt that it was still early. He was not in a hurry at all, but the emperor was not in a hurry. Sister, I'll listen to both you and Dad. As long as I find a suitable match, I'll immediately get flash married and then have a child in a fire. Wang Qingyang patted his chest. Don't give me words to fool people. You will always be one thing to my face and one thing behind my back in front of me. How many good words I've said to you, you will always treat it as an earworm. Wang Chang didn't believe it easily. Sister, this time it's true. Dad asked me to go on a blind date, so I went on a blind date. I was very obedient. Wang Qingyang swore with conviction. Let's believe you for now, you better not be lying. Wang Chang's smile was playful. It seemed that her father had warned her brother, and her brother was scared, that's why he was so trembling. Sister, you're the best. Wang Qingyang was relieved. If the card in his hand was really stopped, he wouldn't even have the face to go out and play. His Duke Wang's face would be lost in the circle. It would have to become a joke at that time. Is there anything else? Wang Chang inquired with a smile. No more, sis, then your brother will leave first. Wang Qingyang left with a smile. He squeezed his eyes as he passed by Zhang Hao, looking very pleased with himself. Zhang Hao didn't think much of it and watched Wang Qingyang leave before holding the car keys and walking over to Wang Chang's side. Chapter 83 An Unexpected Chance Encounter. Ms. Wang, this is the car given to me by Mr. Wang, what do you think about it? Zhang Hao clutched the car keys in his hand, his mood was a bit heavy, he was not blessed to receive such a generous gift. This younger brother. Wang Chang murmured softly, secretly shaking her head with a slightly reproachful tone. She knew that her brother was doing this, it was to please her, it was just that Zhang Hao was not worthy of giving Zhang Hao such a great favor. Considering that Zhang Hao was still useful to her, she did not show her bad attitude. A mere car, she didn't put it in her eyes, and considered it a handout to Zhang Hao. You take it, what's given away belongs to you. The Wang Chang court lady smiled, looking very generous. That's not good, is it? Zhang Hao weakly inquired. He had already taken a high salary, but he was very apprehensive about such a luxury car, for fear of taking it and burning his hands. Since you know it's not good, just work hard in the future. Wang Chang court lady seems to have a point. Good, understand. Zhang Hao was relieved, so he put the car keys into his pocket. Wang Chang's favor was great, he had no teeth to forget, and in the future with Wang Chang, he would just repay with his own enthusiasm. On this day, Wang Chang led Zhang Hao out, walked into a restaurant, and went straight to the box. Zhang Hao opened the door of the box and let Wang Chang go in. However, the other person inside the box made Zhang Hao a bit disoriented, not expecting to meet Song Qingzhu again. When he came with Wang Chang did not say that Song Qingzhu was also there, and there was really no need to tell him. Hello, Ms. Song. Zhang Hao greeted warmly, regardless of Song Qingzhu's attitude towards him, he was not qualified to meet someone and not greet them. Good day, Secretary Zhang. Song Qingzhu smiled at Zhang Hao and withdrew her gaze, her face was the same since the beginning, not changed by Zhang Hao's unexpected intrusion. Zhang Hao secretly muttered, even if the sky was falling, I'm afraid Song Qingzhu wouldn't show that she knew him in public. Song Qingzhu and Wang Chang chatted, as good as a person, Zhang Hao seemed to be non-existent in their eyes, and he understood the situation, so he took the initiative to take charge of the job of adding tea and pouring water. Even if it was humble, he was willing to do it. After all, the two women in front of him, one he had once possessed, the other was still in a state of possession, and that was how he had to comfort himself in order to stay here with peace of mind. Even if in their eyes, he was a plaything or a tool, he wouldn't care. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Qingzhu, Wang Chang asked, wasn't Gao Yanqi's treat? How come her people didn't come? You helped Gao Yanqi invest, she originally wanted to come over to thank you in person, but considering that you don't like to socialize, and even more so, you don't like to get along with people you don't have a good relationship with, so she took the initiative to avoid it. Song Qingzhu explained, this meal is Gao Yanqi's treat, I'll express my gratitude to you on her behalf. This is the best, this Gao Yanqi is quite understanding, she's not that annoying, and is quite a bit self-aware. Wang Chang looked relaxed, giving Gao Yanqi some appreciation for her approach. Song Qingzhu guffawed, if Gao Yanqi knew that you praised her like this, she should be happy. She is a people person, her absence now is the best indication. Wang Chang laughed lightly, if Gao Yanqi was present, she would be a little uncomfortable, but now she had no worries. Also,
Song Qingzhu agreed. Gao Yanqi had used the favor she had done to help her, allowing her to mention the investment to Wang Chang, but she had counted both of them in. This is a normal favor, she thinks nothing of it, but Wang Chang did not like this kind of socializing, and has some opinions about Gao Yanqi, which is all human nature. After the meal was served, the two of them chatted as they ate. Inside a box farther away from this one, at this moment, Zhang Xiaoming's face looked strange as she hurriedly walked over to Gu Yao's side.
Yao Yao, guess who I just saw? Zhang Xiaoming looked surprised, looking very surprised. Who?
Gu Yao inquired carelessly, with a look of putting nothing, not a care in the world.
Your ex-boyfriend.
Zhang Xiaoming blurted out. She had been observing Zhang Hao's figure just now, but she didn't recognize the Wang Chang court lady beside Zhang Hao, as well as Song Qingzhu in the box, but the beauty of these two women, as well as their amazing temperament, left her out of her reach.
Even Gu Yao couldn't match them. You mean Zhang Hao?
Gu Yao was amazed. After being separated from Zhang Hao, she missed Zhang Hao from time to time. If not for all the unforeseen circumstances, perhaps Zhang Hao at this time would still be her boyfriend now. Blaming her willfulness and arrogance, which drove Zhang Hao away.
That's right. Zhang Xiaoming nodded her head. What's the situation?
Gu Yao stood up violently. Where is he?
I'll go find him.
Yao Yao, sit at ease. He accompanied a big beauty here and has a big beauty waiting inside the box, so let's not bother. Zhang Xiaoming said in a gruff voice. The compartment where they are eating is very quiet. The several compartments around them are not seated. I guess it's also for the sake of quietness. The owner of the hotel didn't arrange for anyone to be there, and I just found out that the owner of the hotel personally delivered food to them.
Zhang Hao doesn't have such a big face. Could it be because of those two big beauties?
Gu Yao was a bit lost in thought. No matter how much she missed Zhang Hao at this time, she couldn't go over there for fear of making a fool of herself. Besides, after breaking up with Zhang Hao, she had to carry the situation, and even more so, she had to put herself in the right position. She resumed her seat, the expression on her face changing. Your ex-boyfriend, it seems that he is not an ordinary person either. No matter what the reason for the hotel to pay so much attention to him, Zhang Hao can accompany him on the sidelines, and that shows Zhang Hao's uncomplicatedness. Zhang Xiaoming was not clear about Zhang Hao's identity. She just knew that Zhang Hao was Gu Yao's ex-boyfriend, and now she was certain that Zhang Hao, who could be Gu Yao's ex-boyfriend, was also a person of status. Whatever. Gu Yao made up her mind painfully. What is the current situation of Zhang Hao? Without any relationship with her anymore, she should keep enough distance. Even if they met, they should pretend not to recognize each other and not get too involved. The idea was this idea, but her heart just couldn't forget Zhang Hao. She especially hated her own indiscretions.
Yao Yao, we have our own business, don't be disturbed by irrelevant things. Zhang Xiaoming reminded up. I know.
Gu Yao nodded her head. Zhang Xiaoming saw Gu Yao's eyes showing memories and fondness. She was afraid that Gu Yao was still thinking about Zhang Hao, so she changed the topic and said, Yao Yao, how is the situation of Ho Wenbin that is going? Do you understand? When Gu Yao heard this, she explained, at that time when Ho Wenbin came to me, intending to cheat my feelings, the family's company became a mess, and after that, being targeted by my mom, it had gone bankrupt, and at this time, Ho Wenbin was pretty much the same as living on the streets.
Deserved. Zhang Xiaoming was very relieved. This who had insulted her in Gu Yao at the reunion in the beginning finally paid the price.
Chapter 84, Gu Yao's thoughts on Zhang Hao. Zhang Xiaoming continued to ask in order to distract Gu Yao. Yao Yao, how is Gao Chang's situation? He was beaten by my family's bodyguards and broke his leg. He was originally in the hospital for treatment, then I heard that he was sent by the casino owner to capture him. I believe it won't end well. Gu Yao said, owing $30 million to the casino boss, even if you sell him, you can't pay back that money, and he treated you like that. This is retribution. After the obsessive love for Gao Chang disappeared, it now transformed into crazy hatred. It's best to break your arms and legs and become a vagabond living a life worse than death.
Zhang Xiaoming cursed under her breath.
Thinking about Gao Chang's experience of tricking her over, mortgaging her to the casino owner, and having the casino owner insult her, she hated this scummy gambler boyfriend.
He won't have a good result.
After Gu Yao finished saying this, she began to fret again, unable to suppress the thoughts of Zhang Hao in her mind. Yao Yao, I'm sorry, if I didn't mention about Zhang Hao, you wouldn't be so sad. Zhang Xiaoming blamed herself. It has nothing to do with you, don't blame yourself. Gu Yao smiled miserably. I know, I should forget about Zhang Hao, but I just can't. Her relationship with Zhang Hao was a sinful relationship. At that time, she was similar to a patient, or else she wouldn't have given her intact body to Zhang Hao. Now that she thought about it, she very much regretted having done that, and she also disliked Zhang Hao very much, not feeling that a man like that was qualified to touch her body. But she just can't forget Zhang Hao, some obsession, and some paranoia, still looking forward to with Zhang Hao. If it can always go on like that, that would be so good. She might really be sick, and her mentality was a bit twisted. While hating Zhang Hao, she was still thinking about him. Yao Yao, don't think so much. Today is the day you're having dinner with your blind date, so it's better to collect your thoughts.
Zhang Xiaoming reminded meaningfully. Well, I know.
Gu Yao looked depressed. She complained even more when she thought about this blind date. This man's father was her mother's business partner.
This time, it was their third meeting. Although she was treated very politely, she just couldn't look down on this man in her heart. Because when she was sad, he would not comfort her, but only advise her to be strong. When she was happy, she wouldn't ask her why she was happy, and treated it as if she didn't see it. When her wounds hurt, will not help her massage, will only urge her to rest. A lot of things, this blind date will not do, but her Zhang Hao will do. Meticulous care for her, care for her, care for her, love her. These are blind date, far from being able to compare with Zhang Hao place. Now look at the time, the blind date is late for half an hour, and there is still no sign of the person. I am afraid that it is deliberately cold, have concerns about their relationship with her. Fearing her mother's sake, agreeing to go out with her was also a stopgap measure, right? Such an unpunctual man, what's the point of waiting for him? With this thought, Guyao stood up. Let's go, no need to wait for him. She had her own pride and dignity and decided that she would not accommodate or tolerate. Yao, wait a little longer, he said he had a little car accident, he'll come over as soon as he's taken care of. Zhang Xiaoming advised. Don't need to wait, I still want a face, maybe this is just an excuse, he promised to come with me, also see my family is richer than his family, more afraid of my mother looking for trouble, even a little bit of sincerity, I still don't care. Guyao's intention to go has been decided, this time the idea, based on her subjective conjecture, has been sentenced to death on this blind date. She left it this time. She also wanted to go to see Zhang Hao and those two women together with the attitude. She walked through the door, just take a look, but will not disregard the decency to go to say hello to Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao was doing well, she would be unhappy. She just hoped that Zhang Hao was very humble, and it would be best if he couldn't raise his head in front of those two big beauties. Accompanied by Zhang Xiaoming, Guyao took a detour and walked past the box where Zhang Hao was. There were two waitresses standing at the door of the box, but unfortunately, the door of the box was tightly closed, so she couldn't see what was going on inside. Guyao did not linger, footsteps slowly away, for fear that Zhang Hao this time out found her figure, more aware of her mind. Walking into the elevator, Zhang Xiaoming said, Yao, I know you still want him, but after all, you guys broke up, and your mom won't agree with you two being together, then you should forget about him, torturing yourself so much, that man is he worthy? No more, I know what I should do. Guyao was in a lackluster mood. She also made a decision. She planned to investigate Zhang Hao's recent situation, and then find a chance to go and have a chance encounter with Zhang Hao. At that time, she apologized to Zhang Hao, and it would be best if she could win Zhang Hao back. She was a disabled person, she recognized this reality more than anyone else, and I'm afraid that living a normal life would be impossible. If she had a choice, she would rather live with Zhang Hao for the rest of her life. Alright. Zhang Xiaoming went on in silence. Once Guyao was so proud, so confident, the elegance of the past, she could no longer see it in Guyao's body. A car accident changed Guyao's life, and likewise changed her life. Their tragedy and pain come from Gao Changnat. And their own obsession. Zhang Hao was not clear about Guyao's mind, not to mention the fact that almost he had touched base with Guyao. At the moment, Zhang Hao was bored with his meal, so he let Song Qingzhu and Wang Chang go chatting, and no matter what they talked about, he pretended that he didn't hear them. Hey, mute. Ms. Wang Chang spoke out after taking a glance at Zhang Hao. Ms. Wang, is something wrong? Zhang Hao offered a smile. He would have liked the two to treat him as a transparent person. Not a bit of eye candy, you were asked to come here just to engage in service, understand? Wang Chang took her hand and nodded her water cup. After chatting with Song Qingzhu for a long time, she was a bit thirsty, and this Zhang Hao didn't even know to refill his water. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't have eyes, I really don't want to disturb your pleasure. Zhang Hao diligently got up, and then began to add tea and pour water. This was his job. He did it with ease. After all, they were all his women, so he had to serve them well. Self-soothing words could only be thought about in one's mind. After pouring the water, Zhang Hao sat down again. He began to eat again without slowing down. Still quite understanding, not a single superfluous word when you shouldn't interrupt. Wang Chang praised. This is what I should do. Zhang Hao smiled and laughed. Song Qingzhu and Wang Chang, both of them didn't feel that Zhang Hao was redundant. If other people were present, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy their chats so much, but with Zhang Hao, a special person, they were both very relieved. With such thoughts in their hearts, they were much more relaxed on the surface. What they were thinking about each other, they didn't know about each other. When the door of the box was pushed open by a man, Wang Chang's face sank. Chapter 85 Wang Chang's Suitor. As Tang Zilong pushed the door open, his gaze fell on Wang Chang's body, as if Wang Chang was the only one in his eyes. Ms. Wang, how are you? We meet again. Tang Zilong greeted with a smile and a gentlemanly demeanor. It wasn't a chance encounter for him to meet Ms. Wang. In fact, he had sent someone to keep an eye on Wang Chang's every move, and when Wang Chang left the villa, he put down his work and looked for her. He was one of Wang Chang's suitors, the persistent kind. Wang Chang's father thought highly of him and encouraged him to pursue Wang Chang to her hand, which he naturally agreed to do. In his opinion, a woman like Wang Chang needed a man like him to pester her, so that she could finally make it right. Yes, hello again. Wang Chang's face was unnatural. If she was interested in the opposite sex, this Tang Zilong was indeed the right person to marry, but she had her own hidden disease.
Now that Zhang Hao was her man, due to the different nature, she didn't treat Zhang Hao as her real man, just a tool for her to achieve her goal. Tang Zilong faced Song Qingju. Hello Miss Song, how are you? It's really an accident plus a surprise to have the honor to meet you. I'm happy for the changes you've made now. He was clear about Song Qingju's encounter, and expressed his greetings implicitly.
Song Qingju's family history was much more powerful than his family, so treating Song Qingju was quite polite. Thank you, hello. Song Qingju nodded slightly. Tang Zilong's family lineage was not bad, and he was considered to be acquainted with her. Zhang Hao looked natural. This Tang Zilong was familiar with Ms. Wang and knew Song Qingju, so it seemed that it was their circle that belonged to a world of people, and he was just an accident. Ms. Wang, can I sit next to you? Tang Zilong asked politely. Casual. Ms. Wang's attitude was also very casual. Since Song Qingju and Wang Chang were sitting next to each other in chairs, Zhang Hao was separated by a chair and sat on Wang Chang's left-hand side, and after Tang Zilong sat down, he inserted himself in the middle of Zhang Hao and Wang Chang. You are? Tang Zilong finally put his eyes, only then on Zhang Hao's body. Just now it was as if he was oblivious to it. In fact, he knew Zhang Hao's identity, and now he was just asking, letting him eat Zhang Hao's jealousy. Zhang Hao didn't have the qualification to do so. Song Qingju was silent and was in no position to introduce Zhang Hao's identity.
Wang Chang was too lazy to explain. Tang Zilong was not who she was, so it was not necessary to explain the identity of the man beside her.
After a long time, Zhang Hao smiled and said, I'm Ms. Wang's secretary, Zhang Hao. So it's Secretary Zhang, I'm Ms. Wang's suitor, Tang Zilong.
As Tang Zilong introduced his identity, he took the initiative to extend his hand, as if it was a handout, and shook Zhang Hao's hand briefly, which was also out of politeness.
So it's Mr. Tang. Zhang Hao was able to sense Tang Zilong's indifferent attitude, and he didn't care in any way.
Wang Chang's suitors had nothing to do with him, and he could still complacently comfort himself that he was still Wang Chang's man now.
Tang Zilong didn't pay any more attention to Zhang Hao and faced Wang Chang and smiled. My presumptuous appearance didn't disturb you guys, did it? No. Disturbing. Song Qingju and Wang Chang's voices rang out in unison. In Song Qingju's opinion, since Tang Zilong was Wang Chang's suitor, for the sake of Wang Chang's good, she was happy to see Wang Chang find a partner of her own. Wang Chang's thoughts were simple. The atmosphere of her chatting with Song Qingju was good, Zhang Hao's presence didn't disturb her in the slightest, and Tang Zilong's arrival would inevitably affect the elegance of her chatting. She was too lazy to say those polite words. Tang Zilong cast a grateful glance at Song Qingju. He didn't care in the slightest about Ms. Wang's attitude. Ms. Wang was like this to everyone, it's not like she was deliberately targeting him. Ms. Wang, you are as dashing as ever, living out your true self. I do as I please, not at all against my will. Tang Zilong looked at Ms. Wang, with the appearance of having insight into her mind. I don't like to hear such compliments. Wang Chang's face didn't change, but the words she uttered were filled with disgust. Tang Zilong wasn't the only one who knew about this habit of hers. In her opinion, Tang Zilong was just kissing ass and pleasing her with words that she felt were fake. I just envy you, being able to live a different version of yourself. After all, most people in the world wear masks to live. Tang Zilong smiled happily, but the bitterness in his heart was known only to him. Every time he met up with Wang Chang, he would eat a bellyful of anger. He encouraged himself one by one, hold on. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of pestering her husband. As long as he pestered Wang Chang, he believed that Wang Chang would always change her mind about him one day, and then his relationship with Wang Chang would be able to take a qualitative leap forward. You also wear a mask, including now? Ms. Wang looked playful. Ms. Wang's ability is great, not everyone can be as free as you. Out of the mix also have to talk about human feelings. Tang Zilong didn't hide his thoughts. In front of other people, his disguise was lighter, but in front of Wang Chang's court lady, he felt that he was almost not himself. All his thoughts and ideas were to please the Wang Chang, and they hadn't yet had the desired effect, to the point that he hated himself for being like this. He didn't think about giving up. If he really got together with Wang Chang, the benefits he would get in the future could not be described in words. Because the person herself, the Wang Chang, was a huge treasure, and there were countless people who missed it. Boring. Wang Chang's expression was mocking. Tang Zilong didn't cover himself up, so she was high on it. Tang Zilong picked up his chopsticks and asked politely, I haven't eaten yet, eat a little now, do you guys mind? Whatever. Wang Chang's face was helpless. Mr. Tang, let's order a few more dishes for you, they're all leftovers, how can I entertain you? Song Qingju spoke up. It's fine, it's quite good. Tang Zilong wouldn't mind the meals on the table. He was afraid that Wang Chang would say he was troublesome. As long as Wang Chang didn't mind, he was happy to eat the leftovers from Wang Chang. As for Song Qingju and Zhang Hao, he didn't consider it for now. Wang Chang turned her face towards Song Qingju. She had planned to continue chatting happily with Song Qingju, but now she couldn't find that feeling. She didn't treat Zhang Hao as an outsider in order to talk and laugh with Song Qingju. It seemed that Song Qingju, in her heart, didn't consider Zhang Hao as an outsider either. Now that Tang Zilong was standing on the sidelines, she couldn't even find a suitable topic to talk about, and then Song Qingju seemed to be the same. This Tang Zilong, what a nasty fellow. Wang Chang's heart was filled with revulsion, and displeasure filled her face.
Song Qingju stopped speaking.
Wang Chang didn't speak either.
Zhang Hao had no intention of speaking at all, unless there was a need to speak passively. Tang Zilong ate his meal, sensing the change in atmosphere. When he first arrived, Wang Chang and Song Qingju were still talking and laughing, but now they were mute, and he was extremely rushed. It seemed that his arrival was really obnoxious and had disturbed Wang Chang and Song Qingju. Zhang Hao was not in his consideration.
Chapter 86, Song Qingju's worry, Wang Chang's attitude.
Tang Zilong laughed to himself. Sometimes when parties are going on, and suddenly unwelcome guests come, I don't want to talk, and my attitude is even worse. I didn't realize that I'd become like this. He hoped that Wang Chang would treat him a little better, even if she said a few more words of nonsense, but he just didn't see a good face on Wang Chang's face. He was saddened to death.
Mr. Tang, you're overthinking it.
Song Qingju said out of politeness, and in his heart, he thought, this Tang Zilong is really self-aware. For an occasion like this, Tang Zilong shouldn't have come, and even if he wanted to chase after Wang Chang, he had chosen the wrong time and place.
It's good to know. Wang Chang didn't have a problem with Tang Zilong, now she was just a little dissatisfied.
Tang Zilong looked embarrassed. Song Qingju's words took care of his face. People in the world should talk about such human feelings, but Wang Chang's attitude made it much more embarrassing.
Secretary Zhang, do you think what I said is justified? Tang Zilong looked towards Zhang Hao, his expression filled with amusement.
If Zhang Hao's answer fell on his face, he was going to hold a grudge.
Zhang Hao laughed. Mr. Tang, what do you care about my attitude? Is it important?
Tang Zilong laughed a bit. Yeah, Zhang Hao's attitude was not important at all, and he was still asking this. This was being. A small character like Zhang Hao should not be put in one's eyes. Song Qingju sweated for Zhang Hao, fearing that Zhang Hao would attract Tang Zilong's enmity, and was much more relieved after hearing this reply. That boy of hers was indeed very smart. Wang Chang said with a lack of interest, let's call it a day, let's find a chance to get together again.
Song Qingju met Wang Chang's gaze, nodded and smiled. Good. We're leaving, what are your plans? Court Lady Wang glanced at Tang Zilong. I'll send you back. Tang Zilong had a thick skin and made up his mind to pester Wang Chang. Good.
Wang Chang didn't refuse, her attitude was quite casual. Tang Zilong wanted to stay by her side, she didn't have an aversive attitude, if she couldn't stay and leave, she wouldn't retain.
Thanks. Tang Zilong smiled with an open brow. This at least showed that Wang Chang didn't hate him that much. If that was the case, he felt that he had a chance with the Wang Chang. As soon as there was a chance to contact Wang Chang, he had to grab it. In time, Wang Chang, the iceberg, would always be sensitized by him, and then he would be able to embrace the beauty. Song Qingju and Wang Chang walked out side by side, Tang Zilong followed behind them. When Wang Chang left, she didn't even take her own bag, but Zhang Hao knew that it was his job, so he hung Wang Chang's bag on his body. Walking to the parking lot, Song Qingju was the first to leave. Zhang Hao started the car, and Wang Chang sat in the back. Tang Zilong followed behind in his own car. Inside a car, Gu Yao and Zhang Xiaoming looked at the departing Zhang Hao. Yao Yao, your ex-boyfriend is so humble, not only does he serve as a driver for that beautiful woman, but he also carries her bags, it's just a little follower, it's too pathetic. Zhang Xiaoming lamented. In her thoughts, Gu Yao's ex-boyfriend should be very outstanding, but she didn't expect to be doing this kind of waiting for people. That beautiful woman, I wonder what her status is. Gu Yao was only interested in the identity of Wang Chang's court lady, as Zhang Hao served her, and Song Qingju, who had left, didn't care about it. Her current state of mind was a bit like catching an ex-boyfriend in the act of adultery. She was looking forward to Zhang Hao having a bad time, in which case she would be happy, but when she really saw the scene, she was heartbroken for Zhang Hao. We don't even know her identity, but looking at the aura, she's an amazing woman. Zhang Xiaoming muttered. Indeed, that woman shouldn't be simple. Gu Yao didn't compare herself to Wang Chang, because she couldn't and was a bit ashamed of herself in her heart. No wonder Zhang Hao was so humble, as if he was on his own side, so it turned out that he was serving a very dignified beauty. Whatever Zhang Hao did, she could understand. It just surprised her that it was a disabled person like her that needed Zhang Hao's care, but that woman was so outstanding, how could she even look at Zhang Hao? Yao Yao, the ex-boyfriend you can't forget, what exactly is his identity? Zhang Xiaoming couldn't help but inquire. Don't ask, there's no benefit in knowing more. Gu Yao shook her head. Her ex-boyfriend, naturally, was someone her mother had paid to hire, but there was no unimaginable identity, so let Zhang Xiaoming continue to mistakenly believe that Zhang Hao was a person of origin. If Zhang Xiaoming knew the details, she wouldn't know what to think of her. I'm afraid it would become a joke if such an outstanding beauty like her still had thoughts about a man like that. Okay, don't ask. Zhang Xiaoming said with a change in tone, what should we do now? Aren't you planning to follow Zhang Hao? Are you still following now? Forget it, just let him go. Gu Yao dismissed her original idea. She was afraid that she would cross paths with Wang Chang, thus affecting Zhang Hao's work. Just come down and investigate Zhang Hao's movements in private. Then let's go eat quickly, you're waiting for Zhang Hao, but we're all hungry. Zhang Xiaoming urged. Okay, go eat. Gu Yao didn't have any appetite at all. Zhang Hao drove the car to the entrance of the villa, and when he intended to get out of the car to open the door for Wang Chang, Tang Zilong was very diligent and opened the door for Wang Chang, but what made him dumbfounded was that Wang Chang opened the door from the other side and walked down. Such a small thing, Wang Chang would do it herself, not thinking of having someone come to serve her. Tang Zilong revealed a helpless look, opening a car door for you, not even giving a chance. Didn't see it. Wang Chang said truthfully, besides, when you opened the car door, I even took a leg down from the other side. It's me who was slow and didn't take care of it. Tang Zilong was very humble, only looking for reasons on his own. What's the point of caring about such a trivial matter? Wang Chang was full of disinterest. It's not to show myself to please you. Tang Zilong was full of smiles. It's not necessary. Wang Chang's attitude was very sincere. Tang Zilong's approach was to pat the horse's ass on the hoof. If Tang Zilong was brave enough to be himself and not take so much trouble to please, she would look at it more differently. Now it was up to her to see how long such a performance would last. She was lazy. The idea of driving Tang Zilong away was not in her mind. Besides, Tang Zilong was just a dog's skin and it was not good to drive him away. Being pestered by Tang Zilong, she was a little bit of a tiny bit happy. This was also the reason for letting go, right? Wang Chang walked into the villa. Tang Zilong followed and walked in. Zhang Hao stayed put and didn't rush back. This was because on the way here, Wang Chang said that she wanted to talk to Tang Zilong and wanted him to hide. Zhang Hao felt uncomfortable hiding inside the villa. It was better to stay outside the villa and be much more comfortable. He had nothing to do now, so he wandered around the villa area, waiting for Tang Zilong to leave before appearing in front of Wang Chang, so as not to make her blame him. Zhang Hao was surprised to run into an acquaintance, Ho Wenbin. Chapter 87 Jiang Runan's Stalking. Ho Wenbin's nose was bruised and swollen, and there were some fingernail scratches on his neck, and shame flashed through his mind upon seeing Zhang Hao. The last time he met with Zhang Hao was at Gu Yao's home, and at that time, he was full of confidence wanting to take Gu Yao. As a result, the video of him verbally abusing Gu Yao during the class reunion had spread out to the point of being a total loss. Originally, he had thought of relying on Gu Yao, so that Gu Yao's mom could help his Ho family's company come back from the dead. He didn't expect that because of his recklessness, he directly offended Gu Yao and her mom, and the result was that his family's company directly went bankrupt. He went from being a male son to someone no one treated well. He was somewhat to blame, but he hated that mother and daughter even more. If it wasn't for Gu Yao's mom's fall from grace, he wouldn't have been reduced to this. Yo, isn't this Mr. Ho? Why are you here? Zhang Hao inquired kindly, looking at the injuries on Ho Wenbin's body with some amusement in his heart. Zhang Hao, don't you give me any more sympathy. What, do you want to see me laugh? Ho Wenbin's face was grim. He used to see Zhang Hao and wouldn't look at Zhang Hao with a straight face, but now that his situation had changed, he was really afraid of seeing someone he knew, as that would make him a laughing stock. After his family's company went bankrupt, a rich woman who was hostile to his family picked him directly and just compulsorily kept him around and then desecrated him at will, this damned rich woman, who also liked to abuse people. He suspected that being abused was also Gu Yao's mom's idea, because this rich woman was very close to Gu Yao's mom. Also, Zhang Hao's invisible body was covered in bruises. This kind of encounter made him lose his dignity and face, and he could only live in a general way. Wanting to resist without any more ability, one could only get by. Mr. Ho, what's wrong with you? Zhang Hao laughed. I cared for you with good intentions, why are you so cold? Zhang Hao, how can you have such good intentions? Don't try to humiliate me or I won't be done with you. Ho Wenbin's gaze was fierce. Zhang Hao didn't see eye to eye with him and directly ignored Ho Wenbin. How Ho Wenbin's condition had nothing to do with him, nor was he in the mood to ridicule Ho Wenbin. When Zhang Hao intended to lift his leg to leave, Ho Wenbin blocked him and said sternly, I'm warning you, don't tell Gu Yao about what you saw me do here. I don't have that kind of leisure. Zhang Hao shook his head. That's good. Ho Wenbin was much more at ease, then asked suspiciously, why are you here? What are you doing here if you're not following Gu Yao that's asked to offer your attentions? None of your business. Zhang Hao stepped forward and glared, and Ho Wenbin took 2 steps back in fear. With this amount of guts, you're still threatening me, it's really laughable. Zhang Hao nonchalantly laughed in shame, and after saying that, he took a big step to walk away. Ho Wenbin looked at his back, his fists clenched tightly. Zhang Hao, you bastard, you dare to talk about me like that, you wait for me. Meanwhile, a car was parked not far from the entrance of Wang Chang's villa. The driver Li Feng dialed a phone. Miss, Tang Zilong went to look for Wang Chang. After coming out of the restaurant, he followed to Wang Chang's home. Li Feng reported. The miss he was talking about was Jiang Runan. Jiang Runan was favorably disposed to Tang Zilong, but since this Tang Zilong didn't care about her, she kept an eye on Tang Zilong's dynamics. Keep an eye on me, I want to see what he's doing all day long. Jiang Runan sounded indignant. When she asked Tang Zilong out, there was always something she couldn't get away from, but she was very active when she went towards Wang Chang's side. Yes, miss. Li Feng respectfully agreed. It had always been his duty to keep an eye on Tang Zilong, and today, he hadn't been idle after Tang Zilong left the house, then the restaurant, as well as when he arrived at Wang Chang's home.
He hurriedly said, "Miss, there's one more thing that might interest you. There's a man who has been following by the side of Wang Chang, and I don't know what his identity is." The man in his mouth naturally referred to Zhang Hao. Zhang Runan revealed an odd expression when she heard this news. It seemed like she had to check up on this man. Regarding the secrets of Wang Chang's court, she wanted to know even more. Zhang Runan hung up the phone, thinking about Tang Zilong's behavior, her eyes filled with anger.
Li Feng had just put his phone away when he saw a man standing outside the car window. He was startled and asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong?" This man was naturally Qian Bao. His expression was cold. "Are you staring at Ms. Wang's place?" "Don't dare, no." Li Feng hurriedly explained. He was afraid of causing Qian Bao's misunderstanding. In that case, he wouldn't be able to avoid a flesh wound. "I'm Ms. Zhang Runan's driver. I'm just helping Ms. Zhang keep an eye on Tang Zilong's movements." "That's good." Qian Bao turned around and left. Li Feng looked at Qian Bao's figure. His heart was drumming. Just now Qian Bao's eyes were so scary. Luckily he wasn't hostile, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Inside the villa, after Tang Zilong sat down, Wang Chang said nonchalantly, "If you want to drink water, pour it yourself. I won't greet you." "Don't bother, I'm not thirsty." Tang Zilong nodded his head. If Wang Chang's relationship with him was good, he would be very happy to talk like this. It was a sign that she didn't treat him as an outsider. The key was now that the relationship was not good, then to say this was no hospitality. Ms. Wang stayed with Tang Zilong and didn't know what to say, so she didn't say a few words. "Ms. Wang, you live alone in such a big house, don't you feel cold?" Tang Zilong had no words to say. "It's okay." Ms. Wang responded. Zhang Hao still lived here. She didn't have to explain, so she wouldn't give Tang Zilong the benefit of the doubt. "Last time I drank with your brother, we had a good chat. Let's go rock climbing together if we have the chance. I heard that you like outdoor activities. I don't know if there's this chance to go on a trip with you?" Tang Zilong struggled to find a topic. "I don't plan to go out and play recently, I have my own things." Wang Chang said. "What is it? Can you tell me?" Tang Zilong was very curious. "Private matters." The Wang Chang court lady spat out 2 words. "Oh." Tang Zilong understood. Private matters meant that they couldn't talk about it, or their relationship wasn't good enough to talk about private matters. Wang Chang's private matter was naturally thinking about pregnancy and childbirth. She hadn't even told her father and brother, so naturally she wouldn't say a word to Tang Zilong. Tang Zilong casually found a few topics to talk about. Wang Chang's court ladies were all indifferent. He was so uncomfortable that he felt like he couldn't stay any longer, so he also proposed to take his leave. "Ms. Wang, let's talk again when we have time. I suddenly remembered that I still have things to do." "Take your time, don't see me off." Ms. Wang didn't have any retention. "You stay, don't be polite with me." Tang Zilong left. Wang Chang didn't have the intention to send her off at all. Hearing Tang Zilong's words, she just nodded perfunctorily. "When he's by my side, he's just a bit annoying. When he's not by my side, he doesn't constitute any influence on me." Wang Chang secretly muttered, giving this judgment to her relationship with Tang Zilong. But with Zhang Hao, her thoughts were different. A certain spot in her heart had already allowed Zhang Hao to take up residence. Chapter 88. Wang Chang was torn, Gao Yanqi was missed. Zhang Hao saw Tang Zilong leave and appeared in front of Wang Chang's court in a very obedient manner. "How do you feel about my private contact with Tang Zilong?" Wang Chang just looked at Zhang Hao. She hoped that this man of hers would be jealous. In that case it showed that there was her in her heart. But she didn't want Zhang Hao to be jealous, thinking that Zhang Hao wasn't qualified to be jealous of her. Anyway, her psychology was extremely complicated. In the future, Zhang Hao and Zhang Hao will inevitably have to go their separate ways, and she hopes that Zhang Hao can afford to let go, and will not pester her at that time. But she also blamed herself for putting Zhang Hao in her heart and felt that she was very unproductive. Zhang Hao hesitated, not knowing how to answer for a moment. As Wang Chang's man, it would be too thin-skinned if he didn't have any thoughts at all. He had long engraved Wang Chang in his heart, and in order to not let Wang Chang think that he was delusional, so he didn't dare to say what was in his heart, and there was no need to say it. All along, he had been the one serving the Wang Chang. Wang Chang to his identity, also only as a secretary, boyfriend such identity, as if he is not worthy of, Wang Chang private did not even say once. Wang Chang did not even say once in private. He was indeed unworthy, and went his own way after the cooperation ended, and now he treats Wang Chang with all his heart on the line, and it's useless to think about other things. "Ms. Wang, there's no need to say what's in my heart, lest it makes you uncomfortable to hear." Zhang Hao weighed his words and came up with such a statement. "Fine, don't say it, I'm not interested in hearing it either." Wang Chang court lady appeared to be full of care. In her opinion, Zhang Hao had a very low self-esteem, and didn't even dare to spit out his love for her, so it was still considered that Zhang Hao had a sense of self-knowledge. But she had thoughts about such a man and hated herself for it. While Wang Chang was resting with her eyes closed, Zhang Hao disappeared from within Wang Chang's line of sight and came to the first floor of the villa. When he shouldn't be bothering Wang Chang, this was where he stayed. So understanding that it hurts one's heart. Wang Chang muttered in her heart. When Zhang Hao was idly bored, Gao Yanqi sent a message, "Is it convenient to chat?" Zhang Hao called through to Gao Yanqi's video. After Gao Yanqi picked up, she teased, "Stinky brother, did you miss me?" Sister Gao thought about it. Zhang Hao was full of smiles. He still felt that Gao Yanqi was good. Having skin to skin with Gao Yanqi, he didn't have to worry about any emotional entanglements, he could flirt casually, and he could also speak sweetly. Such an attitude couldn't be used on Wang Chang. Did you miss me there? Gao Yanqi had always been so immodest, and now she was even more licentious. Missed it too, often. Zhang Hao responded with a smile, and in order to show his sincerity, his eyes were starting to long for it. Waiting for the free time sister properly pain you, now think about it on the line, sister cannot help you, far water cannot extinguish the fire. Gao Yanqi giggled. Yeah, I'm waiting for sister Gao's favor. Zhang Hao spoke in a relaxed tone. Gao Yanqi slightly tightened her posture and asked, how is it? Have you slept with Wang Chang yet? Sister Gao, no, don't ask again in such words, it's not like you don't know about Wang Chang's situation. Zhang Hao was full of candor, even in front of Gao Yanqi, he did not say anything about the situation of Wang Chang. This was his professional conduct that could not be violated. It's too much of a waste to let this Wang Chang court lady go without your food. If it was by my side, a little handsome guy like you, I would have to take pity on him, how could it be wasted? Gao Yanqi did not doubt Zhang Hao's words, in her thoughts Wang Chang's situation was just a bit serious. Sister Gao, I'll recuperate my body, and when the time comes to be with you, I'll make sure that there's plenty of food and grass. Zhang Hao smiled heartlessly. Good, good, sister likes the flavor of your rations too much. Gao Yanqi reminisced. After exchanging words like this, finally Gao Yanqi said in a proper voice, I entrusted Song Qingzhu to find Wang Chang to help me invest, and now that things are all done, you've met with Song Qingzhu, haven't you? Met twice. Zhang Hao said, the last time she came to look for Wang Chang, I avoided it, and she chatted with Wang Chang alone, and today we went to dinner for the second time, and she didn't even say a word to me, just a polite hello. Can understand, my stinky brother, forget about Song Qingzhu, it's good for you, any involvement can only be bad for you. Gao Yanqi admonished meaningfully. Sister Gao, I know. Zhang Hao nodded his head in a disciplined manner. Let his sister Song live on in his heart. If he wanted to forget, then naturally, he couldn't. To be honest, it was also impossible to forget. My stinky brother just understands things. Gao Yanqi was very pleased, she knew a lot about Song Qingzhu, only Zhang Hao was kept in the dark, so everything she said was for Zhang Hao's benefit. That's natural, but sister Gao, I will never forget you. Zhang Hao smiled and spoke. I'll beat you to death if you dare to forget me. Gao Yanqi laughed happily, she was with Zhang Hao, so she was just taking what she wanted, there were no other entanglements, so she didn't have any worries. I won't give sister Gao the chance to beat me up. Zhang Hao responded cheerfully. I can't afford to really beat you up. After Gao Yanqi finished saying this, she seriously inquired, by the way, Song Qingzhu is with Gao Yanqi, they didn't say anything bad about me, right? During today's meal, Zhang Hao naturally heard some bad words, they said that Gao Yanqi was good at scheming, and utilized the opportunity of having helped Song Qingzhu to get Song Qingzhu to beg the Wang Chang court ladies, thus taking care of the investment matter. Zhang Hao's face remained unchanged, and he said seriously, Sister Gao, I didn't hear them say anything bad about you. When they were together, they could never finish talking about their own topics, and they wouldn't talk about other people's things at all, and they were all very lonely and proud, and even when Tang Zilong came later on, they still didn't have anything to talk about with him, and in the end, they could only end up awkwardly. Things that shouldn't be said, beating him to death couldn't be said. It's also understandable. Gao Yanqi smiled, no matter if it was Wang Chang or Song Qingzhu, they were both extremely proud people, helping her out would be just a small matter in their eyes, right? They also did, indeed, have reasons not to bother speaking ill of her. Then she inquired, Stinky brother, Wang Chang is a great beauty, so you don't have any thoughts about her? My hi sister yo, don't say such crazy things again, I'm just a toad, I don't want to think about things I shouldn't think about. Zhang Hao said with conviction, besides, I can't even chat with Wang Chang for a day, how could I have such thoughts? Bah, just no nonsense, you took advantage of your sister, did you let the toad take advantage of it, it's also too diaphragmatic. Gao Yanqi snapped, then she was curious, then you can still stay by the Wang Chang side, what is your value? The Wang Chang often suffers from insomnia, and my voice can help him sleep. Zhang Hao explained. Oh, I see, just this use of yours is too important to the Wang Chang, you have this value, if the Wang Chang is happy, there is no problem to keep you by her side for the rest of her life. Gao Yanqi suddenly realized. It's only by luck that I was able to be of such help to Wang Chang. Zhang Hao was filled with joy. The two of them chatted for a few moments before Zhang Hao took the initiative to hang up the video as it was time to cook for Wang Chang. Chapter 89, Wang Chang's court lady wants a child, Zhang Runin comes to the door. Zhang Hao's days with Wang Chang were peaceful. On this day when they were chatting, Wang Chang asked in a low voice, Zhang Hao, do you like boys or girls? Why do you ask? Zhang Hao was a bit bewildered, remembering that the last time the woman who asked him this question was still Gu Yao, and the result was that she was mercilessly driven away. Now, he was a bit worried, just afraid of encountering the same situation. It's just a casual chat, answering my questions. Wang Chang glanced at Zhang Hao, looking careless. As long as it's my child, I like it. Without any hesitation, Zhang Hao gave this answer. Aha!
Ms. Wang mused, her gaze shifting.
Ms. Wang, could it be that you are pregnant?
Zhang Hao inquired cautiously. If this was really the case, then it would be too much to be happy about. No matter how the Wang Chang looked at him, this would be a heavenly good news for him.
What are you thinking about?
Wang Chang glared, then said with a change in tone, if you're really pregnant, that would be great.
You mean, you plan to get pregnant?
Zhang Hao inquired.
That's right, you keep trying.
Wang Chang looked calm. She hadn't taken any safety measures since she had been with Zhang Hao, and up to now, she hadn't shown any signs of pregnancy. She had already made up her mind to get pregnant, so she would need to rely on Zhang Hao's help in the future.
Good.
Zhang Hao nodded heavily. He was naturally overjoyed that such a big shot like Wang Chang was going to carry his child.
What are you so happy about? Wang Chang looked unhappy.
Zhang Hao immediately tightened his attitude. Even if I'm really pregnant, it has nothing to do with you, and the child will take my surname in the future, so you have to recognize your own identity. The Wang Chang court lady admonished meaningfully.
Okay, no problem. Zhang Hao didn't think about becoming Wang Chang's husband because he wasn't worthy.
However, the fact that Wang Chang was willing to give birth to a child for him, and that child would be his biological child after it was born, would be a comfort to him.
Understanding this, one should be content.
He had no problem with not being able to identify with his children. Even if he was a reproductive tool in the eyes of Wang Chang, he recognized it all. I used you to try to achieve my own goals. If you are dissatisfied in your heart, just curse it out.
Wang Chang seemed to be pointing. You're overthinking it, I didn't think so. Zhang Hao laughed. Fine. Wang Chang didn't bother to care about Zhang Hao's mind. In my opinion, if I am really pregnant one day, I will say that I have taken the seed from the hospital sperm bank. Do you understand?
Understood, I will keep my mouth shut. Zhang Hao swore. That's good. Wang Chang was finally free of worries. She said in a condensed voice, originally, I could have gotten pregnant quietly with the help of you, and then kicked you out, and still not let you know that I told you about this so that you wouldn't be the one to be confused.
Thank you, a million thanks.
Zhang Hao was grateful.
Alright, no more chatting about this. Wang Chang didn't have the interest to chat anymore.
Good. Zhang Hao agreed with his mouth full. He could understand what Wang Chang did, so cold to the opposite sex, and valued her body so much, and now that he, a toad, had taken up Wang Chang's perfect body, and saw that he served her well, and saw that he was young and handsome, he was planning to conceive his child, right? Regardless of the reasons, Zhang Hao sympathized with Wang Chang's approach, and he was also glad to have befriended Wang Chang, and to have a female bigwig who had her hands full and was willing to take his seed to have children, which was his greatest joy. After Wang Chang's pregnancy, the question of his own stay and departure Wang Chang did not say, and he did not inquire about it. From now on, cherishing every day with Wang Chang was his greatest wish. On this day, Zhang Runan arrived at the door of Wang Chang's villa.
Zhang Hao opened the door and inquired, "Who are you looking for?"
For such unfamiliar visitors, or guests who didn't have an appointment, Wang Chang wouldn't take care of them, and the matter of coping with them fell on his shoulders. You're Zhang Hao, Gao Yanqi's assistant, and now the secretary of Wang Chang's court lady, and I don't know if you're hanging on to these identities. Zhang Runan surveyed with interest.
Do we know each other?
Zhang Hao could guarantee that he had never seen the pretty girl in front of him. However, the other party had cast such suspicion on his identity, as well as the job he was engaged in, and his heart was inevitably apprehensive. You're not qualified to know me, I investigated you out of curiosity, and I sort of know you. Zhang Runan had a smile on her lips.
All right.
Zhang Hao didn't care, as long as the other party was interested, he didn't care how he investigated.
He asked, "This lady, do you have something?" "I'm looking for Wang Chang." Zhang Runan lifted her leg and left. "Do you have an appointment?" Zhang Hao was a bit anxious.
I never make appointments when I'm looking for someone, I see them whenever I want. Why, do you have a problem with that? Zhang Runan twisted her head and just looked at Zhang Hao.
No, I don't dare to have an opinion.
Zhang Hao smiled sarcastically.
Count on your sense of humor.
Zhang Runan looked arrogant and just scrutinized Zhang Hao, then walked straight to the second floor of the villa. Zhang Hao could only follow behind. This woman was not simple at first glance. Wang Chang, come out here, your guest has come to the door, why don't you come out to greet him? Zhang Runan shouted in a low voice, and in the midst of the intermittent noise, she arrived at Wang Chang's side.
You're looking for me? Wang Chang looked at Zhang Runan and felt incredulous. She knew Zhang Runan. Zhang Runan also knew her.
They were just acquaintances, and if they were willing to greet each other, they would just exchange polite pleasantries, and if they didn't want to greet each other, they would just turn a blind eye to each other. That's right, I'm looking for you.
Zhang Runan straightened up.
But it's really rare, we don't seem to have any personal relationship, right? You suddenly came to my door to look for me, so I don't know what to say. Wang Chang shook her head. Although it's a bit presumptuous, and a bit rude, but I'm not formal and don't care about such things, and you're also generous, so don't care about such minutiae.
Zhang Runan looked like she was taking things for granted. Fine. Wang Chang smiled and shook her head. This Zhang Runan's nature was something she appreciated. She asked, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Runan didn't answer. Facing Zhang Hao, she said, "Go get me a bottle of water, I'm thirsty." "All right." Zhang Hao treated Zhang Runan as a guest and brought a bottle of water. Zhang Runan didn't take the bottle of water and ordered, "Unscrew the cap for me." "Good." Zhang Hao did as he was told, not letting Zhang Runan pick out half a point. Zhang Runan took a sip of the water and happily said, "So obedient." "Zhang Runan, you didn't come to my house just to yell, did you?" Wang Chang was a little impatient. "Calm down, I came today to talk to you about things." Zhang Runan laughed. "Take this Zhang Hao, what kind of person is he to you? The little white boy you keep? Don't put me off with excuses like secretary." Wang Chang's face darkened. Chapter 90, the man Wang Chang's court lady abandoned, Zhang Runan wanted. Zhang Hao secretly nodded his head, so this beautiful woman was Zhang Runan, and her casual question had revealed his relationship with Wang Chang in a nutshell. The entwined story of the two of them was known only to the two of them, and other people naturally knew nothing about it. "Zhang Runan, don't give me the brashness." Wang Chang's face sunk slightly. She didn't have to explain, much less have any heart to talk to Zhang Runan about any issues. "Are you annoyed? Trying to cover up, right?" Zhang Runan was just skeptical, but she wouldn't think that the two were really related. "If you keep fooling around, I'll send the guests away." Wang Chang's gaze was cold, looking like her patience was about to run out. "All right, no more poking fun at you." Zhang Runan laughed. "A little man like Zhang Hao, how could he be in your eyes? I know he is a servant hired by your father to take care of your clothes, food, and living. The so-called position of secretary is just a title you arbitrarily pressed on him in order to get rid of guests you don't want to see." Hearing this, it's finally a bit human. Wang Chang nodded her head, sort of recognizing Zhang Runan's words, and didn't spit out half a word about how the real situation was. Zhang Runan looked towards Zhang Hao and teased, "You must be very angry that I said that about you, right? Isn't there an urge to hit me? Ms. Zhang, you're worrying too much." Zhang Hao didn't take this to heart. "Don't look so magnanimous. I guess you must have wanted to hit me, but you couldn't help it, which is why you pretended to be calm and hid your nest egg." Zhang Runan was not polite at all. "Ms. Zhang, I'm just the servant serving Ms. Wang, so don't think too much," Zhang Hao explained. "Is that so?" Zhang Runan's gaze flowed. I'm afraid that she had really overthought it. Zhang Hao was so open and honest, there was not the slightest bit of anger on his face, so it seemed that she had overthought it. She stared at Zhang Hao's eyes with interest and asked, "Who do you think is prettier, me or Wang Chang?" "Ms. Zhang, why are you asking me such a boring question?" Carrot and cabbage have their own favorites, it has to vary from person to person. Zhang Hao could only answer perfunctorily, ambiguous words were best. "Little slick, count yourself smart, if you praise Wang Chang's beauty in front of me, I'll break your dog's legs." Zhang Runan's attitude was quite cold. Zhang Hao was filled with bitterness, he just couldn't figure out why this Zhang Runan was targeting him. "Wang Chang, I'm just prettier than you and younger than you, what's your opinion?" Zhang Runan stared at Wang Chang tightly with an aggressive stance. "Your call." Wang Chang was too lazy to argue about such a question, besides, in her opinion such a question was boring and there was no need to say one more word. "What kind of attitude is that? What do you mean I'm in charge? It's too casual to be perfunctory like that, isn't it? Can't you walk the walk when you answer questions?" Zhang Runan was quite dissatisfied and just glared at Wang Chang. "I just answered like this, what can you do about it?" Wang Chang's face was full of teasing. "You?" Zhang Runan stared angrily for a moment. "I get it, you think such a question is childish, you don't even bother answering me right, you're too tuggy, aren't you? As long as you are happy, whatever you think is fine." Wang Chang was full of disinterest. "I want to have a good chat with you, can't you be more serious?" Zhang Runan was helpless, always feeling that her provocations, all of them hit cotton. That feeling of powerlessness made her frustrated. Wang Chang asked straight away, "Say, what did you come to see me about? I don't feel like chatting between us. It's useless for you to change the topic. Anyway, in my opinion, I'm just prettier than you, and you're just talented, and that's what made him go off the rails and obsessively chase after you." Zhang Runan was indignant. Wang Chang was stunned. "I finally understand, you're treating me as a love rival. Dare I ask that him, what exactly is he?" Tang Zilong chanting. Zhang Runan gritted her teeth. "I asked him out, he always said he didn't have the time, running towards your side, that always has the time, still so positive, also too hateful. You run to my door to find trouble, just for a man?" Wang Chang court lady snorted. "You are the Zhang family's young lady, your status is so honorable, to lower yourself so much for the sake of a man, is also too much to think of that stinky man, isn't it? Besides that Tang Zilong is a snob, what do you like about him? Don't laugh at me, I have my own pursuit, what I can't get naturally feels the best, you don't understand such reasoning." Zhang Runan's face was depressed. To put it bluntly, Tang Zilong looked at Wang Chang because of the investment talent Wang Chang possessed. Such an advantage she didn't have anymore. That was why she was ashamed of herself in front of Wang Chang. If she herself had Wang Chang's ability, a man like Tang Zilong would be available to her with a hook of her finger. The indignation in her heart was that while she couldn't get enough of Tang Zilong and couldn't forget him, Wang Chang looked down on her so much that she felt even more inferior to Wang Chang. Wang Chang inquired, so you came to me, what exactly is your purpose? Will you grant my request? Jiang Runan lowered her stance. Speak first. Wang Chang helplessly shook her head. It's like this, in the future, when Tang Zilong comes to you, just drive him away, delete his contact information as well, and just cut off communication with him. Jiang Runan made her request. Okay. Without any hesitation, Wang Chang immediately gave her answer. She felt that she, herself, had no need to meet with Tang Zilong. She was now preoccupied with getting pregnant, and the fewer people that appeared around her, the better. Really? Jiang Runan was overjoyed. More real than real gold. Wang Chang laughed. Well, thank you, I know you won't lie to me if you keep your word. Jiang Runan was much more at ease, and a pleased smile bloomed on her face. No need to thank you. Wang Chang was silent. Something's not right, you couldn't be pitying me and that's why you're giving me charity, right? Jiang Runan's face changed, her eyes were a little gloomy. I don't have any relationship with Tang Zilong, don't think too much about it, and now that I'm no longer in contact with him, it's not because of you. Wang Chang seriously explained. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't be so polite, much less so nice. It was really because this Jiang Runan was sick, and she did sympathize a bit. Besides, she herself also had a hidden disease, so she was sort of sympathetic to Jiang Runan. Only now do I feel that I am truly inferior to you, the man you disdain. I can't even chase after him with all my might. If you want it, you can get him with a single look. Jiang Runan was in a low mood. After figuring this out, her mood got worse and worse. Don't think like that, Tang Zilong chased after me, not because he likes me as a person, he just saw my talent, to put it bluntly, he just loves money. Wang Chang explained. Yes, that's the truth, I believe what you said. Jiang Runan didn't think much more about it, and the smile returned to her face. She said in a quirky tone, the man I like must be chased after, when will I abandon it, after I've played with it? Cheer up. Wang Chang encouraged. Well, cheer up. Jiang Runan looked confident. Chapter 91, Wang Chang's Pregnancy. Wang Chang, you're a good person, I'll remember your love. Jiang Runan left, these were the words she said to Wang Chang before leaving. Wang Chang didn't care, then she shook her head and said, AI, it's really a pity. What do you mean? Zhang Hao inquired curiously. What do you think of her? Wang Chang asked without answering. A bit nervous and not quite normal looking. Zhang Hao uttered what he had thought of saying. Anyway, the contact with Jiang Runan made people a little less comfortable. She was kidnapped by thugs, that's why she became paranoid and sensitive, thinking out of the box. Ordinary people don't dare to offend her, and when they see her, they have to deal with her politely. Wang Chang simply said, about Jiang Runan's other situation, about other people's privacy, she did not say to Zhang Hao. The Jiang Runan of the past, that was also a great beauty of national color, now made people a bit intimidated. This was also the reason why several men avoided her. I see. Zhang Hao nodded silently. Wang Chang was a thunderous person, and then after sending a message to Tang Zilong not to bother her anymore, she deleted all of Tang Zilong's contact information. In the future, this man, and she no longer have any interactions, the surface of the point of contact, there is no need to continue. When Tang Zilong got the news, his entire being was about to explode. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Tang Zilong was not calm anymore. The first time he rushed towards Wang Chang's residence, he wanted to ask a reason, and even more so, he needed an explanation. He was the son-in-law that Wang Dingchang had his eye on. As long as he established a couple relationship with Wang Chang and then got married, he felt that this was his life plan. This sudden change of heart made him angry. He had done so much to please Wang Chang, but now he seemed like a joke, and Wang Chang's indifference broke his heart. Tang Zilong parked his car and went straight to Wang Chang's villa, but he was blocked by Chen Bao. Mr. Tang, please go back. Ms. Wang doesn't see you and won't see you in the future. Don't come back to disturb in the future. Chen Bao looked at Tang Zilong and opened his mouth without question. You? Tang Zilong looked at Chen Bao angrily. The words of spit reached his throat. He gave a raw swallow. Chen Bao must have received orders from Wang Chang. He had no need to argue with a bodyguard here. It would be out of character. You go and say a word. I want to have a good talk with Wang Chang. Tang Zilong slowed down his tone, and was no longer so irritable, lest he let people see that he was in a state to attract ridicule. No need, what Ms. Wang should have said, I believe I've said it all to you. Xian Bo was unmoved. On my way here, I've already contacted Uncle Wang. He told me to go and have a good chat with Ms. Wang. Tang Zilong was undeterred, looking like he wouldn't stop until he saw Wang Chang. Duke Tang, don't be obsessed. Xian Bo said. AI, okay. Tang Zilong let out a long sigh, not realizing that he had humbled himself to such an extent that he wasn't even qualified to see the Wang Chang anymore. He could only make people laugh if he continued to stay here. With his hatred for Wang Chang, he resolutely turned around and left. We'll see, Wang Chang, what do you have to be so proud of? You're a sexually frigid, how dare you treat me like this? Tang Zilong's heart insulted this, angrily got into the car, and then left. Zhang Hao's stay by Wang Chang's side was very cozy and his life was harmonious. The daily salary of $20,000 arrived on time, and he was happy to immerse himself in such an atmosphere. With a job like this, it was like picking up a treasure. On this day, Wang Chang came back from the hospital and looked at Zhang Hao and said with a smile, "Zhang Hao, I'm pregnant with our child." She had checked herself and was indeed pregnant, and had also gone to the hospital to make sure that she was really pregnant. At this moment, Wang Chang's face was filled with a happy smile. Looking at Zhang Hao's eyes, she was also very relieved that this man of hers had not let her down, and she was finally pregnant as she wished. Wonderful, just wonderful. Zhang Hao couldn't stop smiling. He would be the one to become a father, although this child had no status relationship with him, but he was just so happy, and he also recognized that he was the father of the child. "I am pregnant, do you know what it means?" Wang Chang was unable to bear it in her heart, but she still told the cruel truth. "Knowing that, I should leave." Zhang Hao was still smiling, although Wang Chang never mentioned to him the words for him to leave, not to mention the point of time for him to leave. He was able to guess it, and in order to prevent Wang Chang from saying it herself, he took the initiative to point out the matter. No matter how much he was aggrieved, he had reached his usefulness to Wang Chang's court, so he had to be a bit more sensible. There is nothing to regret, not to mention the meaning of stalking, that does not have any meaning. The fact that the Wang Chang could give birth to his child was the most important thing. Even if they could never recognize each other in the future, he didn't feel any regrets. As long as this child had a bright future, he would be satisfied. "Well, it's good that you know." Wang Chang was very happy that Zhang Hao was able to be so understanding. If he didn't know better, he would have avoided a lot of trouble. This would be the best outcome for them. "Don't worry, I'll keep this secret to myself and promise not to tell anyone." Zhang Hao spoke his mind. "I trust you." Wang Chang nodded her head. Following that, she said in a complicated tone, "You are also well aware of my dislike of men. Every time I make out with you, you have to do all the foreplay. I know that it's hard for you, and I can see it in my eyes, and I also feel very sorry for you." "I don't have any opinions, really, I really like everything about you." Zhang Hao swore with conviction. "I know, you did put your heart into it." Wang Chang sighed with emotion. "If I were any other man, I'm afraid I wouldn't treat me this way. The original intention of letting you touch me was to awaken my interest in the opposite sex. Your value in my opinion is the first man I've ever experienced. I didn't realize that goal wasn't going to be achieved. I have some serious problems and you're the only one I can let touch me, which is why I'm carrying your child. I take my body very seriously. It was luck of the draw for you to touch this. It's our destiny, I guess. This karmic relationship is about to end, and it will be much easier for me. I will be able to not have to endure the dissatisfaction brought to me by you touching my body again." Ms. Wang Chang was very honest and said everything in her heart. Her interactions with Zhang Hao had left her with several precious memories, and having those was enough. "Thank you for saying so much to me, and thank you for being so open with me." Zhang Hao was grateful. He hadn't expected that every time he touched Wang Chang, she would have the emotion of loathing him. Wang Chang had put up a fight for the sake of her child, and that was why she had persevered, wasn't it? He had used all of his strength to serve Wang Chang well anyway, and he had pulled out his heart. Paying for all of this is what he should have done. Chapter 92, Wang Chang's pregnancy follow-up. "When will I leave?" Zhang Hao looked frank, as if he sensed that Wang Chang couldn't bear to say this, so he picked the matter apart. "Just today, after we're done talking, go pack your things and then leave as soon as possible." Wang Chang sighed, and her attitude became determined. "Good." Zhang Hao suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and looked as if nothing had happened on the surface. Wang Chang hesitated and inquired, "Have you ever liked me?" "Like, I will always like you." Zhang Hao smiled. It was his good fortune to meet a woman like Wang Chang. Besides, liking didn't mean that he had to stay together for a long time. He was satisfied to have such a good ending. "That's good, at least our child is a product of liking and not a heartless transaction." Wang Chang was much more comfortable. Zhang Hao said with concern, "After I leave, you have to take care of yourself and your own child, but what should I do if I lose sleep in the future?" "Don't worry, I secretly recorded all the voices you used to lull me to sleep, so if I still have insomnia, let your voice accompany me." Wang Chang had long thought of a response. She was clear that the man beside her would always leave, so she had considered it all, and at this time, she was still worrying for her, which was really silly and cute, and it seemed that she really loved her deeply. But she did not have the slightest intention of leaving Zhang Hao behind. It was best to just forget about each other. She would forget about Zhang Hao, and in the future, she would be able to raise her baby without fear. "Very good, you're very considerate, as well you should be." Zhang Hao smiled happily. This woman he had possessed was as wise as ever. It was time for him to rest assured. Wang Chang's gaze turned and she whispered, "Before you leave, touch your child." "Good." Zhang Hao touched Wang Chang's stomach, and his face was filled with happiness, even though he couldn't feel any movement. Wang Chang had been pregnant for less than 4 weeks, so he naturally couldn't feel anything. Wang Chang's voice was low, in front of the child, "Call me your wife." Although this man was her real man, she had never referred to herself as Zhang Hao's girlfriend. The two of them together had never even addressed each other affectionately in private. She was Zhang Hao's Ms. Song. He was her Zhang Hao. It was just such a simple title. Wife.
Zhang Hao smiled gleefully. If this was a title that he could call all the time, how nice it would be, but he was clear that he was afraid that he would only have this one chance to call her that, and it would not be possible in the future. His hand was placed on Wang Chang's stomach, his gaze fell on Wang Chang's body, his eyes full of tenderness.
Husband.
Wang Chang was able to make it this far, also in front of her child, wanting to be properly separated from Zhang Hao. The sound of wife didn't touch her too much, and she was doing this as if it was for the sake of her child.
Aha!
Zhang Hao nodded his head repeatedly. These two words, husband, made him very excited. Although he only heard one sound, he was already very contented.
I'm not the kind of person who is pretentious, so that's it. Wang Chang's face tightened, putting away all her good attitude. I know.
Zhang Hao put his hand back once he had sorted out his emotions, then removed his gaze from Wang Chang's body and turned around to leave in general with fondness. He packed up his things and carried a suitcase, locking eyes with Wang Chang as he said his final goodbye.
Take care.
Wang Chang spoke carelessly.
Well, you take care too.
Zhang Hao turned around and walked away, a smile on his face. Just by the fact that Wang Chang was pregnant with his child, he should leave on a high note. He put the suitcase into the trunk, and after getting into the car and glancing at the extravagant villa, he started the car and left in style. Wang Dingchang and Wang Qingyang arrived at the villa, and after the father and son learned about the news of Wang Chang's pregnancy, they appeared at Wang Chang's side as fast as they could.
Really pregnant?
Wang Dingchang was still in a state of dumbfoundedness. He couldn't figure out in any way why his daughter, who didn't like men, suddenly informed him that she was pregnant.
Where's brother-in-law? Who is the brother-in-law? Wang Qingyang couldn't wait to inquire. Do you guys have to react so much?
Wang Chang was a bit helpless. Whether it was her father or her brother, this reaction of theirs was a bit too exaggerated in her opinion. Speak properly, don't look so breezy. A matter as big as pregnancy can't be sloppy at all.
Wang Dingchang looked serious.
I've been to the hospital, I'm really pregnant, I didn't lie to you.
Wang Chang's expression was serious. This we believe, and you wouldn't joke about this. Wang Dingchang pursued, have you gotten better? Interested in the opposite sex? No.
Wang Chang shook her head.
Then how did you get pregnant? Wang Dingchang was going crazy with anxiety.
How Song Qingzhu got pregnant is how I got pregnant. Wang Chang said rightfully.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Wang Dingchang understood that the reason Song Qingzhu was able to get pregnant was because of the seeds taken from the hospital, and there was no excuse for his daughter to do so. He just couldn't understand why his daughter wanted to get pregnant in such a way. Didn't men smell good? It seems that the daughter's sexual frigidity cannot be cured, and Song Qingzhu in good relationship, knowing Song Qingzhu's situation, this is why she could not think of using the same way to get pregnant. This is good. Anyway, the daughter's days are dull and boring. With a pregnancy and a child, I hope to be able to change it. For his daughter to be happy and joyful was his greatest hope. Sister, it seems that Song Qingzhu has brought you down. If she wasn't so pregnant, you wouldn't be like this.
Wang Qingyang cried and laughed. I think this is quite good. You guys don't have any opinions, do you?
Wang Chang inquired in a thin voice. You guys are kind of smelly and complicit. Wang Dingchang said in a muffled voice, as long as you're happy, whatever you want, we won't say half a word against you.
That's good.
Wang Chang nodded her head. Sister, you are my great benefactor. Father is still urging me to open up a branch for the Wang family. Now there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? I should be able to slow down for a while.
Wang Qingyang smiled heartlessly.
You deflated calf thing. Your sister is your sister. You are you. How can the two be confused? Wang Dingchang raised his leg and kicked his son's ass.
All right. Wang Qingyang muffled his voice and no longer dared to talk nonsense. Right, where's Zhang Hao?
Wang Dingchang asked. During the time you were pregnant, he was always by your side. If people suspected that the child was related to Zhang Hao, it wouldn't be good for your reputation.
I let him go.
Wang Chang answered. Regarding the child's relationship with Zhang Hao, she didn't intend to tell anyone. It would be enough for only her and Zhang Hao to know. This is quite good. Had I known that you got pregnant in such a way, I shouldn't have let Zhang Hao come to you. Wang Dingchang muttered. Dad, let's not talk about him. He's useful to me. That's enough. I've already recorded his voice. I shouldn't have insomnia in the future.
Wang Chang laughed a little. It's Zhang Hao's destiny to be of such use.
Wang Dingchang didn't have any opinion on Zhang Hao, and being able to help his daughter brought out the proper value.
Chapter 93, Zhang Hao's fist. Gao Yanqi comes to town.
Not long after Zhang Hao returned to his residence, he prepared the wine and food, intending to have a big meal and drink to celebrate. No matter what, Wang Chang was pregnant with his child, and this was heavenly good news. But at this time, the door of the room was opened from outside and a man walked in.
Secretary Zhang?
Sun Jinbong's face was filled with questions and shock when he saw Zhang Hao. He would never have thought that he would run into Zhang Hao here no matter what.
Mr. Sun?
Zhang Hao looked confused.
Why are you in my house?
Sun Jinbang, who had originally looked haggard, suddenly became furious and abnormal after seeing the man in front of him.
He suddenly figured out some sort of connection. Zhang Hao was the secretary of Wang Chang's court, and Zhang Hao was living here. It must be Gao Yanqi who made the deal. He went to Wang Chang's court to invest and returned in defeat. It must be Zhang Hao and Gao Yanqi who made the deal. I think it's a good idea to kill Zhang Hao. His company has gone bankrupt. Lu Nana that betrayed him in the end, rolled away the rest of the company's money escaped, gave him a fatal blow. He for Lu Nana all with Hai Yanqi divorce, but also abandoned the daughter, but in exchange for such a result. Now being chased by creditors for debts, he was desperate and thought of this place. If he hid here, he thought no one would be able to find him. He didn't expect Zhang Hao to live here. Your home? Mr. Sun, you're afraid you're dreaming, right? Zhang Hao laughed. This is the house that Gao Yanqi rented to me, and this is Gao Yanqi's property as well, so it doesn't have anything to do with you, right? Sun Jinbang reasoned, this really wasn't his home, it was a home that he used to live in for a while, and now it belonged to Gao Yanqi, so it really didn't have anything to do with him anymore. But considering that, the reason why he has the current situation, Gao Yanqi also have unshirkable responsibility, the heart of the anger is difficult to calm. Zhang Hao, you are the little white boy raised by Gao Yanqi, right? This has cheated me so bitterly. She raised her own man to be flirtatious and dashing, and seized me to make a big fuss over my cheating, causing my company to go bankrupt, and now that I've turned into a bereaved dog, and she wants to continue to have an affair with you, that's by no means possible. Sun Jinbang's eyes were tyrannical, and he just stared at Zhang Hao angrily. Mr. Sun, keep your mouth clean. Zhang Hao got angry and directly walked towards Sun Jinbang. What are you doing? Do you want to hit me? Sun Jinbang laughed miserably. You are Gao Yanqi that concubine, don't think about defending yourself, I caught you and guessed your adultery. Trespassing and dare to speak out. Zhang Hao punched Sun Jinbang in the face. The punch made Sun Jinbang's nose bleed, but he just couldn't do anything about Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, how dare you? Sun Jinbang covered his face and retreated. He wanted to take advantage of catching Gao Yanqi and Zhang Hao in an adulterous affair. He had wanted to extort a fortune, but he didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so impulsive. He secretly thought for a moment that he was not Zhang Hao's opponent, so he didn't dare to make a move, and now that he was beaten, his heart was filled with cowardice. Get lost, if you still don't leave, I will immediately call the police. Zhang Hao had a strong bottom, completely not putting Sun Jinbang in his eyes. I know that you have an affair with Gao Yanqi, how about this, if you give me $1 million, I will leave immediately. Sun Jinbang was unwilling. He wasn't sure about his ex-wife's relationship with Zhang Hao either, but his suspicions, to him that was the truth. When Zhang Hao grabbed his cell phone to call the police, Sun Jinbang gave in. Okay, I'll go, you mustn't call the police. He had to go. If the police came, he would naturally be in trouble. Besides, if his whereabouts were leaked, he would be in even more trouble if his debtors found him. He would not bother with Zhang Hao now. When he got through this hurdle, then he would find Zhang Hao and Gao Yanqi to settle the score. Scram! Zhang Hao roared. Yes. Sun Jinbang walked out without saying a word before closing the door behind him. Sister Gao, I'm leaving from Wang Chang's side, can you come over here? Zhang Hao sent a message to Gao Yanqi. Okay, I will come to you now. After Gao Yanqi replied to the message, she hoofed it towards Zhang Hao. In her opinion, Zhang Hao was definitely not in a good mood at this time, and she was going to accompany Zhang Hao since she didn't have anything important to do anyway. Besides, she also misses Zhang Hao, so she can make out with him to relieve the pain of longing. Gao Yanqi opened the door, and at a glance, she saw Zhang Hao who was drinking, and as she guessed, Zhang Hao must be in a difficult mood after being dismissed by Wang Chang's court, otherwise he wouldn't be drinking mulled wine. I was on my way here when Wang Dingchang sent me a message saying that the matter of hiring you was over. Gao Yanqi sat beside Zhang Hao. Don't sulk and don't drink mulled wine, you have to think about it, your Gao sister should be happier when she is by your side to keep you company. Sister Gao. Zhang Hao shook his head. He knew that Gao Yanqi had misunderstood. He was depressed right now. That was because of the matter of being disturbed by Sun Jinbang. He said, Sister Gao, Sun Jinbang just approached me and said a lot of bad things about us. I punched him and he ran away for fear of me calling the police. This stinking man, he still dares to come here. It's really abominable. The password on the door wasn't changed. That's also the reason why he was able to come in right. It's fine, we'll change the password later. He'll never dare to come here again if he knows you're here. Gao Yanqi sneered. He's a lost dog now, only thinking about how to hide, not a threat at all. Sister Gao, you have to be careful, he's been pushed to the brink and I'm afraid he'll go to extremes. Zhang Hao reminded. I know, don't worry. Gao Yanqi laughed. You punched him, that's what he deserved, right? He didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Zhang Hao responded. That's good, he's also afraid that if things get out of hand, it won't be half as good for him, so naturally, he wouldn't dare to mess around with you. Gao Yanqi smiled lightly. Let's not talk about this, there's no point in talking about irrelevant people. Also. Zhang Hao smiled. By the way, how did you suddenly get kicked out by Wang Chang? Not a single sign? Gao Yanqi was very puzzled. The Wang Chang was pregnant, and I don't know what happened, but she took the hospital seed and then kicked me out. Zhang Hao explained seriously. Understood. Gao Yanqi smiled deeply. The way Song Qingzhu got pregnant was by taking the hospital seed. There were quite a few people who knew about this, and it was considered a fact.
I'm afraid that when Wang Chang was able to think of this method, she also listened to Song Qingzhu's words.
But she knew the details, this secret she would keep for Song Qingzhu. It was impossible to tell anyone, even Zhang Hao. There was no intention to tell.
Wang Chang, where to know, Song Qingzhu really pregnant way, now heard Song Qingzhu's ghost words and believe, is also stupid can be. Zhang Hao also had his own secrets, and he was clear about the real way Wang Chang got pregnant, and couldn't possibly tell anyone else. But he was equally unaware that Song Qingzhu had been pregnant for a long time.
Chapter 94 Gao Yanqi's Tenderness and Cautions.
If you stay by Wang Chang's side any longer, it will be detrimental to Wang Chang's reputation, so it's best to leave like this.
Gao Yanqi persuaded, don't be sad anymore, this job is gone, sis will find you another good job.
In her mind, Zhang Hao was just someone who accompanied Wang Chang. Wang Chang's pregnancy had nothing to do with Zhang Hao. She didn't know that Zhang Hao had hidden so many things from her.
Good, thank you, Sister Gao.
Zhang Hao's heart was elated, but he didn't show too much for fear of arousing Gao Yanqi's suspicion. Where secrecy should be kept, he would not tell anyone. He had worked for more than 40 days at the side of Wang Chang, earned more than $800,000, and got a car, so he should be contented. It's been so long since I've made out with my sister, you've been holding it all in, right? My sister misses you too. Gao Yanqi had love in her eyes, and the next moment she acted, she pressed Zhang Hao underneath her. Zhang Hao responded with his own passion. After some lingering, Gao Yanqi was satisfied and smiled joyfully. It's still good to be a younger brother, sister is happy. It's good that Sister Gao is happy. Zhang Hao smiled. Sister won't go home tonight, I'll keep you company. Gao Yanqi missed Zhang Hao and came to this decision. Sister Gao, this is not good, right? Zhang Hao had his own concerns, it's too inappropriate for Ting Ting to be home alone.
His love with Gao Yanqi was really adulterous in Sun Jinbang's opinion, I'm afraid.
However, when they had a relationship, Sun Jinbang had long been Gao Yanqi's ex-husband, so it had nothing to do with Sun Jinbang. Zhang Hao was also not under any pressure. Dating Gao Yanqi and not having to be responsible was what put him at ease. This is indeed a problem. My daughter is older, if I don't come home for a night, she's definitely going to think about it more. Gao Yanqi pondered, then smiled, I'll stay with you until 10 o'clock, I can't be any later.
Good.
Zhang Hao agreed with his mouth full. For Gao Yanqi's needs, he was trying to fulfill them as much as possible. After the time Gao Yanqi set for herself arrived, she got dressed. Stinky brother, sister will leave first, remember to miss me.
Okay, Sister Gao.
Zhang Hao was all smiles. Gao Yanqi threw a few flying kisses before she reluctantly left. Zhang Hao's eyes were reminiscent, and with Gao Yanqi's scent still wafting around him, he fell into a deep sleep with good feelings. At noon the next day, Zhang Hao drove to the clinic and met Su Meng head-on after walking into the clinic.
Hello, Sister Su.
Zhang Hao handed over a smile.
Hello little brother Zhang, nice to see you again.
Su Meng smiled like a flower, you've helped our clinic solve another big client this time, you're really great.
Sister Su, please stop saying that, I've been kicked out by my employer, my face is a little embarrassed, what's so awesome about it?
Zhang Hao shook his head. Little brother Zhang, don't think like that, our job is to take care of our employer, when our employer lets us leave, our job is done.
Su Meng smiled sweetly. Sister Su is right. Zhang Hao nodded. By the way, are you free to go for a cup of coffee with sister? Su Meng's eyes were full of tenderness. I can't right now, I have to report to Dr. Gao.
Zhang Hao said truthfully.
That's also true, go quickly first, sister will ask you out next time. Su Meng urged. Okay, bye-bye Sister Su. Zhang Hao turned around and walked away. He went straight to Gao Yanqi's office door and gently knocked on the hidden door.
When Gao Yanqi heard the commotion, she called out, come in. She looked at Zhang Hao who walked in, slightly surprised, then walked forward and locked the door, snapping, what are you doing here?
Did you miss your sister?
Wanted, of course I did. Zhang Hao replied with a smile, and he said whatever words Gao Yanqi was expecting. After spending so much time with Gao Yanqi, he had managed to cope with Gao Yanqi's needs. Hate, people just accompanied you last night, and you came after me again, it seems like you're obsessed with me, making people love you to death. Gao Yanqi raised her eyebrows, looking like she was enjoying the pleasure brought by her words. Sister Gao, I really don't want to leave you for a second, I can't stop thinking about you when I can't see you. Zhang Hao responded enthusiastically. What part of sister do you want? Gao Yanqi's flavorful lips hooked up in a way that was especially charming to the heart and soul. Sister Gao, you are not asking knowingly. Zhang Hao's hot gaze, glancing back and forth at Gao Yanqi's body, especially the sensitive private parts. Thinking of Gao Yanqi's tenderness and body temperature, he was filled with joy. Bad brother, sister will give it to you at night. Gao Yanqi enjoyed the violation of Zhang Hao's gaze, such stimulation gave her a different experience. Such a self that she had never shown to others, she had only revealed it to Zhang Hao alone. To be honest, this little man was deeply liked by her. Initially, it was also because Zhang Hao was Song Qingzhu's man, and she was possessive. At that time, she still had her own family, so she just verbally molested him. Now that she was divorced and possessed the man Song Qingzhu had possessed, she felt comfortable with this.
It seemed that there was a comparative climbing mindset with Song Qingzhu. The difference was that Zhang Hao was no longer Song Qingzhu's cup of tea, and the two had pulled away from each other. But as long as Zhang Hao was around, she would always have Zhang Hao. Song Qingzhu had too many concerns, and she had no such pressure at all. After she took the initiative to frolic with Zhang Hao for a while, she gathered her posture and said with a concerned look, "Didn't I tell you last night to take a few days off? Why did you come to the clinic?" "I have nothing to do, so I came here to take a turn." Zhang Hao laughed. "Besides, I'm also Dr. Gao's employee now, so I have to run around the place where I work. I know Dr. Gao is heartbroken for me." "It's good to know, you still have a conscience." Gao Yanqi smiled. With her current hand, she had a good job, but she did not intend to introduce it to Zhang Hao. She wanted Zhang Hao to spend more time with her. She also wanted to experience that sweet flavor like love. "Sister Gao, I've always remembered your goodness." Zhang Hao swore. Got it. Gao Yanqi put away her smile and said with a serious look, "Wang Dingchang sent me a warning message, asking me to supervise you and make you forget about having worked beside Wang Chang." "Good." Zhang Hao agreed without fail. Gao Yanqi admonished, "I'm afraid you won't have any good fruit to eat if you blabber about anything about the Wang Chang." "I know, don't worry, I won't say anything about the Wang Chang." Zhang Hao said in a condensed voice, "It's just that I've been the secretary of Wang Chang's court, so there are quite a lot of people who know about it, and other people are talking about my presence at Wang Chang's side, so I won't be blamed for that, right? Just do your own thing, there is no need for us to worry about other things." Gao Yanqi said. "Good." Zhang Hao nodded his head. Meanwhile, Gu Yao came to the clinic, naming Zhang Hao. Chapter 95. Gu Yao's return to her heart. On the steps outside the clinic, Gu Yao sat there peacefully and quietly as Zhang Hao slowly stepped forward. Gu Yao looked at Zhang Hao, who was slowly approaching, and kept her gaze on Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao came in front of Gu Yao, looked at the quietly seated Gu Yao, and softly asked, "Why don't you go inside to look for me, and make me come outside to see you? It's quiet here, sit with me for a while." Gu Yao's beautiful eyes contained emotion, and her tone of voice was so soft that people couldn't bear to refuse. "All right." Zhang Hao sat beside Gu Yao. This place wasn't quiet, it was just that there were basically not a few people, and he didn't know what Gu Yao thought, so he could only be a patient companion. "Zhang Hao, do you hate me?" Gu Yao's face was constricted. "Don't hate, really don't hate, just don't think nonsense." Zhang Hao looked serious, remembering the bits and pieces with Gu Yao. He couldn't talk about hating, nor was he qualified to do so, and he was even less in such a position. Although there had been unpleasantness during that period of time, he was clear about his own identity, so he had left many things out of his mind. "Then do you still like me?" Gu Yao continued to pursue the question, a pair of expectant gazes that kept landing on Zhang Hao's eyes. Yao, does it matter if you like me or not? There's no meaning in asking such a question." Zhang Hao showed his attitude without hesitation. The cooperation with Gu Yao was over, and the past of having been Gu Yao's boyfriend should be let go. There was not the slightest value in pursuing those grudges and rights and wrongs anymore. "It seems that this is not like me anymore." Gu Yao's complexion was bleak. Yao, the question shouldn't be such a question, nor is it such an answer. You should be stronger, you should have it all figured out. Saying this again isn't necessary. Zhang Hao patiently enlightened. "I understand the reasoning, but after separating from you, I still can't stop thinking about you." Gu Yao understood that her mind was difficult to settle, suspicious and sensitive, and she was also very double-minded. After meeting He Wenbin, she threw Zhang Hao aside, and then when she ran into Gao Chang, she abandoned Zhang Hao even more. Her thoughts were simple, she only wanted to choose the person who was more beneficial to her. So at that time, she completely ignored Zhang Hao's feelings. She also took it for granted that even if she was separated from Zhang Hao, it didn't matter. But when it really came down to it, she realized that things were by no means what she thought. Only after losing it did she realize the regret. When she thought of her indifference and disregard for Zhang Hao, her intestines turned green with remorse. Yao, it's time for you to let go." Zhang Hao exhorted in a low voice. He didn't have that much heart, not to mention he wasn't as sentimental as Gu Yao. Forgetting Gu Yao's bad and remembering Gu Yao's good, that was the best choice for him. "But I can't let go. My mom told me to go on a blind date, so I went, but they were intimidated by my mom's pressure. They were only good to me on the surface, secretly they all laughed at me. I want to find a door-to-door match, that's impossible." Gu Yao was very sad. Now she was ultimately a disabled person. The price of missing a leg was that she couldn't integrate into a normal life. She could only lower her conditions for choosing a spouse, but after looking around, she still felt Zhang Hao was good. The others were duplicitous and wouldn't treat her with care. The more men she met, the more people she felt mocked her, and that experience made her bitter. People always need to look ahead, don't care about other people's eyes, be confident, you're the Gu school flower. Zhang Hao smiled and encouraged. The so-called school flower is a joke in many people's eyes. Gu Yao said in a pitiful manner, "Zhang Hao, can we really not go back to the past? The past is all about experience and experience, how can it be so easy to go back?" Zhang Hao stated a fact. "You come to my side, still be my boyfriend, I will never be capricious again, I will take my life to be good to you, okay?" Gu Yao's face was full of perseverance, a pair of supplicating eyes causing heartache.
Zhang Hao didn't think of refusing, he was afraid of hurting Gu Yao. He found an excuse, I'm afraid your mom won't agree.
As long as you're willing, I'll do my mom's job. I want to marry you and have children. I want to live with you for the rest of my life, okay?
Gu Yao said seriously. Zhang Hao felt that Gu Yao's words, said too casually, at the drop of a hat, she wants to spend her whole life, and to get married and have children, and she doesn't know if she really thinks so. At this time, he can't believe it 100%.
Yao, after you convince your mom, let's talk about this again, okay?
Zhang Hao didn't busy himself with rebuffing, he was clear about Guo Dai's attitude, he definitely wouldn't agree to them being together. Being so perfunctory with Gu Yao at this time was also a compromise. I will definitely convince my mom, just don't worry.
Gu Yao was full of confidence. When the time comes, I hope you don't reject me again, okay?
Zhang Hao met Gu Yao's pitiful eyes, his heart softened and said, good.
Zhang Hao, I know you are the best, wait for my good news, I won't let you down, I must be with you, I know you still like me.
Gu Yao was overjoyed, radiating joy inside and outside her body, looking so happy.
Alright, I'll wait for your news.
Zhang Hao promised with a smile. Gu Yao swore and repeatedly guaranteed that she would make Zhang Hao believe her, and only after getting a satisfactory answer did she leave reluctantly. After Zhang Hao watched Gu Yao leave, he turned around and approached the clinic. Su Meng smiled and came up to tease, little brother Zhang, who was that person?
Is he your date? I looked like he was nice to you. She wasn't sure of Gu Yao's identity, much less recognizing her. Some pretty woman, Sister Su, you're so nosy too. Zhang Hao laughed, not having any intention to explain Gu Yao's identity.
Such a beautiful woman, a glance at her makes people envious, sister is ashamed of herself, but I look at a sad face, showing weakness to you like that, it seems like you hurt her. Su Meng laughed, sister isn't gossiping either, she is just concerned about your private life, that's why she asked kindly.
Zhang Hao said casually, she just ran into things. Really? Su Meng was skeptical, I thought she was your girlfriend, but it seems not. Sister Su, I don't have a girlfriend.
Zhang Hao stated a fact. It doesn't look like it, you are young and handsome, you shouldn't look like someone who lacks a girlfriend. Su Meng didn't believe Zhang Hao's words, she teased, little brother Zhang, you wouldn't be like some men, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, right?
Zhang Hao laughed bitterly, Sister Su, do you mean I'm a scum?
Hard to say, that's the suspicion I have. Su Meng said rightfully, according to a woman's intuition, I feel that you and the girl just now are not simple.
Is that so? Zhang Hao laughed, I think so too, but does Sister Su think that I am worthy of a woman like that?
Su Meng pondered, she was clear about Zhang Hao's situation, that woman was a rich girl at first glance, then shook her head, it seems like I'm not worthy.
Thank you, Sister Su, for being so kind with your mouth. Zhang Hao smiled unconcernedly. Chapter 96, Zhang Hao was taken away.
Zhang Hao came to Gao Yanqi's side when he finished chatting with Su Meng. His face showed a difficult expression, Sister Gao, Gu Yao came to me, saying that she wants to marry me and have children. If that's true, it's good news for you, if you're really with her, you'll have nothing to worry about in this life, and you won't have to struggle anymore. Gao Yanqi was genuinely happy for Zhang Hao, then her face changed and said, such good fortune fell on your head, why do you look sullen? Such a pie fell on my head, and I don't know whether it's good or bad, so how dare I take it? Zhang Hao smiled bitterly, the huge gap is there, I wouldn't dare to be delusional. Gao Yanqi said, you are right to have this concern, marriage is about the right family, the impulse of the moment, or at first sight, can't last long, stay together for a long time, the contradiction will be revealed.
Zhang Hao was somewhat distressed, Sister Gao, what do you think I should do now? Gao Yanqi asked, what did you reply to Gu Yao's meaning?
Zhang Hao responded, I can only agree for the time being, you didn't see her pitiful appearance, I was afraid that my refusal would hurt her, so I could only pretend to agree.
I didn't expect you to be a compassionate person. Gao Yanqi teased.
Sister Gao, this is not the time to tease me. Zhang Hao's head was spinning, what he wanted to hear was advice, not this kind of teasing. Gu Yao is very dependent on you, her heart remembers your goodness, it's normal that she wants to be with you, Guo Dai won't let her daughter run amok, stall for a while, you guys don't see each other too often, and after a long time, maybe everything will be solved. Gao Yanqi also had no good solution, she could only leave everything to time to solve.
I'm now hoping that Guo Dai can change Gu Yao's mind.
Zhang Hao prayed, it's best that Gu Yao doesn't come back to me, after all, we have no possibility of being together, getting too involved won't do anyone any good, if she still comes to me, I don't know how to cope with it. Gao Yanqi was also helpless, let's take one step and see what happens, it's useless to think so much. Zhang Hao was depressed, I can't bear it in my heart to keep saying things against my will to Gu Yao. Gao Yanqi admonished, it can only be like this, now first coax Gu Yao, Guo Dai won't blame you.
It can only be like this. Zhang Hao nodded helplessly.
Zhang Hao left from the clinic and drove to his residence. The car drove into the neighborhood and parked in the parking lot. His figure had just gotten down from the car when three big men rushed down from a car and directly surrounded him. Who are you guys? Zhang Hao was very apprehensive, his entire body was tense, he couldn't figure out even after racking his brain, who had he offended, that he had attracted such trouble.
Is it him? A big man inquired. That's right, it's him. Another Hanyu replied. Surprisingly, it's right, take him away. A third Hanyu urged. The Hanyu named Li Feng snatched the car keys from Zhang Hao's hands. Zhang Hao couldn't resist. No matter what he did, he couldn't escape from the three Hans, so he could only survey the three Hans with an anxious heart. What are you guys going to do? I'm going to call the police. Zhang Hao took out his cell phone, and without waiting for him to call the police, the phone was snatched away by a man. Li Feng sat in the driver's seat, and Zhang Hao was flanked by two men in the back. I don't have any money. If you guys like this car, you can have it. Zhang Hao was at sixes and sevens, directly wondering why such bad luck would fall on him. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a way to escape from the hands of the three men. If he resigned himself to his fate like this, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending next. Don't worry, we are not bad people. Li Feng started the car with a car trailing behind him. Zhang Hao was sandwiched in the middle by two men, and listening to the words of the man driving the car, he did not feel any peace of mind. He glanced around with his afterimage and realized that the two men to his left and right, with a telescopic look, were ignoring him. He looked to the man driving the car. You're not bad guys, so what are you doing arresting me? Is this kidnapping? Little brother, we have no grievances with you, we won't do anything against you, someone wants to see you, we're just taking you to her. Li Feng comforted, don't scare yourself, calm down, we are all good people, we don't do anything illegal. Okay. Zhang Hao didn't dare to say excessive words for fear of inviting unnecessary trouble. He could only sit with fear and trembling. He had filtered many times in his mind, boasting that he hadn't offended anyone, he shouldn't encounter any trouble. In the midst of anxiety, the car drove into a manor. Zhang Hao didn't dare to casually take a look around until he was invited by two men into a small independent two-story building, and only after seeing Jiang Runan's figure did he feel completely at ease. He had seen Jiang Runan at the side of Wang Chang's court, and he did not have the slightest grudge against Jiang Runan, so his personal safety was finally guaranteed. Ms. Jiang, I didn't expect it to be you. If you wanted to summon me, just send someone to command me. Making such a scene is scaring me to death. Zhang Hao's attitude was quite careful. Is that so? Jiang Runan had a smile on the corner of her mouth, just scrutinizing Zhang Hao, sneering. I asked someone to bring you here. There are a few questions I want to ask. If your answer satisfies me, I won't hurt you. If you play a trick, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Zhang Hao didn't dare to be lucky. He was afraid that Jiang Runan would do something like this. He assured, ask away, Ms. Jiang, I'm sure I'll know everything. Well, not bad smart. Jiang Runan nodded in satisfaction. Following that, she asked, Wang Chang is pregnant, do you know? I know, I'm a servant by the side of Wang Chang's court. The so-called title of secretary is also to help Wang Chang get rid of guests she doesn't want to see. That's something Ms. Jiang should know by now. After all, I am a man, the Wang Chang is pregnant. If I stay by the Wang Chang side, it would be bad for the reputation of the Wang Chang, and I was driven away by the Wang Chang. So I am now, not a servant of the Wang Chang. Zhang Hao answered a lot, all to explain more about the situation. This self-proclaimed title of servant was also the identity Jiang Runan had pressed on him when she met the Wang Chang. He could only refer to himself as a servant in front of Jiang Runan, and he believed that this would be able to satisfy Jiang Runan. He was confused about the purpose of Jiang Runan's arresting him and could only respond carefully. He was also worried that if he upset Jiang Runan, he would be in trouble, so he was all worried. Looking at Jiang Runan's displeased face, as if she was not satisfied with his answer, his heart twitched. He just couldn't figure out what kind of answer Jiang Runan needed, and what did Wang Chang's pregnancy have to do with Jiang Runan? This didn't make any sense to him at all. Chapter 97. A woman with an unpredictable mind. Whose child is the Wang Chang pregnant with? Jiang Runan's voice was cold. Zhang Hao became even more careful and replied in a regular manner, Miss Jiang, I don't know, I really don't know. I just do some chores at Wang Chang's side, such a secretive matter. With Miss Jiang's wisdom, she can also guess that it's impossible for me to know about it. However, I heard Wang Chang mention that it seems like the seeds were taken from the hospital's sperm bank. As for how exactly, I'm not sure. I still hope that Ms. Jiang will believe it. I really don't dare to lie to you. Zhang Hao took out all his sincerity and seriousness, just afraid that Jiang Runan would doubt his words. That's all you know? Jiang Runan was not willing, she wanted to know more. After hearing that Wang Chang was pregnant, she sent someone to inquire about the situation, and the information she got was similar to what Zhang Hao had provided. Zhang Hao had spent a lot of time with Wang Chang and stayed by her side, so she felt that Zhang Hao knew some hidden secrets. This was also the reason why Zhang Hao was captured. Ms. Jiang, that's all I know. Zhang Hao drooped his face, looking particularly aggrieved, not having the guts to lie at all. How is a person like you qualified to stay by the side of Wang Chang? Jiang Runan was very curious. Miss Jiang, I am the person hired by Wang Chang's father, just to take care of Wang Chang's life, usually accompanying Wang Chang for meals and chats. Of course, with Wang Chang's character, she seldom chatted with me. I was just helping out with unimportant things. Wang Chang was too embarrassed to reject her father's goodwill, so she kept me around. Of course, I still have a little use for Wang Chang. I'm afraid Ms. Jiang doesn't know that the Wang Chang has insomnia. When I arrived at the Wang Chang's side, I read some storybooks and coaxed the Wang Chang to sleep, and my voice had a sleep-inducing effect on the Wang Chang. This is the reason why the Wang Chang didn't kick me out, right? Zhang Hao organized his words and told some unimportant things. Quite honest. Zhang Runan nodded her head. She knew all the things Zhang Hao said, and it wasn't a big secret. What surprised her was that Zhang Hao had such a use for the Wang Chang, and she no longer doubted the reason why the Wang Chang kept Zhang Hao by her side. I don't dare to be careless with Ms. Zhang's question, so I can only answer it with all my heart. Zhang Hao was very disciplined. Zhang Runan was silent. She had sent someone to capture Zhang Hao, just to scare Zhang Hao first, and now Zhang Hao's performance, so that she did not have any suspicion. She should have said the details that she knew. Zhang Hao said mockingly, "Could it be that Ms. Zhang suspects that Wang Chang is pregnant with my child? Bah, just you deserve it?" Zhang Runan had never even suspected such a thing, and for Zhang Hao to have the face to say so was simply laughable. Even if all the men in the world died out, I'm afraid that a commodity like Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to get into the eyes of Wang Chang. Yes, I'm naturally unworthy. I thought that Miss Zhang had asked me to come just to use the fact that I've spent time beside the Wang Chang to throw dirty water on the Wang Chang's body. If that's really the case, I can cooperate. Zhang Hao was much more at ease. With Zhang Runan having such an attitude, he had no more worries. You asshole, I don't have such bad intentions, and I'm not such a scumbag. Zhang Runan smiled sarcastically. It seemed that this Zhang Hao really did whatever he could to please her, even going so far as to denigrate Wang Chang. Oh. Zhang Hao agreed condescendingly. This move to retreat was also a test of Zhang Runan's mind. This would be the best. If Zhang Runan used him to discredit the Wang Chang's reputation, it would be difficult to do so at that time. Zhang Hao asked in a low voice, "Ms. Zhang, do you have any more questions? If not, can I get lost? I'm afraid of being here and disturbing Miss Zhang's tranquility." Scram! Zhang Runan waved her hand. Yes. Zhang Hao was overjoyed in his heart. As long as he left from Zhang Runan's side safely and unharmed, he felt that this was a joyous event. This Zhang Runan had people arresting him at every turn, doing things without a care in the world, and could be considered bold. Such a person was dangerous and should be kept away from. Zhang Hao had just walked out 5 or 6 meters when he heard Zhang Runan say, "Zhang Hao, don't roll, just stay by my side." What? Zhang Hao's heart snapped as he slowly turned his head to look at Zhang Runan, and he almost felt like he was hallucinating. What, you're not willing? Zhang Runan's eyes narrowed, an impish smile spreading across her face. No, I don't mean that. Zhang Hao didn't dare to sing the opposite tune. In that case, that means you're happy to stay by my side. Zhang Runan was satisfied, thinking that Zhang Hao was quite smart and had finally made a suitable choice. Yes. Zhang Hao answered with his mouth full, not a single unhappy emotion, just afraid that Zhang Runan would get angry. He asked, "It's just that Ms. Zhang, what can I do if I stay by your side? Just be a small class follower, help me drive the car and carry the bags, no matter where I go, you just follow." Zhang Runan smiled. "Ms. Zhang, you don't lack such a person, do you? Why did you pick me?" Zhang Hao was distressed, and honestly really didn't want to work for Zhang Runan. People like Wang Chang, no man has ever stayed around her, you can live under the same roof with her, you seem to have some skills, just stay with me in the future and take good care of me. Zhang Runan had a bit of regard for Zhang Hao. If Wang Chang hadn't gotten pregnant, she felt that Zhang Hao would definitely still be by Wang Chang's side at this time. The man she liked, Tang Zilong, was really out of contact when Court Lady Wang said so, yet it wasn't easy for her to even see Tang Zilong. Since this was the case, it was not bad for her to keep this man that Wang Chang valued by her side and take care of her food and clothing. Zhang Hao was able to do things at Wang Chang's side, and she would be able to make it work, so I'm sure she'd be able to do it with ease. Okay, no problem. Zhang Hao could only agree. The aggression in his heart was known only to himself. This was no different from buying and selling by force. But he couldn't say anything and could only pretend to be happy to agree. Because this Zhang Runan did not give him a chance to refuse. If he didn't know how to be nice, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. Such a powerful woman, he really couldn't afford to mess with her. Don't complain in your heart, being able to be seen by me, this is your good fortune, no? Zhang Runan's bossy look was like she was giving Zhang Hao a job handout. I understand, but Miss Zhang's status is honorable. I'm afraid that I'll do things inappropriately and upset Miss Zhang. Zhang Hao had a lot of concerns. There's no possibility of you backing out. Be good when you come to my side. If you don't know what you're doing, I won't be polite to you. Zhang Runan weakly threatened, those beautiful eyes exuding a fierce look. Don't worry, Miss Zhang, I will take out all my heart to take care of you. Zhang Hao smiled and promised. Zhang Runan said with a wry smile, not bad for being smart, we'll see how you perform in the future. Promise I won't let Ms. Zhang down. Zhang Hao could only compromise, so let's figure out how to do this job well next.